She subtly moves the nearby hay, covering the exposed hem of her shirt. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally arrived under the persimmon tree that Xiao Wanwan liked. The persimmon tree was full of ripe fruit. The ripe persimmons, when gently squeezed, would open, revealing bright red flesh that made people hungry just looking at it. Xiao Wanwan quickly climbed the tree. She was responsible for picking the persimmons, while Su Malalai held out a cloth bag and stood underneath to catch them. Their teamwork was perfect. Soon they picked 2.5 baskets. Xiao Wanwan jumped down from the tree, still holding 2 fully ripe persimmons. She peeled the skin and took a small bite. The taste was amazing. Hey, this isn't easy to eat. You have to wait until the persimmon is soft enough before you can enjoy it. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Malalai teased with a smile, swallowing her saliva. Ugh, I just thought since it's ripe, I could eat one. I didn't mean to rush. Xiao Wanwan admitted she was too impatient. She had already taken a few sips of water, but couldn't hide the sour taste in her mouth. It was uncomfortable. It seemed that wild persimmons were quite different from the ones grown at home. She wondered if the homemade persimmon wine would taste good. All right, we're done picking persimmons. Let's go home and make persimmon wine, Xiao Wanwan said, about to carry her basket down the mountain, but Su Malalai pulled her back. Yes, Wanwan. Since we're here, let's pick some chestnuts to take home. I'll make roasted chestnuts, chestnut and mung bean pancakes, chestnut porridge, and chicken cooked with chestnuts. How does that sound? Su Malalai's playful teasing made Xiao Wanwan's eyes light up again. She cleared her throat and said, well, maybe. That's not a bad idea. Let's go. Xiao Wanwan was very happy inside. Since she couldn't drink persimmon wine right now, she thought about making chicken with chestnuts. She decided to pick one on the way down the mountain. They went to the chestnut tree and collected many chestnuts. The shelled chestnuts were really prickly, like tiny hedgehogs with sharp spines all over. Originally, Su Malalai wanted to pick chestnuts from the tree, but Xiao Wanwan stopped her. Instead, they gathered some already fallen and open chestnuts from the ground. These were easier to peel and better than unripe ones. We should have brought tools for this. It would be much easier to peel them here and carry them back, Su Malalai said, feeling a little greedy. She thought it might be better to wait until next time to pick more. Looking at the sweat on Xiao Wanwan's face, Su Malalai felt a bit guilty. Luckily, this time she remembered the location of the chestnut tree. Next time, she would pick the chestnuts herself and store more to give Wanwan as snacks during winter. The two, exhausted, were fortunate to meet Fong Wuqing and Zhang Jingguo on the way back from chopping wood. Fong Wuqing quickly put down the bundle of firewood he was carrying and took the basket from Su Malalai's back. Why are you carrying such heavy things? Why didn't you ask us for help? Fong Wuqing said, caring as he wiped the sweat from Su Malalai's face. Watching the sweet, carefree couple, Wanwan felt a bit annoyed. It's just too sweet. Zhang Jingguo thought for a moment and then asked, Comrade Xiao, should I carry your basket for you? Wanwan quickly refused. No need. I can do it myself. After saying that, she bravely walked ahead. Just kidding, Su Malalai and Fong Wuqing are dating, and Fong Wuqing is naturally carrying his own load. Why should Zhang Jingguo carry her basket? Su Malalai, with empty hands, caught up and took a bag of chestnuts from Wanwan's basket, holding it in her hand to lighten Wanwan's load. Wanwan, isn't it much lighter now? Can I do it? Su Malalai joked, seeking praise. This scene instantly dispersed the awkward atmosphere around them. Wanwan smiled and said, You can do it. My Malalai is the most capable. After walking a while longer, they could see the foot of the mountain ahead. Suddenly, a wild chicken flapped its wings and crashed into a big tree by the roadside, blood streaming from its head. Wanwan took a quick step forward, grabbed the wild chicken by its neck, and looked back to see the three of them staring blankly. She proudly said, I told you wild chickens are easy to find. You didn't believe me. Huh. She carried the wild chicken down the mountain looking proud. The three behind were stunned and hurried to catch up. Wait, are you serious? You really found that wild chicken? Zhang Jingguo started to doubt everything. Wanwan swung the wild chicken lightly and said, "What do you think? I am an honest and ambitious young person. Honesty is my best quality." The four of them chatted and laughed. When they passed the haystack near the cornfield again, Wanwan couldn't help but glance at it and sense something with her awareness. Behind the haystack, no one was there anymore, but the dried grass on the ground had some noticeable bloodstains. Does Qian Fong spend money so freely? Zhou Wanwan was surprised again and again. Well, I don't understand it, but it doesn't stop others from doing things I don't understand. A few people returned to the Jiqing courtyard. Su Malia went to kill a chicken. Zhou Wanwan moved a stool to sit in the shade, holding a round stick, and used a brick to press on chestnuts. She occasionally looked up at Qian Fong's closed door.
Curtains drawn in broad daylight, door shut.
Something unusual must be happening. Could Qian Fong be crazy, planning to sleep with the troublemaker, teaming up to trick her? No, that's too costly. Qian Fong doesn't seem like someone willing to give up easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't hide behind others, encouraging them to stand up for her. Ugh, so annoying. When trouble comes, we face it head on. If needed, I'll just punch my way through. That evening, Zhou Wanwan finally tasted the chestnut stew chicken she had been craving. It was so fragrant, she couldn't resist. Just as they were enjoying the meal, Fong Guoqing suddenly arrived. He looked a bit conflicted, a bit excited, and a bit reluctant. He looked at Su Malia for a long time before speaking. "Malia, shall we get married?" "What did you say?" In the room, the two girls stared at each other. Zhou Wanwan looked at Fong Guoqing, then at Su Malia, and finally fixed her gaze on her own rice bowl. "You guys talk, I'll go outside to eat," Zhou Wanwan thought. Then she simply took her plate, scooped rice into it, and poured 2 big spoons of chestnut stewed chicken on top. "Wanwan, don't go." Su Malia was a bit overwhelmed. She just wanted Zhou Wanwan to stay with her. Zhou Wanwan quickly dodged Su Malia's attempt to hold her hand and said seriously, "No, I have to go. I must go."
"Right now."
"Well, Malia Guoqing, don't be shy. Enjoy the chestnut stew chicken." "You two eat," Zhou Wanwan said kindly before leaving, even closing the door behind them. Tonight, the sun looked a bit strange. Zhou Wanwan carried her plate, looking around for a quiet place where she wouldn't be disturbed, to quietly enjoy her first chestnut stew chicken of the year. Her gaze settled on the big tree outside the door, above the wall. The branch crossing the wall was very steady. When she sat down happily, feeling clever, she suddenly saw the door of Qian Fong's room open. Strangely, there was no light inside her room. Her walking was very strange, as if she was afraid to step properly, holding her legs tightly, and groping toward the old educated youth's kitchen. Today, Qiao Wanwan and the others had dinner a bit late. By now, everyone at the old educated youth's place had finished eating and gone back to their rooms to rest. So, what was Qian Fong doing in the kitchen at this time? Why didn't she eat with the others? She was also looking at the happy magpies on the neighboring tree and the caterpillars crawling on the leaves. She happily ate her meal, 1 spoon after another, and casually spat out chicken bones under the tree, which small animals would come and take away. Fong Guoqing sat next to Su Malalai, holding her small hand on the table, and anxiously explained the current situation. "Malalai, I am serious. Let's get a marriage license. I want to give you a lifelong promise before I join the army. I swear to heaven that I will love you with my whole life and never let you down. Marry me, okay?" Fong Guoqing looked deeply into Su Malalai's eyes. Su Malalai's mind was very confused. On one side, she liked herself and the boy she admired. On the other side, she knew that after marriage, they would face separation. I don't. I can't. Fong Guoqing's expression dimmed. If Malalai didn't agree, what would he do? He couldn't accept her marrying someone else. I don't. I don't know. Wait for me to think about it. Well, let's eat first. The food will get cold. After saying that, Su Malalai lowered her head and ate quickly, her mind really a mess. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing, and she had no experience at all. Wanwan had abandoned her and run away. Time for dinner was limited. Just when Su Malalai was about to burst from fullness and Fong Guiqing was feeling anxious, Su Malalai finally nodded. Malalai, thank you. Fong Guiqing suddenly hugged her tightly. He was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Thank you, Malalai. Actually, I have wanted to marry you for a long time. I already told my grandfather, and he agreed. So don't worry. I will only marry you in this life. I will take good care of you forever. Guiqinghua held Su Malalai in his arms for a long time, reluctant to let go. If his grandfather hadn't sent an urgent telegram today, urging him to join the army immediately, he wouldn't have been so hurried to talk about marriage with Malalai, and the wedding would have been postponed to a later date. His guilt turned into deep concern. His Malalai was such a kind girl. He believed that within 3 years, at most 3 years, he would succeed and give Malalai a bright future. At the tree branch outside the door, Qiao Wenwen had finished eating and was not in a hurry to come down. Sitting up there, breathing the fresh air, she felt better than anyone else. The night breeze was cool and pleasant. She closed her eyes slightly, leaning against the tree trunk, one leg crossed over the other, feeling very relaxed. At the same time, she was quietly observing what Qianfong was doing secretly in the kitchen. She was so curious. She had finished her meal, but Qianfong still hadn't come out. Qiao Wenwen couldn't help but curse softly, her brow furrowing. Should she help or not? This was a question she always had to ask herself. In the kitchen, Qianfong was lying on the ground, bleeding heavily from her lower body. The bright red blood soaked her pants. She was sweating profusely, but her eyes were very bright and fierce.
Qiao
Wenwen. Why is it not you being pressed down by the scar-faced? It should be you. Why is it me? And this broken body of mine? Not only can I get pregnant, but I'm also so useless. Why did I bleed so much? Now I can't even see people. In the kitchen, everything finally became quiet. Qianfong had fainted completely, probably from blood loss. Above, Qiao Wenwen paused her attempt to jump down. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a teasing smile appeared on her face.
Haha.
Unbelievable. Qiao Wenwen sat back down, leaning against the big tree, casually popping a piece of gum into her mouth. Indeed, not all villains would attack you just because you didn't do anything to them. Like Qianfong, a person she had little contact with, who was suddenly pushed to the brink of madness, though it might all be her own imagination. In so many worlds, this wasn't the first time Qiao Wenwen had encountered evil people. She believed it wouldn't be the last. But so what? In every world, there are still kind-hearted girls like Mo, and wise, principled girls like Hu Xiaomei who know right from wrong, stay true to themselves, and don't follow the crowd. The starry sky above sparkled brightly. After half an hour, Fong Guiqing finally came out of her house. Qiao Wenwen skillfully jumped down from the tree, passed by the water well, and casually carried a bucket of well water to pour into the water tank inside the house.
Jo.
Looks like Mo is about to have good news. I'll do a quick fortune-telling, Qiao Wenwen said seriously, closing her eyes and counting on her fingers, looking like a local fortune-teller. Su Malalai was even more shy from her teasing. Wenwen, stop joking. You don't know how scared I was just now. The two good friends rarely slept together that night. They talked softly until late at night, and only fell asleep as dawn approached. The next morning, the sun was fully up. Only a few people in the educated youth courtyard had gotten up. Among the older educated youths, only Bai Ling and Qianfong ate with the male youths. Hu Xiaomei had already started cooking alone early in the morning. Although Tingting didn't have an iron pot, she deliberately used a different time to cook with them using the same stove. Today, it was Qianfong's turn to cook. In their small group, only Qianfong and Bai Ling were girls, so the cooking task was usually assigned to them. The few male educated youths shared a bit more grain, which was considered fair. Since they didn't have to work these days and didn't need to cook breakfast today, Bai Ling slept an extra hour. When she woke up, she found that the chimney in the kitchen hadn't even started smoking. Could it be that Qianfong forgot she was supposed to cook today? Bai Ling went to Qianfong's door, planning to knock and wake her up, but after thinking for a moment, she decided not to. If Qian Fong wasn't up, she'd do it herself. There was no difference if she called her tomorrow. She hurriedly gathered her long hair into 3 neat braids, tying them quickly at the back of her head. Once her hair was done, she just reached the kitchen door. Huh? Why isn't the kitchen door closed? Isn't she afraid mice might come in? Bai Ling muttered as she pushed open the door. What she saw was Qian Fong lying on the cold ground, her face pale. Blood was everywhere beneath her, dark spots of blood staining the bricks on the floor. Someone's dead.
Dead.
Bai Ling was so frightened she sat down the ground, screaming and crying. She was trembling all over from fear. She wanted to get up, but her body wouldn't move. She felt as if Qian Fong's eyes were open, staring at her, or maybe Qian Fong was slowly crawling toward her. Ugh ugh ugh. Help.
Someone.
Save me. Her panicked, helpless screams echoed through the small courtyard at dawn. The men staying in the main room, hearing the noise, quickly put on their clothes and slippers and rushed outside. What's wrong? What happened? Did something happen? Bai Ling, why are you sitting on the ground shouting? Bai Ling couldn't speak anymore. She didn't know where she found the strength, but she crawled up and grabbed the leg of the closest young man, refusing to look back. Instead, she kept pointing behind her with her finger and kept screaming. A few young men looked in the direction Bai Ling was pointing and immediately got scared, their legs trembling. They were all in their 20s, and none of them had ever seen a dead person before. They were all very frightened. At this moment, others in the courtyard also came out. Compared to Fong Guiqing, who had been excited and unable to sleep all night, and Zhang Jingguo, whose romantic hopes had just been dashed, Zhang Aiguo was quick and efficient. However, rushing out so fast meant he was now standing behind the crowd, his legs trembling. Hu Xiaomei and Wen Ting also came out at this time. When they saw Qiao Wanwan and Su Malia also stepping out, no one said a word. Fong Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo, on the other side, yawned the same way and came out. What's going on? Did someone die? Did you disturb everyone's sleep so early? Zhang Jingguo impatiently ruffled his short hair. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go see, Fong Guiqing said calmly, turning to Su Malia. Don't be afraid. I'll go check.
You.
Cough cough. You all stay here for now. 2 minutes later, Zhang Jingguo rode his bicycle quickly toward the captain's house. He really didn't expect someone to be dead. Touch wood. Bad luck. Fong Guiqing, meanwhile, looked serious and was the first to close the kitchen door. The woman, a young educated girl, was completely cold and stiff. She had already died. Since she was a young educated girl at the youth station and died in the station's kitchen, the main suspect would definitely be someone from the youth station. Soon, Ding Hai sat in the back seat of Zhang Jingguo's bike and hurried over. As he got out, Zhang Jingguo immediately headed toward the town. Ding Hai had a dark face and was furious as he entered the youth station yard. Without saying a word, he went straight to the dead woman's kitchen. Seeing Fong Gui's body lying in a pool of blood, his anger grew even more intense. What happened? How did Fong, the young girl, die? There are red, swollen handprints on her face. Did anyone fight with her? Ding Hai looked at each person present. Everyone nervously waved their hands. No one dared to get involved in such matters. A small mistake could lead to being accused of murder, such a serious crime. No one spoke, and the investigation reached a deadlock. At this moment, the deputy team leader, the women's director, and other officials hurried over, all panting. Also arriving were Lu Tsuehua and Ding Yanchuan, a mother and son, who openly stood beside Qiao Wanwan. Lu Tsuehua took out a paper-wrapped package from her. She opened it in front of everyone, revealing 2 plain steamed buns with fried eggs inside. Because she was protecting her, they were still warm. She confidently handed the egg-filled bun to Qiao Wanwan and spoke loudly. Here, child. You must be scared this morning. Don't worry. Your aunt is here. You and Sue, the young girl, go back to your room and eat breakfast properly. Your uncle is outside, and if needed, your little brother is here to help. Don't be afraid, okay? Yes, sister-in-law, go eat breakfast. I'll stand at the door and watch. You can rest assured. Ding Yanchuan leaned under the eaves, standing there as if waiting to support the family. Lu Tsuehua couldn't bear to see her daughter-in-law upset. How could she not eat breakfast? If she didn't nourish her body well, she would suffer greatly when she had children in the future. Xiao Wenwen was not polite and immediately took the steamed bun with egg that Lu Tsuehua brought. She sweetly thanked her. "Thank you, Auntie. You are really my savior. I was starving. Sit here with Brother Chuanzi. These small stools are all mine. Brother Chuanzi can sit for a while too. We are just sitting here comfortably and it doesn't really matter." Xiao Wenwen handed a bowl to Su Malia, then invited Lu Tsuehua and Ding Yanchuan to sit down. She turned around and went back inside to make several cups of malt milk. When the cups were not enough, she used big bowls instead. One person handed out a bowl. Seeing that Xiao Wenwen and Su Malia were already sitting openly and eating, Xiao Wenwen subtly waved her hand. Hu Xiaomei also didn't refuse and went back inside to cook. She didn't have a good relationship with Qian Fong. She wasn't loved like Xiao Wenwen was. She only ate the food she cooked herself, and every grain she ate was from her own effort. Qian Fong wasn't the one who harmed her, so she had no reason not to eat. In a short while, white smoke was coming out of Hu Xiaomei's chimney. When the police station and the commune staff arrived, except for the educated youths who were still hungry from eating from the big pot, and Zhang Jingguo who was called to notify, everyone else had eaten enough. Even Ding Hai was served a big bowl of malt milk by Qiao Wenwen, who had instructed Ding Yanchuan. The investigation went smoothly. Everyone was equally suspected, but no evidence pointed to anyone specifically. Helplessly, Uncle Maozi had to take Qian Fong's body away to seek professional help. Meanwhile, he started visiting each household in the village for investigation. There was a death in the yard, and the educated youths at the youth camp felt unhappy, but life had to go on. Many chose to go to the back mountain in the afternoon. They gathered firewood, picked wild fruits, gathered mushrooms, and collected chestnuts. Everyone was working hard for a better life. Su Malia was frightened. Xiao Wenwen carried her basket and went up the back mountain alone. Passing by the cornfield and haystack, she saw Uncle Maozi digging deep into the ground. He was very quick. Indeed, the power of the people is the greatest. On the way, Xiao Wenwen didn't even bother to pick wildflowers. She couldn't stand the romantic atmosphere between Fong Guiqing and Su Malia anymore. It was just too cheesy to watch. So she came up the back mountain herself. As she went deeper, she passed by the home of the big bear. She checked around and found that the big bear wasn't at home, and there were 2 untouched beehives in the cave. Nice, very good. This was a gift from the bear. If she didn't accept it, it might hurt the bear's feelings. She quickly took 2 beehives, stealing them easily. They could produce more than 10 pounds of honey. She took the honey back to share with Momo and Tantan, and also told them that next time she makes green bean cakes, she should add a little more. It would taste even better. Half an hour later, the big bear, who had gone out to find honey, returned carrying a whole beehive. But the den was empty.
Roar.
Roar. The big bear had never felt so speechless in his life. Who could be so shameless as to steal all his honey? He wished someone had left him at least a little. Joyful with her harvest, Xiao Wenwen headed happily toward her destination. She had checked earlier that the 2 little tiger cubs could already walk. Their parents, who were busy showing off their love, were now several hundred meters away in the woods, making noises as they mated. She couldn't remember where the cubs were at the moment, but she didn't want to miss this good chance. She crawled into the tiger's den, using her limbs, and sat down next to the 2 cubs. She reached out and gently pulled them into her arms, one on each side, amid their tiny, sharp teeth. She stroked their tiger heads. She touched their whiskers, and their little paws, soft and adorable. Then she moved on to their soft little bellies, petting them happily, lost in the moment. Only when she heard the loud roar of the big tiger nearby did she suddenly realize what she was doing. She quickly crawled out of the tiger's den. The den wasn't very small. She could have bent down to go in easily. But was she just an ordinary person? Why was she always bending over like this? It would be better to just crawl in and out without trouble. Oh no. She had just been rough with the cubs and might have left her scent on her clothes. If the big tiger found her, it would be a big problem. She immediately slipped into her space, found a top and pants that looked exactly like what she was wearing now. Using her awareness, she avoided the route the two big tigers took home. Soon, she was out of danger. She found a nearby stream to wash herself. Holding a fish spear stolen from the space, rolling up her pants, she stands in the middle of the small creek, fully focused on watching the fish swimming below. The howling of wolves echoes through the forest, startling the birds into flight. Little rabbits and wild chickens hide inside their burrows. Xiao Wanwan comes out of the creek, her body wet with cool stream water. Xiao Wanwan skillfully gathers firewood, gets the fish, and grills it. After cooking, she quickly returns to her space, changes into a new outfit, and puts the wet clothes into the drying machine. She only brought 2 sets of clothes, so she plans to dry this one and change again when she goes down the mountain. Outside the space, leaning against a sturdy tree, she leisurely turns the fish over on the grill and sprinkles some barbecue seasoning from her space. The delicious aroma makes her feel hungry. At the same time, her mind is focused on the wolf pack. She's curious, what's all the howling about in broad daylight? It turns out a female wolf in the pack had difficulty giving birth. After much effort, she finally delivered her pups, but she herself fell silent afterward. The weakly scenting wolf cub was abandoned by the wolf pack. According to natural laws of survival of the fittest, animals tend to care for the stronger, healthier young, while weaker ones are left behind. Especially this one, born without its mother and with a faint scent. TSK, poor little one, wait a moment. After I finish this grilled fish, if you're still safe and not eaten by wild animals, I'll come to rescue you, she says. While watching the little wolf cub, her hands move quickly. She sprinkles more seasoning on the fish, filling the air with a tempting smell. The grilled fish on the branch is ready. Xiao Wanwan picks it up and takes a bite. The taste reminds her of survival on a tropical island. Back then, there were many of them. To avoid suspicion, she ate the same plain grilled fish as everyone else. If there was any difference, it was probably that her family used cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. 10 minutes later, she finishes the fish and buries everything in the dirt, leaving no trace. She then walks with her hands behind her back toward a large tree deep in the mountains. The scattered bloodstains stretch far away, revealing how much pain the mother wolf endured during childbirth. When the pup was born, it closed its eyes forever. Under the big tree, the mother wolf's body was still there. Surprisingly, the wolf cub, which had no help from its mother to lick the afterbirth, used its small claws to tear the birth sac around its nose and breathe the outside air in time. Haha, you're still alive, little wolf cub. We are destined to meet. From now on, you can stay with me, said Xiao Wanwan with a smile. She casually took out 2 towels and a pair of disposable gloves from her space. She cleaned the birth sac off the little wolf cub and dried its fur with a towel. Before leaving, Xiao Wanwan did not take the mother wolf's body. Instead, she dug a deep hole under the big tree and buried the mother wolf, the birth sac, and the unborn sibling wolf cubs inside. Soon, the wolf king would find another female wolf to mate with and start a new pack, giving birth to new offspring. No wolf would remember this mother wolf anymore, including her grown-up children. Holding the small creature, Xiao Wanwan hurried down the mountain. Later, she got tired and, during a break to change clothes in her space, she found 2 torn cloths. She placed them at the bottom of her basket, put the warming wolf cub inside, and continued down the mountain. What surprised Xiao Wanwan even more was that since she held the wolf cub, it had stopped crying altogether. It didn't even whimper anymore. Back at the youth station, Xiao Wanwan wanted to share her good news with Su Malalai. Her family was expecting a new member. But instead, she was greeted by the Iron General hanging on the door. Looking closer, she saw that Zhang Aigua and Zhang Jingguo on the opposite side were not there either. They were peering inside through Su Malalai's window. Their bicycles were not in the house, so they probably went out riding. Those guys who care more about pleasure than friends didn't wait for her to come back. Humph. Back in her own room, Xiao Wenwen finally found a jar of pet dog and lamb milk powder hidden in a corner of her space. She prepared 10 milliliters according to the puppy's dosage, though she wasn't sure if the wolf cub and the dog milk powder were suitable. Anyway, she just made do. She had never drunk wolf milk in her life, let alone feed a wolf cub every day. It was like raising a pet. Even when she was pregnant and couldn't produce milk, the little wolf cub was easy to care for. It held the small bottle with its tiny paws and drank eagerly, making a ton sound. All right, as long as it can eat enough and survive, that's good. Xiao Wenwen gave a meaningful glance toward the large kitchen at the youth camp. This morning, Qian Fong had just died inside, and now she could hear Wen Ting humming a tune while cooking. It was hard not to notice. Wen Ting, once she was not on the same side as you, really didn't care about your life or death. After a while Xiao Wenwen was sitting by the window reading a foreign book, Ding Hai arrived again at the youth camp, accompanied by Uncle Hat and some local leaders. Team leader Uncle? What's going on? Xiao Wenwen's door was already open, so she could see Ding Hai and the others come in. She stepped out to talk with Ding Hai. Girl, call all the female youth here at the camp. I'm going to call the boys now. We have some questions for the comrades, Ding Hai said, looking exhausted after a whole day of running around. He seemed more tired than after a full day of farm work. Okay, I'll go call them. Xiao Wenwen quickly went to knock on Hu Xiaomei's door and shouted into Wen Ting's room. Soon, 2 female youths came out. Another door opened, and Bai Ling, with a pale face and a dazed look, walked out. The male youths inside the house were also brought out by Ding Hai. Comrades, now all the youths in the yard are out. A few went to town at noon to pick up some packages. They told me before they left, Ding Hai said, stepping back to give space for the officials. Have any of you been close to Qian Fong? Do you know who she was dating or who she was seeing? Asked an older Uncle Hat, speaking quite directly. Everyone looked at each other, unable to give a clear answer. We don't know much about that, especially me and Xiao Wenwen. We weren't very familiar with Qian Fong. But Bai Ling, you can ask her. She was closer to Qian Fong, but she's not doing well right now. Please don't scare her anymore, Hu Xiaomei said, stepping beside Xiao Wenwen. Hearing Hu Xiaomei, others nodded and said they weren't familiar with Qian Fong either, suggesting the officials ask Bai Ling. Bai Ling looked very distracted, and Uncle Hat didn't have high hopes, but he still asked her as a routine. No. Fong doesn't have a boyfriend. We were all tricked. Bai Ling suddenly shouted in panic, her emotions spiraling out of control. All right, stop calling. Comrades, you should go find the village's rough-faced, limping man. During the harvest, I saw him come looking for Bai Ling. They even sat together in the cornfield talking for a while. You should ask him. Wen Ting was annoyed by the noise. She had carefully prepared a meal of dumplings. Even though there was no meat, they were made with white flour. Now that the dumplings were ready, she had only taken a few bites when she was called out for questioning. No one would be in a good mood, especially since it was about Qian Fong. She felt very unwilling. After getting the clues she wanted, Uncle Mao and the local leaders led the way out. Ding Hai followed behind them. Xiao Wenwen quickly took 2 steps forward, took a handful of milk candies from her pocket, and grabbed Ding Hai. She lowered her voice and said, Uncle, keep these candies in your pocket. When you're tired, just pop one in your mouth. Also, that rough-faced man probably has something to do with this. I saw him with Qian Fong, just near the cornfield on the haystack. After saying that, Xiao Wenwen went back to her usual calm state, as if nothing had happened. She had just said she didn't want to cause trouble, but now she was doing it for Ding Hai's safety. If someone is pushed to the edge, they can become extremely reckless. Moreover, news of Qian Fong's death had already spread throughout the village. The rough-faced, limping man had known about it long ago. Who knew if he had run away or was ready to fight to the death? Everyone had left, and the young workers in the yard had dispersed. Only Bai Ling was still sitting on the ground, looking nervous. The young men who used to point at Bai Ling while she cooked didn't help her at all. Finally, Hu Xiaomei, feeling disgusted, pulled Bai Ling up, threw her back into her room, and then complained as she poured a cup of hot water, mixed with sugar, and fed it to Bai Ling. "You're so annoying. Don't you know how to swallow water? It's not like you're dead. Why are you acting like this for anyone to see?" The yard was quiet again. Xiao Wanwan no longer felt like reading foreign books. She lay on the Kong bed, hugging the little wolf cub, with her eyes half closed, organizing everything in her mind. Lately, she had been too lazy to care. The warehouse was cluttered, the crops in the fields were ripe, and all the fruit on the trees was fully grown and hanging on the branches. She used her mind to harvest everything and was surprised to find the space was full again. Looks like she still needs to transform into the mining young master and go to the black market to find Brother Hu for a new adventure. The little wolf cub leaned comfortably in Xiao Wanwan's arms, sleeping peacefully. It had eaten enough to keep the whole family full. Occasionally, it sniffed the air and, upon smelling Xiao Wanwan's scent, felt very safe. After tidying up the space, Xiao Wanwan lay down on the Kong bed and fell asleep. When she woke up, Su Malia had already returned, chattering in her own room. Xiao Wanwan could also hear Fong Guiqing's voice inside. She didn't go over to disturb them. After feeding the whimpering wolf cub again, she started preparing dinner for herself. She washed a couple of bowls of rice and put them in the pot. She took a piece of cured meat hanging above the stove, washed it with hot water, and sliced it thinly for later. Then she went to the backyard to pick vegetables. Her small vegetable garden with Su Malia was growing well. There were green peppers, tomatoes, green beans, and chives. They needed to eat them quickly, because winter in the northeast arrived early. Just as she finished picking vegetables and was squatting by the well washing them, Ding Yanchuan pushed a cart into the yard. When he saw Xiao Wanwan, he immediately spoke up. "Sister-in-law, I brought you a cart of firewood. Also, I brought the letter my brother sent you. I went to town today to pick up the letter, and I saw that my brother even sent you a separate letter, so I brought it back." Ding Yanchuan set down his cart, handed the letter from Ding Yanfeng to Xiao Wanwan, and also took out a lunchbox from a shoulder bag, which his mother had packed. "Sister-in-law, this is my mother's cooking, rabbit stew with potatoes. Try it and see if you like it," Ding Yanchuan said. He was just running errands now, but he felt pretty good. Since his older brother wasn't home, he had to take care of his sister-in-law. His mother said that if he took good care of his sister-in-law, it would bring him good luck. She was excellent and beautiful, and maybe in the future, she could introduce him to a girl like her as a wife. "Okay, I won't refuse. Last time, my aunt made really delicious dumplings. This time, the rabbit stew should be just as tasty. Yanchuan, if you're not busy, come eat with me. I'm going to make spicy stir-fried pork with chili, a chive and egg pancake, and a cucumber salad with sugar and tomatoes. How does that sound?" Xiao Wanwan listed the dishes as if showing off, and sure enough, she successfully caught Ding Yanchuan's attention. "Hee, can I? I eat a lot, but maybe I should go home to eat," Ding Yanchuan said, genuinely tempted. With so many good dishes, he wanted to join, but he also thought about his big appetite and didn't want to eat all the sister-in-law's food supply. This year's grain, I think, will only be shared after his father finishes dealing with that young woman from the countryside. Otherwise, it might be better to send some to my sister-in-law before work tomorrow. Don't worry, there's enough for you to eat. Hurry up, finish unloading, wash your hands, and have your meal," said Xiao Wanwan with a smile. She put the letter from Ding Yankong into her pocket, carried a vegetable bowl with one hand, and held her lunchbox with the other as she went inside. The rice was just cooked perfectly. It was only enough for 2 handfuls, definitely not enough for Ding Yankong, who is a big guy. Besides, haha. While she was alone in the house, Xiao Wanwan quickly sneaked out 10 plain steamed buns and 20 corn cakes from her space and placed them in the pot, pretending they were freshly steamed. "Mo, Xiao Mei, shall we eat together tonight?" Xiao Wanwan called out to the neighbor and the neighbor's neighbor. Su Malalai and Hu Xiaomei both peeked out at the same time. They answered in unison. "Sure," Hu Xiaomei responded with a nod, then went back inside to bring her own rations. Su Malalai cheerfully ran over, casually pulling along Fong Guiqing, who also brought a lot of snacks they bought in town that afternoon. "Wanwan, what delicious food did you make?" Guoqing and I brought back braised pork from the state-run restaurant, and there's also pickled cabbage with pork. I'm going to heat it up. Su Malalai happily shared her happiness. Look for yourself. Oh, by the way, Ding Yankong is eating with us today. My aunt brought rabbit meat and potatoes. It smells so good, said Xiao Wanwan as she kept chopping chives, motioning for Su Malalai to look herself. It was a feast. Guoqing, go call Zhang Jianguo to come over. Also, I forgot to bring back the steamed buns earlier. Su Malalai deliberately sent Fong Guoqing out. When only she and Xiao Wanwan were left in the house, her face suddenly fell. Sniff, Wanwan. Guoqing and the others are leaving tomorrow. I really don't want to part with him. What should I do? The little sunshine had worries too, but she had never shown them in front of Fong Guoqing. So soon? Haven't you registered your marriage? Xiao Wanwan was surprised at how quickly Fong Guoqing was leaving. Could the situation in Beijing be so tense already? Would it affect her adoptive father's safety, or those 4 uncles who are closer than her real uncles? Yes, for National Day, we will go to the town early tomorrow to get our marriage certificate. We wanted to do it today, but as you know, the timing wasn't good, so we had to rush it tomorrow. After that, they will take the train. Su Malalai couldn't blame Qianfong for the bad timing. She thought it was just a rough start, and after this hardship, life would be smooth. Really? Xiao Wanwan thought deeply, touching her chin. TSK. Ah, Wanwan, you're so kind. It's okay. When the National Day holiday comes, or if he gets promoted to officer, I can go with the army. Maybe we'll even live in the same family housing. Comrade Ding is also in Beijing, right? Which regiment is he in? Su Malalai kept her emotions steady, giving herself a pep talk, then turned to comfort Xiao Wanwan. We leave tomorrow. Tonight is the farewell dinner. It has to be a good meal with many people. We can add 2 more dishes. Hee. Wanwan happily swayed and headed toward her bed cabinet. Soon, she pulled out beef jerky, 6 salted duck eggs, and a jar of beef sauce. Su Malalai was stunned. She had been talking for a while, but Wanwan was still thinking about the feast. Have you never been to a feast in your life? If it's really too much trouble, just get married yourself. When Ding Yanchuan finished chopping firewood and entered the house, he saw that the kitchen stove and his sister-in-law's bed were filled with all kinds of delicious food.
Is it
New Year? Sister-in-law. Ding Yanchuan felt that besides his brother coming home, he rarely saw so many dishes on the table. Pfft! At the door, Hu Xiaomei was holding a bowl of plain noodles and her homemade fried eggplant, just overheard Ding Yanchuan's silly words, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah, you're so funny, big guy. Let me pass. Ding Yanchuan blushed deeply, quickly turned sideways to let Hu Xiaomei go, and grabbed the fire-starting position to hide his embarrassment. Xiao Wanwan had deliberately kept silent while pulling Su Malalai aside, waiting to see if there would be sparks between the two. She hadn't forgotten Ding Yanchuan's previous display of a villainous side. I haven't seen Ding Yanchuan make any moves towards Su Malalai. It seems the right time hasn't come yet. Now, Fong Guoqing is in a hurry to leave. Su Malalai is alone at the team. In the original timeline, was the villainous male character the one to start his attack at this moment? In the original story and how things developed, Xiao Wanwan didn't want to get involved. But now that she has unknowingly become Ding Yanchuan's sister-in-law, she can't just watch silently. After all, in 100 villainous male characters, none of them have a good ending. If Ding Yanchuan doesn't have a good ending, it will definitely affect Ding Yanfeng. Affecting Ding Yanfeng means affecting her too. Also, Uncle and Auntie, the team leader and his wife, have been very kind to her. One should repay kindness, and living a long life depends on it. Alright, Xiaomei, help me cook. I can't handle everything myself. The ingredients are ready, so you just need to stir-fry. And, I and Malalai will prepare the table and everything. Xiao Wanwan said, pulling Su Malalai to the door, pretending to set up benches and tables. What's wrong? Wanwan, you just didn't let me laugh earlier, covered my mouth, and now you won't let me talk? You're pulling me outside? What's going on? Su Malalai was really confused. When did she not even get to laugh? Come back quickly. Go check on Guoqing. Did he take a steamed bun to the wheat field? He hasn't come back yet. Seeing Su Malalai, who was a bit scatterbrained and wanted to go inside to gossip, Xiao Wanwan quickly pushed her toward the room opposite. Inside Xiao Wanwan's room, Ding Yanchuan sat awkwardly in front of the stove, adding firewood. Hu Xiaomei was methodically cracking eggs and stirring them. Seeing the chopped chives, she asked Xiao Wanwan, "Wanwan, should I mix the chives into the egg mixture or fry them separately? Mix them into the eggs and cook on low heat." Xiao Wanwan replied from outside, not coming in. Okay. Hu Xiaomei was used to doing things on her own, so she handled everything skillfully. Big fire, small fire. If the fire is too big, the eggs will burn and won't taste good, Ding Yanchuan responded, quickly pulling out some wood. When it was time to prepare the next dish, Hu Xiaomei told him to turn up the fire again, and Ding Yanchuan hurriedly added more wood. Are you doing this on purpose? When I was cooking at home, my mom didn't have so many things to do, Ding Yanchuan said, finally realizing he had been ordered around all this time, and then he asked Hu Xiaomei. Hu Xiaomei spread her hands and explained, "No, it must be your imagination." Wanwan said that different dishes require different cooking times. Isn't that right, Wanwan? Ding Yanchuan looked confused and glanced outside at Xiao Wanwan, who was sitting on a bench, holding chopsticks and arranging canned food, waiting for her answer. Suddenly asked, Xiao Wanwan turned around and met Ding Yanchuan's gaze. Without hesitation, she nodded and loudly replied, "Yes. Xiaomei is right." Actually, she hadn't been paying attention to what the two inside were talking about. She was turned away, reading the letter Ding Yanfeng sent her. "See? I was right." Hu Xiaomei pouted and winked playfully. She didn't expect Wanwan to agree so quickly. "All right then," Ding Yanchuan said, seeing his sister-in-law's agreement. Though he was a bit reluctant, he still followed Hu Xiaomei's instructions. As the stars twinkled, the farewell banquet ended. Today, Wanwan unusually didn't turn off the lights to sleep on time. She sat by the bed, under the dim kerosene lamp. She took out the letter Ding Yanfeng sent her and read it carefully again. Even she didn't know why she insisted on sitting under the dim lamp to read his letter instead of turning off the light and relaxing in a bright room. Maybe it was urgency. Maybe it was longing. Maybe it was a deep worry she wasn't even aware of. The next morning, outside, the noise of packing began. When the two men arrived, they came lightly equipped. When they left, they carried large and small bundles. The meaning of home is many things. One of them is that the things related to you inside become more and more, while the people who are unkind to you become fewer. Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jingguo couldn't take many pieces of furniture, so they gave some to Zhang Igor to add to his home, and moved some to the shed Wanwan built, covered with a rain tarp. When the two girls needed something, they could just move it later. They didn't take the remaining food in their room. They gave it all to Zhang Igor. After living together for so long, the three of them had built a deep friendship. When Su Malia changed into a beautiful floral dress, braided her hair into 2 braids, and put on her long and used black leather shoes. 3 people, 2 bikes, Fang Guiqing riding with Su Malalai, Zhang Jingguo riding with the luggage, all heading away together. First, they went to Captain Ding Hai's house to get an introduction letter. 2 letters were for Fang Guiqing and Zhang Igor's return journey, and 2 others were for Su Malalai and Fang Guiqing's marriage. Watching the 3 young figures disappear into the distance, Ding Hai still couldn't understand why Fang Zhixian was leaving, especially after getting married to Su Zhixian and officially registering their marriage. Aren't there many pretty girls in the city? As for Xiao Wanwan, she was sleeping soundly when she was woken up by a little puppy. Groggily, she got up to prepare milk powder, holding it so the puppy could drink. Her eyes were fixed straight ahead at the edge of the bed. It took her a while to wake up fully, about 5 minutes. When she saw the puppy had finished eating and gone back to sleep, she sighed deeply. Quickly, still a bit drowsy, she lay back in the cool bed. Outside, the sky was still dark and the sun hadn't risen. It was a cloudy day, and she wasn't sure if it would rain. With such good weather, if she didn't stay in bed all day, would she still be herself? She kept lying until she had no more sleepiness and started counting sheep, but eventually, she gave up and got up to get dressed. Fuming, she opened her door. The room opposite, belonging to Fang Guiqing and Zhang Jiagua, had been cleared out. Only Zhang Aigua sat under the eaves, sighing and muttering to himself now and then. Hey, Zhang Aigua, why are you sitting there like a resentful woman? Knowing your brother left, you're sad. But if others didn't know better, they'd think your wife ran off with someone and you're feeling down. Qiao Wanwan's plan to count sheep was repeatedly interrupted by Zhang Aigua's sighs, disturbing her desire to lie down and relax. At this moment, her anger burned uncontrollably. Whether it was because of the shock or something else, Zhang Aigua was unusually brave today. He said sadly, "Do you understand? I'm used to the three of us squeezing together for meals. Now, eating alone feels lonely, no one to fight over food with you. Do you understand?" "No, you don't." After saying that, Zhang Aigua carried his stool back into the house. Clearly, he didn't want to accept the fact that his dining partner had left him, and he left with two people gone. Thinking again about those few young male workers, Zhang Aigua's head hurt badly. Living alone is not impossible for me, but if I have to be with those guys, I would rather be an outsider, separate from the crowd. Unexpectedly, Zhang Aigua snapped at me. Instead of getting angry, Qiao Wanwan smiled. Su Malalai wasn't here, and Hu Xiaomei also seemed to have gone out. Their door was locked, and the other two young women workers, Qiao Wanwan didn't want to investigate. They weren't enough of a threat to her. Thinking about the forest in the northeast, where only the last few high-protein foods remained, Qiao Wanwan went back to her room and threw the little wolf cub into her space. She carried an empty basket on her back and headed toward the back mountain. A storm was coming, and the air in the forest was especially fresh. Today, Qiao Wanwan took a new path. Few people walk this way. The grass was overgrown. She stepped on the grass roots, knocking down the wild grass like stacking blocks, revealing a clear trail. Just outside the forest, about to enter the deep mountains, a small yellow creature, looking like a marten but not quite, blocked her way. It suddenly stood upright, supporting its upper body with strong hind legs. Its eyes showed a human-like expression. It looked at Qiao Wanwan carefully, as if thinking, "Wow, isn't this? Oh my, I can't believe I met this." Cough, cough. Qiao Wanwan cleared her throat seriously, even tidied up her casual clothes, then looked at the yellow animal and asked seriously, "Do I look more like a person or a god?" The yellow weasel, which had been observing her, was stunned when she said this. Its human-like eyes looked blank. Today, it couldn't kill her. It never expected that now, yellow weasels had become so difficult to deal with. Even a good person was coming to take their food. No, this matter must be discussed at the family meeting. The yellow weasel glared fiercely at Qiao Wanwan, then turned around and hurriedly ran away. Seeing the yellow weasel leave without saying a word, Qiao Wanwan was annoyed. She quickly chased after it. "Hey, yellow weasel, you're rude. You haven't answered my question yet," she shouted, and her voice echoed. The weasel's forelegs moved even faster, almost leaving after images as it ran. "Weasel, human beings are evolving too quickly. No, I must inform every weasel that until we figure out a plan, all weasels should stay away from those clever humans. No wonder a few weasels have gone missing in the mountains recently. Maybe humans have caught them. Weasels are still too weak. We need the old master to come out of hiding." Qiao Wanwan chased for over 10 minutes, but was eventually outpaced by the weasel. She found herself in a new area she had never been to before. The trees here were much thicker and stronger. Clearly, she had gone deeper into the mountain. Maybe she could even see a rare white tiger. After running for a while, Qiao Wanwan was hungry because she hadn't eaten breakfast. She was about to take some food out of her space to eat when she looked up and saw a curious little squirrel on a branch. "Oh, isn't that the lifelong senior professor of the Nut Identification Institute, the little squirrel? Nice to meet you. Can you tell me where your food storage is hidden in that tree?" Qiao Wanwan's bright eyes blinked innocently. She was just curious and had no intention of stealing the squirrel's food. The squirrel, holding a hazelnut and about to put it in its mouth, didn't seem to understand her. It turned around rudely and jumped onto a higher tree nearby, quickly disappearing from sight. Qiao Wanwan pouted and touched her nose, then released her awareness to track the squirrel's trail. Rude creature. I just wanted to take a couple of your pine cones to check your ancestral skills. Why are you running so fast? After walking a bit more, Qiao Wanwan finally reached the long-desired mulberry tree. She saw many silken cocoons hanging from the branches and grinned mischievously. It was already mid-October. If she didn't eat now, these twisting silkworm pupae would turn into moths with fluttering wings. She considered this her best chance to enjoy the tail end of the season. Xiao Wanwan climbed the tree and collected the pupae wrapped in white silk cocoons one by one. She even used her mind to sense their condition. If the pupae had already passed the edible stage and were about to grow wings, she didn't want them. She harvested about a plateful of silkworm pupae. Since they are high in protein, she decided not to eat too many at once. Currently, only she and Momo are at home, with Xiaomei possibly joining later. Those two girls are still unsure if they can eat these big, twisting insects. Having achieved her goal, Qiao Wanwan started wandering in the woods. She passed a chestnut tree and used her mind to gather a lot of chestnuts. When she passed a hazelnut tree, she also collected a whole bunch of hazelnuts. On her way down the mountain, she deliberately went to check on the black bear she had taken care of. Surprisingly, the big animal was home today and hadn't gone out to gather honey. She then went around to visit the tiger's home. Today, the tiger's wife was left at home, and it seemed like everyone was guarding against her. Feeling bored, on her way down, Qiao Wanwan put more chestnuts, hazelnuts, and the honeycomb she had taken last time into her basket. She took out both the honeycomb and the nuts. Instead of returning directly to the youth commune, she took a detour to the village head's house. Now, almost everyone in the village knew she was the daughter-in-law chosen by the village head, so she had nothing to hide. Qiao Jiqing is going to the village head's house? Oh, she's carrying a lot of things. Are you taking them to Aunt Suehua? Wow, you're quite thoughtful, girl. The village girls, young wives, and older women all loved to gossip. Qiao Wanwan smiled and responded to everyone. When she reached the village head's door, her smile froze. Smiling too much can be tiring. Auntie, are you at home? I came in. She saw the door open and called out as she stepped inside. Hey girl, you're here.
Come in quickly.
I wanted to talk to you. Lu Suehua called out from the window when she saw Qiao Wanwan, hurriedly calling someone to come in. At the same time, she quickened her sewing. When Qiao Wanwan entered, she saw Lu Suehua sitting at the foot of the kong, a traditional bed, leaning against the east wall, sewing a colorful cotton-padded jacket. The red floral pattern looked very festive. Auntie, I brought you something. Are you making a winter cotton-padded jacket? The color looks so cheerful, Qiao Wanwan said sweetly as she entered. Lu Suehua listened to her words and immediately felt pleased with her choice of fabric. She knew that young girls naturally liked bright colors. She immediately handed the floral jacket to Qiao Wanwan, smiling proudly and saying, Here, girl, Auntie knew you'd like it. Try it on and see if it fits. Huh? Qiao Wanwan pointed at herself in disbelief, doubting her ears, and asked again, Auntie, what did you say?
I didn't understand.
This floral cotton-padded jacket.
Is it?
For me? Lu Suehua saw how happy and silly Qiao Wanwan looked, and she felt even more pleased. Not wasting the days she spent working on it, she turned around and took out a pair of matching floral cotton pants from the foot of the kong, heated bed, giving them to Qiao Wanwan as well. You girl, are you so happy you're silly? These are made for you. Hurry up and take off your shoes and try it on. I knew you'd like it. Lu Suehua urged eagerly. Qiao Wanwan was overwhelmed by the big surprise. In Lu Suehua's expectant gaze, she quickly prepared herself mentally, climbed onto the kong, and put on the cotton coat. When she finally put on the perfectly fitting red floral cotton clothes, Lu Suehua held a round mirror from the cabinet and carefully moved it to show her full body. How is it? Pretty good, right? Girl, move around a bit. It looks very fitting. Lu Suehua was very confident in her sewing skills.
Haha, haha.
Auntie, you really did a great job. It's just the right size, Qiao Wanwan said, pulling at her sleeve to show Lu Suehua. Auntie, you used your fabric coupons and cotton coupons to make clothes for me. My uncle and brother Chuan haven't made theirs yet, right? I still have some fabric and cotton coupons. I'll bring them to you later. Actually, Xiao Wanwan wanted to take out the coupons and give them to Lu Tsuehua right then, but she thought better of it later. Who carries fabric and cotton coupons when working in the mountains? That would be too much. No need, no need. Your uncle and brother Chuan don't need new clothes. Farmers don't wear new clothes every year. I've already patched their cotton clothes, so it's fine. Lu Tsuehua quickly waved her hand. The girl was alone in the team, and only with money coupons in her hand could she feel at ease. What if she took everything over? The girl would be too anxious waiting for her family's Fingzi to come back. What should she do then? The two mothers had their own thoughts. Xiao Wanwan took off her cotton-padded jacket, folded it neatly, and then emptied everything from the basket on the Kong. She originally planned to share half of it with Lu Tsuehua. Zhou Wanwan gave everything to Lu Tsuehua. Annie, look, I found these beehives and silkworm pupae on the back mountain today. You and my uncle should eat them. There are also some chestnuts and hazelnuts, picked just by chance. Don't refuse. That's really nice. How did you find such big beehives?
2 of them.
You must be careful not to get stung by the bees, Lu Tsuehua said, frightened when she saw the 2 beehives bigger than her head. She quickly jumped off the bed, forgetting to put on her shoes. She carefully checked Zhou Wanwan from top to bottom, worried she might get stung and swell up. Her nervous look made Zhou Wanwan feel very touched. There's a saying that caring too much can cause trouble. Lu Tsuehua's reaction was just like that. She had forgotten that Zhou Wanwan had been trying on her cotton coat all morning and didn't seem uncomfortable at all.
Auntie, I've fine.
I told you I found these. When I was picking, the bees or wasps in the hive had already flown away, gone without a trace. I didn't even see a shadow. Look at you, why are you so worried? You didn't even put on shoes. Zhou Wanwan bent down and handed Lu Tsuehua's patched shoes to her, placing them at her feet. The 2 women looked at each other and laughed happily. That night, as expected, Lu Tsuehua invited Zhou Wanwan to stay for dinner. Because of her visit, even the usually serious Ding Hai ate an extra bowl of rice and laughed happily. After dinner, Lu Tsuehua asked Ding Yanchuan to take Zhou Wanwan back. She also personally wrapped her new cotton coat in a piece of cloth and put it into a basket. Ding Yanchuan took the basket from Zhou Wanwan's hands and followed her at a moderate distance. On the way, when they saw villagers relaxing in the evening, Ding Yanchuan would say directly, yes, I'm taking my sister-in-law back to the youth communes. When they were alone, Ding Yanchuan paid close attention to the distance between himself and Zhou Wanwan. When they arrived at the gate of the youth commune, Zhou Wanwan took the basket, was about to say goodbye, and saw Ding Yanchuan's eyes glance into the yard. That night, Zhou Wanwan saw a handwritten marriage certificate typical of this era, with the names Su Malia and Fong Guiqing. Su Malia was initially upset, but as Zhou Wanwan pulled out a cute little dog from behind her, all her unhappiness disappeared instantly. Wow, Wanwan, where did you get this little dog? It's so cute. It's so small. Does it still need to drink milk? A few days later, the village announced that the man with a face like a mask and a limp had forcibly had an affair with Qian Fong, which ultimately led to her death. Sadly, the police station then notified Qian Fong's parents to come and collect her body. When her parents arrived and learned there was no compensation, they angrily searched her room, tearing through everything. In the end, they only found a few meager belongings and no money. After squeezing out the last of Qian Fong's possessions, they left without even seeing her one last time. Her body was simply left at the police station, ignored. Eventually, Ding Hai found someone to bury Qian Fong on a lonely mountain west of the village. The grave was just a small mound of dirt, and no one knew who it belonged to. The weather grew colder each day. The villagers prepared firewood for winter and dried vegetables and pickled vegetables for food. At this time, the collective started distributing grain. Every household sent all their able-bodied members to carry home a year's supply of food. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malia went with Hu Xiaomei. The 3 girls stood behind the villagers in line. The collective finished distributing grain to the villagers first, then to the educated youth. Most people asked for coarse grains like corn, with only a few requesting white flour. It was probably only eaten during festivals or special occasions. When it was their turn, besides the other educated youth, only some villagers stood nearby, watching over the grain and waiting for their family members to come and carry it home. "Uncle, can I have all fine grain?" Xiao Wenwen wasn't interested in coarse grains, which included cornmeal made from crushed corn cobs. She found it scratchy and unpleasant to eat. "Me too, and Uncle Captain. I want fine grain as well," Su Malia said. She was not used to suffering. Her parents, brother, and sister-in-law supported her, and before he left for the train, Fong Wuqing had given her over 1,000 yuan and some tickets. Now, she had enough to eat and didn't want to suffer by eating coarse grains. Ding Hai didn't answer but looked at Hu Xiaomei, asking if she also wanted all fine grain. Hu Xiaomei quickly responded, "Captain Uncle, I want half fine grain and half coarse grain, is that okay?" In previous years, Hu Xiaomei also asked for some fine grain, usually about a third. She wasn't short of money, but she was cautious about how she lived. Here is the improved and translated version. She was alone here, with no family or friends. She knew well that wealth should not be shown off. In the past, she often worked with old, educated youths, and buying extra grains was cheaper for everyone. Now she felt more confident. She had made 2 close friends and started working alone, which meant she didn't want to owe anyone anything. Ding Hai thought for a moment, but said nothing. He nodded, and 2 people nearby, responsible for distributing grain, one was the scorekeeper and the other the deputy team leader, began weighing the grain. One of the girls was Fengzi's daughter-in-law. They both didn't dare offend Ding Hai, or Ding Yanfeng, who was probably the team leader now. The scorekeeper remembered how Xiao Wenwen had exchanged cloth tickets with her mother and weighed the grain carefully. The weight was high, and Ding Hai saw this but said nothing. When they finished weighing all the grain, Ding Hai specifically said, "Girl, don't worry. Today, the grain distribution is early because Chuan has come back ahead of time. He's probably pushing a cart this way. Wait a little while. It's easier to carry it yourself than to move it now." "Okay, got it, Uncle. We'll wait here." "You go ahead," Xiao Wenwen replied cheerfully. Su Malalai and Hu Xiaomei nodded with smiles. Both girls felt happy to be close to Xiao Wenwen and had no worries at all. They played rock, paper, scissors for about 10 minutes. Soon Ding Yanchuan, panting, pushed his cart over. "Older sister-in-law? Wait a moment. I'll tell Dad, and then bring the grain back for you," Ding Yanchuan called to Xiao Wenwen. He nodded to Su Malalai and Hu Xiaomei as a greeting and hurried to find Ding Hai. Since he had come back early, he was still in his blue work uniform, which made him stand out. Even the hair on his crew cut looked strong and masculine. He briefly told Ding Hai he would come back soon to pick up their grain. Then Ding Yanchuan turned around and quickly loaded all 3 girls' grain onto the cart. He pushed the cart easily, not forgetting to mention his mother's instructions before leaving. "Sister-in-law, Mother said she wants you to visit home when you have time. She made you a new set of cotton clothes and shoes. She wants you to try them on, especially the shoes. She said they might be a bit thick and could feel tight. If they fit well, you can take them home. If not, it'll be easier to adjust them while you're there." Ding Yanchuan explained carefully, afraid his sister-in-law might misunderstand. If he didn't deliver the message clearly, he'd surely get scolded when he got home, and his older brother wouldn't be happy either. "All right, I understand. I'll go tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Chuanzi, you don't seem very steady pushing the cart. Xiaomei, go help him," Xiao Wenwen said as she gently pushed Hu Xiaomei forward. Ding Yanchuan wanted to say he was fine, but when Xiao Wenwen called Hu Xiaomei over, he swallowed his words and lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Still, his eyes couldn't help glancing around nervously. Hu Xiaomei, pushed by Xiao Wenwen, reached out and steadied herself on the grain sacks. She had already noticed that Xiao Wenwen seemed to be trying to match her with Ding Yanchuan, though she wasn't sure if it was Xiao Wenwen's idea or if Ding Yanchuan himself liked her. The clean scent of soap from Hu Xiaomei drifted toward Ding Yanchuan with the breeze, making his face turn even redder. After thinking for a while, he finally found something to say. "Comrade Hu, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to the town to watch a movie." Ding Yanchuan remembered his coworkers saying that girls liked watching movies, so he thought this would be a good idea. Sure. What time shall we go? Hu Xiaomei agreed cheerfully, her tone playful. She seemed confident, but in truth, it would be her first time watching a movie. Before coming to the countryside, her life had been hard. Her stepmother treated her badly, and her stepfather was no better. She had few friends and had never been to a cinema, which cost money to enter. Now, things were different. Her stepfather had been sent away for labor reform, and her stepmother had disappeared somewhere far away. Those two, who had lived off her parents' pension, were finally out of her life. As the two pushed the cart, they chatted happily, unaware of the teasing looks from Qiao Wanwan and Su Moli behind them. That day, Qiao Wanwan and Su Moli worked busily in the vegetable garden. In the northeast, October nights were already below freezing. They needed to dry or pickle the autumn vegetables before the frost ruined them. Li Tsuehua took back all the cotton clothes and shoes she had made for her. Before leaving, she specifically went to the town to buy a lot of cotton and fabric, which she gave to Li Tsuehua. Most of the fabric was in dark gray or black, suitable for men to wear, and one piece was in a bright red color, just right for Li Tsuehua. On the day she delivered the items, Li Tsuehua was busy making pickled vegetables. She used coarse salt to remove water from large cabbages and neatly placed them in a big jar. The jar for the pickled vegetables was larger than the water jar that Qiao Wanwan currently used. Li Tsuehua even prepared 2 jars of pickled vegetables and clearly said that one jar was for Qiao Wanwan. On the same day, Ding Yanchuan took the jars and the vegetables together to deliver to her. Half a month later, the first snow fell, covering the entire village in pure white snow. Everyone, except for essential activities, stayed indoors. Qiao Wanwan, experiencing the winter culture for the first time, found it quite interesting. The stove inside the house burned constantly day and night. She and Su Malia decided to live together. One reason was to save firewood. Another was that having an extra person watching the stove made things easier for both of them. The little wolf cub was over a month old now, full of energy and lively. Qiao Wanwan gave it a name, Yuan Lai. Sister-in-law, my brother sent you a package back. During the snowy weather, Qiao Wanwan hadn't been to the town for a long time. Before the snow fell, she had sent the translated manuscript back to the bookstore and the newspaper. She wasn't surprised that Ding Yanfeng sent her a package. In his last letter, he mentioned he wanted to send her a winter gift. But she didn't know what it was. Chuanzi, wait a moment. I'll open the door for you, Qiao Wanwan said as she got off the bed and put on her shoes. She quickly opened the door from inside. Outside stood Ding Yanchuan, dressed in white snow gear, looking very well prepared, with only his eyes visible. He was holding 2 large parcels. He didn't come inside. With all the cold air and snowflakes on him, he would melt once inside. He shook the snow off one of the parcels and placed it on the floor inside. Waving his hand, he said, "Sister-in-law, I won't come in. You should close the door quickly. Our mother is waiting at home. In winter, it gets dark very early." With the temperature dropping sharply and snow falling heavily, Ding Yanchuan's furniture factory had already shut down for the holidays. "All right, take care and be safe. Don't rush, go slowly." Qiao Wanwan now easily adopts the image of a sister-in-law, perhaps because of these days. Ding Yanchuan has been calling her that. Okay, I understand. Ding Yanchuan watched Qiao Wanwan close the door. Instead of leaving immediately, he took out a small cloth bag from the large package he was carrying and knocked on Hu Xiaomei's door. Qiao Wanwan saw this scene clearly. She smiled as she closed the door and dragged the large package on the ground until she reached the bed. Then she took a pair of scissors from Su Molia's basket and opened the big package. Su Moli, lying on the bed, teased, "Can I see? Won't there be anything inappropriate I shouldn't see?"
Impossible.
My brother Ding is a soldier, not like your Fong Wuqing. He doesn't send cheesy love letters. Oh, no, I can't stand it. Goosebumps are rising. Qiao Wanwan didn't forget to tease Su Moli. With her and Fong Wuqing's cheesy affection, she found it funny that Su Moli was teasing her. Inside the package, there was a thick military coat, a cotton hat, wool socks, and a pair of white wool gloves. In an iron box, there were 10 large black tickets and various receipts, with a letter from Ding Yanfeng to Qiao Wanwan at the bottom. Qiao Wanwan's eyes were drawn to the stack of military receipts. She remembered that when she first arrived, she received a mysterious package without a name. Inside, there was a bundle of similar military tickets, even with similar stamps. Could that package have been sent by Ding Yanfeng? No. At that time, Ding Yanfeng hadn't even met her. How could he have sent her so many good things directly? Besides cured meat, there was malted milk, biscuits, and a stack of money, 3,000 yuan. That wasn't something Ding Yanfeng could easily give. Fortunately, she kept everything. Besides the food, even the envelopes holding the money and tickets were intact. The tickets looked the same, but the stamps were completely different. While Su Moli was cooking, Qiao Wanwan took the opportunity to use her mind to take out one of the military tickets from her space and compare it with the one sent by Ding Yanfeng. The stamps were exactly the same. This meant that the sender of the previous package was definitely from the unit where Ding Yanfeng was stationed. Alright, come and eat. I made hot noodle soup. On a snowy day, a sip of hot soup is just perfect. Su Malalai carried a bowl of noodles, moved a stool, and sat by the window, watching the snowy scenery while eating hot egg noodle soup. It felt special and cozy. Qiao Wanwan saw this, and also moved a chair to sit nearby. The two friends happily whispered to each other and occasionally burst into loud laughter. Once the snow in the northeast started falling, it kept coming down without stopping. The roads from the village to the town were already covered with snow. Not only could vehicles not pass, but even walking on foot was difficult. The snow was as high as an adult's waist, making it impossible for anyone to walk through. Every day, besides eating and playing inside the house, Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai cleared snow from the yard and even shoveled the snow off the roof many times. As the new year approached, Ding Hai and the deputy team leader decided to slaughter the New Year pig early. That day, the village gathered again, lively and busy. The villagers, who had been staying inside for nearly 2 months, put on thick cotton clothes. Despite the cold weather, they all gathered at the village office. The prepared New Year pig was tied to a large chopping block. The village butcher took out his knife again, skillfully cutting the pig. The blood from the pig's neck was hot and flowed into a large basin that was ready. Everyone cheered excitedly. This pig was important because every family's New Year meal depended on this big, 300-pound pig for meat and dumplings. When dividing the meat, each household received a set amount, about 4 ounces. If anyone thought it wasn't enough, they could buy extra after the initial division. The young workers received 1 ounce per person, which seemed either a good deal or a bad one, depending on how you looked at it. Qiao Wanwan and Su Malalai each wore a military coat given by their husbands, along with cotton hats and masks, fully dressed to stay warm. Their warm breath showed through the masks, which had frost on them. The hot pig's blood soon froze into a layer of blood-colored ice. The helper of the butcher quickly carried the basin of pig blood into the house, where the fire was burning with wood. The pig blood couldn't freeze because it would be used later to make blood sausage, a special dish in the Northeast. The villagers, all shivering and rubbing their hands, stomped their feet and moved forward. Each household sent someone to collect their 4 ounces of meat. When it was the turn for the young workers, most of the fatty parts had already been taken, leaving only the lean meat, bones, pig's feet, and similar parts. Qiao Wanwan noticed that this time, the pig butcher had removed the meat from the ribs along with the bones. Now, there was hardly any meat left on the bones. Fortunately, there were still some large bones that hadn't been chosen. When cooked with pickled vegetables, these bones made a delicious dish. "Uncle, can I buy those 2 pigs' feet and those large bones? If I could get some more meat, that would be even better," said Qiao Wanwan. She wanted to buy more meat to take home. Right now, heavy snow was blocking the roads, and Hu Xiaomei said this year's snow was worse than usual. Ding Hai was bold enough to slaughter the pigs for the New Year early, sharing the meat with villagers. When the roads opened again, it would be almost spring, and the piglets in the pigsty would have grown up by then. Also, heavy snow was a good reason to raise pigs. If they couldn't sell the meat, they wouldn't waste the socialist pigs. Their team had to tighten their belts and work hard to raise all the piglets. All right, I can sell you those pig's feet and large bones. But as for the meat, I can only give you 2 jin, about 1 kilogram now. If you want more, you'll have to wait until all the villagers have bought theirs. If there's any left after everyone has bought what they want, then you can buy more, said Ding Hai, trying to be fair but not too biased. Okay, I understand, uncle, said Xiao Wanwan happily, paying for her share. She cheerfully carried her things and walked to the side. Following her, Su Malalai also wanted to buy more meat, copying her. Ding Hai sold her 2 jin as well. This young girl had been getting closer to Chuanzi lately. Maybe soon she would be his daughter-in-law. Of course, she would also need to buy her share. No favoritism. Oh, and for her own family, this year, with 2 prospective daughters-in-law, the New Year's dinner should be more special. Thinking of this, Ding Hai took advantage of his position and told the pig butcher, "Hurry up and cut me 2 jin too. If you wait too long, I might not get any." With Ding Hai's order, the deputy team leader in charge of dividing the meat, the scorekeeper, the women's director, and others also started paying. They bought a jin, half a jin, or more. Everyone with money wanted a prosperous New Year. Even if they couldn't have a very prosperous year, at least their New Year's dinner would have dumplings and dishes with some meat flavor. The family wouldn't have wasted a whole year of hard work. Of course, this was only for hardworking families. Those who were lazy or not serious about earning work points could only get a small share of the meat. After everyone finished buying meat, only pig offal and empty pig bones remained on the chopping board. Pig hearts, livers, lungs, things that are troublesome and expensive, villagers were reluctant to buy. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Wanwan took out 5 yuan and quickly asked, "Uncle, is 5 yuan enough to buy this set of offal?" When the villagers saw Xiao Wanwan paying 5 yuan to buy all the offal, their reactions varied. Ding Hai didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave Xiao Wanwan a calming look and then loudly asked the remaining villagers, "Everyone, does anyone still want to buy the offal? Speak up quickly. If no one buys, the team will sell everything to Xiao Qiao's youth group." There was complete silence in response. Those closer to the platform waved their hands, saying they'd rather buy meat than pig offal for 5 yuan. In the end, Xiao Wanwan happily paid 5 yuan to buy the entire set of pig offal, except for the small intestines used for blood sausage. Carrying the offal that Ding Hai's people had packed into a sack, Xiao Wanwan was about to go home when Hu Xiaomei suddenly grabbed her. She leaned close and explained in her ear, "Don't rush to leave. Haven't you seen everyone waiting? Soon, every household will get a small piece of blood sausage. If you leave now, it means you're giving up and you won't get any." "Oh, I see." Xiao Wanwan was still confused. The villagers, even in such cold weather, didn't leave after getting their meat. Those who didn't buy meat also stayed. Now she understood there was more to it. After waiting a little longer, the 3 girls didn't get a single piece of blood sausage wider than a finger. It was better than nothing. Back at the youth group's place, the 3 girls cleaned the offal together inside the house. They used a whole basin of water, washing until all membranes and blood were gone. Finally, Xiao Wanwan threw some flour into the basin and scrubbed the large intestines until they were very clean. Of course, the one who did the best job was Su Malalai. The raw smell of the intestines was strong, and most people couldn't stand it. Even Wolf Cub, who used to be brave, had to hide inside Xiao Wanwan's clothes to avoid the toxic smell. The house, once clean, now smelled terrible. Xiao Wanwan first opened the door, then the window. By then, no one cared about the heat escaping from the house. When the braised pork intestines were ready, all 3 of them felt their efforts had paid off. The remaining pork was placed in the original room of Su Malalai, which had no heated bed and was as cold as outside, with temperatures below freezing. The fresh meat was put in a basin, covered with snow, and then placed on the heated bed. To be safe, they covered it with a lid and pressed a large stone on top. The door to the room was always locked, and it was right next to Xiao Wanwan's room. If there was any movement inside, they could hear it from their own room. After dinner, Su Malalai went to the rabbit pen beside the firewood shed to feed the jumping little rabbits. She cut a cabbage, mixed it with cornmeal, and evenly spread it inside the rabbit enclosure. Originally, there were only 7 or 8 small rabbits in one nest. With Su Malalai's care and Xiao Wanwan often catching new ones to add and make the nest bigger, the group had grown. Now, the entire rabbit population had become a big family of over 30 rabbits, including a dozen small ones and a dozen adults, living very harmoniously. Besides Su Malalai often catching a rabbit for a snack, the rabbits seemed quite happy living here. On New Year's Day, snow was still falling heavily. Xiao Wanwan, Su Malalai, and Hu Xiaomei were busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner and making dumplings. Since they weren't short of meat, the dumpling fillings were full of it. They also took out 3 large bones, split them with an axe, and added them to sour vegetables for stew, along with braised pork, marinated eggs, and some bean sprouts and potato slices soaked in meat broth. These were dried and sun-dried before, now just soaked in hot water to cook. The 3 girls ate this meal until late at night. They stayed up together, sang songs, and dreamed of a bright future, occasionally gossiping about each other's partners. Because of the heated bed, the room was warm and cozy. Before sleeping, Su Malalai added more large pieces of firewood to the stove and filled a big pot with cold water. By morning, there would still be hot water for washing. Hu Xiaomei couldn't stay awake past 2 a.m. and went back to her room to sleep. Xiao Wanwan and Su Malalai stayed awake until after 3 a.m., but eventually they couldn't hold on anymore. They decided not to watch the sunrise tomorrow. They just couldn't take it anymore. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, there probably wouldn't be a sunrise either. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, many people woke up to find that the 5 or 6 days of continuous snow had finally cleared. Everyone felt very happy. Everyone finished breakfast, left their homes, and put on their best clothes. They all wore happy smiles and greeted each other with good wishes, saying, "Happy New Year." Ding Hai, as the team leader, received visits from many families. He and Lu Tsuehua stayed at home, waiting and offering sunflower seeds to anyone who came. However, their eyes kept glancing nervously toward the door, and they seemed distracted when talking to others. Finally, when there was a free moment, Lu Tsuehua quickly called Ding Yanchuan to go outside. "Chuanzi, go visit the neighbors and also check on your sister-in-law. It's almost noon now. Why hasn't the child come yet? Something might have happened. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll go see what's going on," Ding Yanchuan said. He grabbed his military coat and cotton hat, wrapped himself up warmly, and hurried out. He didn't visit anyone's house but ran straight to the youth station. When he pushed open the yard gate, he saw several people shoveling snow, but he didn't see his sister-in-law and the others. Without hesitation, he went directly to Xiao Wanwan's window and knocked. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, are you inside and okay?" Hearing no response, Ding Yanchuan quickly ran to Hu Xiaomei's door and knocked. "Xiaomei, Xiaomei, are you awake? Can you hear me?" Inside, Hu Xiaomei had been woken up by the snow-shoveling noise. She was lying in bed, waking up when she heard Ding Yanchuan calling for Xiao Wanwan.
She was already getting dressed.
"Yes, I'm coming. Don't knock anymore. I woke up a long time ago," Hu Xiaomei said quickly, putting on her shoes and opening the door. Seeing Ding Yanchuan's anxious face, she tried to comfort him. "Don't worry. Wanwan and the others are fine. They probably just stayed up late and aren't fully awake yet." Boo! Suddenly, Ding Yanchuan hugged Hu Xiaomei. She was so startled that her whole body stiffened. She stood there blankly, her mind empty, as Ding Yanchuan held her in front of the other youth at the yard. After a while, she heard Ding Yanchuan whisper softly, "You scared me. I thought something had happened to all of you." While knocking on Xiao Wanwan's door and not getting an answer, Ding Yanchuan's mind drifted back to a past New Year's Eve when a youth at the station, who lived alone, had drunk a little and was sleeping in his room. The stove fire in the kitchen had gone out, and the person was left to freeze to death in the room. Hu Xiaomei had experienced that event herself. She knew Ding Yanchuan was probably thinking the worst. Gently, she patted Ding Yanchuan's back to comfort him. "It's okay, it's okay. We are all fine. Don't worry. We're not fools. We know how to add firewood." After saying that, She broke free from Ding Yanchuan's embrace, took his hand, and together they went to knock on Qiao Wanwan's door. They waited until Su Malalai, inside, responded groggily. Then they stopped knocking. At noon, the three young girls were all invited to stay for a meal by Lu Tsuehua. With their presence, Lu Tsuehua and Ding Hai's smiles grew even brighter. Ding Yanfeng happily received the approval form for the marriage report from his superior. He was overjoyed, finally. He could go home and marry Wanwan. He chuckled happily. Now, Ding Yanfeng was about to become a husband. It seemed that after the wedding, Qiao Wanwan could come to join the military family, and arrangements would be made for her to stay in the family compound. All the furniture inside would be custom-made by the local carpenter from the nearby village. Wanwan cared a lot about her life. In a very good mood, Ding Yanfeng was generous today, giving away a jar of beef sauce that Wanwan had packed for him when he was called back. He ate a small spoonful every day and had been doing so for a long time. He was reluctant to finish it all. Inside the drawer, several delicate wooden carvings of little figures were visible. Without exception, all of them resembled Qiao Wanwan. Winter passed and spring arrived, melting the snow. Ding Yanfeng returned, carrying bags and bundles, along with the marriage approval report, and with an excited heart, he pushed open the door of the youth commune. "Wanwan, I'm back," he said emotionally, imagining the scene he had dreamed of countless times, speaking to Qiao Wanwan with deep affection. Qiao Wanwan, clutching the rabbit's ears, hesitated for a moment. In the end, she decided to let it go. Ding Yanfeng was back, and this little rabbit wasn't enough to fill his teeth. There was no need to hurt it for no reason. "I'm back. Perfect timing. I was about to go to your house. Let's go together." Qiao Wanwan brushed off the rabbit fur from her hand, told Su Malalai inside, and then stepped out. She and Ding Yanfeng walked side by side without any shame, not even thinking of helping him carry a bag of luggage. "Why did you come back now? How long is this leave?" Qiao Wanwan was actually thinking that since she hadn't come back for the new year, now was the busy time for spring plowing. Was he here to help with the work? Wanwan. Ding Yanfeng heard her question and, a bit excited, freed one hand to grab her wrist. They looked into each other's eyes, and Ding Yanfeng said seriously, "My marriage application has been approved. Let's go get the marriage certificate tomorrow." "What?" Qiao Wanwan looked at Ding Yanfeng in surprise. Is that how people talk about marriage now? She felt that this era was so different from her memory of the 1970s, especially with those young educated youths and young officers. Ding Yanfeng didn't notice anything unusual in her words. He was just surprised by her reaction and quickly held her hand. Could it be that she changed her mind in just half a year? How dare she flirt with him on Ding Yanfeng's territory? "Why are you so surprised? I told you when I rejoined the team, and you agreed then."
Wanwan?
"Have you changed your mind? Do you not like me anymore and prefer someone else?" Ding Yanfeng looked hurt. Qiao Wanwan hurried to explain, but before she could speak, Ding Yanfeng covered her mouth with his hand. "No, Wanwan, I tell you, if you dare to like someone else, I will shoot him first and then die with you." His eyes burned with anger, as if he was about to draw his gun at any moment. Qiao Wanwan was speechless. For the first time, she saw Ding Yanfeng's domineering side, which felt quite new and interesting. She reached out and grabbed his big hand that was covering her mouth, blinking with big, confused eyes. "Comrade Ding Yanfeng, may I ask, under what circumstances did we talk about marriage? Why do I have no memory of it? And, are you doubting my character?" Qiao Wanwan asked 3 questions in a row. Ding Yanfeng was good at catching the main point. He happily pulled her closer and said excitedly, "Wanwan, you haven't liked anyone else, right?" "No, big brother. Can you first tell me how you talked to me about it?" Qiao Wanwan was very sure she hadn't heard anything. When she heard Ding Yanfeng's series of stories, she suddenly understood. No wonder the door wasn't locked that morning. It turned out she had been so confused that she even betrayed herself. Mr. and Mrs. Ding Hai watched their eldest son return, holding his wife's hand as they entered the house. Lu Tsuehua smiled so happily that her eyes nearly closed, and Ding Hai nodded with satisfaction. The next morning, Ding Yanfeng took Qiao Wanwan with him, carrying a handwritten marriage certificate with a big red flower on it, which Ding Hai had personally prepared, to the local marriage registration office. They received 2 marriage certificates. Ding Yanfeng was so excited he couldn't hide his happiness. Wanwan, let's go to the supply store to buy wedding supplies. Here's the money and the tickets.
Keep them.
He took out all the money from his pocket and handed it to Qiao Wanwan. Wanwan held Ding Yanfeng's arm gently. Yanfeng, let's not buy anything. We won't stay with the family much longer, so there's no need. Actually, Qiao Wanwan didn't like the bright red porcelain bowls and basins. She preferred to wait until she was with the army unit, then slowly decorate the home according to her taste. After lying down all winter, today she had walked so far that she was a little tired. She playfully shook Ding Yanfeng's arm. Can you carry me? My feet hurt from walking. With a mix of pride and shyness, her soft voice and shy, charming look made Ding Yanfeng's heart race. He immediately squatted down, turning his back to her. When Qiao Wanwan jumped on, their bodies, covered in thick cotton clothes, still made his heart beat faster. He awkwardly placed his hands around her knees, trying not to touch her sensitive areas, and slowly started the walk home. Lying on Ding Yanfeng's broad, strong back, feeling his steady heartbeat, Qiao Wanwan thought of the past. It seemed she and that person had also bathed in the sunset's glow like this. Qiao Wanwan didn't know what was happening to her. She had hidden that memory deep in her heart, but every time she was with Ding Yanfeng, she couldn't help but compare. Was it just her competitive nature? Besides this excuse, she couldn't find any other reason. That night, Qiao Wanwan hugged her old wolf and, together with her, sat on the warm Kong bed, facing the crying Su Malia. Woo-woo. So, you're about to go with Ding Yanfeng. To follow the army, right? So I'll be left alone here, right? No, I can't do it. If you leave, I will leave too.
Tomorrow.
Cough, cough. Tomorrow I will send a telegram to my parents. No, wait, I should find Fong Guiqing. Why is he so useless? He didn't even take me to join the army. Boo-hoo Wanwan, wait for me. I must go to Ding Yanfeng's unit with Fong Guiqing. I want to live in the same family compound as you. Wah. Wanwan, I can't bear to part with you. Can't you stay? Su Malalai feels like she's about to fall apart. Even on the day Fong Guiqing left, she didn't cry this much. Qiao Wanwan releases her grip on her neck, feeling free again, then buries her head back into the quilt, covering her ears tightly with her paws. She's crying her heart out. Wail. All right, silly Malalai. What did you tell me last time? To face farewells with a smile. Why are you now a little crybaby? Once your Guiqing becomes a company commander, you can go with the army. Fong Guiqing's family is not simple, and that day will come soon. When that happens, we'll all be around Beijing. Won't it be easy to meet then? Also, during the time I am away, you must get along well with Xiao Mei. She's clearer about things than you. She has her own ways to deal with the villagers and the educated youths in the yard. You also need to learn how to protect yourself. Don't let yourself be bullied for nothing. When I get married and move in, the team leader's house will be our home. We're relatives now. If anything happens, you can ask my future father-in-law for help, or my mother-in-law. Ding Yanfeng and Qiao Wanwan's wedding was very simple. A bicycle decorated with big red flowers carried Qiao Wanwan, dressed in a red cotton padded jacket, which was handmade by Lu Tsuehua. Ding Yanfeng, riding the bicycle, wore a neat military green uniform with a big red flower pinned to his chest. The crowd watching followed Ding Yanfeng's bicycle, cheering all the way to Ding Yanfeng's house. Ding Hai, Lu Tsuehua, and Ding Yanchuan all stood at the door to welcome Qiao Wanwan. They showed her full respect. Hu Xiaomei and Su Malalai, who came with her, had big smiles on their faces, hiding their sadness deep inside. Outside the new house, the feast finally began. The meal isn't very fancy. On the table, there is one meat dish and a stir-fried leek and egg dish, which count as 2 meat dishes. The rest are ingredients like wood ear mushrooms, and pickled vegetables. Villagers coming to the feast bring their own food. Now, many families don't have enough grain, so when they hold a big meal for dozens of people, they bring their own supplies. If they don't, the host's grain will be cut in half, and they risk starving. So, nowadays, the host prepares some good dishes, and the guests bring their own food to eat. Outside, the feast is starting. In the new house, Xiao Wanwan is also having her meal. Ding Yanfeng ignores the noise outside and, after starting the meal, first brings a big bowl of food to Xiao Wanwan's room. Just as Ding Yanfeng hands her the bowl, Lu Tsuehua enters with a chicken. It's a local chicken she raised herself, slaughtered last night, and cooked early this morning. It's been kept warm on the stove until now. Fengzi, go out and greet the guests. It's a happy day. If you're not outside to watch, what am I supposed to do? I can't let your wife go hungry. Lu Tsuehua pretends to be angry and pushes Ding Yanfeng out. After closing the door, she says to Xiao Wanwan, "Girl, you don't need to worry about anything. Just eat well. If you're bored, I can call Su Jiqing and Hu Jiqing in. You and your friends can eat together inside." Lu Tsuehua knows these three young women are close friends. When her daughter-in-law entered, the two girls were secretly wiping tears. Having good friends is very important for women. If she ever has something she doesn't want to tell her in-laws or parents, she can confide in her friends. When she was at her parents' home, she also had a few close friends, and they still keep in touch, visiting each other when they have free time.
Okay, Aunt.
Mother, have you eaten? Come eat with us. Xiao Wanwan naturally wants someone to keep her company. She's confident about changing her way of addressing her. I won't eat. I'll stay outside to watch. Wait a moment, I'll call those two girls over. Lu Tsuehua hears her calling her mother and feels very happy. She finally has a daughter, no longer envying others' daughters. The only sad thing is that in a few days, her daughter-in-law will have to go with her son to the army. Such a sweet girl, and she won't be able to stay with her anymore. Lu Tsuehua now feels a bit sad. Even when she looks at Ding Yanfeng to toast drinks, she doesn't find it as interesting anymore. After Lu Tsuehua calls two young women to come inside and keep company with Xiao Wanwan, and after closing the door, she goes into the kitchen to chat with the women helping in the village. Xiao Wanwan and Ding Yanfeng have dinner in Lu Tsuehua's east room. Holding hands, they walk to Ding Yanfeng's west room. The room is warm and cozy. Ding Yanfeng's bed is heated by Lu Tsuehua, making it very warm, and even the quilt is replaced with a bright red one. Lu Tsuehua put a lot of thought into decorating the room. In the warm, dimly lit room, two heated bodies naturally press close together. When their feelings are strong, Xiao Wanwan bites Ding Yanfeng's neck, and the mark behind his ear makes her feel very happy and riche. It really is you. After all the twists and turns, we're still together. The kerosene lamp burns until dawn. The two entwined bodies on the bed finally stop their passion, and Ding Yanfeng, satisfied, holds the tired Xiao Wanwan and falls asleep together. By morning, the west room door is still tightly closed. Lu Tsuehua wears a satisfied mother-in-law smile, and even her actions of tidying up the yard are deliberately gentle. Around noon, she quickly brings out the hot food from the pot and carries a piece of pork she bought early in the morning from the town, cutting it neatly. When the aroma of the meat fills the yard, Xiao Wanwan finally gets up reluctantly. She glares at Ding Yanfeng, who is dressing by the bed, with a bit of resentment. She reaches out her small hand, with a grudging twist around Ding Yanfeng's waist, but he is too fit, and she can't twist him. What's wrong? Ding Yanfeng pulls her hand from his stomach, sits on the edge of the bed, and asks with concern. What's wrong? Don't you know? Xiao Wanwan's resentful face and complaining tone make Ding Yanfeng feel very tempted. Now he finally understands why his married comrades are eager to go home. Being with his wife feels so good, hee. Ding Yanfeng sits foolishly on the bed, smiling silly. Xiao Wanwan kicks him out, then struggles to put on her clothes. She sits on the bed for a while to gather her courage, but as soon as she stands up, her legs go weak and she falls back onto the bed. That man, is he still like this? Doesn't he get tired? Xiao Wanwan smiled sweetly, lost in her memories. 3 days later, Ding Yanfeng took Xiao Wanwan on a train to Beijing. This time, they traveled in a sleeper compartment, which was much better than the treatment she received when she went to the countryside. They didn't bring many things, mostly clothes for Qiao Wanwan. The rest could be bought once they reached the military base. Before leaving, Qiao Wanwan sent letters to the newspaper and bookstore, informing them of her new address. She also mentioned she would continue translating, but in smaller amounts, and sent her completed manuscript to the bookstore. On the train, Qiao Wanwan lay on the lower bunk. Ding Yanfeng's large hand gently massaged her sore waist. The compartment only had the two of them. The opposite beds were empty, so they didn't worry about being too careful. As Ding Yanfeng's soothing massage made her sleepy, Qiao Wanwan remembered she had abandoned Ding Yanfeng last night to chat with Su Moli for a long time. They also brought along the original wolf, a nearly grown male wolf that was very intimidating. Qiao Wanwan kept it in a small bag, with only breathing holes visible. The wolf was well-behaved and smart. They had been on the train for almost 3 hours, and it hadn't made a sound. When Ding Yanfeng first saw the wolf, he was startled and almost reached for a stick. Luckily, the wolf was very gentle when facing Qiao Wanwan. It didn't look like a wild mountain wolf at all. When Qiao Wanwan stroked its head, its rough tail wagged happily. If not for its powerful, glowing green eyes at night and its larger-than-normal size, along with strong claws, it could be mistaken for a tame dog. But a wolf is a wolf, and Ding Yanfeng couldn't find a perfect excuse. Fortunately, the wolf was raised by Qiao Wanwan. It didn't show hostility or resist his approach. "Sure, let her sleep. I'll take you to the bathroom too, and okay?" Ding Yanfeng tried to gesture clearly, worried that the wolf might not understand. The wolf looked at Ding Yanfeng with confusion, as if questioning his intelligence.
Sigh.
Why did she marry such a silly man? It became clear that Ding Yanfeng understood the meaning all along. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. Then he retracted his wolf head back into his bag and finally reached out a paw to pull down the zipper inside. Ding Yanfeng looked at this human-like wolf in disbelief. Why did he feel like he was being looked down on by a wolf? He chuckled softly, thinking it must be his imagination. He reached for the large bag that was lying there and, after leaving the compartment, carefully closed the door for Qiao Wanwan. Then he tried to avoid the crowd and went to the bathroom in the middle of the corridor. He opened the zipper of his original backpack. His strong, muscular body relaxed comfortably. After turning around several times, the wolf accurately urinated into the squat toilet, then turned around and defecated as well. After finishing his biological needs, he returned to his bag. Clawing at the bag, he signaled Ding Yanfeng to quickly put him back inside and take him to the compartment. He had been away from his mother for 3 minutes. His mother woke up and would be worried if she couldn't find him. Once again, the man and the wolf circled around the crowd and returned to the carriage. Qiao Wanwan was still sleeping soundly. Through a small hole, he carefully looked at the empty seat beside her, then twisted and rubbed over happily, closing his eyes to rest. On a single bunk bed, Qiao Wanwan was sleeping with a wolf beside her. Only a small area at her feet was left for Ding Yanfeng to sit. The upper bunk was empty, with only Ding Yanfeng's green military uniform hanging there. On the lower bunk, 2 people and a wolf were squeezed together. Ding Yanfeng even curled up under Qiao Wanwan's feet, neither sleeping nor talking, just reading a book carefully. He didn't turn a page for 10 minutes. The wolf, unable to hold back, showed its disdain with a glance. After confirming that Ding Yanfeng saw its gaze, the wolf retracted its head and went back into the bag. It pulled the zipper with its claws, remembering its mother's warning. Outside, there were many bad people, wolf traffickers who kidnapped wolf cubs. It must not let anyone know it was on this train. Feeling satisfied, it leaned against Qiao Wanwan, closing its eyes comfortably but still alert, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Since its mother was asleep, it needed to protect her. Relying on that somewhat silly man at her feet didn't seem very reliable. And so, Qiao Wanwan slept peacefully, while the wolf and the man on the bed silently kept watch. Meanwhile, Su Malalai remained at the Red Flag Brigade. Early in the morning, after saying goodbye to Qiao Wanwan, I didn't go straight home. First, I sent 2 letters at the post office. Then I sent a telegram, and finally, as a form of revenge, I bought a lot of delicious food at the supply and marketing cooperative. Only then did I happily ride my bike back to the youth commune. As for Xiao Wanwan's bike, Hu Xiaomei bought it secondhand. Hu Xiaomei had money but no ticket, and Xiao Wanwan's bike looked almost new. After more than 20 hours on a green train, we finally arrived at Beijing railway station. Stepping onto familiar land, Xiao Wanwan felt very emotional. Outside the station, Ding Yanfeng's guard had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Ding Yanfeng, he immediately saluted with both knees together and helped carry Xiao Wanwan's big and small bags. "Hello, Commander. Hello, wife. The car is waiting outside. Should we go straight back to the unit or visit somewhere else?" The young guard looked less than 20, but was clever. It seemed he was calling Ding Yanfeng first, but he was actually asking about Xiao Wanwan, clearly testing Ding Yanfeng's family status. "Let's go for a walk. It's been a long time since you came back. Won't it delay your return to the unit?" Xiao Wanwan asked Ding Yanfeng. "It won't affect anything. I can go back tomorrow," Ding Yanfeng replied immediately. "Go away, kid. Listen to your wife," Ding Yanfeng said, kicking lightly but not hard. The young guard smiled happily and followed with his luggage. At the car, the young guard wanted to take the bag from Ding Yanfeng, which looked heavy, but Xiao Wanwan stopped him. "Go start the car. Only our commander can carry this bag," she said casually, but her tone sounded different to the guard. Did she dislike him? Not like soldiers like them? "Yes, Li Yang, go start the car." "You really can't touch this bag," Ding Yanfeng said, feeling relieved. Luckily, Xiao Wanwan noticed Li Yang reaching out. If he had resisted earlier, the bite of a grown wolf could be very strong. Maybe Li Yang's right hand would be useless. Li Yang heard Ding Yanfeng say this and could only nod, feeling annoyed, and sat in the driver's seat. Inside, he was crying silently. The commander has changed. He no longer even hands him the luggage to carry. In the past, he used to carry everything. On the car, Xiao Wanwan gave her home address and asked Li Yang to drive there. She had been away for a year and still missed her family very much. Also, Grandpa Jean often wrote to her, but since the heavy snow blocked the roads, she hadn't heard from him and was a bit worried. The army green jeep was driving through the busy streets of Beijing. Xiao Wanwan opened the window and calmly enjoyed the view outside. When the jeep stopped at the gate of her house, she was surprised to see that the gate was open and the flowers her mother planted in the yard had already sprouted. Could it be that her father has come back? Have they finished their mission? Why hasn't he contacted her? It made her very worried. Excited, Xiao Wanwan quickly opened the car door and jumped out, shouting happily, "Dad? You came back but didn't tell me? I was so worried, do you know that, Grandpa Jean? Grandpa Jean, it's really you." "Hee hee, Grandpa, I missed you so much." Seeing Grandpa Jean come out of her house, Xiao Wanwan immediately smiled sweetly, stepped forward, and held his arm affectionately. "Why you? Girl, why are you back at this time? Haven't you eaten yet?"
Well,
"Grandpa will take you to a state-run restaurant." Jean Bagua was more shocked than happy to see her return suddenly. He stammered a little as he spoke. Xiao Wanwan sensed something was wrong. Grandpa Jin's words implied that her return was unusual.
why?
Could it be that? "Grandpa, are you hiding something from me? Did something happen to my dad?" she asked excitedly, rushing toward the house. She felt sure that her father, Qiao Lisin, was inside, hiding and not coming out to see her. Something must have happened. Dad, where are you? Did you come out on your own? Or did you come out after I got angry?" Qiao Lisin come out. Xiao Wanwan crazily stormed into each room. She couldn't find him. No matter how hard she looked, she still couldn't find him. Standing in the living room, she shouted and roared, tears streaming down her face. "Qiao Lisin, you can't be dead, right? You don't keep your promises and you lie. You lie." Xiao Wanwan's emotions nearly broke down. Ding Yanfeng rushed into the room from outside and silently held the crying, overwhelmed Xiao Wanwan in his arms. What's that?" It turned out that he heard Xiao Wanwan's crying. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack, jumped out of the back window, and, in front of Li Yong, showed his sharp teeth like spikes. He slightly lowered his body and stood alertly in front of Qiao Wanwan, protecting her with his body. So, who made my mom cry? Step forward, and I'll think about whether I should bite you. Ding Yangfeng had never seen Qiao Wanwan cry so desperately before. He immediately forgot everything else and held her tightly. His big hand gently stroked her head and comforted her softly. It's okay. It's okay. Wanwan, don't worry. Dad is fine. He's alive, still alive. Jean Bagua tried several times to get closer, but was scared off by the fierce look of the wolf. Even Li Yong, the guard who followed behind, was frightened and stepped back, even pulling out his pistol in nervousness. He shouted, "A wolf? How can there be a wolf? Captain, I'll protect you." Ding Yangfeng quickly raised his hand to stop him. He gently patted Qiao Wanwan's back and said softly, "Honey, look, everyone was worried about you. The wolf only listens to you. If you don't call it, what if it bites Grandpa Jean?" Ugh ugh. Oh. Qiao Wanwan sniffled and made a small whimper. After hearing Ding Yangfeng, she bit her tail and rubbed her big head against her body, trying to comfort her mother. Soon, Qiao Wanwan pushed Ding Yangfeng away, grabbed the wolf's head, and held it in her arms. She looked up with tears on her face, trying hard to control her voice, and asked Jean Bagua, "Grandpa, tell me the truth. Is my dad
Gone? No, child.
Your dad is still alive. He just got a little hurt. Don't worry. I think he'll be back soon. Be strong, do you hear me?" Jean Bagua took a brave step forward, looked into the fierce eyes of the wolf, and still reached out his hand to gently Qiao Wanwan's head. Guard Li Yong watched as Qiao Wanwan pulled the wolf's head into her arms. Seeing his familiar leader's face, he immediately realized that the wolf had jumped out of the handbag in the back seat of the car. Thinking about how he had just tried to grab that handbag and even felt upset that the leader didn't give it to him, he felt ashamed and scared all at once. When he put away his gun, his eyes showed respect as he looked at Qiao Wanwan. No wonder she was the leader's wife. She could even keep a wolf at home. While admiring her, he also worried about their leader. If the wife was so strong that she could tame a wild wolf, then their leader must be completely under her control. Why is it so lively here? Little soldier, which army are you from? Qiao Lisin came back carrying 2 lunchboxes. Seeing the unfamiliar military vehicle at the door, he thought another leader had come to visit him, so he went inside. He was surprised that the soldier blocking the door was so careless. He had already reached behind him, but the soldier didn't even turn around. Li Yong turned around and saw who was coming. He immediately knelt with his knees together and saluted loudly. "Hello, Commander." Reporting to the commander from the 75th Group Army, 30th Brigade, Flying Tiger Division, Blade Team, Guard Li Yong salutes you. Note: the above unit names are fictional and any similarity is purely coincidental. Li Yong looked up at Qiao Lisin with respect. He was their hero leader, the honor of their group, their division, and even the entire army. He was a hero and a role model they admired. Stand at ease. Little soldier, your alertness is a bit low. All my soldiers are little tigers. You still have a lot to learn. Qiao Lisin finished speaking and looked inside curiously. He wondered who had come today and brought his soldiers. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes. He wanted to rub them, but suddenly realized he was holding a lunchbox in his right hand and couldn't do it. "Girl, you're back? Why are you crying?" Qiao Lisin looked at his daughter with love, but also felt a little guilty. "Dad," Qiao Wanwan shouted and ran into his arms, crying as she said, "You scared me to death. I thought you were dead. What's going on? Why didn't you write me any letters?" Qiao Wanwan excitedly threw herself into Qiao Lisin's arms, shouting loudly. She reached out to hug him, but suddenly realized that her father seemed to be missing. He seemed to be missing an arm.
Dad.
"Your hand? Where is it?" Qiao Wanwan trembled and dared not touch Qiao Lisin's empty sleeve on his left side. "It's okay, it's in the past. Don't be afraid, girl." Qiao Lisin quickly turned to the side to avoid her reaching hand. He placed his lunchbox on the ground and gently stroked her head, softly comforting her. Dad. Tears welled up in Xiao Wanwan's eyes. She couldn't control her emotions or stop the tears from falling. How did you get hurt? How did it happen?
Why?
Wah. Dad, where are the uncles?
They.
Wouldn't. Xiao Wanwan couldn't bear to think that Xiao Lisin had lost an arm to complete a mission. What about her 4 uncles?
Could they have?
The 4 uncles.
They?
Xiao Wanwan's voice trembled. She felt sad for Xiao Lisin but also worried about her 4 uncles, who treated her like their own daughter. Recently, she had been influenced by the residual consciousness of the original owner, or perhaps she truly regarded Xiao Lisin as her real father and those 4 uncles as her own. Now, she couldn't help but feel a deep sadness rising in her heart. Your uncles are all fine. Their arms and legs are intact, so don't worry. But girl, shouldn't you explain who that brat you just hugged is? Xiao Lisin's kind expression turned sharp when he looked at the boy who dared to hug his daughter. He also had concerns. Should he tell Wanwan the truth?
He
is. Xiao Wanwan awkwardly tried to explain. Ding Yanfeng straightened his back and loudly declared, reporting to the leader. The current leader of the Blade Group, Ding Yanfeng, reports to you. He performed a perfect military salute, making his posture even more upright. He had just learned that Xiao Wanwan's father was the former hero leader of the Blade Group, Xiao Lisin. At first, he only knew that Xiao Wanwan's father was a martyr. The leader Qin from their group asked him to send a telegram home, asking his father to take care of her. Later, he found out that Xiao Wanwan's father was not dead and had returned. He even went to see her at the youth station. Now, he finally understands how strong his wife's background is. It's Commander Xiao Lisin, a role model he has admired for a long time. All right, put it down. So, you're the one who took over my position, huh?
Haha.
Now tell me, what is your relationship with my daughter? How could you hold her in your arms openly in broad daylight? It's so inappropriate. Xiao Lisin, sitting in a chair in the living room with his arm around Xiao Wanwan's shoulder, looked at Ding Yanfeng with a stern expression. Xiao Wanwan also wanted to know how Ding Yanfeng explained himself to her father. She didn't try to help, and even called Jean Bagua to sit down together. Come here and lie down. Xiao Wanwan gestured with her hand, pointing to the spot at her feet. The dog, wagging its long tail and turning around in front of Ding Yanfeng, then obediently lay down at her feet. At the same time, after thinking for a long while, she realized she didn't have a magic medicine to grow back a lost arm. Without one hand, her father's life would be greatly affected. Should she ask her father to live with her at the family compound? Would her father agree? Report to the leader. I, Ding Yanfeng, have officially become a revolutionary partner with Comrade Xiao Wanwan. Sorry for informing you in this way. I didn't think it through. I am willing to accept any punishment. Ding Yanfeng looked straight ahead, hands clasped on his thighs, and explained seriously. What, this time? Xiao Lisin shouted loudly, staring at Xiao Wanwan's small face with questioning eyes. Is what he said true? Jean Bagua was also shocked. He suddenly stood up, looking Ding Yanfeng up and down, as if wanting to see through him. He also felt a bit disappointed in Xiao Wanwan. He had warned her many times not to get involved with anyone when she was sent to the countryside. Now she's married. You little girl, really? How come you got married without saying a word? Could it be? Jean Bagua's eyes shifted to her belly, surprised. Could it really be what he's thinking? I will beat you. Jean Bagua, angry, dragged his clumsy, lame leg and hurried to find a broom behind the door. Xiao Wanwan quickly explained to her father and grandfather. Dad, Grandpa, please don't be so upset. I really married Comrade Ding Yanfeng. There was no force or coercion. I did it voluntarily. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell into a ghostly silence. Security guard Li Yong looked sympathetically at his foolishly standing boss, who didn't dare sit down. After silently closing the living room door, he stood outside, muttering. Of course, as a guard, he should stay outside to keep watch. It's better not to know too much about the family affairs of the leader. What if he can't control his mouth someday? Would the leader punish him severely? Just thinking about it makes him scared. Sister-in-law, I was wrong about you earlier. I won't dare to do that again. I will listen to you even more than I listen to the leader. Voluntary. Both a father figure and a grandfather figure present questioned at the same time. Facing these two big mountains, Xiao Wanwan nodded seriously to confirm. They say a father's love is a heavy mountain, but she wants to add that her grandfather's love is even more. It will never decrease. Seeing the two strong supports and the nervous, gulping figure of Ding Yanfeng, Xiao Wanwan felt full of hope for her future life. After a moment of silence, Qiao Lisan helplessly patted his daughter's head and disdainfully ordered Ding Yanfeng, "Yanfeng, becoming my son-in-law isn't so easy. Now go cook lunch. It's already noon. Do you want my daughter to go hungry?"
Yes. No.
"I will go now." Ding Yanfeng blushed, took off his military jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and headed toward the kitchen that Qiao Wanwan pointed to. While cooking, Jean Bagua, with a sour face, entered the kitchen and arrogantly ordered Ding Yanfeng to reheat the small stir-fry pork and cumin lamb bought by Qiao Lisan. "Little brat, if you dare to hurt my granddaughter in the future, I will risk my life to take you with me," Jean Bagua warned Ding Yanfeng, waving his newly found cane as he was about to leave the kitchen. "Grandpa, don't worry. I will treat Wanwan well. If you're worried, you can live with us. I will be filial to you. And if Dad also lives with us, Wanwan will be very happy." Ding Yanfeng's words contained no hidden meaning. He was genuinely considering moving his father-in-law and grandfather into the residential area. The small private courtyard already had 2 main rooms. If more space was needed, he planned to build an additional room on the west side, along with a separate kitchen. Ding Yanfeng's serious tone and sincere attitude were noticeable. Fortunately, Wanwan's partner was honest and straightforward, not tricky, which made him seem reliable. Jean Bagua waved his hand at Ding Yanfeng's suggestion. Being old, he didn't want to interfere in the young people's lives, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Good kid, just for your sincerity, I believe Wanwan didn't choose the wrong person. All right, go ahead and do it." "The girl must be hungry," Jean Bagua said, about to leave. After saying this, he turned around and went back to the kitchen to help bring out bowls and chopsticks. After lunch, Qiao Lisan saw his daughter's new fiancé in a different light. "Good kid, compared to us back then, your mind is much sharper. When we had missions, if we thought a bit faster, things might have gone better."
Ah.
"Eat your food, Yanfeng, eat." Qiao Lisan, a little tipsy, started talking without much control. He suddenly remembered that Qiao Wanwan was nearby and quickly changed the subject. The transition was too abrupt. Everyone at the table, except for Qiao Lisan, who was deliberately avoiding Wanwan's gaze, was watching her. "Why are you looking at me? Is the food not good?" Wanwan had already guessed that her 4 uncles might be injured, but their lives were safe. Her father had said so, after all. As long as they were not dead or seriously hurt, and they weren't skeletons, she had nothing to worry about. She just needed Huatuo's skills to heal them. "Delicious, really delicious. The fiancé's cooking is excellent. Do you often cook at home?" Jean Bagua quickly tried to smooth things over, secretly kicking Qiao Lisan under the table. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Wanwan finished her large bowl of food, eating it all. She sat comfortably on the ground, enjoying a moment of leisure. "Good, this meal was great. Yanfeng is a good kid. I trust Wanwan to you," Qiao Lisan concluded after the meal. Ding Yanfeng diligently started tidying up the dishes on the table. When the new son-in-law entered, he knew he had to be quick and leave a good impression on his father-in-law. He understood these social skills well. Seeing everyone had finished eating, Qiao Wanwan calmly asked, "Dad, shall we go visit the uncles? I miss them." After speaking, she stood up without looking at her father's dazed expression or Grandpa Jin's worried face. She took a long rope with a collar from her bag, put it on her neck, then packed her bag again. She and her wolf opened the door, then looked back at the 3 men in the living room. "Let's go." "Dad, just tell me directly, are we going to the cemetery or the hospital? Are my 4 uncles awake or asleep? Today, I definitely want to see them." "Ding Yanfeng, prepare the car." Qiao Wanwan pointed with her small hand. Ding Yanfeng, who had just finished washing the dishes, immediately picked up his military uniform and headed outside, showing how obedient he was to his wife. Liang, prepare the car. Ding Yanfeng put down his sleeve, dressed neatly in his uniform, and stood at the door. He carefully adjusted Qiao Wanwan's hat and scarf. Since it was early spring and still a bit cold, Ding Yanfeng knew her personality well. Xiao Lisin and Jean Bagua understood even better. They helplessly picked up their clothes, accompanied by Qiao Wanwan, and got into the jeep. "Soldier, go to the military hospital," Xiao Lisin said as he got in, already knowing the destination. He also reached out and held Qiao Wanwan's hand, which was resting on her head. Suddenly feeling a heavy weight on her head, she looked up and saw her grandfather. He stuck out his long tongue but said nothing. Ding Yanfeng sat in front. Seeing the three people and one wolf in the back seat not speaking, he didn't say anything either. He could only focus on the road ahead. A jeep with 6 people and 1 wolf. Only Li Yang's nervousness could explain this scene. While driving, he heard the wolves breathing behind him, making him shiver inside. He really didn't understand why his sister-in-law didn't raise chickens or ducks, but insisted on raising a wolf. Did hobbies have to be so unique? Because he was worried about frightening the medical staff and patients, Qiao Wanwan left the wolf in the car, specifically telling it not to get out. If anything happened, she said, to find Liang. She also made a special point to introduce Liang as someone she already knew. Liang, don't worry. He was always well-behaved before and wouldn't hurt anyone without reason. Just watch him for a little while and we'll be out soon. Qiao Wanwan patted the little guard's shoulder to comfort him and handed him one end of the rope that was tied to the dog, so he wouldn't be scared. Keep going, you can do it. After giving instructions, everyone followed Xiao Lisin as they headed toward the 3rd floor of the hospital ward. Liang was left trembling, afraid to look at the dog, and eventually too scared to even get into the car. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, in the intensive care ward. When Xiao Lisin arrived, the 2 soldiers guarding the door saluted him in unison. "Hello, sir. Hello. I want to visit my daughter. Please open the door," Xiao Lisin said, holding Qiao Wanwan's hand. "Sir, that's not allowed. Without permission from higher-ups, we can't let your daughter in." One of the soldiers, responsible for security, hesitated to refuse. "She's my daughter, but also their daughter. If a child wants to see her father, who needs approval, you can ask your supervisor. Just say Xiao Lisin, am breaking the rules today." Xiao Lisin pushed open the door himself and led Qiao Wanwan inside. The 2 soldiers didn't dare stop him. One went to call the military district, while the other stayed outside, watching nervously over Ding Yanfeng and Jean Bagua. Even though Ding Yanfeng was in uniform, the soldier still stuck to his principles. Wearing a uniform doesn't mean someone is always good. If there were no traitors, how could his battalion commander be lying in bed for 2 months without waking up? Tears filled the soldier's eyes. He quickly wiped them away, standing even more firmly outside the ward, his hand trembling as he gripped his gun. Qiao Wanwan finally saw her 4 uncles. They all lay in beds, with 4 drips attached to their hands, their chests rising and falling steadily, looking as if they were just sleeping. What happened to them? "Dad." Qiao Wanwan clenched her fists and asked with a frown. Xiao Lisin placed a hand on her shoulder and led her to Zhang Longhai's bed, sitting down before explaining the danger they faced during this mission. During their last serious injury mission, they discovered a secret plan hidden deep in the mountains. The result of the fierce battle was that the team was almost completely wiped out. Qiao Wanwan's mother also died in that fight. After Xiao Lisin fainted, he fell off a cliff but was luckily saved by a hunting tiger deep in the mountains. Before returning to the army, he secretly investigated the movements of Shaori in the mountains. Finally, after discovering a pattern, he went back to report to the leader about the seriousness of the situation and revealed a shocking secret he uncovered during his investigation. It was about a leftover biological weapons unit conducting human experiments to create a dangerous virus. The battle was about to start, and even though they were very careful, the soldiers from Shaori's team found traces of their activities. Shaori, who was utterly ruthless and unworthy of being human, even tried to set off a virus explosion to destroy everything. The few of them fought desperately to seize the virus. When reinforcements arrived, Xiaori's team was completely wiped out. He sacrificed an arm in the process, and Zhang Longhai and the other 3 accidentally got contaminated by a broken test tube, and all fell into a deep sleep. It has been nearly 2 months. No matter what medicine or stimulation the doctors used, they showed no response. Girl, stay with your 4 uncles. They are probably. Oh. Qiao Lisan couldn't continue and didn't want to say more. Dad, what about the uncles' families? Didn't their wives and brothers come to see them? Qiao Wanwan felt something was very wrong. Why was no family member there to visit? They haven't been told yet. It's a deliberate concealment because they might not be able to accept it. Also, this operation was highly secret, and the cause of your uncle's illness cannot be made public. So, only the families are kept in the dark. Qiao Lisan felt very sad inside, but he didn't regret. He was sure his brothers wouldn't regret either. Even if given another chance to choose, they would still rush forward bravely. If he could choose again, he wished he could push all of them out and take in the poison gas himself. Ding ding. Commander, the military district commander is on the phone. The door of the ward was pushed open. A soldier came in to relay the message. Qiao Lisan patted Qiao Wanwan's shoulder and stepped outside. Before closing the door, the soldier glanced at Qiao Wanwan holding the battalion commander's hands, said nothing, and gently closed the door again. The entire ward now only had 4 uncles lying flat and Qiao Wanwan. This made her smile a little. She was worried about finding an excuse to send Qiao Lisan out, so she could give the uncles the antidote. Now, she had already put herself in the ward. The universal antidote was something she got from a small post-apocalyptic world. It could cure zombie virus infections, so it should work fine on the uncle's viruses too. Qiao Wanwan flipped her hand, and a clear glass bottle, without any labels, appeared. She poured out a blue pill about the size of a pearl. One of the uncles took the pill and swallowed it. It dissolved quickly, and even if checked, no one would find anything suspicious linking it to her. This pill was much better than the injections she had. It avoided questions and suspicion. The injections she found in the space had been put back into the refrigerator. The blue pills were more advanced, and she had fewer of them. She hadn't planned to use them, but to avoid suspicion, she had to be careful. If she wanted to rest peacefully later, it would be difficult. Life is hard, Wanwan sighed. Since she arrived here, the only real rest she had was during the few months of hibernation.
It was truly exhausting.
10 minutes later, Qiao Wanwan stood by the window, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, her eyes turned sharply toward one of the beds. She quickly looked over and saw Wang Feihu squinting his eyes. She cheered happily and hurried to his bedside. Someone come quickly. Uncle Wang is awake. Uncle Wang is awake. The soldier guarding the door immediately pushed open the ward. Seeing Wang Feihu's eyes open, he panicked and shouted loudly in the corridor.
Doctor.
Our commander is awake. Come quickly. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats rushed into the ward. Their noisy voices woke the other 3 patients in the same room. Hearing the commotion, Qiao Lisan hung up the phone with the old leader and hurried back. As soon as he entered, he saw the 4 brothers sitting on the bed, tears streaming down his face. Good
job.
He's awake.
Ha ha.
He's awake. That's great. Brothers, you worried me to death. Zhou Lisan hugged each of the 4 patients happily, feeling so joyful he almost flew. He couldn't remember the last time he had smiled so happily. Zhou Wanwan quietly left after greeting each uncle. The doctors still needed to do some tests, which would be inconvenient for her to stay for. Ding Yanfeng stopped Zhou Wanwan at the bedside, thinking to himself, his wife truly is a lucky person. Just coming to see, and all 4 heroes are awake. To have her in this life, what more could he ask for? Zhou Lisan paced nervously outside the ward, feeling anxious. He wondered why time was passing so slowly and why the doctors hadn't finished their checks yet. Girl, grandson-in-law, you 2 should go ahead and get busy. You just arrived, and there are many things in the family house that still need to be arranged. Go ahead and do your work. Your father can't wait for you 2 right now, Jean Babwa thought that soon the military would send more people, and then no one could get in. His lovely granddaughter and grandson-in-law were here, just waiting in vain. It was better to focus on their own tasks. Okay, we'll go first. Grandpa, Dad, you both take care of yourselves. I'll come back to see you later. When I do, you can think about whether you want to move in with me, Jo Wonwon said, hugging the two most important men in her life. Li Yang was so nervous, he almost cried. Why hadn't his sister-in-law and the team leader come back yet? The wolf was clearly impatient. It stood up fully, with sharp eyes shining coldly, staring at him. It was really frightening.
Big.
Wolf brother, please stay calm.
Don't
worry. Sister-in-law will be back soon, Li Yang stammered, trying to comfort the restless wolf in the back seat, who was clearly annoyed. The rope Jo Wonwon had given him earlier had long since slipped from his hands. He thought his sister-in-law overestimated him. This was a wolf. This wolf was fed up. It seemed ready to come out and eat someone. Who would dare to hold its leash now? Sister-in-law, please come quickly and take care of the wolf. Li Yang felt like crying. He kept stepping back and kept looking toward the hospital entrance, eager and desperate to see Jo Wonwon's figure. He swore that, at 20-something, this was the first time he wanted to see a woman so badly, especially a married woman. Don't come over. Big brother wolf, I don't taste good. My meat smells bad. Please be kind and don't eat me. When you go back, I will offer you a chicken, okay? Do you prefer it braised, grilled over charcoal, or just plain and natural? If you make a sound, I will arrange everything for you. Big brother wolf, you are a big wolf, but you don't need to argue with me. I didn't mean to hold your leash.
It's my sister-in-law.
She is the one who handed me the leash. It's not my fault. Through that trembling human, I finally saw the beloved Mama. Immediately, he became anxious, wagging his tail happily like a broom. Don't come any closer, Li Yang shouted desperately. He felt the wolf was about to pounce on him. Oh no, oh no. He wasn't sure if being eaten by his sister-in-law's wolf counted as a heroic act. Panicked, Li Yang backed away, but didn't dare go too far. The wolf belonged to his sister-in-law, and he couldn't ignore it. If the wolf hurt innocent people, he definitely had to stop it. Li Yang kept telling himself to stay calm. His legs trembled with fear, but he stayed within 3 meters and didn't step back any further. Jump now, Chow Wonwon whispered softly. The long-awaited moment had come. She immediately leapt out of the car window and rushed forward at top speed. Passing by Li Yang, she didn't forget to look down on this shouting human. Compared to him, the man beside Mama looked much better. The wolf circled around Chow Wonwon's legs several times, then took the initiative to bite the leash and handed it to her hand. It was clear. Quick, Mama, hold the leash tightly. We are wolves with owners, and we can't be led around by others. Chow Wonwon took the leash and went to a big tree nearby to stretch her legs. Before leaving, she praised Li Yang. Li Yang, you're pretty good. I didn't expect you two to get along so well. Were you just playing a game?
Great.
Next time I need help, I'll ask you again. Thanks. Ding Yanfeng patted Li Yang on the shoulder proudly and praised him. Good boy, you really made me proud. I thought you'd be scared. Not bad. Your sister-in-law rarely praises people. Well done. Ha ha. Really? That's great. Li Yang's words were already a mess. This time he really cried. Sister-in-law, who told you I was playing with that wolf that could bite off my head? Who plays games like that? Didn't you see I was about to my pants? Moreover, Captain's sister-in-law doesn't know, and you don't understand me either. My courage is only a little bigger than a mosquito's. How could you say such a cold-hearted compliment? After taking care of my physical needs, Chow Wonwon suggested we go straight back to the family residence and see what we need to buy. Ding Yanfeng had no objection to this idea, but it made Li Yang breathe a big sigh of relief. He had been really scared for a long time, worried that sister-in-law would go shopping and leave him alone with the wolf. When the jeep reached the military zone gate, the guard on duty did a check and was suddenly very surprised. Sir, Captain Ding, why is there a wolf in your car? Wolves definitely can't enter the military zone, especially the family residence. It might cause panic. The guard was startled and immediately tried to turn them away. Ding Yanfeng didn't hold back and asked back. Oh? Who said this is a wolf? It's clearly a guard dog, just looking a bit like a wolf. Besides, I don't remember any rules saying you can't bring a wolf into the military zone. And let me clarify again, this isn't a wolf. It's a guard dog. Please watch your words. The guard was stunned, seeing Ding Yanfeng arguing so stubbornly for the first time. He dared to look inside the car again. How could he say it's a wolf when it's clearly a guard dog? How did Captain Ding say that? The guard almost tore apart the rules he had memorized, but he couldn't find any rule explicitly saying wolves aren't allowed in the military zone. Captain Ding, really, it's not allowed. If your wolf, a guard dog, hurts someone inside, we really can't take responsibility, the guard said, changing his tone after Ding Yanfeng shot him a sharp look. Still, he firmly refused to let the wolf into the military zone. While they argued back and forth, Qiao Wenwen got out of the car. As soon as she stepped down, she took off the collar from around her neck. The guard was so frightened, he kept stepping back. Sister-in-law, I am just following the rules.
You.
Fine, you have your rules, I have my reasons. What you see is a wolf, but what I keep is a dog. Wolves definitely don't shake hands, wag their tails, or act cute, right? Zhou Wenwen squatted beside the original wolf, one hand stroking its head, while the other argued with the guard. Anyway, today, whoever came, she didn't know that the original was a wolf, just a dog, a puppy born to the village's guard dog. Could someone really be investigating the Red Flag Brigade? The squad leader was her father-in-law, and she had 2 close friends at the youth station. Would she be able to cover this up? Yes. The guard nodded, influenced by Zhou Wenwen. Good. If you agree, that's enough, Zhou Wenwen said, standing up and extending her right hand. Now, shake hands. The original, hearing her mother's words, obediently stretched out a paw, gently placing it in Zhou Wenwen's palm. Its sharp claws were well hidden, so it wouldn't hurt her. Lie down. Wag your tail. Act cute and adorable. The over 1 meter long black-gray wolf, following Zhou Wenwen's commands, spun around, rolled on the ground, acted cute, and licked her face, trying to mimic a happy, smiling dog. All this was thanks to the months of winter cat care. Zhou Wenwen was so bored then that she often played with the original. The wolf also liked to cooperate with her. When her mother was happy, she could even drink from a bottle, never losing out. This isn't.
Sister-in-law.
The guard was already speechless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that an adult male wolf would listen so obediently to a woman's commands. Not satisfied? Then, go. Act cute for your brother. Zhou Wenwen ordered. The original wagged its big tail like a broom, confidently strutting its strong body, walking leisurely toward the guard.
You.
Don't come over. Sister-in-law, I believe you. You all go inside. The guard was so scared he almost raised his gun, but he was stopped by the line of no retreat. Captain Ding, sister-in-law, you must take good care of your wolf. Guard dog. Also, I must report this wolf situation. If anything happens in the future, I really can't take responsibility. The guard felt exhausted. Why did he agree to cover the shift today? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? The jeep successfully passed through the gate. The guard and the soldiers inside took turns at the guard post, thinking for a long time before finally picking up the phone on the table with a heavy heart. Report to company commander. Leader Ding from the Sharp Blade group has returned with a dog that looks like a wolf. It has already passed the guard post and is heading toward the family courtyard. What?
Clarify.
What do you mean by a dog that looks like a wolf? Leader Ding's family courtyard is full of military leaders, and even the division commander's wife is there. Are you saying you let a wolf-like dog inside? The guard company commander, feeling overwhelmed, faced a big problem. On one hand, he was new to the Iron Blood group, and on the other, there was a security risk at the family courtyard. What should he do? Reporting to the battalion commander. The jeep drove through the gate of the family courtyard and continued inside until it reached the very back, near the third-to-last row, at a single-family house on the far right, where it stopped. Darling, come down and take a look. This will be our new home. Ding Yanfeng said as he got out of the car and opened the door for Qiao Wanwan. Li Yang, eager to please, already opened the courtyard gate. Qiao Wanwan got out of the car naturally and jumped down, walking close to her feet. A person and a wolf led the way into the yard. The house was a standalone building with 3 rooms, 2 for living and 1 main hall in the middle, which was mainly used as a kitchen for cooking. The yard was well kept, with half paved with cement and the other half remaining as land, surrounded by a fence. It was clearly a vegetable garden that Ding Yanfeng had set aside. In the corner near the wall, there was a simple toilet built. The cement floor and the toilet looked newer, probably added later by Ding Yanfeng, much more recent than the wall. So, what do you think, dear? Are you happy? Look at the empty space on the west side. We can build 2 small rooms there. If you want to bring our dad and grandpa to live here, we can move into those rooms and leave the main house for the elders. What do you think? Ding Yanfeng pointed to the nearly 10-meter space between the toilet and the main house. It was already paved with cement, and he was thinking of building a shaded shelter there for summer meals and tea. His wife would surely like it, but for now, plans had to change. Don't rush. First, tell me, why did you put so much effort into laying cement? What were you originally planning to do? Qiao Wanwan understood that building materials were scarce in the current environment. The man could gather some bricks and tiles, but cement was rare and hard to find. Hee. Ding Yanfeng chuckled foolishly and walked over. He used gestures to explain his original plan to Qiao Wanwan. Wife, look. If we build a small shelter, I can plant a couple of grapevines. In summer, the vines will cover the roof. We can also plant some flowers around the fence of the small vegetable garden on the other side. You will enjoy staying here. Ding Yanfeng thought about it for a long time and even asked several knowledgeable people for advice. Only then did he come up with a good plan for the yard. That's a good idea. The grapevines are fine, but I think we shouldn't plant flowers because they might look out of place. People might think I just enjoy leisure. We could consider planting 2 fruit trees, no matter the kind. They will look beautiful when they bloom, and we can eat the fruit. Qiao Wanwan walked beside Ding Yanfeng, imagining a hot summer day. She pictured sitting under a cool pavilion with a few friends, drinking tea, chatting, and enjoying the lively summer scene. If it gets built, it will definitely be very comfortable. Let's build the shelter. Half of it can be a cool shade, and the other half can be a firewood shed. It will be convenient for storing miscellaneous items and firewood. Even though we live here, burning coal all winter might not be enough. It's better to use more firewood for cooking during the week. Qiao Wanwan changed the subject. She could see some women outside the yard peeking inside. Maybe they were afraid of the previous imposing appearance, so they didn't come in directly. But they were all listening carefully. Sure enough, the family compound was a place full of gossip. If she wanted a quiet life in the future, she couldn't be too bold. Living honestly and simply was the best way to get along. Qiao Wanwan confidently took Ding Yanfeng by the hand and came out to greet everyone. After all, they would be living here for several years, so socializing was necessary. No need to bother with unnecessary trouble. Hello, sisters-in-law. I just arrived today. I don't know many places or rules yet. I might trouble you all in the future. I haven't finished tidying up my home, but once it's done, you're all welcome to visit. Qiao Wanwan stood confidently at her house's door. Most people responded warmly, showing acceptance. Only a few looked at her with disdain, but she quietly remembered this in her heart. Sometimes she couldn't understand these people's minds. If you don't want to see something, just stay at home and don't come out. If you don't want to see it, why squeeze into the crowd? When you see others, you still feel uncomfortable inside. People like that seem to have a serious problem. Yes, sisters-in-law. My wife is new here, still young, and many things she can't do well. Some things she doesn't know at all. I hope you all can take care of her. Thank you in advance. Ding Yanfeng had heard about some bad habits in the family compound. The older sisters-in-law, who arrived earlier, formed groups and bullied the newcomers, helping with chores one day, taking care of children the next. He didn't want his wife to be bullied, so he thought it was necessary to warn her. Captain Ding really cares about his wife. We're all jealous, said a sister-in-law carrying a basket of vegetables. dressed in plain black cloth. She looked down on Xiao Wanwan with a sneer. Is this the sister-in-law from Captain Zhao's family? Do you think Captain Zhao isn't treating you well? I should talk to the commander about this. His family came all the way to follow the army, which is hard enough. How could Captain Zhao treat you badly? That's not right. Ding Yangfeng spoke confidently, as if he was about to go to the commander to defend that sister-in-law. Stop. My husband Zhao is very good. Very good. Captain Ding is busy, so I won't bother you. I'm going home to cook. I'm going now, haha. When the sister-in-law heard that Captain Ding was going to talk to the commander about her husband, she quickly decided to leave. She didn't want to cause trouble for her family. Seeing her run away in a hurry, the other sisters-in-law also found various excuses and left quietly. Only a woman with a big belly, leaning against their door, was still looking over at Xiao Wanwan from the neighboring yard. Xiao Wanwan also looked back directly. The woman was very beautiful, but her complexion wasn't good. She wore a simple dress, and her belly was protruding, looking about 6 or 7 months pregnant. Sister-in-law, from now on, we will be neighbors. My name is Xiao Wanwan. What's your name? Xiao Wanwan thought that since they would see each other often, she should say hello first, especially since the woman didn't go home. My name is Li Taohua. My husband is Zhao Zhengwei. I see your clothes are just average and your looks are not as good as mine. How did Captain Ding fall for you? In our group, many people wanted to matchmake with Captain Ding, at least 8 or 9. So, how did you manage to succeed? Li Taohua looked at Xiao Wanwan with clear dislike. She was dressed very simply in black pants and a white shirt, wearing embroidered cloth shoes. It was funny. Where did she come from, a village girl? She really doesn't know how to dress up. Since she came to serve with the army, she has become more and more beautiful. She wears stylish fabrics that city people wouldn't even buy, and her shoes are small leather ones. Really? I didn't expect my man to be so popular. He's excellent, no wonder I chose him. Thanks for telling me, sister-in-law. Today, I'll invite you to come over as a guest. Xiao Wanwan looked proud, feeling superior for choosing such a good man. Her confident smile hurt Li Taohua's eyes. Li Taohua straightened up. She didn't expect Xiao Wanwan to say such things. Who gave her the courage? Just because she's dressed plainly? Humph. What nonsense. Li Taohua was angry when Xiao Wanwan left her standing at the door and simply walked away. She was so upset, she didn't know where to vent. She turned her eyes and, with her big belly, headed east. Xiao Wanwan cleverly entered the house. Ding Yangfeng and Li Yang had already finished moving their things. Ding Yangfeng was packing Xiao Wanwan's belongings, and Li Yang was busy fetching water from the water jar in the main hall. Suddenly, a wolf, holding a small bundle in its mouth, saw Xiao Wanwan and wagged its tail, circling her as if proud of itself.
Oh, so obedient.
Xiao Wanwan patted the wolf's head and praised it generously. She stroked the wolf's head and sat on the edge of the Kong, a traditional bed. Then she teased Ding Yangfeng, ahem. Comrade Ding Yangfeng, I heard you're very popular here. Many people are eager to introduce you to someone? Ding Yangfeng paused in his packing, looked up nervously, and saw Xiao Wanwan's angry eyes. He hurriedly tried to explain. Xiao Wanwan continued, I heard that if I marry you, they'll be heartbroken.
Haha.
Well, I guess my charm is really strong. Such a sought-after person ends up in my hands. Power is my most ordinary weapon. TSK. Hey, Li Yang. Stop fetching water. Go gather some firewood for sister-in-law. She's in a good mood today and will cook herself. Don't leave tonight. Stay and eat with us. Xiao Wanwan happily went to the main hall, took the water bucket, and started washing the pots while loudly calling out to Li Yang, who was still fetching water. Inside the house, Ding Yangfeng's surprised expression gradually turned into a happy smile. Luckily, his wife wasn't angry. His mood seemed even better. Maybe tonight. Wife, what shall we do tonight? Do you want me to go buy some vegetables? Ding Yangfeng politely put down his clothes and went outside to help. Vegetables? Sure, go buy some. I'll find the cured meat I brought. Tonight, We can stir-fry spicy cured meat with peppers and steam a chicken egg cake. Or maybe you should go to the supply store. We don't even have seasonings at home. Just buy a little of everything, said Xiao Wanwan, waving her hand in frustration and shooing him out. All right, wife. I'll buy some more rice and grains since I have the car today. If you need anything else, I'll get it all, said Ding Yanfeng, heading back inside. He had already handed over his money earlier, so he naturally went to the metal box where Xiao Wanwan kept the money. Just do as you think best. Forget it, I'll go with you. You only have a pot, but no spatula or anything. Do you even cook? Xiao Wanwan said, feeling helpless. Not only was there no seasonings, but even basic pots and bowls were missing. The couple put on their coats and headed for the door, just as they bumped into Li Yang walking toward them. Ding Yanfeng opened the car door for Xiao Wanwan and said, Li Yang, I'm going out shopping with your sister-in-law. Later, you can tidy up the yard. Okay, understood, Captain, Li Yang replied naturally. Oh, right, make sure to close the yard door. She was playing inside earlier. Watch out so she doesn't run out and scare anyone. Ding Yanfeng, after starting the car, suddenly remembered to remind Li Yang. Huh? Captain.
Captain.
I'm scared. Li Yang shouted as the jeep drove away. He angrily closed the yard door. He thought he should have jumped into the car earlier. Why let the captain drive alone? A good guard shouldn't leave the captain's side even for a step. 1 step. 2 steps. 3. Li Yang looked dejected as he moved into the yard. He wasn't planning to go inside. Instead, he grabbed the big broom by the wall and started sweeping vigorously. Captain, sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll take care of the yard. I won't leave any dust behind. To prevent dust from entering the house, Li Yang thoughtfully closed the large front door of the main hall.
Hee.
Ding Yanfeng, tall and strong, carried many things in his hands and followed closely behind Xiao Wanwan, who was busy shopping. Not only did he help carry everything, but he also looked at her with affection for her generous spending. He was not annoyed at all by how much Xiao Wanwan spent. His generous attitude made young wives nearby watch and envy her. Comrade, excuse me, do you sell bicycles here? Xiao Wan had almost checked the entire supply store but still didn't see any bicycles. Although she liked riding in cars, she knew that most wives of officers didn't go shopping in cars. They usually rode bikes or took bus number 11. She was sure that the wife of the highest-ranking officer in the camp, probably riding a bike, and the pregnant woman next door, Li Taohua, was definitely walking. Huh? Yes, we do. Bicycles are upstairs. You can find the stairs at the corner over there that lead to the 2nd floor, the clerk, surprised by Xiao Wanwan's generosity, replied. She had worked there for over a year but had never seen such a generous young wife who was about to buy a whole house and a bicycle at the same time. This officer was really good. Such a caring husband. Why hadn't she found such a generous man? The clerk, who had only been married for a little over a year and had recently joined the military supply store, had to work hard and manage heavy household chores. Her husband's salary was not even under her control, which made her feel quite hurt in comparison. Wife, do you still want to buy a bicycle? I think your ticket doesn't include a bicycle. Maybe we can wait, and I'll ask my comrades to exchange it for one, Ding Yanfeng quickly said as he saw Xiao Wanwan heading upstairs. I know you don't have one. But that doesn't mean I don't. Coincidentally, my dad gave me this.
What?
Do you have an opinion? Xiao Wanwan proudly took out a bicycle ticket from her pocket and waved it in front of Ding Yanfeng. This bicycle ticket was paid for by a black market dealer named Kuga. Now, using her father's name to show it off was just right. Anyway, Ding Yanfeng wouldn't really go to her father-in-law to verify. All right then. You go upstairs first and pick out what you want. I'll put the things I have into the car now so I can easily move the bicycle. I'll be back soon. Since it was given by his father-in-law, there was no problem. Ding Yanfeng quickly left the supply and marketing cooperative and soon returned, following Xiao Wanwan as they headed to the 2nd floor. When they returned to the residential compound, a brand new bicycle was still hanging on the back of the Jeep. Xiao Wanwan also wanted to buy a women's bike. The big bike in the middle of the 2-wheel bike was not very suitable for her height. But the supply and marketing cooperative in the military district and the one in the town of Hongqi Brigade both only sold men's bikes. To buy a women's bike, she would have to go to the city. Not wanting to make another trip, Qiao Wenwen refused Ding Yanfeng's idea of going to the city and directly bought the two-wheel bike home. Wow, Ding Yanfeng, you're quite the guard. Maybe a hygiene model soldier. As soon as Qiao Wenwen entered, she noticed the yard was spotless, as if it had just been swept. Looking closer, even the dust on the window frames had been wiped clean. It was surprising Li Yang still had cleaning skills. He was truly a hidden treasure guard. Li Yang? Where is Li Yang? Qiao Wenwen wondered. She didn't see the cleaner himself and wanted to praise him. Ding Yanfeng, carrying a bunch of bags, helplessly pointed to the roof. Look, the tiles are being lifted. Probably itchy. Hurry up and come down to help with the stuff. Do you still want to eat dinner tonight? Ding Yanfeng shouted angrily at Li Yang, who was squatting on the roof. The little brat dared to seize the opportunity to show off while he was away. Doesn't he know how to clean the windows? Doesn't he know how to replace the roof tiles? If he's done it, what will I do in the future? You little rascal. The more Ding Yanfeng thought about it, the angrier he got, and his face looked very grim. Seeing Ding Yanfeng's dark expression, Li Yang hurriedly slid down from the roof, looking embarrassed, and quickly ran to the car to help with the moving. He was full of questions in his mind. Today, he had been so diligent. During the half hour the team leader and his wife were gone, he kept cleaning without stopping. Even during the big New Year's cleaning at his own home, he had never been this attentive. Why wasn't the team leader happy with his efforts? The team leader was really picky. Qiao Wenwen's compliment was immediately interrupted by Ding Yanfeng. He shrugged and walked into the house. For a long time, he wondered why this lazy wolf hadn't come out to wag its tail yet. Wow, haha, you silly wolf. Why are you drooling in your sleep? That's so gross. I don't care, you clean it up yourself. Qiao Wenwen slapped the sleeping, sprawled-out wolf on the back. The sticky drool made her dislike this creature even more. Hell, error, the wolf, whimpering, got up and sadly jumped off the bed. Soon, it came back holding a wet cloth, tossing it onto its own saliva, and started cleaning itself. Mom, really? Does she think wolves don't get tired? Since I got on the train, I haven't slept, guarding Mom's safety. It's been exhausting. Mom, don't you understand how hard I work? Finally falling asleep, and you still hit me. The wolf is unhappy now. Howl. Qiao Wenwen didn't realize that this silly wolf had such rich feelings. Seeing that it had cleaned itself, she rolled up her sleeves and started cooking. First, she washed 3 bowls of rice. Today, there's no time to make steamed buns, so they'll eat rice together. She guessed Li Yang was also a big eater. To avoid running out of food, she made extra. If they don't finish tonight, they can make fried rice tomorrow morning. Before leaving, Qiao Wenwen had soaked the cured meat in water. Now, she rinsed it with hot water and sliced it for later. She wanted to buy fresh meat but found that, no matter where she was, pork was very popular. It was usually sold out by noon, and even bones with no meat were gone. She only bought some vegetables, cucumbers, potatoes, peppers, and 2 bunches of handmade sweet potato noodles, which tasted much better than those with additives in later times. Dinner was rice, cooked and washed by Qiao Wenwen herself, along with stir-fried cured meat, mushroom and noodle stir-fry, spicy sour shredded potatoes, and cucumber and egg soup. All prepared by her. Washed, sliced, ready. Ding Yanfeng just threw everything into the pot and cooked it. While they cooked, Li Yang wiped down the square table and stools in the room. The main goal was to leave a good impression of being a diligent guard for Qiao Wenwen. If they get along well, maybe they won't have to watch the wolf anymore. After dinner, Li Yang thoughtfully left on his own. Qiao Wenwen watched his light steps and sighed softly. This child is really thoughtful. Next time, I'll invite him to eat again. The couple had been tired for several days and hadn't properly washed up. Ding Yanfeng took the initiative to go to the main hall to boil water. Wife, I'll bring the bath bucket here for you. See if it's good to use, Ding Yanfeng said as he carried in a wooden bath bucket about waist high. How is it? I'll burn some more firewood later to warm the room so you can take a nice bath and relax. Ding Yanfeng's eyes showed clear affection. Xiao Wanwan's cheeks turned red. Really, this man? Okay, then go ahead and burn the fire. You can wash up later too, Xiao Wanwan responded shyly, under the oil lamp's glow, with a hint of playful challenge.
Gulp. Gulp.
Ding Yanfeng swallowed hard, unable to hold back. He didn't want to hold back anymore. He reached out his long arm, embraced her, and gently pressed his lips to her forehead and neck, giving a sincere kiss. Woo! Suddenly, a big tail wagging wildly, a wolf-like figure burst into the room, startling everyone. It rushed between Xiao Wanwan and Ding Yanfeng, pushing Ding Yanfeng aside, with glowing green eyes, watching cautiously. It was, "Woo-woo, I knew you, man, had bad intentions. You dared to bite my mom while I was away. Humph, bad guy." The big wolf's head, whimpering softly, rubbed against Xiao Wanwan's neck, showing concern. "Does it hurt, Mom? I'll give you a hug." Xiao Wanwan felt itchy from the wolf's fur rubbing her neck. When she looked again, Ding Yanfeng, who had been pushed away, was staring blankly and laughing heartily.
Giggling.
Ding Yanfeng,
Ha ha ha.
your expression is so funny.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Wanwan was happily laughing. Ding Yanfeng looked down at his mischievous little brother and sighed helplessly. His rough hand gently massaged Xiao Wanwan's soft skin. Then, with a grumble, he pulled the wolf head along to the main hall to start a fire. "Stop staring. You're just a wolf. Shouldn't you do some work instead of eating and drinking for free? Go on, bring 2 more sticks of firewood." Ding Yanfeng's commanding presence was full force. The wolf, who had been about to growl, was slapped in the face by Ding Yanfeng. "Halwa, it turns out, I can't fight this man, he even fights wolves."
Wah.
Buckets of hot water are brought in one after another, steaming and filling the large bathtub with white mist swirling around. Buckets of hot water are brought in again and again, steam rising, white mist swirling. Xiao Wanwan pulls the curtains over the 2 windows, faces the candlelight, and turns her back to Ding Yanfeng, gently unbuttoning her top. Her thin shirt slips off, revealing her fair, delicate skin. The warm mist spreads between the 2 of them. Ding Yanfeng can't help but give her a princess carry, and they both step into the bath. The room is filled with romantic atmosphere, flickering lights, the sound of water splashing, and urgent howls of wolves, all echoing in the small courtyard. The next morning, Ding Yanfeng prepares breakfast early. It stays warm in the pot as he happily returns to the bed, kisses Xiao Wanwan's bright, tempting lips, and thinks about last night's intimate moments. His reaction is intense, his heartbeat quickening. He feels like a monk who has just tasted delicious meat, desire swelling, greed unrestrained. With strong willpower, Ding Yanfeng struggles to leave the beauty's scent. He gently closes the door to the inner room. Before leaving, his cold gaze shoots straight at the gray wolf head lying at the entrance of the main hall. "You're not allowed to disturb her sleep, or I'll stew you when I come back at noon." The wolf-like eyes suddenly shift away. It lies on the ground, paws protecting its head, too scared to move. After Ding Yanfeng leaves the courtyard and locks the door, the wolf, feeling wronged and about to cry, quietly slinks to the door of the inner room. Peeking through it sees Xiao Wanwan sleeping soundly. It feels like wolf life has never been so hard. "Oh, mother, the man you found for me is no good. Not only does he make you scream loudly, but he also hits me when I howl. Look at my handsome face, it's swollen from his hits. Just now, he even threatened to stew me. Did you hear that?" Halwa, feeling wronged, just about to cry out, a tiny figure of Ding Yanfeng suddenly appears in her mind. She can only whimper softly, lying on the ground by the door, sobbing quietly. Ding Yanfeng walks along the path with a bright smile, meeting many familiar comrades in arms, who all tease him a little. When Xiao Wanwan woke up, it was already bright outside. Even the loud siren on the sports field didn't wake her up. It was probably because she had been working hard until dawn. She was very thirsty and her throat was sore, making it hard to speak. When she moved slightly, her back and legs ached, and even her mouth hurt from the strain. Last night, she was so wild when teasing Ding Yanfeng that this morning she felt the pain. After a while, Xiao Wanwan finally sat up and forced herself to put on her clothes. She had planned to invite Ding Yanfeng's friends over tonight to Winju, but now she thought better of it. She didn't want to add more jokes to the army. Finally getting off the bed, Xiao Wanwan opened the door and noticed her sad little look. As soon as she saw her, the dog started whining and whining as if it understood her. But she guessed pretty well. Probably this dog got into a fight with Ding Yanfeng. Last night, the silly dog was howling and scratching at the door. No wonder Ding Yanfeng had to discipline it.
Hey, there's no need to feel sad.
We're all grown-up wolves. How can we see a rainbow without some rain? Do you want some meat bones? I'll get you one, Xiao Wanwan said, tempting the dog with food. She first took out a big bone filled with meat from her space, then prepared half a boiled chicken, placing a piece into her usual bowl. There was so much meat that it spilled onto the ground because the bowl couldn't hold it all. The dog's eyes lit up, and it pounced happily, enjoying the feast. After sending the little fool at home away, Xiao Wanwan opened the still-warm stove and saw the breakfast Ding Yanfeng had left her. There were 2 meat buns, an egg, and a bowl of millet porridge, probably brought back from the army cafeteria. Eating her husband's breakfast made her feel warm inside. Even if he was in a different world and had a different appearance, he was still the same man. He still knew how to care for his wife, just like before. She wondered when he would remember their past stories. After breakfast, Xiao Wanwan didn't even go outside. She leaned against the window, reading a romantic novel with great interest. Just as she was getting absorbed, Ding Yanfeng came back. He not only returned but also carried 3 lunchboxes, clearly bringing food from the cafeteria just for her. Honey, are you feeling okay? Does your body hurt? Ding Yanfeng felt cold and didn't dare get too close to Xiao Wanwan. It was early spring, and today's north wind made it feel even colder. Oh no, I'm so tired. I don't even want to move my finger, and I can't eat. What should I do? Xiao Wanwan looked sad and put on her usual expression. Ding Yanfeng was easily controlled by her little look. He quickly responded, if you don't want to move, then don't. Just wait, your husband will feed you. He took off his coat to wash his hands and prepare hot food. Ding Yanfeng was happy to get busy. When he came in, he saw that Xiao Wanwan had already finished the hot breakfast in the pot. She looked tired and didn't want to move her fingers, but that was just a little fun between husband and wife. Their private moments behind closed doors were harmless. As a man, it's natural to pamper his wife. His father also loved his mother all his life, showing their love openly in front of him and his brother, never hiding their affection. He thought this family atmosphere was very good. A man who is depended on by his wife is truly a man who understands her heart. After washing his hands, Ding Yanfeng heated the lunch boxes in the pot. Then he remembered the silly dog. He hadn't seen it. Could it have run outside? Wife, are you inside? It didn't run out, right? Today, Ding Yanfeng was called to the office by his superior and given a serious talk. He had to protect the dog's home at this critical moment, so nothing could go wrong. No, are you stupid?
The door was locked the whole time.
It doesn't have wings, so how could it fly out? It's full and sleeping behind me. Xiao Wanwan leaned on her back cushion, feeling comfortable and relaxed. Lunch was heated in the lunch boxes. Ding Yanfeng placed all 3 on the bed table, then carried them to the window. He carefully held a spoon, wanting to feed Xiao Wanwan bite by bite. The food was offered at her mouth, so she naturally ate it. The couple was relaxed and comfortable, eating calmly and happily. Captain Ding? Is Captain Ding home? May I come in? Xiao Wanwan looked up through the window and saw a woman in military uniform holding a lunchbox walking in through the door. Is this Peach Blossom coming to your door? Xiao Wanwan smiled mischievously, leaning on her knee with her elbow, supporting her chin as she looked at Ding Yanfeng. Her expression seemed to ask, who is this? Can you introduce him? Ding Yanfeng seemed not to understand what Xiao Wanwan meant. He suddenly pulled up the tail of the sleeping original wolf behind her, then turned and tugged at its ear to pull it off the bed. Foolish wolf, it's time to work. There are outsiders in the house. You're still sleeping? If you can't guard the house, what good are you? Ding Yanfeng kicked the original wolf with his foot, making it growl irritably. His face looked unfriendly as he headed toward the yard. Grandpa Wolf wanted to see who was so careless as to come in at this time, disturb his sleep, not knowing he was resting peacefully against his mother. The brave wolf went out with a stern face, walking confidently with strong steps. His powerful body was exposed at the door of the main hall. When the woman entered the yard, she was clearly stunned. The next second, she screamed in panic.
Wolf.
Help! Why is there a wolf?
Help.
Sun Yunxiang was so frightened by the sudden appearance of a wolf that her face turned pale. She was too scared to run and could only stand there shouting loudly. Her scream quickly attracted neighbors nearby, especially Li Taohua, who was pregnant and holding a bowl of rice, climbing onto the wall to watch the excitement. A wolf? Really a wolf? I heard about it yesterday, but didn't believe it. Did Ding Captain's wife really raise a wolf? Exactly, it looks really scary. This young comrade's son is brave. How dare she go into her yard alone? Here they come. Look, Ding Captain is coming out. Where is his wife, who raises wolves? The neighbors chattered excitedly. When Commissar Zhao from next door saw his wife climbing over the wall with her baby, he was also startled. He quickly put down his rice bowl and ran out. When Ding Yangfeng slowly came out, he had already reached Sun Yunxiang's side, circling around her. The neighbors gathered at the yard entrance to watch the scene. Comrade Sun, during your break, why are you in my yard? Do you have official business with me? Ding Yangfeng asked deliberately, pretending not to notice the woman standing beside Sun Yunxiang. Sun Yunxiang was so frightened she couldn't move. The wolf was circling around her, just brushing against her pants earlier. She was so scared that she couldn't even answer questions clearly, let alone hear them properly. You're back, said Xiao Wanwan, who arrived later than Ding Yanfeng. She had been watching the lively scene by the window, and only after that did she slowly put on her shoes and come out. When she heard Xiao Wanwan call the wolf, it immediately changed its attitude. It wagged its big tail and ran over to act cute, rubbing its head against Xiao Wanwan's legs. Xiao Wanwan crouched down, hugged the wolf's head, and gently stroked it while pretending to scold. You're wolf. Dog, how do you greet guests? Look at how you scared our comrade. She's almost wet her pants. You're so naughty. Come on, let's go apologize to sister. She was about to take the wolf to Sun Yunxiang. Frightened, Sun Yunxiang screamed and backed away, waving her hands wildly. The neighbors watching from the doorway saw this, and, upon hearing that Sun Yunxiang had wet her pants, all their attention was on her backside. This was a rare sight. Leader of the communication team, famous for being beautiful and talented in the military, now caught on camera being so scared she wet her pants. People were eager to see what the wolf looked like, even more than when Leader Ding's family had a wolf. Even Zhao Zhengwei, who was nearby scolding his wife for climbing the wall, heard this and quickly stepped outside. As a political officer, he believed it was improper for his wife to climb walls, but he wanted to see for himself. He strode in openly, feeling proud and authoritative. He straightened his military uniform and called out in his most commanding voice, What's going on? What happened? Step aside. Let me see. What's wrong with Leader Ding? I haven't finished my meal, and I heard the noise, so I came over. Why is Comrade Sun Yunxiang here? She looks upset. Zhao Wenhui, with a serious expression, walked through the crowd, pretending he had just heard the commotion and came to check. Ding Yanfeng really wanted to punch this pretentious little man. Zhao Zhenwei was okay in many ways, but he loved to act important. Zhao Zhenwei, our houses are just a wall apart. You just heard the noise? Your ears must be really bad. Your wife is climbing the wall, and you're still calmly eating inside. Ding Yanfeng never pampered Commander Zhao. He himself hadn't even disciplined himself well, yet he always thought about teaching others. As soon as the old man entered, he immediately looked at Sun Yunxiang's backside. Who would believe he just heard the noise? Zhao Wenhui, who was scolded by Ding Yanfeng, was not upset at all. After all, it wasn't the first time. He pretended not to understand and kindly approached Sun Yunxiang. He asked with concern, Comrade Sun, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Sun Yunxiang was indeed frightened, but because she was wary of inappropriate advances, she instinctively dodged Zhao Wenhui's hand, which was pretending to help her. "Thank you, Commissar. I'm fine, just a bit startled. Was it just a fright?" Any normal person would be scared if a wolf-like figure kept staring at them and circling around their feet. Qiao Wenwan frowned, even pausing her hand that had just stroked the wolf's head. She didn't like Sun Yunxiang, who pretended to be weak or was genuinely fragile, but she was even more upset that this so-called commissar dared to harass women right under her nose. Looking at Commissar Zhao's face, he seemed like a smooth-talking scoundrel. No matter how serious he pretended to be, his squinting eyes betrayed him. "Ah," Qiao Wenwan deliberately shouted loudly. "So, this is Commissar Zhao, right? We live next door. This is our first time meeting. Sorry about that." She continued, "It's all because of my dog causing trouble. Come on, let's go over there and apologize to everyone." While speaking, Qiao Wenwan started walking forward. Zhao Wenhui suddenly saw this woman, dressed plainly but very attractive, approaching him while holding a wolf's ear. Even though he had seen many things in his life, he was genuinely scared. That dog was clearly a wolf. He had seen wolves before when he was in the mountains with the army. Don't come closer. Commander Ding, please don't let your wife bring that wolf here. We're not afraid, but we are." When Zhao Wenhui said this, many neighbors at the door nodded in agreement. If that wolf suddenly charged at them, none of them could run away. I've heard of people raising chickens and ducks, but I've never seen anyone's wife raise a wolf. It's so shocking. That just shows how little you know. I've even seen people raise tigers and leopards, someone replied. Before Qiao Wenwan could respond, a woman's voice, different from the others, suddenly spoke up. Everyone present surprisingly remained silent, not daring to argue. The woman was dressed in a military uniform, with short hair that looked sharp and neat. She walked confidently, looking both graceful and commanding. She combined feminine beauty with the serious aura of a soldier perfectly. "Who is she? She looks so impressive," Qiao Wenwan whispered quietly to Ding Yangfeng. "Our commander's wife. She's the deputy director at the military hospital. Among all the military families in the area, she's the most remarkable," Ding Yangfeng said. He had visited the commander's house many times, learning about how the couple got along and their ways of pursuing happiness. Seeing Yuan Fongfong walking over, Ding Yangfeng quickly greeted her. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Yuan Fongfong waved her hand casually. Compared to the people here, she was more interested in the wolf, which seemed quite intelligent. Last night, her old Li came home and mentioned it, so she was very curious. Today, seeing the wolf, she thought it was extraordinary. "What's its name? Can it understand human speech?" "It looks so well-behaved," Yuan Fongfong said. Although it was her first time seeing a wolf up close, she wasn't afraid. Instead, she crouched down a little, watching with interest. Qiao Wenwan saw a good chance to get close to the wolf and show off. She immediately smiled and crouched down too, gently pushing Yuan Fongfong closer to the wolf. She cheerfully introduced herself. "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Qiao Wenwan. This is my family's wolf. It can understand some human words. It's very obedient and even knows how to shake hands." While speaking, she reached behind her and held the wolf's head with both hands, showing it to Yuan Fongfong. "That Fongfong, sister-in-law. Do you want to feel?" Qiao Wenwan hadn't finished asking when Yuan Fongfong interrupted her. She excitedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Can I hold his hand?" With an eager tone and a childlike innocence, Qiao Wenwan could see that this was a woman surrounded by love and well protected by her husband. She didn't believe that a woman who could become deputy director at the military hospital would be naive or simple-minded. Of course, as long as Fongfong's sister-in-law isn't afraid. "Here, let's shake hands." Qiao Wenwan's original intention was just that. If her family had become a wolf that had shaken hands with the commanding officer's wife, and this was recognized as the top of the social hierarchy in the family compound, then what else was there to argue about? With a small gesture, Qiao Wenwan pointed, and the normally serious and reluctant woman, acting like a tool wolf, gently placed her large paw-like hand in the hand of the woman eager to touch it. Wow, wow. Yuan Fongfong covered her mouth with her other hand, excited. She was afraid her scream would scare this handsome wolf. Oh my gosh, Wanwan, you're so cute. He's so handsome. Can I keep him for a couple of days? I'll feed him meat every day. Yuan Fongfong clung to the wolf's paw, reluctant to let go. She even had the idea of secretly taking this handsome wolf home. Yuan Fongfong's train of thought surprised Xiao Wanwan. Not only her but also Ding Yanfeng, Commissar Zhao, Sun Yunxiang, and everyone watching outside all widened their eyes. They had thought that the wife of the commanding officer came to stand up for justice and support them, but unexpectedly, this was a major twist. No one expected Yuan Fongfong's attitude. Did Yuan Fongfong's attitude represent the commanding officer's stance? Commissar Zhao, who had been involved in politics for years and was especially skilled at flattery, thought ahead of everyone. He said, "Sister-in-law's praise is well-deserved. This wolf, the guard dog, is truly impressive. Look at that fierce wolfish face and these strong, well-developed limbs. Captain Ding must have put a lot of effort into raising him. He's really well cared for, huh?"
Ah.
Commissar Zhao has good eyesight. Ding Yanfeng was genuinely impressed this time. With Zhao Wenhua's flattery skills, it's no wonder he became commissar. He's really good at flattering. When Zhao Wenhua said this, the onlookers agreed and suddenly appeared very peaceful. The only person feeling wronged was Sun Yunxiang, who dared not speak. She clenched her teeth in frustration. How could these people behave like this? Just a moment ago, they were angry for her, but now they had all changed their attitude, especially Zhao Zhengwei, the political officer, who usually looked sneaky and untrustworthy. She never expected him to be a petty flatterer. How did someone like him become a political officer? Next month, when she went home, she would tell her father that such a political officer was like a harmful in the army. All of you? Oh, sister-in-law, why don't you comfort me? Why are you playing with wolves? Sun Yunxiang pouted and stomped her feet. Hearing her voice, Yuan Fongfong looked up in surprise.
Oh.
Xiang, you're here? I didn't see you. Come over quickly. He's so playful today. Hee, look how mighty he looks. If we took him for a walk, the scene would be amazing. Hee. Yuan Fongfong hadn't missed seeing or hearing Sun Yunxiang. She had seen and heard everything from the start. Today's situation was more comprehensive than anyone else's. Because of a patient, she was delayed a little and just arrived here on her bike when she heard Sun Yunxiang knocking on Ding Yanfeng's door. Ding Yanfeng had just returned home with his wife, and the idea was hers. She couldn't let Sun Yunxiang, this young girl, interfere. Moreover, she was very curious about Ding Yanfeng's wife, whom she hadn't met yet. She had heard last night that she kept a wolf, which made her even more curious. Today, seeing her in person, she was quite impressed, sharp-eyed, clever, and most importantly, very considerate. Look at this wolf's paw, bigger than her palm. It was nestled in her hand, and the feeling was simply amazing. Tonight, when Lao Li returned, she would have plenty to boast about. What's so special about planes, cannons, or grenades compared to this? Sister-in-law, it was the wolf that scared me. It showed its teeth and threatened me. Sun Yunxiang wanted to prove that the wolf was very fierce. But at this moment, a big wolf's head was rubbing against Yuan Fongfong's thigh, acting very affectionately and obediently. Wow. Oh, you're so well-behaved. Xiang, you must have been mistaken. Look at how big and gentle it is. It's adorable. Yuan Fongfong was really bold. She quickly grabbed the wolf head and showed it to Sun Yunxiang. She thought to herself, "Little girl, if your father weren't the commander, I'd see if I'd bother with you today. A young girl like you in the middle of the day talking to a married man. What are you thinking? Besides, his wife is at home. By the way, Xiang, how did you come to Xiaoding's yard? I remember you live in the dormitory. Is something wrong?" Yuan Fongfong asked with a look of genuine curiosity. Sun Yunxiang was about to explain, but Yuan Fongfong continued. No. If you have something to discuss, talking to Captain Ding isn't really helpful. His rank isn't higher than old Li's at home, and in the family compound, he's not as important as me. I get it. You're probably looking for Captain Ding to introduce you to someone. He's had a few good soldiers lately, but that's not really your concern. He's a grown man in his 20s, just trying to find a nice wife. I'm the one who's been helping him chase after her. If you're looking for him, you're making a mistake. You should come to your sister-in-law instead. In this area, I may not be the top, but everyone respects me. Come on, come with your sister-in-law. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? And, sister-in-law, you can also try your hand at cooking? Yuan Fongfong rambled on, finally reluctantly setting down the dog's head. She then hugged Sun Yuxiang and headed toward the door. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Xiao Wanwan. Wanwan, you're very beautiful. I'll come back tomorrow. Think about it. I really want to keep them for a couple of days. Talk to them and see what they think. Okay, Sister Fongfong, take care, Xiao Wanwan said happily. Meeting such an interesting person again, life in the family compound wouldn't be boring. Soon, the onlookers dispersed, chatting as they left. No one had finished their lunch in the middle of the day, so the lively scene was over. If people couldn't eat, that was the real excitement. Only Zhao Wenhua and Li Taohua, who was leaning on the wall, remained in the yard. Li Taohua, unable to hold back any longer, suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao. Cough cough. Wenhua, hey, come back quickly. My baby inside is kicking me so hard. It hurts. Li Taohua, with nothing else to show off, could only use her pregnancy to make a fuss. She had her old friends look at her, and they said her belly was pointed, so she must be carrying a boy. Having a son would help her better control Zhao Wenhua. At least, she could get the money bag into her hands. It's hard not having money. Every penny spent means asking Zhao Wenhua for more. Hey, I'm coming, Captain Ding's sister-in-law. My wife called me. She's pregnant and not feeling well, so I have to go now. We'll talk later when I have time. Zhao Wenhua hurriedly left Ding Yanfeng's house, rushing home to help Li Taohua down from the basket. Oh dear. Why are you so heavy? You're fine, but you insist on climbing up? No manners. Only country folks like to climb walls. Can't you get rid of this bad habit? Zhao Wenhua kept talking loudly, his voice clearly heard through the thin wall into the neighboring yard. Ding Yanfeng and Xiao Wanwan exchanged a knowing look and silently smiled. One went to close the big door, and the other, holding a wolf ear, happily went back inside to eat. After entering the house, Ding Yanfeng saw Xiao Wanwan rummaging through a chest, flipping things over. What are you looking for, wife? Do you need help? He brought the cooled-down food back to the stove and threw in a couple of sticks of firewood before asking. No need. I've found it. Xiao Wanwan replied without turning around, muttering in her mind. If you come to look for it, how can I openly take things out from the space to eat? Haha, found it. Come on, comrade Ding Yanfeng, it turns out we're both wolves. To celebrate our family's proud appearance in the community and finding the strongest backing in the neighborhood, I've decided. Today's lunch edition, drumroll. Mail-in canned food. Husband, you're responsible for slicing the canned meat and frying it. I can't wait. Hee. Xiao Wanwan dramatically took out a rectangular can of mail-in canned meat and solemnly handed it to Ding Yanfeng, earnestly reminding him, Comrade Ding Yanfeng, the organization trusts you greatly. Please don't let them down. Make sure the luncheon meat isn't burnt. Ding Yanfeng took the luncheon meat blankly, feeling confused inside. He remembered clearly that his wife's luggage was packed by him, and he was sure her belongings didn't include any mail-in luncheon meat cans. Mail-in canned meat is hard to find. The pure meat luncheon meat in a can, without any starch, is a rare and high-quality product. When the food was ready and served on the Kong table, Ding Yanfeng looked at Xiao Wanwan with a confused expression. Only then did he realize that she was his wife. It was just a can of food. Maybe he hadn't noticed it before. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Wanwan watched Ding Yanfeng fall into doubt and self-doubt. She didn't speak. She just looked at him. She was doing it on purpose. Not showing her hands immediately was her biggest act of love for Ding Yanfeng. Days passed slowly. She had to help Ding Yanfeng gradually remember his past life. Otherwise, only she would remember, and that wouldn't be fair. In the afternoon, Ding Yanfeng didn't even get a nap. He hurriedly ate and left. Xiao Wanwan leaned against the window. The strong wind had blown clouds away, revealing a bright red sun. It shone through the window, warming her all over. She read her book more slowly, her eyelids drooping. She casually pressed the novel against her face. Soon, her even breathing could be heard on the Kong. The head that had been resting beside Xiao Wanwan suddenly lifted. It was skillful, holding the quilt at the foot of the bed, carefully pulling it open and covering her. Just as they were sleeping peacefully, the neighbor's pregnant woman climbed onto the wall again. Her eyes darted around wildly, especially when she saw the hanging cured meats, ribs on the stove in the main room, and the newly discarded canned bottles in the corner. Li Taohua's face twisted with jealousy. She was heavily pregnant and hadn't eaten much meat in 3 days. Why did Xiao Wanwan, a lazy woman who only lay around, get to eat meat at every meal? Where did she get so much meat? Could she be cheating? Buying it on the black market? The military family's misconduct was leading to chaos. Commander Ding, aren't you at odds with my husband? How will you explain this time?
Oh, ouch. Oh dear.
With the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, Li Taohua's moans grew louder. When neighbors heard her crying, they hurriedly carried her back into the house. The commotion lasted nearly half an hour. It wasn't until Zhao Wenhua drove the military jeep to take Li Taohua to the military hospital that the noise gradually stopped. Xiao Wanwan changed her position again to sleep more comfortably. When she woke up, she casually threw a large bone to chew on. She moved the bedside table closer to the heat source at the head of the bed, sat cross-legged, and began writing a letter on some paper. In the evening, Xiao Wanwan rode her bike out of the residential area, heading straight to the guard post at the army gate. On the back of her bike, she carried a brave wolf, keeping watch over the area. The guard at the gate had changed shifts. They didn't know Xiao Wanwan personally but recognized her famous family name. From a distance, they saw a wolf's head peeking out from behind her. They immediately understood who she was. After all, having a wolf in the residential area was quite unusual. "Hello, sister-in-law. Are you going out?" The soldier at the guard post saluted her and was about to open the gate. But Xiao Wanwan stopped him. She took a bunch of envelopes from her bag and asked, "Hello, comrade. I want to ask if the mail is supposed to be left here for the post office to pick up?" She wasn't sure, but that was how things worked in the old days. "Yes, but the post office came by today. If you're in a hurry, you could go there yourself. It's faster. Leaving it here, it would probably be picked up by noon tomorrow." The post office just left the gate. Before he finished, Xiao Wanwan handed him the stack of envelopes and said with a look of difficulty, "No need. Thank you for the reminder. But I'm a bit lazy, and I don't know the way. I don't want to move. I'll just leave it here. Don't worry, I trust you guys. You definitely won't lose the mail, right?" Xiao Wanwan skillfully refused the soldier's offer to guide her. She didn't want to hear about distances like 1,000 meters or 500 meters. 1 meter was enough. She was too lazy to move now. Riding her bike to the army gate was already her limit. She wasn't feeling very well now. If her legs weren't so weak, she wouldn't have chosen to go out on her bike. "I'm leaving now. Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Wanwan politely said goodbye to the soldiers on duty. The soldier took a moment to finish what he had been about to say before being interrupted. "Sister-in-law, the post office is less than 100 meters to the left from the gate. You can walk there in about 2 minutes.
Take care, sister-in-law.
Come again next time." All the soldiers at the guard post swore they had never seen anyone so openly admit to being lazy. They all now think that Xiao Wanwan is being modest, and everyone seems to have opened a new door to understanding her. She came riding her bike, and on the way back, she pushed her bike while holding a long rope in one hand. The rope was long enough to allow her to move freely and take care of her needs. After walking a while, Xiao Wanwan noticed some people gathering and talking about her. She immediately got back on her bike and pedaled quickly toward the residential area. As for the silly wolf at the center of the crowd's attention, when it saw Xiao Wanwan riding away, it ran on all fours as fast as it could. Soon, it caught up with her bike and leapt onto the back seat. "Howl." It was like the wolf was saying, "Mom, even if you don't like me, you shouldn't let go of my leash and run away while I'm doing my business. Don't you know I'm just a little wolf and can be scared too? It seemed like everyone watching wanted to see the wolf bite it, but with so many people, at least 20 or 30, if the wolf bit everyone, wouldn't its teeth hurt? When Xiao Wanwan finally returned home after her adventures, the sunset was fading and a gentle evening breeze was blowing. Around the corner, the military family's gossiping spirits were still lively and excited. Seeing Xiao Wanwan come back, clearly from walking the wolf, gave everyone new topics to talk about. Raising a wolf is very different from raising a dog. You even have to ride a bike to take it out for a walk. To walk the wolf, Captain Ding's wife didn't even bother to cook dinner. Captain Ding's wife was quite wasteful, always telling her husband to eat at the canteen. She was really lazy. Unaware that she had once again become the focus of attention, Xiao Wanwan's first thing after returning home was to boil water and take a shower. She was eager to wash herself clean. When Ding Yangfeng finished work and was heading home, he saw from afar that his chimney was puffing out white smoke. He quickened his pace. It's really nice to have a wife waiting at home. When she's there, the chimney is smoking. Wife, I'm back. Did you make something delicious? I don't smell anything. Ding Yangfeng eagerly opened the pot lid. It was empty inside, or at least there was half a pot of hot water steaming to greet him. At this moment, Xiao Wanwan also came out from inside, drying her hair. She pointed inside the house with her small hand and said, "Husband, you're back. I made boiled dumplings. You go ahead and cook them. My hair isn't dry yet, so I'll go inside first." Where does Xiao Wanwan have time to make dumplings? The dumplings are just stored in the space. They were made during the New Year, when she and Su Malalai were bored. They made many, some of which were buried in the snow at the time. She took the opportunity to cover them with 2 layers of cloth. Today, she took them out for dinner, which was perfect. Moreover, Ding Yanfeng was out all afternoon, so she didn't realize what she had done. All right, wife, go inside quickly so you don't catch a cold. Why do you want to wash your hair again? Didn't you wash it last night? Ding Yanfeng finished washing his hands, entered the room with the dumplings, and asked with some confusion. When Xiao Wanwan gave a resentful look, Ding Yanfeng seemed to understand instantly. He hurriedly carried a large cover to leave the room. Actually, she washed in the space. Xiao Wanwan only boiled a pot of water, mainly to wet the bath bucket and the floor, leaving no real signs of bathing. It was just enough to cook the dumplings, very reasonable, with no waste at all. As night fell, Ding Yanfeng honestly held Xiao Wanwan to sleep, not bothering her with even a strand of hair. He knew his wife was tired yesterday. He understood well the expenses of eating meat and every meal. Once his wife recovers, will he still worry about not having a happy life with her? Wife, you smell so good. Wife, your body is so soft. Wife, your hair is so beautiful.
Wife.
Xiao Wanwan's whole body was covered in goosebumps, feeling overwhelmed. She was lying close to the edge of the bed, covering her head with her claws, especially her eyes and ears. So annoying. Do wolves really need night vision? She wished she could be blind and deaf now, sleeping peacefully until dawn. The next day, around noon, Xiao Wanwan was finally awakened by the noise outside. She reluctantly opened her sleepy eyes and listened carefully. It was Li Taohua returning home. She could hear her voice and the noise, indicating her child was safe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the courage to argue with her husband. The neighbor's yard was lively, full of chatter and laughter. It was clear that the neighbors from the community had come to visit Li Taohua. After a simple wash-up, Xiao Wanwan chose her usual black pants and white shirt. She rolled up the cuffs of her shirt 3 times, making her look more neat. Her shiny black hair was into a long ponytail that hung down her back. She casually threw a piece of steak she had at home onto the ground. She was holding 2 boiled eggs and walking over to see what was happening next door. Although she didn't go outside to look, she knew the truth of what happened because Li Taohua had fallen from her wall. Now, looking back, it was, "Why are there so many people? What's going on?" Xiao Wanwan asked, standing at the back of the crowd, peeling her boiled egg and feeling confused. "Oh, you scared me. That's the wife of Captain Ding.
Don't you know?
Zhao Zhengwei's wife fell yesterday and almost lost her baby. She was taken to the military hospital. You live right next door and you didn't hear anything? An older woman in front of Xiao Wenwan spoke clearly, as if she had seen Li Taohua fall herself. She even doubted Xiao Wenwan's story at the end.
Huh?
When did this happen? I saw Sister Li this noon, and she was fine. She was even peeking over my wall to watch the fun, Xiao Wenwan said, pretending to be surprised, with her eyes wide. But she kept peeling her egg quickly and ate the white, fat egg right in front of the woman. This was just after 2 o'clock yesterday.
Don't you know?
You probably didn't go out then. The older woman still looked suspicious. Their conversation drew the attention of several people nearby. Xiao Wanwan's face turned red. She whispered shyly, I was so tired yesterday afternoon that I fell asleep. I didn't hear anything outside. Maybe I stayed up too late the night before. Andy, how is Sister Li now? Hearing this, the older women who had been through similar things understood immediately. They knew how exhausting it was from their own early days of marriage. A few other women and aunts, who were a little upset that Xiao Wenwan didn't come out to help yesterday, also blushed. But they understood her situation and didn't press her further. Oh, what's her condition? She's resting to keep the baby safe. Zhao Zhengwei said she needs to stay in bed for a month, then they'll see how she's doing, someone said. Really? A month in bed? How can she stay comfortable? Won't that be hard for Sister Li? Xiao Wenwan pretended to be very concerned, making it seem like she and Li Taohua were very close, even though others might not realize it. There's nothing I can do about lying down. The baby inside is only 6 months old. As the old saying goes, 7 months alive, 8 months not. So the baby has to stay in the for now. If it's born now, it probably won't survive. Exactly. She needs to hold on for at least another month. She can't give birth now. 1 month might be too long. Old Lu's Dazhuang was born at 7 months when his mother bumped into him. That child is now 18, but he's still very weak. He can't join the army, and even getting married is a problem. As soon as they started talking, the women, including sisters-in-law and aunts, all shared their gossip eagerly, making the conversation lively. Xiao Wenwan didn't reply. She just ate her egg quietly. Later, 2 women talked about how Commissar Zhao was very kind to his wife. Not only did he bring her back to the hospital quickly, but he also stayed by her side to take care of her. Xiao Wenwan slowly asked, but sister-in-law, if she's had a miscarriage, shouldn't she stay in the hospital for a few days to rest before going home? I don't know much about it. My older sister and my family had the same experience. Maybe everyone's body is different. Taohua is healthy and not delicate, right? Healthy? If she's healthy, how could she have a miscarriage? That's true. Why didn't Li Taohua stay in the hospital for a few days? When Zhang Adwa from the yard before had a miscarriage, she stayed in the hospital for a whole week. I heard she even ate 3 hens. 3 hens? No, there were more. She also ate several fish. I saw her husband every day go to the river outside the camp to fish.
It was late autumn then.
Wang Shi from her family would come home with his pants soaked and dripping water. It looked cold. Speaking of cold, Li Taohua is only in early spring, yet she always wears a rough cloth dress. Isn't she freezing? Not cold? You didn't see her shivering from the cold. It's quite funny. Do you think Li Taohua can't stay in the hospital because she's out of money? Maybe she spent all her money on dresses. Ha ha ha. The 3 women made a lively scene, and with 10 women, it was even more lively. The yard at Commissar Zhao's house was bustling with noise, and many sarcastic words spread into the house. Zhao Wenhua and Li Taohua felt very awkward. In front of the senior's wife, they couldn't get angry, but their smiles looked more and more unnatural. Yuan Fongfong never expected that running this errand for her old Li family would lead her to hear so many gossip stories. She almost couldn't hide her smile. She tried to think of all the sad things in her life, but she still felt overwhelmed. She quickly stood up and said, Tao Hua still needs to rest more. I'll go back now. Old Li is still waiting for me. I'll report to him. Okay, sister-in-law. Take care. Please say hello to the teacher for me. Sorry for the trouble. Zhao Wenhua hurriedly followed Yuan Fongfong to see her off. At the gate, Yuan Fongfong held back her laughter and politely said, "All right, Manhwa. No need to see me off. Take good care of your wife. If your family has any problems, just come to the organization. Your efforts for the country are always noticed." When Yuan Fongfong said this, Zhao Wenhua's face visibly darkened. Who is spreading rumors that his family has no money? That they can't afford hospital stays? He has money. He just thinks that resting at home helps his wife recover better and saves a few dollars. Wouldn't it be better to buy some meat with that money? Moreover, they are about to have a baby. Raising children costs a lot of money. If he isn't careful with money, life will be very hard in the future. All right, everyone, there's no need to stay if there's nothing else. Tao Hua needs to rest, so let's not disturb her. Yuan Fongfong had achieved her goal and was about to leave. But she saw someone squeezed at the back of the crowd, Qiao Wanwan, with her cheeks puffed out. Her eyes lit up. This was a clever person who knew how to take care of wolves. Wanwan is here too? Where is your original one? I didn't see it. Yuan Fongfong's tone darkened noticeably when she saw Wanwan alone. Wanwan definitely wouldn't miss a chance to cling to someone strong. She immediately showed a surprised expression upon seeing Yuan Fongfong and said sweetly, "Sister-in-law Fongfong, you're looking for Yuan Lai? It's eating at home. Why don't you come to my house and sit?" Yuan Fongfong immediately stepped forward and took Wanwan's arm. She was a woman with a handsome wolf at home, and whether she could get close to the wolf depended on her. "Of course, let's go quickly. I really like Yuan Lai. He's so cute. Last night I told my old Li about him, and he said I was bragging. Today, I'm bringing Yuan Lai home so he can hear it from him himself." Yuan Fongfong's words are absolutely true. Last night, she didn't even let old Li sleep inside. Poor Commander Li was happy to agree verbally, but his body suffered. He slept alone on the sofa in the living room without a cushion, sitting up straight and stiff. The atmosphere between the two was like that of close sisters, which made many military families watching envious, especially the young wives around Qiao Wanwan's age. Everyone wants to get along well with the commander's wife, but over the years, she has been the same to everyone, neither close nor distant. She seems easy to get along with, but in fact, she isn't very friendly. Unexpectedly, this Captain Ding's wife, after just one day, managed to win the favor of the commander's wife. Could it be that only by raising wolves at home does the commander's wife become more approachable? This news spread quickly. By the time Yuan Fongfong found out, it had already become known throughout the Tiger Division. Many families without such conditions were already considering getting wolf puppies. No matter what, just having a wolf character is considered good. Captain Ding's wife also told others that she was raising a wolf dog at home. At noon, Qiao Wanwan, as expected, went to the commander's house for lunch, brought by Yuan Fongfong, who also brought along Qiao Wanwan. Meanwhile, Ding Yangfeng, busy with the Blade Group, was called to the division headquarters by a phone call from the commander. At the door of the commander's office, Ding Yangfeng tidied up his uniform again before knocking seriously on Li Changlong's door. Reporting, Ding Yangfeng loudly announced at the door, "Come in." Inside, Li Changlong closed the files in his hand and casually started tidying his desk. Reporting to the commander, "Ding Yangfeng has come to report." Ding Yangfeng stood at attention, straightening up in front of Li Changlong's desk with a serious expression. Li Changlong ignored him. After finishing tidying the desk, he stood up, took the uniform hanging nearby, and looked at Ding Yangfeng. "Good kid, come home with me. Your wife called you to dinner." Ding Yangfeng was about to refuse, thinking he still had a wife at home. Li Changlong immediately guessed his thoughts. He patted Ding Yangfeng the back, using all his strength. His words, full of care and concern, were spoken through clenched teeth. "You, kid, really married a good wife. Are you going or not? If you don't go, do you want me to face 2 women? Oh, and there's also a wolf. I will check it out today. Your handsome wolf, praised highly by my wife. How many eyes does it have? It must be so charming that it can make her fall for it." Li Changlong rubbed his aching back and walked ahead, feeling quite miserable. Ding Yanfeng quickly closed the door and followed beside him. "Hey, sir, what are we eating for lunch today? Is there any meat?" I tell you, my wife loves meat. Ding Yanfeng immediately understood that his wife was already at the commander's house, so he had to go too. Stinky kid, only your wife likes meat? Are there people who don't like meat now? Do you have a mouth under that nose? Li Changlong teased, but he headed toward the dining hall. Ding Yanfeng was scolded but still happily followed behind, bouncing along happily. Haha. The commander is blunt but kind-hearted. After all that talk, he still wants to buy meat at the dining hall. As long as he gets the meat in his mouth, who cares where his mouth is? When Li Changlong took out a pound of meat coupons, Ding Yanfeng started joking nearby. Haha, sir, actually I also like eating meat. Get lost. Little brat, are you planning to empty my meat coupons in one meal? Li Changlong kicked him lightly, not hurting him much. Ding Yanfeng, being tough, didn't mind. When Li Changlong took out another pound of meat coupons, Ding Yanfeng's smile couldn't be contained. After buying the meat, Ding Yanfeng deliberately went forward and took 2 full boxes of braised pork from the kitchen chief. The chief's cooking skills were excellent. The braised pork was bright in color and smelled wonderful. When Li Changlong and Ding Yanfeng arrived at the family compound, they sparked another round of conversation. Even before entering, they heard 2 women laughing like silver bells in the yard. Just as they were about to open the door, a wolf's head pushed out first. It looked at Ding Yanfeng with a look of despair. For the first time, it found this man quite agreeable. It seemed to say, "That man, you're back. You don't know, my mom really cares about me." The woman inside almost plucked my wolf head bald. This wolf, at such a young age, was already facing the threat of going bald. Do you know how worried I am? For the first time, Ding Yanfeng saw 4 Chinese characters on a wolf's face, and he understood them instantly. Is this your wolf? Little Ding, hey, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Ding Yanfeng looked speechless as he watched Li Changlong, thinking, Master, please stop, I haven't said anything either. Don't say it, your wolf is kind of interesting. I think I understand its look now. When I look in the mirror, I wonder if it's trying to say,
Ah.
I am so handsome.
Ah, Li Changlong laugaludli.
It was the first time he saw a wolf look so hopeless, even though he often saw that expression on his own face. But he is a leader. How could he admit that he often feels exhausted because of his wife? Li Changlong, why haven't you come in yet? You're delaying my wolf's return, Yuan Fongfong said happily, holding the wolf's head. Suddenly, the wolf stopped turning around, and the happiness disappeared. His anger rose quickly, especially when he saw Li Changlong standing at the door in leather shoes. His temper reached its peak. The fierce roar of a lion was perfectly recreated at this moment. The audience members were Xiao Wanwan, sitting with her legs crossed and nibbling on sunflower seeds, and Ding Yanfeng, with the same annoyed expression, following into the room. Plus, a wolf with its head nuzzled again, eyes already dull. Wife, your package is here. The guard said it's been a few days, and today they even called my office. Come out and see. Ding Yanfeng entered his small yard, carrying a huge package that looked big enough to swallow him whole. It was a mysterious package, only with the recipient's name, Xiao Wanwan, but no sender information at all. The guard only knew it was delivered by the postman, but where it came from was a mystery. That's why Ding Yanfeng hadn't moved it inside yet. He wanted his wife to see it first before deciding whether to bring it in. Ding Yanfeng was very cautious. Xiao Wanwan heard about it and circled around the package several times, openly inspecting its contents. After she saw clearly what was inside, her small brow furrowed again. Seeing curious neighbors come over to watch the fun, Xiao Wanwan felt very annoyed. Were these people always bored? Why did they keep peeking at other people's doors? All right, go close the yard gate. Ding Yanfeng, move this thing inside first, she ordered. A man from each family quickly moved. The sound of the gate closing. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Once the door was shut, Xiao Wanwan took out scissors and carefully opened the wrapped package, which was made of several burlap sacks stitched together. Inside, she found a large piece of cotton cloth covering the real package. The stitching was tight and neat, showing that the sender was very careful. Just like the last package, she guessed it was from Ding Yanfeng or Xiao Lisan, but she had dismissed both guesses. Who could it be? Why go to so much trouble to send her so many good things? Holding the scissors, Xiao Wanwan slowly unstitched the fine stitches, revealing a new quilt and mattress inside. When she spread them out, she saw there were 2 beds worth. She didn't know how they were compressed into this one package, but once unfolded, they took up half the bed. Inside the quilt, there were also many treats: 8 cans of food, malted milk, candies, and chocolates only available with foreign trade coupons, and even sanitary pads from this era. What surprised Xiao Wanwan most was a set of clothes that looked handmade, like a Zhongshan suit. She held it up against Ding Yangfeng's size and realized it was exactly his size. Was someone spying on her life? When she turned to a small cloth bag, she found tickets for a TV, a watch, a sewing machine, a bicycle, and neatly packed cash totaling 3,000 yuan, all wrapped carefully in a piece of cloth. These things? Wife, do you know who sent them to you? The tickets, the money, and those 2 quilts looked like a dowry for a daughter, right? Or maybe something where the groom doesn't have to pay. Xiao Wanwan interrupted Ding Yangfeng's hesitant words directly. In this era, families that can give such generous dowries are very rare. But when they do, it's usually because the groom is moving in or because the family wants to give the woman confidence. Did they send this because they knew she was getting married? But she has parents. Her father saw her a few days ago, and her mother was confirmed dead. So, what is going on now? Xiao Wanwan and Ding Yanfeng stared at each other with wide eyes, sharing the same confusion in their hearts. Forget it, don't think about it. Let's pack everything up and get ready to eat. I caught a fish today, so we can make fish with pancakes, she said. When something doesn't make sense, it's better not to think about it. Xiao Wanwan understood that. When she's meant to know, someone will force her to find out. Since the other side is being mysterious and not showing up, she might as well see it as a gift from heaven. Xiao Wanwan said this, and Ding Yanfeng didn't ask any more questions. He quietly packed everything away. After he washed his hands, Xiao Wanwan started to open the pot. They had salted soybeans, pickles, and small fish stew, with a circle of golden-colored corn cakes around the iron pot. It was lively. In the afternoon, after Ding Yanfeng went to work, Xiao Wanwan surprisingly didn't take a nap. Instead, she took the dog, locked the door, and wandered around the residential compound. She had no specific destination, just wandering aimlessly, going wherever she felt like. The compound was very large, like a village, but divided into detailed sections. At the back of the compound, there was a mountain. It didn't look tall, but it stretched across 3 or 4 peaks and covered a large area. Xiao Wanwan untied the leash and let the silly wolf run around in the woods. It belonged to the wild, and soon it disappeared from sight. She picked up some dry wood along the way. Recently, the firewood at home kept burning out, and they weren't collecting more, which could raise suspicion. The weather was getting hotter each day. The trees and plants in the mountains sprouted new buds. Soon, this place would become lively again. She hadn't seen the original person come back for a long time, and she felt a little worried. She released her consciousness to explore and looked around the mountain. She didn't see a single wolf hair. Frowning, she continued searching. Finally, in a valley between 2 peaks, she found the original figure. The creature was circling around what looked like a person? In the back mountain of the military camp, how could there be a person? And it seemed like they were unconscious. It turned out that someone was dragging that person's pants little by little. Xiao Wanwan didn't understand why this silly wolf was acting so strangely again. Why did it suddenly become so stubborn? They didn't recognize each other. With how loyal the wolf looked, she thought the person lying there was the owner. Silly wolf. Why did I raise such a troublemaker? Xiao Wanwan could only accept her fate and walk toward the mountain valley. She marked the path with a dagger along the way. It was impossible for her to bring this person back alone. It just wasn't realistic. The only way to explain things was to pretend she had just discovered something and then go back to call for help. That was the safest way to protect herself. But right now, the most important thing was to bring that silly wolf back. On her way over, Xiao Wanwan also checked her sleeve for a hidden arrow. Who knew if this person was a spy or an agent? So, you silly wolf? Is he your father? Why are you dragging him around? When Xiao Wanwan found the original person, the silly wolf had already dragged the unconscious person out of the mountain valley, panting heavily. Seeing Xiao Wanwan approaching, the wolf wagged its tail excitedly and circled her legs, rubbing against her repeatedly. Xiao Wanwan patted its head for a while. The wolf carefully bit her sleeve and dragged its own mother next to its prize, wagging its tail proudly. It was like, "Quick, Mom, look. This is the big gift I gave you. Do you like it?" Whether she liked it or not, Xiao Wanwan no longer knew. She was surprised to find that the person lying on the ground, unconscious, was not a man but a girl. A girl unconscious in the mountains behind the military camp? This made Xiao Wanwan even more suspicious. She squatted down cautiously, pulled aside the girl's hair that was covered in sweat and dirt, revealing a delicate face. The dirt and mud covered her so much that her original skin color was unrecognizable. She looked filthy, and her flushed face clearly showed she had a high fever. The girl might have fainted because of her high temperature. Xiao Wanwan reached out and searched her body. She found 3 daggers, a Model 1911 pistol, and inside the girl's shirt, wrapped in oil paper, was something that looked like intelligence or information. It was very important. When Xiao Wanwan took the girl, the unconscious girl suddenly reacted. She unconsciously pressed her hand, trying to stop Xiao Wanwan from taking the item. Xiao Wanwan didn't open the file. She just put it in her military green shoulder bag. If it really was a secret, she would be called in for questioning, and they might even monitor her every move. That would only cause her trouble. Actually, she was already in trouble now. It was a big problem brought back by a wolf. The girl with the story had no idea how long she had been lying here. Her body was covered with branches and rotten leaves. Her lips were pale and chapped, and her skin was dry. She hadn't had water for a long time, and her lips were cracked in several places. Xiao Wanwan carefully reached into her bag, then secretly took out a plain water bottle from her space. She unscrewed it and fed the girl a few sips of water. Maybe the file she took earlier had upset the girl. Now, as Xiao Wanwan fed her water, the girl instinctively swallowed.
Hey.
"Comrade, who are you?" Seeing the girl showing signs of waking up, Xiao Wanwan vigorously patted her shoulder and kept calling her. But the girl suddenly fainted again. No matter how much Xiao Wanwan shouted and shook her, she didn't respond.
Wow.
"Seriously? Why should I carry you?" Xiao Wanwan struggled to remove the girl's shoes and socks, revealing her toes. Her toes didn't look like those of someone from her country. If she were a fellow citizen, bringing her back wouldn't be a loss. Xiao Wanwan used materials nearby to tie a row of wooden sticks about the width of her wrists, together with rope, making a simple stretcher similar to a sled from the Northeast. But in the Northeast, this thing is used on snow. Here, she could only drag it on the grass. After placing the makeshift stretcher, Xiao Wanwan noticed her silly wolf once again rushing into the valley. Soon, it dragged out a handbag, struggling to pull it up, looking quite heavy. Using her mind, Xiao Wanwan changed her indifferent attitude. She immediately jumped down and helped drag the handbag up with the wolf. Inside the handbag, all kinds of gold, silver, and jade items were ruthlessly swept aside by Xiao Wanwan. She reached into the bag and took out a small wooden box about the size of a palm. Inside was a jade pendant made of warm jade. The entire object is milky white. When touched, it warms up. Compared to the warm jade I traded for in the black market last time, this one feels more spiritual. On the back of the jade pendant, there is a special mark from the Space-Time Management Bureau. This is exactly what she has been searching for through countless worlds. Xiao Wanwan carefully places the wooden box, along with the jade pendant, into her space's bedroom safe. In her personal space, she is very cautious and locks the items inside the safe, showing how important they are to her. Inside the safe, there are already 5 wooden boxes of different sizes. Adding this one makes 6, which is very quick. Just one more, and she can trade with the Bureau to regain her original memories. Unexpectedly, she gains something. Xiao Wanwan fiercely grabs 2 wolf heads, then quickly transforms them into 2 stakes, handing them to the wolf. The two wolves stare wide-eyed. They are so happy because this is a sudden surprise. The wolf happily bites down on both steaks at once and starts eating. At this moment, she feels very proud. She is a good girl again, praised all day, and her tail is wagging happily. Xiao Wanwan sits down with the wolf head, casually restoring the items from her handbag. She zips up the bag and carefully wipes away any fingerprints on the zipper. Being cautious has become her habit. After the wolf finishes eating, she gives it some water and then shares a piece of rope with it. She knows she has made her own trouble, so she must clean it up herself. Xiao Wanwan and the wolf each hold a piece of rope, dragging a wooden cart toward the military camp. After about 40 minutes, they finally manage to drag the person down. Such a big mountain and a large military camp, they finally encounter a group of soldiers training after 10 minutes. Seeing Xiao Wanwan dragging a person in a messy state, they immediately run over. Sister-in-law, what happened? Because she is the only one raising wolves, everyone recognizes Xiao Wanwan at a glance, even those who haven't seen her before. Huff. I went to gather firewood in the back mountain. I didn't bring any back, but I found someone. I saw she had a gun on her waist, so I dragged her back, Xiao Wanwan explains breathlessly. What? A gun? Sister-in-law, where's the gun? The squad leader of this group asks nervously. There are not only guns here, but also 3 knives and many other things. Someone should go call Ding Yanfeng over. I only trust him now. Xiao Wanwan can only reveal what's on the surface to show that this person is not simple. She cannot say everything. Seeing Xiao Wanwan nervously holding her bag, no soldier in this team dared to step forward. Only 2 were sent to the headquarters to find Ding Yanfeng. Big sister-in-law, don't be nervous. We are also part of the Sharp Blade group. Captain Ding is our leader. We are family. The squad leader took off his hat, fanning Xiao Wanwan and explaining. Their group is special because they are in the same camp as the military headquarters. Soldiers in the same military camp might not be from their own group. Some might be from the headquarters or other groups, here to report or train. That's good. My dad always says that soldiers in the Sharp Blade group are all excellent, like little tigers roaring. Xiao Wanwan casually praised them. How could she not? The former leader was her father, and the current leader is her husband. Soldiers trained under such leadership are naturally good soldiers. You said your dad? Sister-in-law, who is your dad? The squad leader was confused. He was sure she meant her father, not her boyfriend. My dad is the previous leader of your Sharp Blade group, Qiao Lisan. I'm Qiao Wanwan, Qiao Lisan's only daughter. How about that? I didn't embarrass my dad, right?
Qiao Wenwen smiled politely, petting her bay heavily.
No, I didn't expect you to be Leader Qiao's daughter. You're not just part of the military. You're like returning to your family. Most of the soldiers in the Sharp Blade group are your family, the squad leader said, and the others nodded in agreement. Nearly all soldiers in the group had served under Qiao Lisan and admired him. Hearing that Qiao Wanwan was Qiao Lisan's daughter, they felt even closer. Several soldiers took off their hats and fanned her. When Ding Yanfeng ran over, he saw Qiao Wanwan being surrounded and admired. What's going on? Do these people have designs on his wife? Is that smile a bit too much? Ding Yanfeng shouted loudly, startling everyone into readiness. They immediately formed a line, and the scene fell silent. Report to the team leader. We were chatting with my sister-in-law, and just found out she is Captain Xiao's daughter. From now on, we are her family, the squad leader reported seriously. Yes, that means we are her family, the remaining soldiers shouted together. Ding Yanfeng was confused by this sudden declaration. He looked at Qiao Wanwan with puzzled eyes, wondering what she had told his men. Why did he feel like his subordinates looked down on him? Qiao Wanwan shrugged, indicating she didn't know either. Since Ding Yanfeng arrived, she could relax. She was feeling very comfortable now, even changing her sitting position. Don't look at me. I didn't say anything, Qiao Wanwan said. She really hadn't said anything, but Ding Yanfeng usually kept a serious face, so his men assumed he was like that at home too. Everyone hurried to support Qiao Wanwan, standing straight and proud. All right, everyone stand properly, Ding Yanfeng said, feeling puzzled by their behavior. Squad leader San, take 2 people to find a cart and bring it here. First, take her to the medical room. He pulled Xiao Wanwan up from the ground, glancing at her for a moment. She didn't speak, just patted her bag and then handed her handbag to Ding Yanfeng. She whispered in his ear, "This person seems like a spy or someone doing secret work. I found what looks like a document inside. I didn't look at it, but it might be confidential." Ding Yanfeng's pupils contracted. He took her handbag and looked inside. There were 3 knives, a Type 54 pistol, and a paper-wrapped package that looked like a file. "I'm worried about what I might find."
Keep this for now.
"Did you see what's inside the handbag?" he asked, placing it on the ground and unzipping it. Xiao Wanwan shook her head. "I didn't dare look. I'm afraid I'd see something I shouldn't. I've been exposed to this kind of thing since I was young, so I know better than to look." After handing over herself and her bag to Ding Yanfeng, Xiao Wanwan went home. Exhausted and sweaty, she took the opportunity while Ding Yanfeng was away to slip into her space. They both took a hot shower, dried their hair, and then entered the space. The stove was ready, and she added 2 scoops of water to the pot, igniting the fire with wood. She poured several buckets of water onto the empty yard, and the water jar inside the main room was also empty. Xiao Wanwan took the water bucket and pole from the yard and headed toward the water well in the middle of the courtyard. The yard was nice everywhere, but not having a water well was very inconvenient. As for tap water, that was even less likely. None of the senior officers' homes had it installed. There were already a few people waiting in line at the well, about 4 or 5, chatting and laughing together. Xiao Wanwan glanced around and saw they were all young wives from the family. She greeted them and stood at the end of the line, quietly listening to their conversations. Not understanding everything, she didn't speak. To learn the small secrets of this family compound, gossip among women was the most direct way. But unexpectedly, the topic suddenly turned to her. "Hey, Ding Tuan's wife, where did you get that wolf?" "Wolf. Dog from?" One of the sisters-in-law in front of Xiao Wanwan suddenly asked. She found the question strange too. "Huh? A wolf? Dog? It's just a female dog from the village. Where else could it come from?" "From the village." "Which village? Is it far from here?" The sister-in-law looked calculating, as if her eyes were counting on her. "Not far, not far," Xiao Wanwan quickly replied. Her words made the sister-in-law's eyes light up, and her smile couldn't be hidden. Then Xiao Wanwan added, "Not far, about 3 days by train, 1 day by ox cart. It takes roughly half a month for a round trip. If you want one, I can give you an address. Just go there and mention my name." "It works." Xiao Wanwan thought to herself, "If you dare to go, I dare to send you to the mountains. By then, not only wolves but tigers might be seen. Whether you come back or not." She wasn't sure. Thinking of tigers, Xiao Wanwan felt a bit sad about the twin cubs born to the northeast tigers on the back mountain of the Red Flag Brigade. They were really adorable. "Huh? It's not far? You're probably joking with me." The sister-in-law's face changed, and she suddenly spoke in her hometown dialect. The few women in front, who had been listening with their ears perked up, also looked displeased. Xiao Wanwan didn't care at all. Seeing that none of these people were fetching water, she carried her bucket and walked ahead, directly tossing her bucket tied with a rope into the well. In the disapproving gazes of several sisters-in-law, I confidently filled my 2 water buckets. "Dear sisters-in-law, you all get along so well. It's already this late, I really must go home to cook. My husband is eager to eat, so I need to hurry. Sisters-in-law, you chat, I'll leave first." After saying that, I picked up my buckets and walked away without looking back, regardless of the interesting expressions on their faces. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw a stranger standing there, right at the entrance of the main hall. He was crouched down, making low growling sounds, ready to act. "Comrade, who are you looking for?" Xiao Wanwan bypassed the man directly, carried the water into the main hall in one go, then wiped her hands and came out. She showed no panic at all about the stranger in her home. Fong Yuanji saw how calm and composed Xiao Wanwan was for the first time. He looked at her face and saw her coolness and confidence. "Hello, comrade. My name is Fong Yuanji. I came to see you because you saved a girl today. May I ask you a few questions? Hello, Comrade Fong. Well, I'll go bring 2 stools into the yard, and we can talk here, is that okay? Chow Wan expected someone to come investigate, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Yes, that's fine. That's what I was thinking too. Fong Yuanji deliberately left the yard door open when he entered. Being alone with a woman in the same room, even for official business, could lead to rumors if someone saw. Before the investigation, Fong Yuanji had already looked into Qiao Wanwan's background thoroughly. He also called his nephew to confirm. Plus, since Qiao Wanwan was a hero's descendant with a proper background, this investigation was just a routine procedure. He brought out a stool, and Qiao Wanwan even moved out a Kong table, placing it in the center of the yard. She brewed a pot of tea, laid out a plate of sunflower seeds and peanuts. These were the highest standards of hospitality now. All right, Comrade Fong, feel free to ask anything. I will answer honestly. Qiao Wanwan hugged the wolf head, placing it at her feet. Perhaps because of the intense killing aura on Comrade Fong, the wolf, even after being soothed by Qiao Wanwan, appeared very restless, baring its teeth at Fong Yuanji from time to time. The wolf looks good, like a descendant of a wolf king. I heard it was found in the mountains. Mr. Fong Yuanji's casual opening sounded like small talk, but to Qiao Wanwan, it carried a different meaning. This person had already looked into her background thoroughly. Besides her own parents-in-law, the only people who knew her past were 2 sisters from the youth training camp, Su Malia and Hu Xiaomei. Her parents-in-law would definitely keep it secret, and Hu Xiaomei was very tight-lipped, so only Su Malia remained. But Su Malia would never betray her own friends. The only possibility was that the person Su Malia talked to was someone close to her. The only person who could be involved in conversations about her was Su Malia's husband, the male protagonist, Fong Guiqing. Since they share the same surname, Fong, Qiao Wanwan guessed that Mr. Fong Yuanji was probably an uncle or a relative of Fong Guiqing. She answered calmly, "Yes, last winter, when I went into the mountains to gather firewood, I rescued her from the belly of a mother wolf. The mother wolf was barely alive, and I couldn't bear to leave her, so I brought her home to care for her. By the way, that winter my uncles and I sent her malted milk, but she ate it all. I didn't even get to taste a sip. Isn't that funny? So, how did you find that female comrade today? Where exactly did you discover her? Was there anything else on her at the time?" Fong Yuanji quickly shifted the topic to today's investigation. Qiao Wanwan responded smoothly. "I was going to gather firewood in the mountains today. I thought no one was around, so I let my little wolf run free. It was having fun. After I collected nearly 2 bundles of firewood, I didn't see it come back, so I went to look for it. I kept searching until I reached a valley between 2 connected mountains. The little guy was biting the girl's pant leg and trying to drag her up. It even scratched its mouth on a bone. Look at that, it's not even fully grown yet." She then roughly opened the wolf's mouth, pointing to the injury on the corner of its mouth where it had been cut by a bone, exaggerating her story. "And then?" Fong Yuanji asked seriously, glancing at her. "Then? I was worried she might be a spy or an enemy agent, so I searched her thoroughly. I found 3 daggers, a pistol, and a sealed paper bag with oil paper. I saw she kept it close to her chest, so it must be very important. I put it into my bag," she explained. "First, I want to clarify that I haven't opened or looked at it. As a family member of a soldier, I understand this well," Qiao Wanwan quickly explained, her exaggerated and vivid expression showing she really hadn't looked. Fong Yuanji nodded, signaling her to continue. "Later, I wanted to bring that girl back. I had prepared a stretcher, but my dog ran into the valley and grabbed her handbag. It was heavy to lift, and I was worried it might contain something important, so I didn't look inside. By the way, can you tell me what's inside now? Honestly, I'm quite curious." Qiao Wanwan looked at him with a genuine desire to know. Fong Yuanji shook his head. He felt this visit was unnecessary. What was there to doubt? A family member of a soldier, with such strong awareness and high sense of duty, had no suspicious signs. She spoke openly, with no hesitation or evasiveness. Clearly, she was telling the truth. Alright, so it's a secret I can't know. I understand. My father never told me about his missions either. I only knew 2 words. Confidential. Maybe it's better that I don't know. It might help me live longer, right? Qiao Wanwan's face showed she was eager to know, curious, but trying to be understanding. Fong Yuanji felt uncomfortable inside. A soldier's duty is to protect the country, but often, they protect everyone else while neglecting their own family. This sense of guilt is deeply felt by every patriotic soldier. Oh, Qiao Wanwan suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped her thigh in frustration. Fong Yuanji was startled. He was still mourning the pain of not being able to be with his daughter and asked unconsciously, "What's wrong?" Qiao Wanwan looked at the sky with frustration and said, "Oh, I worked hard to gather 2 bundles of firewood today, but I haven't carried them back from the mountain yet. Looks like I'll have to go early tomorrow morning. If someone else takes it, I'll be at a loss."
Oh.
Yes, Comrade Xiao, it's getting late. I should go now. Thank you for your cooperation today. We'll meet again if there's a chance. Fong Yuanji stood up, ending the conversation. Xiao Wanwan happily saw him off. When Ding Yanfeng returned home, the table in the yard was still there, and his wife was enjoying the moonlight while biting an apple. That night, a few flashlights from the back mountain flickered and continued until late into the night. Because Qiao Wanwan said she needed to come early to gather firewood, Fong Yuanji had to bring his men and investigate overnight. The firewood and the mountain hollow she mentioned required careful inspection. The next day, when the sun was already high, Qiao Wanwan finally opened her sleepy eyes. She sat quietly for a while, hugging her quilt, not knowing what to do today. She tilted her body and then lay back in bed. After repeating this 3 times, Qiao Wanwan finally got up. She remembered the 2 bundles of firewood she had forgotten and also recalled that she hadn't had breakfast yet. She tidied up and finally took her wolf out. She went straight to the shady corner at the gossip-gathering spot and was stopped by a group of older women. "Hey, isn't that the wife of Captain Ding? I heard your father is Captain Xiao." The older woman, talking to herself and showing off her early morning gossip, asked Qiao Wanwan proudly.
Ah.
"Yes, my father is Qiao Lisan. He's no longer a captain now." "How do you know that, ma'am?" Qiao Wanwan asked knowingly. Of course, she knew probably from the soldiers in the same squad yesterday, who had a big mouth. "Well, I'm well informed. I don't dare say much, but in our family compound, I notice everything, even the slightest movement," the older woman boasted proudly. The next moment, another older woman quickly exposed her. "You say you notice everything? Isn't it because your little son told you when he came back at night?" "My son also came back and told me. I don't like to show off, but as you get older, you should lock your mouth. It's better not to cause trouble for the kids." Her words made sense, and Qiao Wanwan naturally looked at her more. Compared to the boastful Zhang Xuehua, this older woman looked much kinder and more gentle. She seemed to be a fortunate old lady. There's an old saying, having an elder at home is like having a treasure, which clearly describes women like her. She is wise and considerate, doesn't trouble her children, and uses her life experience to teach the next generation well. The children playing around her looked much cleaner than others. Their clothes, though patched, were washed very clean. In truth, people didn't like hearing this kind of talk. Everyone's attention was on the boastful older woman. Zhou Wanwan saw that there was too much going on. She didn't want to get involved in the conflict and decided to quietly slip away. She waved to the kind-hearted old lady and quietly took her leave. She had been standing on the edge from the start, so leaving was very smooth. Later, back at the foot of the mountain, Zhou Wanwan released the original plan and gave a few quick instructions. "Listen, silly wolf, if you find a treasure, bring it back. If you see someone lying around, just ignore it. Moving a woman down the mountain is tiring enough, so if you're carrying her, that's fine. Do you understand?" "Just nod." Zhou Wanwan exaggeratedly rubbed her arm, pretending it was very sore, even though it wasn't. Her current body had already been greatly improved by the spiritual spring water. Moving a woman down the mountain was no problem. She could carry her, or even drag her if needed. The eager nod from the wolf showed it understood. The vast mountain was pulling at it invisibly, and the feeling of running freely through the woods was so wonderful that it disappeared in a flash from Zhou Wanwan's sight. Meanwhile, at the Beijing train station, Su Malia, dragging 3 or 4 bags of luggage, stepped onto the long-awaited land. As soon as she got off the train, her family surrounded her with love. On the platform, a man in military uniform, waiting to pick up the train, waited until Sue's family had hugged, cried, and laughed together before appearing. Zhou Wanwan found the firewood she had yesterday. She casually picked a sturdy stick, tied it to the firewood, making it easier to carry down the mountain later. Following the scattered footprints on the ground, she easily reached the mountain hollow where she had rescued someone yesterday. It had been thoroughly searched. Obviously, they were looking for something. Even the fallen dry leaves had been turned over completely. Could they be looking for that jade pendant? No. Even though the jade pendant was valuable, it wouldn't be so heavily searched for. People from the Quick Travel Bureau wouldn't see the special star-shaped mark behind the jade. So, it must be something else she missed. She released her consciousness and explored for a long time. There was nothing particularly unusual in the hollow, just a lot of dead branches and decayed leaves.
Wait.
Inside the hollow, where sunlight rarely reached, fallen dry branches and leaves would quickly turn dry and moldy with the help of fungi. How could there be such a bare stick, without leaves, yet shining with a greenish bark? And it was perfectly straight, as if it had grown that way on purpose? The consciousness stirred the strange branch buried beneath the decayed leaves, slowly moving it to Qiao Wanwan's feet. When Qiao Wanwan grasped it in her hand, it was not the green of a tree, but more like paint. Such elaborate disguise suggested there was definitely a secret inside this stick. She fiddled with it but couldn't find any secret. She had to use her usual method, deeply probing with her mind. Soon, she discovered a rolled-up sheepskin scroll wrapped in oil paper at the center of the stick. Strangely, the scroll seemed to be embedded in the stick as if it grew there, with no cracks or gaps. Could it be a secret document? Either way, she had to report it. Returning lost items was a good virtue of the Chinese people. But how should she report it? This puzzled Qiao Wanwan. At noon, when she carried 2 bundles of firewood into the house, Ding Yangfeng was already back. Recently, they had agreed that if he worked late at night, he would go to the cafeteria to get food the next noon. Wife, why did you go to fetch firewood? The back mountain isn't safe. Why did you go up there? Just put it down, and I'll go pick some next time, Ding Yangfeng said, feeling annoyed with himself for being so busy he hadn't noticed there was no firewood at home. He didn't want his wife to be upset about this. He carefully watched her expression. Seeing her happy when she saw the braised carp, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't let her think that once he caught her, he would stop being attentive. Today after work, he would go pick firewood again, and he also planned to fix the shed at home. With the weather warming up, he needed to get it done quickly. He also thought about the stove. Later, he would build a small one near the cool shed so that summer cooking wouldn't disturb their sleep inside. After lunch, Ding Yangfeng didn't hug Qiao Wanwan affectionately as usual. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and started digging in the vegetable garden. Qiao Wanwan couldn't find a good chance to talk, so she pretended to pick 3 or 4 straight branches and squatted not far from Ding Yangfeng. She inserted the branches into the soil one by one, making it look like she was reinforcing the garden fence. Husband, look at these branches I picked. Aren't they very straight? They look more like they were made by hand than grown on a tree, she said. Ding Yanfeng was busy with his work and didn't pay much attention to Qiao Wanwan's words. It's just a branch. How could it not have grown from a big tree? Could it be something coming out of a sunflower? Seeing that the wood didn't understand her meaning, Qiao Wanwan sighed secretly. It's really difficult. She had to change her approach. She pulled up 2 branches, holding one normally in her hand, and the other, which was clearly processed, felt wrong just by touching it. She playfully shoved the suspicious branch into Ding Yanfeng's hand. She pointed to the imprint on the problematic stick, deliberately showing it to Ding Yanfeng, and said with a smile, "Look, our family was really silly." This one stick was carried all the way from the back mountain without dropping it. I wanted to put it in the stove to burn, but it wouldn't burn. It just took off, like it was angry with me. Isn't that funny? Xiao Wenwen used the original as a cover. The bite mark was real, but she had deliberately directed the dog to bite it before she came out. Always prepared for two options, she had never failed a task. Sure enough, as Ding Yanfeng was smiling, his face suddenly changed. He became serious and, without hesitation, grabbed the axe by the wall and chopped the stick in half. Xiao Wenwen pretended to shout, "Hey, why did you chop it? If it burns, it would really make the dog angry." When Ding Yanfeng split the stick and took out an oiled paper package from inside, Xiao Wenwen covered her mouth in surprise. What is this? Husband, what's inside the stick?" Her acting was so poor she almost couldn't keep it up, but luckily Ding Yanfeng's attention was completely diverted. He hurriedly comforted her with a few words and then ran out in a panic, even forgetting to take his military coat and hat. Xiao Wenwen was about to go back to her room to sleep when she was suddenly distracted by a head peeking over the wall.
Jo.
"Isn't that sisterly? You're able to get out of bed now? The doctor said you need to rest for a month, right?" Xiao Wenwen said, then felt she was meddling too much. But her words had already been spoken and couldn't be taken back. "I'm not sick.
I'm fine.
My son is strong. The doctor's advice isn't always reliable. I think eating well and drinking plenty is best for the baby." Li Taohua scoffed disdainfully. "That useless doctor, saying you need to rest for a month. Why doesn't she try it herself? Lying down made me feel itchy all over and I developed many small lumps on my back. Who can stay lying down?" Li Taohua was feeling very frustrated. Her husband Zhao Zhengwei locked the yard door every morning before going to work. He would come back only briefly after work, eat dinner, and then leave again. He rarely talked to her, and these days she was feeling so stressed that she almost got sick. Otherwise, she wouldn't rush over every time she heard Jing Jing from Xiao Wenwen scream. But she was always a step too late and saw nothing. "Well, all right, sister-in-law Li, I don't really understand since I haven't had children. The sun is so hot now, I won't bother chatting with you. I'm going back to sleep," said Xiao Wenwen. After that, Xiao Wenwen ignored Li Taohua, who was still trying to climb over the wall. Anyway, she was heavily pregnant and couldn't climb over easily. Seeing Xiao Wenwen really leave, Li Taohua looked at the cured meat hanging in the main room. She was so hungry she was drooling. Hey, Xiao Wenwen, can you share some of your meat with me? I'm pregnant and need to eat well."
Hey.
Did you hear me? Li Taohua was so hungry she was almost crying. In the past, she didn't have much money, but she often managed to get some from Zhao Wenhua to buy meat for a small treat. If not, she could buy some lard to add flavor. When cooking, adding a little oil made the food taste much better than without oil. These days, she was lying in bed. Zhao Wenhua didn't want to go to the cafeteria for meals, and he was reluctant to use oil either. They ate plain steamed buns and boiled vegetables every meal, making her food taste bland and dull. No matter how much Li Taohua shouted, Xiao Wenwen kept walking without stopping. She locked the door to block Li Taohua's view of the cured meat. At the same time, she shouted from inside, "Sister-in-law Li, if you want meat, go ask your man. Telling me won't help. I'm not the head of your family." Her voice was loud enough to wake Zhao Wenhua, who was napping next door. Seeing Li Taohua deliberately whispering earlier, Xiao Wenwen immediately guessed that Li Taohua was sneaking out of bed without Zhao Wenhua knowing. Sure enough, Zhao Wenhua was awakened, looked through the window, and saw Li Taohua climbing over the wall again. He was furious, grabbed a stick, and stormed out.
Ow.
"Wenhua, I was wrong. Don't hit me, please. Don't hit me." Li Taohua's screams of pain echoed 2 miles away. Listening to the commotion, Xiao Wenwen peacefully fell asleep. It turns out she covered her ears with her paws and kept crawling into Xiao Wenwen's quilt. That woman next door is really annoying, and her voice is also unpleasant. In the afternoon, an unexpected spring rain started falling. The sound of the rain was like a perfect lullaby. Xiao Wenwen felt more peaceful and comfortable while sleeping. Rainy weather is even better with hot pot. Thinking about hot pot all the time, Xiao Wenwen considered whether she should pretend to go out for a walk and bring back a couple of sheep. After the rain stopped and the sky cleared, Xiao Wenwen rode her bike to the supply and marketing cooperative in town. She had left her home to watch over the house and pretended to ask the gatekeeper for directions to the town. As she biked along, breathing in the fresh grass scent, she pedaled quickly. After 20 minutes, she arrived at the town's supply store. Last time, she and Ding Yangfeng visited the military supply store. They found many things but no meat. Military families in the compound had a strong purchasing power, so she wanted to try her luck at the town supply store. She didn't want to take things from her space without a good reason. "Comrade, hello. Do you have any meat here?" Xiao Wenwen asked, seeing only a few large bones left at the meat stall. "No, it's all sold out. Only these few bones remain. Do you want them?" "They cost just 1 yuan, no receipt needed," said the worker at the stall, who had been watching those bones all afternoon and was impatient. Seeing someone who looked easy to fool, he quickly started talking. "Ati cents, no receipt. If you want it, just pack it up. If not, forget it," said Xiao Wenwen, not wanting to be short by 2 cents. She didn't like this person, especially seeing her as an easy target. "Okay, I'll pack it for you," the worker said with a sneaky smile. Xiao Wenwen thought, "I was too hasty." Back home, she cut a piece of grandma brand pickled vegetables and started boiling the big bones. Anything can be made into hot pot. If she couldn't get sliced meat, she would just enjoy bone hot pot. As the chimney puffed out white smoke and the aroma filled the air, Li Changlong and Yuan Fongfong suddenly came in together. Xiao Wenwen wiped her hands and went out happily. "Commander? Sister-in-law? Why do you have time to come over? Come inside and sit." With great enthusiasm, she welcomed Li Changlong and Yuan Fongfong into the house, pouring each of them a cup of tea. Xiao Wenwen then said, "Master, sister-in-law Fongfong, I was just about to prepare some dinner for you. You arrived just in time. Tonight, I made a famous Northeast dish, sour cabbage stew with big bones. The sour cabbage was made by my mother-in-law herself, so it's guaranteed to be authentic." Xiao Wenwen wasn't just being polite, she was sincere. She had prepared extra, originally planning to deliver some to Yuan Fongfong later. The last time she visited Yuan Fongfong's home for a meal, Xiao Wenwen noticed that Yuan Fongfong probably didn't cook often. The couple mostly ate at the cafeteria. "Really? Perfect. I came uninvited today, so I won't hold back. Where are the bowls and chopsticks? Let's start eating." "Lao Li, go wash your hands," Yuan Fongfong said, setting down her snack box and rolling up her sleeves to help. "That's great. Sister-in-law, the bowls and chopsticks are already clean, so just use whatever you like," Xiao Wenwen said, holding a white enamel basin filled with big bone and sour cabbage stew. She had just placed it by the stove to uncover the dough, and corn cakes stuck to the edge of the pot. Li Changlong finished washing his hands and casually brought the dishes into the room, without any airs of being a master. Yuan Fongfong had already taken the bowls and chopsticks, appearing unconcerned when she came out, looking very used to it. Xiao Wenwen felt that Yuan Fongfong was truly good at managing her household. In this era, men rarely helped with kitchen chores. Most still held deep-seated male chauvinism. Of course, Ding Yanfeng was an exception.
Sigh.
Who knew when he would come back? At the dining table, Xiao Wenwen sat with a freshly made cucumber salad. Today, they didn't eat at the Kong table, but at a large four-legged table on the floor. "All right, master, sister-in-law, let's eat. You must try my cooking," Xiao Wenwen said, not serving them food, but just inviting them with her words. From the last meal, she could tell that Yuan Fongfong probably had a mild obsession with cleanliness. It's normal for a doctor to have some cleanliness habits. "Okay, Wenwen, I won't hold back today. Honestly, I'm quite hungry," Yuan Fongfong said, genuinely picking up a large bone and tearing off the meat with her chopsticks. She also didn't forget the sour cabbage in the basin, which was the soul of this dish. Xiao Wenwen also didn't hold back. She grabbed the bone and started eating, then took a piece of golden corn cake. The flavor was truly authentic. Li Changlong seemed to want to say something, but Yuan Fongfong interrupted him, so he also started eating. When everyone was full, Yuan Fongfong helped Xiao Wanwan clean up the dishes. Li Changlong noticed that Xiao Wanwan was a smart person and a good military family member. This was probably related to her upbringing. Little Xiao, today I came with your sister-in-law. On one hand, she really missed you. On the other hand, Xiao Ding went on a mission and time was tight. He couldn't come back to tell you and had to leave. Before leaving, he gave many instructions and asked me to come explain to you personally, saying he would apologize when he returns. Okay, I understand, Commander. Actually, you can see that I guessed it already. It's normal. As a military family member, I understand. My father used to be like that, leaving suddenly and returning unexpectedly. When I was young, I didn't understand and often asked my mother, "Where did Dad go?" As I grew older, I understood that every minute my father was away was spent fighting to protect our country and the people. That is a soldier's duty and the ultimate meaning of their existence. So, Commander, sister-in-law, I truly understand and have no complaints. You can rest assured. Xiao Wanwan spoke very seriously and sincerely. This was indeed her own experience. But when her gaze shifted to Yuan Fongfong, who was sitting on the Kong, a traditional bed, fiercely gnawing on a wolf head-shaped snack, clearly holding back her limits but being bought off by 2 pieces of dried meat, selling her appearance, Xiao Wanwan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Li Changlong might have come to comfort her, but Yuan Fongfong definitely wasn't just there to comfort her. It was obvious she had a plan. Whose pocket had the dried meat that kept coming out? It turned out that whenever Yuan Fongfong saw her getting a little annoyed, she would stuff a piece of dried meat into her mouth. At this moment, on the Kong, the wolf and the person created a strange harmony. After 3 hours of forced marching, Ding Yanfeng reached a deep mountain area, leaning against an ancient tree, looking up at the sky with worry in his eyes. He left without saying goodbye, with an unknown return date. He must have caused his wife to worry, and he didn't know if she could eat dinner tonight. She probably couldn't eat, all because of him. He was too important in his wife's heart. He also wondered if the commander had gone to explain to his wife. "Captain, we've found the entrance." Ding Yanfeng stood up and walked toward the source of the sound. All his inner tension was instantly gone. As night fell, Li Changlong and the reluctant Yuan Fongfong left Xiao Wanwan's house. "Xiao Xiao, be sure to lock the door. If anything happens, come to our house to talk. You can find your sister-in-law or me. If no one is home, don't be afraid. Go straight to the military office and find me. Any problem can be solved," Li Changlong said firmly, holding Yuan Fongfong's hand and also reminding Xiao Wanwan. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sister-in-law. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself." Xiao Wanwan wasn't too worried. She trusted Ding Yanfeng to protect her, just like in her past life. Yuan Fongfong, however, was frustrated and glared at Li Changlong angrily. She said bluntly, "You're so hypocritical. If you really cared about Wanwan, why wouldn't you let me stay with her for a few days?" Li Changlong didn't even answer Yuan Fongfong. He pulled his reluctant wife and waved goodbye to Xiao Wanwan. They almost sent their daughter-in-law away with a meal. He knew very well that if he allowed his wife to stay at Xiao Qiao's place today, during Ding Yanfeng's missions, he probably wouldn't have his wife by his side. Xiao Wanwan watched her teacher and his wife leave. Just after locking the door, Zhao Wenhua suddenly appeared, startling her. "Wow, Commander Zhao, why didn't you say anything and just appeared out of nowhere? Don't you know you scare people?" Although Zhao Wenhua came over, Xiao Wanwan had no intention of opening the door. She stood behind the gate and said impatiently, "The main door of this house, when Ding Yanfeng returns, must be replaced with a solid iron door or a sturdy wooden one." She really disliked neighbors who had no boundaries. As a political officer, Zhao Wenhua knew that Ding Yanfeng was on a mission. What surprised him was that the teacher and his wife came personally. That was quite rare. He waited for a long time and quickly came over to ask what was going on. Could it be that Xiao Wanwan has some special background? Hey. Ding's wife. Why are you ignoring me? Hey. Zhao Wenhua wanted to ask more, but he saw Xiao Wanwan turn and walk away immediately, giving him no face at all. What's wrong with you? How can you be so rude? Zhao Wenhua was unhappy because Qiao Wanwan ignored him directly. She muttered a few angry words softly and had to go home feeling annoyed. One of the types of people Qiao Wanwan disliked most was men who hit women. Only weak men would go home and bother women. Even though the woman being hit was Li Taohua, whom she also disliked, her contempt for Zhao Wenhua remained unchanged. The next day, Qiao Wanwan woke up surprisingly early. She found some vegetable seeds in her space and scattered them in the vegetable patch that Ding Yanfeng had prepared the day before. She also looked for some garlic that had already sprouted at home, peeled each clove, and planted them in the ground. After planting everything, she watered the plants. Qiao Wanwan took 2 large, meaty bones she had thrown away before, so they could be used for chewing. She left her at home, locked the door, and headed toward the main gate of the residential compound. It wasn't very late, just before 7 o'clock, but there were already many women and older women waiting in line, all preparing to take a car to the city for shopping. The military district sent a truck every week to help military families buy supplies in the city, which was about an hour away. The truck would only return in the afternoon. "Old lady, are you going to the city today too?" Qiao Wanwan looked around and recognized only one clean-dressed woman from last time, but she didn't know her name.
Oh, yes.
"You're Ding Tuan's wife, right? Are you going shopping too?" The old lady looked Qiao Wanwan up and down. She was dressed simply in black pants, a long coat, and plain cloth shoes that looked handmade. The old lady nodded, thinking this was how hardworking people should look. She then looked at the women around her, who were eager to show off their best clothes. Compared to them, Qiao Wanwan's simple life was obvious. She was the wife of the squad leader and the daughter of the former squad leader, and her family was related to a martyr. Her modest lifestyle reflected the qualities that military families should admire. "Old lady, I've seen you a few times but don't know your last name."
I'm Qiao Wanwan.
"You can call me either Qiao Yaotu or Wanwan. Please don't keep calling me Ding Tuan's wife. It feels a bit awkward," she said kindly. The old lady smiled happily. "All right, I'll call you Qiao Yaotu from now on. You can call me Han Dama. My son works as a communications officer at the military headquarters." The older woman's impression of Qiao Wanwan improved a little more. Those wives of political officers and company commanders all like to mention their titles. "All right, Lady Han, it's so good to see you. I was worried I'd be bored on the road, so I thought I'd take the chance to keep you company." After speaking, Lady Han nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. Girl, the vehicle will arrive soon. Keep your things ready and follow me closely, got it?" Lady Han quickly packed her bamboo basket, thinking that since it was Wanwan's first time riding in a military vehicle, she should help her get on and find a good spot. A green military truck slowly approached from afar. Wanwan saw her chance, quickly slipped through the crowd, and with a kick of her right foot, she jumped into the nearly 2-meter-high truck bed. This skillful move was clearly seen by the military family members present. The late-arriving truck driver hurriedly opened the back gate and said, "Everyone, ladies and sisters-in-law, sorry about the late departure. 10 minutes late today. Let's get on quickly." The driver was puzzled. Usually, when going to the city, the wives and older women in the family compound would rush to get on the vehicle. Why weren't they moving today? "Yeah, none of them are getting on? Then I'll go first." Lady Han, already at the front, watched as Wanwan got on the vehicle. She thought to herself, "Truly, Wanwan is the daughter of Commander Qiao. If all the young people today could be like her, how could the country not prosper?" The driver helped Lady Han onto the vehicle and looked inside. He noticed someone sitting at the very back. Though he couldn't see clearly, he could tell it was a woman. "Who's inside? How did she get up there?" The driver had never seen such a situation before. When did family members' wives and sisters-in-law start climbing onto military vehicles without help? Lady Han proudly explained, "That's Xiao Wang. She's the daughter-in-law of Captain Ding. You can call her Sister Qiao. She's quick and climbed up herself. She's younger and has better legs than my wife when she was young, haha." The driver thought, "Lady Han, you really don't look at how high the vehicle is. Even when you were young, you probably couldn't have climbed up easily." For the first time, Lady Han didn't have to fight for a seat. She went straight to sit beside Wanwan, laughing happily. "Little Qiao, you didn't leave me any room to show off, huh?" Chow Wan also smiled, took 2 big white rabbit candies from her pocket, and handed them to Aunt Han. She then put one in her own mouth, as she hadn't eaten breakfast after waking up early today. The milk candies were really good for energy. Aunt Han, you should have one too. Next time, I'll ask you to help me save a spot, Chow Wan said casually. Aunt Han didn't refuse. She took the candy from Chow Wan and put it in her mouth. Then she reached into her coat and took out a big steamed bun and a bottle of homemade chili sauce. Girl, you didn't have time to eat breakfast this morning, right? Here, take this to fill your stomach. This chili sauce is homemade. It's not very spicy. Try it and see if you can handle it.
No, I can't.
This bun is probably your lunch, isn't it? I can't take it. You should keep it. I'll just buy something from the street later. I still have some milk candies in my mouth. They're just as good as a big bun. Chow Wan quickly refused. If she ate the bun, Aunt Han might go hungry by noon. At her age, Aunt Han rarely ate at government restaurants. She lived very frugally. Of course, a few people didn't include her. Aunt Han guessed what Chow Wan was thinking and didn't insist. The bun was indeed her lunch for today. If she didn't have to buy food later, she might just take 2 steamed corn cobs and leave. But if she only took corn cobs, those people might gossip behind her back about her son's lack of filial piety. She couldn't ruin her son and daughter-in-law's reputation just to save a bite of food. Besides, her 2 children were very filial. The family wasn't short of money. She just wanted to save a little more for her grandson. The child was still young and needed more nutritious food. You're the wife of Captain Ding? Why do you look like that? Not even a piece of cloth for a. Could it be that Captain Ding doesn't even give you your salary? That's really failing. I heard you're from the countryside. No wonder you're dressed so plainly. Tisk tsk. Chow Wan sat cross-legged, looking silently at this woman who was eager to find trouble. She had 2 braids, wore a patchwork dress, and small leather shoes. She was standing proudly in front of Chow Wan, showing off. The woman's attitude reminded Chow Wan of the first day she came to the residential area when she met Li Taohua. It was the same look of superiority, as if looking down on rural folks.
Who are you?
Think just because you wear a braggy, you're better than me? Looking down on me as a country girl? Everyone on this car is the same 2 generations back who isn't from humble roots. Maybe even 2 generations aren't enough. You don't seem like a city person either. Your face is red and dark, with sunburn marks on your arms. With your look, how can you claim to be from the city? And anyway, what does being from the city or countryside matter? We're all born under the red flag, raised in spring breezes. Our environments are different, but we're all working to build the country. Chow Wan didn't want to bother with her, but someone always came to vent their anger on her. She stood up, looked down at the woman looking for trouble. If she wanted to make a scene in front of her, she needed to have the right to do so. If she wanted to argue, she had to be able to back it up. You're misjudging me. That's not what I meant. Your outfit is embarrassing for Captain Ding. Look around the area. Even the company commander's wife dresses more fashionably than you. Lu Xiaohong deliberately pulled at her skirt to show Chow Wan. It was a new dress she bought for 10 yuan. Embarrassing?
Haha.
That's funny. My husband has never said a bad word about me. You're the one worrying about others' affairs?
Who are you?
Why do you care about other people's lives? You're so bored. And I, as a Chinese person, what's the point of trying to look fashionable? You spend all day worrying about clothes and look down on hardworking people. Your thinking is wrong, very wrong. Whose family are you from? What's your husband's job? Your problem needs to be reported to the organization. I never thought a disgrace like you would sneak into the honorable military family. Lu Xiaohong never expected that just wanting to find Chow Wan to vent her anger would lead to such a serious accusation. She turned pale instantly and hurriedly explained, I am just a common worker. My family has been farmers for 3 generations. I haven't enjoyed any special treatment. Please don't slander me. She knew she could never admit to this. Once the accusation was made, it wouldn't just affect her. Her family members could also be involved. She might even lose her position as company commander, which was something she absolutely couldn't allow. Usually, it was because of her status as the commander's wife that the people in the family compound showed her some respect. Lu Xiaohong no longer cared about bothering Qiao Wanwan. She hurriedly backed away, trembling, and didn't dare to look at her. This woman was just a fool, completely brainless. Qiao Wanwan sneered and watched Lu Xiaohong's movements. When people are scared, they instinctively look for a safe place to hide or someone to rely on. Clearly, Lu Xiaohong was the latter. Qiao Wanwan saw her hide behind two women dressed in similar cloth dresses, and one of them even grabbed Lu Xiaohong's hand. That woman looked directly into Qiao Wanwan's eyes with a fearless expression, which seemed to carry a challenge. "Girl, stop looking and come sit for a while. That woman, Lu Xiaohong, is just a fool. She went back home to visit her family a few days ago and only returned yesterday. She probably doesn't know your background. Someone provoked her, and she became the scapegoat," Granny Han whispered as she gently pulled Qiao Wanwan's arm, trying to comfort her. "Grandma, who is that woman? I feel her eyes are strange when she looks at me," Qiao Wanwan said openly, pointing directly at her. Her eyes were almost glaring holes into her. Was she supposed to just ignore it? Granny Han looked where Qiao Wanwan pointed and saw Lu Xiaolan, Lu Xiaohong's sister, who looked at her with jealousy and disdain. "That is Lu Xiaolan, Lu Xiaohong's sister. She once tried to introduce someone to your family's Captain Ding, but he rejected her outright. She hasn't given up. She often blocked people on the way and even brought food, but your man never paid her any attention. He acts like she's a plague. Once, she even scolded him so badly that he cried in front of everyone. It seems that Lu Xiaohong was influenced by Lu Xiaolan earlier. These two sisters, one is not very smart and the other is too scheming." Qiao Wanwan's lips curled into a teasing smile. This young man, Ding, has many admirers around him. First there was Sun Yunxiang and now Lu Xiaolan. It's quite interesting. She stretched lazily, playfully tilting her chin, and looked provocatively at Lu Xiaolan. It's been a long time since she had a fight. She wondered if the women in this residential area would pull hair. Not tying up her hair today was a mistake. Qiao Wanwan cracked her knuckles, waiting for the fish to take the bait. She knew hitting someone first was wrong, but if someone hit her first, she would defend herself. When defending herself, she might hit a little harder, which was understandable. She was ready and waiting for a while, but Lu Xiaolan didn't take the bait. She thought, why is this person always sneaking around doing bad things? A military vehicle stopped at the entrance of the biggest department store in Beijing. Military family members got off one after another. Qiao Wanwan sat inside calmly, not rushing to get out. Instead, Granny Han and some familiar older women had already moved to the front. They wanted to buy some defective fabric. Qiao Wanwan wasn't interested and declined Granny Han's invitation to go together. When only a few people were left, Qiao Wanwan smoothly turned around and jumped off the military vehicle. She startled a driver nearby. "Comrade, may I ask, what time do we gather?" Qiao Wanwan clapped her hands and asked a driver beside her. She only knew the military vehicle would return in the afternoon, but forgot to ask Granny Han about the gathering time. "Hello, sister. We meet at 3:30 p.m. at the same spot," answered driver Xiao Wang seriously. "Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead." Qiao Wanwan waved goodbye and headed straight to the state-run restaurant at the end of the street. She casually took out a 3-in-1 ticket from her pocket. Since it might expire, she decided to spend it now. "Hello, comrade. I want 3 fresh meat buns and a bowl of fried sauce noodles." Qiao Wanwan originally planned to have lunch directly, but arrived too early. It was less than 9 o'clock, and the state-run restaurant was still serving breakfast. She decided to come back at noon. She had just seen on the small blackboard that they would serve Beijing-style shredded pork with sauce at noon.
She was quite looking forward to that.
After filling her stomach, Qiao Wanwan went to buy a sweet snack called sugar ears, packed it in a lunchbox, and took it away to enjoy later. Walking along the main street, Qiao Wanwan first glanced toward the supply and marketing cooperative. It was crowded and very busy, probably because of the morning meat purchase and the sale of defective cloth today. There were many more people than she remembered. Not wanting to squeeze with others, She strolled a few steps and entered a relatively quiet friendship store. Most of the items sold here could only be bought with foreign exchange coupons or were extremely expensive, testing customers' purchasing power. Compared to the supply and marketing staff, the clerks here were much more enthusiastic. However, no one paid attention to Xiao Wanwan because her clothes were very plain, and she looked out of place in this environment. But despite her simple appearance, Xiao Wanwan, holding her sugar ears in one hand and pointing at the foreign chocolates in the display case with the other, said, "Hello, please get me 10 pieces of chocolate, a box of Shanghai brand coffee, and 5 cans of Merlin's canned food." What? Sorry, how many did you say you want to buy? The clerk inside the counter, who was polishing her nails, looked surprised and asked. She thought she might have heard wrong. 10 pieces of chocolate, 1 box of Shanghai brand coffee, and 5 cans of Merlin's canned food. Did you hear me clearly this time? Xiao Wanwan knew she was being looked down upon again. She didn't bother arguing with the clerk and simply took out a handful of foreign exchange coupons and many black 10-yuan notes from her bag. They were laid out clearly on the glass counter, dazzling and sharp, hurting the clerk's eyes. Okay, sorry. I'll get them for you right away. The clerk had a good lesson today. Who would have thought that a woman not wearing a dress or shoes could produce so many foreign exchange coupons? Refusing the shopping bag offered by the clerk, Xiao Wanwan put everything directly into her bag. As she passed the watch display, her eyes were caught by a gemstone flower watch. "Hello, could I see that watch?" Xiao Wanwan pointed through the glass at a gemstone flower watch with 17 diamonds inside the display case. Yes, of course. Seeing how the food clerk had been treated earlier, the clerk now took her seriously. She carefully brought out the watch Xiao Wanwan requested and also picked out some other attractive watches for her to choose from. "How much are these two?" Xiao Wanwan held a gemstone flower watch in one hand and a classic men's watch from Shanghai brand in the other. The gemstone flower watch has 17 diamonds, while the Shanghai brand watch has 19 diamonds. The gemstone flower watch is more suitable for women to wear. The gemstone flower costs 160 yuan, and the Shanghai brand costs 175 yuan. Together, they total 335 yuan, plus 2 watch tickets, the waiter said with a big smile, feeling happy. He sold 2 watches quickly, which meant a small bonus for him at the end of the month. Xiao Wanwan paid confidently, using her ticket. She kept her own watch on her wrist and gave the other to Ding Yangfeng, feeling like they were a couple. She stored the purchase receipts carefully. Her watch was on her wrist, and Ding Yangfeng's watch, along with its box, was put into her bag. After leaving the friendship store, Xiao Wanwan was about to walk to the supply and marketing cooperative across the street when she was bumped by a man in black. She instinctively protected her bag. The man reached for his lower back, and Xiao Wanwan quickly realized he was hiding something there. Most likely it was a gun. Could this man be a spy, an agent, or someone on a secret mission? Xiao Wanwan frowned, annoyed. She scolded, "Watch where you're going. Did you know you just hurt me?" "I'm sorry. I have something urgent to do," the man said hurriedly, seeming to chase after a goal, and then he ran away. His quick apology and calm attitude suggested he might be on our side. If he was a foreign agent hiding among the people, he would probably say something suspicious. But he could also be a foreign spy hiding among the citizens. If that's the case, Xiao Wanwan could only say he was very good at hiding his identity. His local accent was so authentic, it sounded like he had lived in the city for many years. "Forget it, it's none of my business. I'm just here to relax," Xiao Wanwan said, popping a piece of fruit candy into her mouth. She headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative, but her mind was already remembering the man's face carefully. She avoided the crowded fabric counter and the busy pork stall, heading straight to the second floor to look at small household appliances. "Comrade, I want to buy a TV. How much does it cost?" Xiao Wanwan asked, showing a TV ticket and waiting for the clerk's price. "Do you want a 9-inch or a 12-inch TV? We only have 2 now, both in black. You can take a look first." Behind the counter, there were really only 2 black and white televisions on display. Probably a 12-inch one. How much does it cost? Xiao Wanwan guessed there was no color TV, and indeed, there was no color TV nor any options to choose from. At this time, Televisions had just started being produced, and few people bought them. Not only because they were expensive, but also because TV tickets were hard to get. Since the supply and demand cooperative only had 2 units, it was clear that these items were very valuable now. For 40 yuan, plus a TV ticket, the clerk took the TV ticket from Xiao Wanwan, carefully checked it to avoid mistakes. Xiao Wanwan then took out a stack of large black 10 yuan bills from her bag and counted them in front of the clerk, one by one. Each black 10 bill was worth 10 yuan. The TV cost 440 yuan, so Xiao Wanwan counted out 44 bills, satisfying her small desire to count money. After receiving the money, the clerk counted it twice again in front of Xiao Wanwan before issuing a purchase receipt. Then, he carefully packed the TV back into its box. Comrade, be sure to hold the TV tightly on the way home. It's easy to break, and now no one can fix it. Be careful, the clerk warned as he placed the TV on the counter. Okay, thank you, comrade. I understand, Xiao Wanwan replied, holding the TV close to her chest. It was surprisingly heavy, made with solid materials. Xiao Wanwan didn't put the TV into her bag. She came today just to get a clear path forward. Next time, she promised herself she would go to the market and bring back a sheep. Clumsily holding the clumsy TV, Xiao Wanwan returned to the state-run restaurant, thinking about delicious Beijing-style shredded pork and preserved vegetable braised pork.
Spit. Spit.
Spit. As soon as she entered, she was bumped into, almost spilling her TV. The TV stayed steady, but her open mouth didn't know what she had bitten into, and some crumbs kept falling. Xiao Wanwan was both shocked and confused. It was the woman she had dragged down from the mountain a few days ago. How could she recover so quickly? No. Even if her body recovered fast, her wounds couldn't have scabbed and fallen off so soon. This wasn't the woman she had rescued. Who was she? Do we know each other? The woman opposite Xiao Wanwan asked with doubt. At the same time, a man dressed in a black zhongshan suit, holding 2 lunch boxes, approached her. The man looked at Xiao Wanwan cautiously and asked softly, "What's wrong? Arya? Are you Wang Arya? The Wang Arya who lived next door to my house when we were kids? Don't you remember? I am Li Xiaohua from the west side of your house. It's been so many years, but I still recognized you at first glance. You've become even more beautiful. Is this your boyfriend?" He's quite tall. Xiao Wanwan's eyes flickered, and she eagerly stepped forward, pretending to be excited to catch up. Her whole body showed a very happy expression, but her eyes clearly held some scheming. The man was still cautious. When he saw Xiao Wanwan's greedy look, wanting to take advantage, he frowned and pushed her away as if she were a fly.
Who's Li Xiaohua?
You've mistaken someone. How unlucky. He cursed and tried to take the woman away, already about to step past Xiao Wanwan. Suddenly, the woman took out a folded piece of paper from her pocket, secretly trying to slip it into Xiao Wanwan's hand. Should she take it or not? Xiao Wanwan hesitated for a second, then showed an impatient look. Go away, go away. You're just a beggar and you still want to give me a steamed bun? What's the use of a piece of paper? Oh, I get it. You're trying to blackmail me, right? Pretending to give me a paper, but actually offering me money instead. Humph, with your tricks, I've already used them before. Puffed, and you call me unlucky? How good are you really? Dressed up all fancy, but turns out you're just a scoundrel. Humph. She raised her voice deliberately, making it loud enough for everyone in the state-run restaurant to hear. Customers and waiters all looked over. The man tugged at the woman's sleeve and muttered quietly. Both of them sneered at Xiao Wanwan's scheming look, then snorted and turned to leave. Phew! Xiao Wanwan let out a breath. Their acting skills are really top-notch. When the woman handed her the note, she almost reached out to take it. Luckily, she noticed her other hand behind her back, ready to strike. That was close. But Xiao Wanwan was sure that these 2 people were definitely looking for a contact person. She just wasn't sure if they were talking about her side or the enemy's. The man who was loudly insisting on leaving slowed down when the woman handed over the note, and he also paused before opening the door. The woman acted perfectly, with a look of genuine concern and urgency. But she was too sincere, which made Xiao Wanwan suspicious. After those 2 people left, Xiao Wanwan hugged the TV and stood in line at the window to buy food, acting as if nothing had happened. Faced with the disdainful looks from people in the state-run restaurant, Xiao Wanwan chose to ignore them. At this point, even if she explained all day, it wouldn't change anything. Moreover, she didn't want to explain. Instead, she thought, why not eat a little more meat? Isn't that better? When Xiao Wanwan reached the food window, she clearly felt the server's sudden coldness, impatience, and disdain. Hello, 1 order of Beijing-style shredded pork, 1 braised pork with preserved vegetables, a bowl of shredded pork with pickled vegetables, and 3 plain steamed buns. For takeout, Xiao Wanwan placed the TV on the ground, took out 3 aluminum lunchboxes from her bag, paid, and then waited nearby. She felt uneasy again. This time, it wasn't the server's fault. She had been careless earlier. But she saw no better way. After receiving the lunchboxes, Xiao Wanwan walked out of the restaurant under the watchful eyes of many. It had been a long time since she enjoyed such attention, and she was a bit uncomfortable with it. Xiao Wanwan found a quiet alley, entered from the east side, slipped into her space, changed into her miner's outfit, then came out from the west side. She also pushed a bicycle and rode toward the Jing Steel factory. This was a large factory with thousands of workers. Just their daily meals and drinks must cost a lot. Xiao Wanwan parked her bike, looked at the notice board at the gate, and took out a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes to give to the old man guarding the entrance. Old man, I want to see Director Zhao from the procurement department. Could you please make a call? Good kid. Wait a moment. I'll call someone for you. By the way, what's your name? Why do you want to see Director Zhao? The old man took the cigarettes, put them in his pocket, and started making a call while asking. Old man, my surname is Quan. I'm here to discuss grain procurement with Director Zhao. Our commune's harvest this year is quite good, Xiao Wanwan thought. Since she had already said this much, as long as Director Zhao wasn't foolish, he should understand her purpose. When the call connected, the old man faithfully relayed the message without change, and finally, he handed the phone to Xiao Wanwan. Section Chief Zhao, about the 1,000 jin of grain you ordered last time. When will it be delivered? The villagers are getting anxious. Xiao Wanwan took the phone and spoke directly, not paying attention to the doubts from the person on the other end.
What?
1,000 jin? Okay, young man, just wait a moment. I'll go out and get you. In the procurement office, Section Chief Zhao, who has been losing hair rapidly lately, hurriedly rushed out in excitement. This is grain coming from above, no matter where it's from, as long as it can be delivered, it's fine. At the steel mill gate breathless, Section Chief Zhao arrived late. First confused, then surprised, he stepped forward and shook hands with Xiao Wanwan, excitedly saying, Comrade, you've arrived. Our steel mill has been waiting for this batch of grain to start processing. Come on, let's go to the office to talk. Xiao Wanwan nodded and replied, I arrived just in time. Well, sir, I'll go into the office with the section chief now. I'll chat with you later when I have more time. All right. Good job, young man. The old man cheerfully let them pass. This matter concerns the livelihood of over 10,000 people at the steel mill, including himself. Even if this young man has 1,000 jin of grain, it won't last long, and it's not enough to feed everyone for long. In the procurement office, after Zhao's section chief and Xiao Wanwan entered and Zhao carefully closed the door, they didn't even sit down before he hurriedly asked, Are you serious about having 1,000 jin of grain? Section Chief Zhao, as long as the cooperation is smooth, I can get even 10,000 jin of grain if I have the means. It all depends on whether you have the courage to take it. Xiao Wanwan's eyes were full of meaning as she looked directly at Zhao's section chief, then relaxed and leaned on the sofa, a faint smile on her lips. With years of experience, Zhao immediately understood the implication in her words, that the source of the grain was not legitimate. If it's not legitimate, so be it. As long as it can solve the problem of feeding the workers at the steel mill, then this route is considered acceptable. The bold survive, the timid starve. Zhao Yuanfang confidently guaranteed that if he let this young man go today, several nearby factories would definitely be eager to buy grain from him. Such a large amount of grain, anyone who claims the source is legitimate is just pretending. Most likely, they're just making vague excuses. All right, young man, you look capable of big things. I haven't even asked your name yet. Zhao Yuanfang took out his treasured tea leaves and generously brewed a strong cup, placing it in front of the grain delivery boy. Name's Kwang. Director Zhao. You can call me whatever you like. I'm in a bit of a hurry to sell this batch of grain. It's best if we go and load it immediately. What do you think about the price? Zhou Wanwan was indeed anxious. She needed to meet at the department store entrance at 3:30, and it was already 1 o'clock. She hadn't finished packing the grain yet. If it weren't for the space warehouse warning about full capacity, she wouldn't be rushing so desperately to sell a batch of grain. The price is negotiable, but what about the quality of the grain? Do you have a sample? The steel factory also has certain quality standards for grain. At least it can't be moldy or spoiled. Zhou Wanwan patted her head, took out 2 small paper packages from her pocket, and placed them on the table. She said, "Look, I brought samples to prove the quality. The whole batch is of this quality. Feel free to check it yourself." After inspecting the samples, Director Zhao became even more excited. These are top-quality grains. His smile grew more restrained, but still couldn't hide his enthusiasm. "Comrade Kwang, this quality is definitely good. Do you have a large amount? Can we buy more?" "Yes, I do. But I don't know if you can handle it. Conservatively, I'd say about 10,000 jin." "You probably can't eat it all," Zhou Wanwan said, her face showing that her factory wasn't very strong. 10,000 jin. 5 tons? Young brother, let me think for a moment. Director Zhao covered his excited heart, almost overwhelmed by the sight of the grain rain. After a while, he finally calmed down a bit. The first thing he did was pull out a drawer from his desk and place it on the table in front of Zhou Wanwan. Kwang, brother, you rest for a bit. I'll go and get the factory director to approve the funds."
"We want to buy your grain," he said.
Then, he grabbed the 2 paper packages with grain samples on the table and hurried out, forgetting to close the office door. With a buyer secured, a state-owned factory was guaranteed. Zhou Wanwan chewed on Zhao's sunflower seeds and looked for a completely safe place to finalize the deal. She remembered an almost ruined official residence next to the original owner's grandmother's house. Because repairing it would cost a lot, it was now abandoned, and few people went there regularly. When Officer Zhao returned with a small leather case filled with a large sum of money, Zhao Wanwan immediately gave him the address and arranged to meet in half an hour. She planned to bring people and a truck to go there, and then exchange the money for the goods. When Zhao Wanwan left the steel factory, she took out a box of peony cigarettes and handed it to the old man. "Thank you, sir. We'll see each other again next time." She rode her bike as fast as she could to find the abandoned yard. Except for the intact gate, the inside was full of broken debris, and even the roof had large holes. To avoid suspicion, Zhao Wanwan put on protective clothing and took out a tall floor-cleaning machine. She used a quiet vacuum to clean the dust and fallen leaves from the center of the yard, even cleaning the entrance thoroughly. This way, she could hide the footprints from when she didn't bring any grain into the yard. Then she quickly sneaked the grain out, stacking it in small piles. Just after she finished, the broken gate of the yard was knocked on. Zhao Wanwan wiped the sweat from her forehead, adjusted her breathing, and then went to open the door. Officer Zhao, with 2 trucks and more than 10 men, saw the door open. He quietly asked, "Brother, can we go in now?" For caution, Officer Zhao didn't rush inside. If Kwang's people hadn't retreated yet, rushing in might ruin everything. "Officer Zhao, you arrived just on time." Zhao Wanwan looked at her watch. "Exactly half an hour. You can come in to check the goods now, but only 2 people can come. The others wait outside." Officer Zhao nodded happily and took 2 trusted men with him. Following Zhao Wanwan, they bypassed the gate's decorative wall and headed straight toward the impressive pile of grain, which left the 3 people stunned.
"Wow.
Brother, old Zhao, am definitely trusting you now," Officer Zhao said, shaking Kwang's hands with excitement, feeling like he was meeting his own father. "All right, let's check the grain quickly. Honestly, I still have other plans, and this timing is tight." Zhao Wanwan looked at her watch with a worried expression. Director Zhao scolded his 2 subordinates, who didn't seem very capable. He kicked one and said, Hurry up and go check the grain. The two men couldn't hide their smiles after being kicked. Who would have thought that a factory buying grain by the mountain was actually their own steel plant? That was quite a surprise. This gave them a lot to brag about. The buyers from nearby factories, especially those who often boasted in front of them, would definitely want to see their strength. After checking, the two men confirmed everything was fine. Director Zhao didn't waste time. He put down his briefcase and started counting money in front of Qiao Wanwan. Brother, 5,000 jean of rice and 5,000 jean of flour. The price is 2 cents more per jean than the market price. The rice costs 1,250 yuan and the flour costs 1,000 yuan. That's a total of 2,250 yuan. I also asked the factory director for 10 industrial coupons, and I personally gave you a radio ticket. If you have more good deals like this, just think of me. He handed the small leather case to Qiao Wanwan. Before leaving, the factory's finance team had calculated the money, and Zhao didn't open the case, just roughly looked inside. All right, no problem. I don't have much ability, just some common things like grain and pork. Brother Zhao, if you need anything in the future, just ask. Qiao Wanwan glanced at the case, had a rough idea, then casually took it and started thinking about the pigsty filled with pigs in the space.
What?
You can get pork too? Zhao was so excited, he almost hugged Kwang's thigh on the spot. Of course. Maybe 5 or 4. 3 or 2 pigs. Or so. Qiao Wanwan wasn't sure herself. No matter what she said, Zhao looked like he was high on something. Let's talk again next time. Brother Zhao, I have to go now. Take your time moving the grain, no rush. Qiao Wanwan slipped away quickly, feeling that if she said anything more, Zhao might get too excited and lose control. Don't go. Brother, Zhao desperately tried to stop her, but he couldn't catch up with Kwang's quick pace. In the end, he could only stand at the gate, sighing and waving his hand to let everyone in to move the grain. With this batch of grain, their procurement plan would be more than enough, not just for this month but for the whole year. It was like a blessing from above. Officer Zhao felt much more relaxed. Qiao Wanwan quickly rode her bike back near the department store. The military vehicle was already waiting at the entrance, with many people sitting inside. She hurriedly found a quiet alley, slipped into a small space, and changed back to her usual appearance. She carried the food bought at the state-run restaurant in her bag. At that time, the restaurant was crowded, and she wasn't sure if anyone inside was a military family member from the same military district. With both hands, she held a cardboard box containing a TV and then approached, blending into the line of military families. She queued up to get on the military vehicle, carrying the box. The driver immediately noticed and came over to help. Older sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll pass the box up to you, said driver Xiao Wang as he took the box from her. It felt quite heavy, so he looked at it more carefully. Is this a TV? Older sister-in-law, did you buy a TV? His voice was neither loud nor soft, and several military families nearby heard him clearly. Qiao Wanwan had already climbed onto the vehicle, crouched down, and reached out to take the box from the driver, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I bought it. It's either a color TV or a black and white one, just to pass the time, she said confidently, which sparked discussion among the onlookers. There were feelings of envy, jealousy, and silent resentment. No one truly congratulated her. People tend to resent others' success, but not celebrate it, making it hard to find a balanced middle ground. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Qiao Wanwan walked over to Aunt Han, who was waving at her. She went to the same corner as before, but this time, the person occupying the spot was really Aunt Han. After placing the TV down, Qiao Wanwan sat close to Aunt Han and asked with concern, Aunt Han, did you get the fabric? I saw many people at the fabric counter. Hearing this, Aunt Han immediately took a piece of indigo-printed fabric from a bamboo basket at her feet and proudly said, I got it. Even with so many people, I'm not afraid. I've trained for this. Look at this piece of fabric. Only the pattern was printed incorrectly. When sewn, it's pressed underneath, so you can't see it. And the price was more than half off. It's a real bargain. Qiao Wanwan carefully examined and even touched the item, nodding in approval and showing her agreement. She said, Aunt Han, this makes sense. Your family must be thriving and changing every day. You are the treasure everyone talks about in the family. Everyone can give compliments, but only Qiao Wanwan's words truly touched Aunt Han's heart. She is a rural woman with little education, and her only pride is managing the household chores well. At 3:30 p.m., everyone should be back. The military vehicle started on time and headed out of the city. The ride was still bumpy, but the military family members had gotten used to it. They chatted in small groups, each with their own circle. When they arrived at the family compound, Qiao Wanwan and Aunt Han got off the car together and headed inside. Aunt Han had already seen the TV Qiao Wanwan was holding. She was wise and didn't mention it on the bus, especially since Lu Xiaolan and her sister kept glancing at Qiao Wanwan. Since Captain Ding was not home, Qiao Wanwan needed to be careful not to cause trouble. Little Qiao, you must be careful with Lu Xiaolan and her sister. They kept sneaking looks at you on the bus, and they also looked at the TV. Don't let anyone find out. In our yard, many people envy others' good fortune, and some might try to cause trouble behind your back. Before leaving, Aunt Han worriedly advised Qiao Wanwan. Qiao Wanwan happily nodded in response. Aunt Han was kind-hearted, but she wondered if the sisters were planning something? No, that wasn't her concern. As for living quietly, her purchase of the TV wouldn't stay a secret for long in the yard. She wouldn't lower her quality of life just because she was afraid of others' schemes or opinions. That was not her style. When she got home, her dog was already waiting by the door. As soon as it saw her, it wagged its tail vigorously. Woof, 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 woof. It waited eagerly for Qiao Wanwan to open the door, then rushed over, grabbing her pant leg and heading inside. Hey, silly dog, slow down. What's inside the house? Why are you in such a hurry? Qiao Wanwan gently followed as the dog pulled her along. Suddenly, the small bowl she used for food fell to her feet. The dog, with its sharp claws, was tapping repeatedly on its food bowl. Howl. Howl. It turns out. Hurry, Mom, quickly feed me. If I weren't watching the house, I would have gone hunting in the back mountain long ago. I'd be starving the wolf's stomach. Huh? You're dropping your bowl again when asking for food? You silly wolf, can't you see I'm carrying things? Just wait patiently. Qiao Wanwan angrily stepped over the old food bowl, went inside, and placed the TV on the Kong, a traditional heated bed. She carried the heavy creature all the way without raising suspicion, holding it carefully. Older sister? Are you back? Before Qiao Wanwan could catch her breath, someone was calling her at the door. Coming. Who is it? Qiao Wanwan replied loudly, took off her shoulder bag and placed it on the Kong, then threw a wild chicken into the original bowl and finally closed the main room door before stepping outside. Hello, older sister. Li Yang saw Qiao Wanwan come out and quickly saluted. Hello. Why are you here? Do you need something? Qiao Wanwan looked at Li Yang with some doubt. Older sister, I came to deliver a package. You can see where to put it, or do you want me to help carry it inside? Li Yang said, showing the bicycle leaning against the wall, with 4 or 5 packages tied to it of various sizes. Li Yang felt a bit embarrassed to come inside, especially since the team leader wasn't home now. He was worried it might be inconvenient to enter without permission. No need. It looks like it's from the bookstore and the newspaper office. Just leave it at the door. I'll move it inside myself when I have time. Thank you for bringing it over. After Li Yang left, Qiao Wanwan didn't have time to tidy up the 4 or 5 packages on the ground. She hurriedly pushed her bicycle, locked the door, and quickly headed toward the military office. When she left the military office, Li Changlong, with a serious face, dialed a call to his superior. Soon after, the security level in Jing City was once again upgraded to strict. These 2 people hadn't found the contact person, so they wouldn't retreat easily. With a clear target, catching the person was only a matter of time. Riding her bike back to the residential compound, she saw a figure far away, squatting at her door, holding a stick and poking at something through the gate. Qiao Wanwan calmly parked her bike, looked inside, and saw that someone was lying on the ground, with a wolf's paw pressing down on the stick and a wolf face showing helplessness. When she saw Qiao Wanwan, she immediately stood up and made loud noises. It turned out, Mom, you're finally back. This woman is acting crazy, holding a broken stick and poking at nothing. She keeps poking, but she can't even get a single hair out. I'm too tired to call her. It's just a wolf's howling. Li Taohua saw Xiao Wanwan return, awkwardly dropped her stick, and, struggling with her big belly, stood up and defended herself. Little Xiao is back. Sister-in-law saw this thing lying in the yard and was worried someone might steal it, so she helped push it inside. I was just trying to be kind. You should thank me. Oh, this poor girl is exhausted. Really? Sister-in-law Li is so kind-hearted. I thought you liked my dog. Want me to open the door so you two can chat? Xiao Wanwan didn't bother with more words and directly opened the door, releasing the wolf. Li Taohua was so frightened she hurriedly stepped back, muttering awkwardly, No need. I think I should go home now. She wasn't stupid. She could still face the wolf through the fence, opening the door and not running away. Was she waiting to become the wolf's lunch? She just wanted a bite of meat. Xiao Wanwan was really stingy. Xiao Wanwan wouldn't let Li Taohua go so easily. She immediately ordered the wolf to block Li Taohua's way back home. She sneered, Li Taohua, while I'm not home, you're trying to sneak into my house. Listen to your excuse. Do you really believe it? Trying to steal my things while I'm away? Did you never eat before? Or is your man too poor to support you? What's the point of marrying if he can't support a woman? Uft. She didn't bother lowering her voice. She shouted loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Unexpectedly, this shout not only attracted nearby neighbors but also caught Zhao Wenhua, who had just finished work. When Zhao Wenhua saw that Xiao Wanwan was scolding his wife, his face immediately darkened. Wasn't this woman supposed to be resting in bed, pregnant? Why was she causing trouble again? Cough, cough. Little Xiao, what's going on? Did your sister-in-law upset you? Please don't mind her. She's from the countryside, uneducated, and doesn't know how to speak properly. Be more tolerant. Zhao Wenhua deliberately avoided the main issue, trying to downplay it. He had heard clearly that Xiao Wanwan accused his wife of stealing. Stealing was a serious crime. If it really got out, it could seriously affect his career. Commander Zhao, are you trying to protect your wife? Most people in the family compound are from the countryside, and I am too. What's wrong with coming from the countryside? Coming from the countryside is nothing to be ashamed of. Not having education isn't a reason for her to be rude. Zhou Wanwan didn't plan to spoil the couple. It would be best to discipline them today so they wouldn't bother her in the future. Li Taohua spends her days at home doing nothing, always staring at the small things happening in her yard. Today, she was at home watching over the family. She even dared to secretly take things through the door. If one day no one was home, she might even break into the house.
Tiao Venhua patlikli humiliate Diovanvan.
To him, this was a great shame. He felt he had no reason to defend himself, and he blamed Li Taohua, this reckless woman. The crisp sound of slaps stunned many neighbors watching nearby. Li Taohua was slapped in front of so many people by her own husband. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. How could she go out and meet people in the future? Zhou Wanwan, it's all your fault. How can your heart be so cruel? You have so much meat in your house. What's wrong with giving a pregnant woman a few bites? Why are you so stingy? You're supposed to be a hero's daughter, Li Taohua yelled angrily, covering her swollen cheek. This trick always worked. As long as she shouted loud enough in the village, others couldn't argue back and just had to accept it. Since coming to the family compound, Li Taohua had done this a few times. People cared about face and couldn't argue much, so they obediently let her do as she pleased. Smack. Smack. Zhou Wanwan responded with 3 quick slaps, hitting Li Taohua's face in a mirror image.
How?
How can you hit someone? Li Taohua never expected Zhou Wanwan to slap her in front of everyone. Zhao Wenhua quickly stepped in front of Li Taohua, protecting her. He thought it was okay for his wife to hit her, but Zhou Wanwan couldn't do that. Mrs. Ding? How can you hit someone? Is that how Captain Ding usually teaches you? Zhao Wenhua's eyes flashed with cunning. Since Zhou Wanwan dared to hit someone, he saw an opportunity to use this. She was hitting Li Taohua. Commander Zhao, your wife can't be taught properly. I'll teach her myself. Publicly insulting heroes and martyrs? Insulting the children of martyrs? Using justice as an excuse to secretly take the martyrs' children's property, Li Taohua really had a lot of courage. Who said that because you're pregnant, the neighbor's meat must be given to you? The meat in my house was bought by a hero who received honors. Do you think you deserve to eat it? Xiao Wanwan looked down on her with disdain, deeply hurting Zhao Wenhua's hidden sense of inferiority. I didn't mean that. I haven't insulted any hero or martyr. Don't jump to conclusions. I was just curious. Recently, you received a big package, and today there are several more. These things you have must not be honorable. Li Taohua realized she might have said the wrong thing and quickly denied it. When she saw the packages on the ground, she suddenly shouted as if she had caught Xiao Wanwan's small braid. Oh, is that so? Poor you. Your child is almost unprotected, and you still have the energy to pay attention to what's in my house. Are you bored at home? Always thinking about taking other people's things? Let's all be careful. Who has extra food or meat to feed someone else's wife? If a man can't even feed his pregnant wife, he's truly useless. Xiao Wanwan spoke loudly, directly addressing Zhao Wenhua's unpleasant face. A political commissar at the regiment level earns over 100 yuan a month. Is it really necessary to neglect the meat and vegetables for his pregnant wife? How laughable and ironic. Hearing Xiao Wanwan speak like that, the women and mothers watching all changed their expressions. Oh, my family doesn't have that kind of meat or vegetables for others to eat. My grandson only eats twice a month. Li Taohua, don't come to my house anymore. We don't welcome you. Honestly, Zhao Commissar, your monthly salary must be quite good. You probably can't even afford a meal of meat for your wife. I know your family is careful with money, but you shouldn't be so frugal that you can't share with us. That reminds me, last month I was making animal fat oil, and Li Taohua came to borrow a bowl. I lent her a big bowl. Li Taohua, you should return it soon. My family isn't wealthy, and if it weren't for your husband being a commissar, I wouldn't have lent it to you. Everyone started talking among themselves, revealing that Li Taohua, claiming her husband was a commissar, had borrowed many things and never returned them. Suddenly, Li Taohua clutched her stomach in pain and cried out loudly. Right at this critical moment, everyone thought she was pretending. When they saw Li Taohua hiding, they all started criticizing Zhao Wenhua. Zhao political commissar, your wife borrowed things from us. You have to return them. You can't just hide. Exactly, you can't hide. If you don't solve this today, we'll go to the division commander's house. Someone in charge will handle it. Yes, if you don't return them today, we'll go find the division commander. Find the division commander? He's probably at home now. Zhao Wenhua was suddenly surrounded by the crowd. Even if he tried to argue, he was quickly shut down and couldn't speak. He could only frown and go home to get the items. Everyone, Zhao Wenhua, as the political commissar, would never take anything from you. All these things were done secretly by Li Taohua. I apologize to everyone. I will go home now and return everything. There were needles, threads, flour, oil, and even 2 bunches of chives. Zhao Wenhua's smile was getting uglier. What had Li Taohua been doing at home? Wasn't she ruining his reputation? After Zhao Wenhua calmed everyone down and came out, he saw Li Taohua still sitting on the ground. His anger flared up immediately. He quickly took a few steps forward, pulling her hair and dragging her toward the house.
Fine, Li Taohua.
I work hard outside, and you live comfortably at home. Yet you're ruining my reputation like this? Just wait. I'll beat you to death. Soon. Inside Zhao Wenhua's house, loud screams of Li Taohua could be heard. Since the person involved had shut the door and gone inside to be beaten, the neighbors watching from outside hadn't left. They all looked with curiosity at the 4 or 5 large packages in Xiao Wanwan's yard. Li Taohua said that a few days ago, there was an even bigger package. How many good things could be inside? Cough, cough, comrade Xiao Qiao. You received so many packages today. One aunt, who had gone shopping in the city with Xiao Wanwan in the military vehicle, couldn't hold back her curiosity. She knew that Xiao Wanwan had bought a TV today. In the entire military compound, only the division commander's house had a TV. It was very precious. Xiao Wanwan was about to go home when she paused, turned to look at everyone, and sneered. Uncles and aunts, are you all curious? Then come and take a look. Opening her house's big door, Xiao Wenwen pulled out a clearly book-shaped package and started unwrapping it in front of everyone. When a large stack of foreign books was revealed, she picked up one and waved it in front of the crowd. She said, "These are foreign books sent to me by the bookstore and the newspaper office. I am a certified translator. When I was working as a young rural worker, I already helped with translations. Since moving here, these are the first batch of books sent for me to translate. There will probably be many more in the future. Do you want to see my translation certificate? I can go inside and get it for you." Xiao Wenwen didn't just ask casually. She went straight inside and returned quickly with her translation certificate, stamped with a red seal. She clearly showed it to everyone, which also proved she rarely went out and had a much better living standard. Seeing her real translation certificate and the hardback books they couldn't understand, everyone else found excuses and left disappointed. After the crowd dispersed, when Xiao Wenwen was carrying the second batch, she noticed something strange. Someone had been standing at the door the whole time without coming in. "What's wrong? Silly wolf. Why aren't you helping?" Noticing something was off, Xiao Wenwen put down the package and stepped outside. She saw a small patch of bright red on the yellowish ground. She looked at the closed door next door with a complicated expression. TSK, forget it, go home and help out. Hurry up and move. Mom will treat you to dumplings tonight. She casually covered the red spot with some dirt and called the neighbor to go home. As for Li Taohua's health and her unborn child, that was Zhao Wenhua's concern. She, a neighbor she didn't get along with, decided to leave it be. That night, Xiao Wenwen kept her promise and cooked a bag of frozen dumplings just for her. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, with 3 aluminum lunchboxes on the table in front of her. There was sweet and sour shredded pork, braised pork with preserved vegetables, and pickled vegetable shredded pork noodles. Xiao Wenwen ate with her mouth full of oil, while the original owner, looking resentful, leaned by her bowl and sighed at the dumplings. It seemed the dumplings didn't taste as good today. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Wenwen heard some movement next door and sneered. What a dog of a man. His wife was beaten for so long, and only now does he realize something is wrong. It is clear how terrible Zhao Wenhua really is. How did someone like him become a political commissar? Tomorrow, she plans to write a report and put it in the military office's mailbox. Li Changlong came out of the intensive care ward with 2 officers. His face was already serious, and his brow was furrowed even more, dark and heavy like ink. The military command's detailed plan suggests that the items in that tomb are not only valuable gold and jewelry, but probably also weapons and ammunition. Send an urgent telegram to Ding Yanfeng, telling him to be very careful. Safety is the most important. One officer quickly took the documents and ran out. Li Changlong rode in a car to the city. The matter was very serious, and he wanted to report it himself. Early the next morning, a spring rain suddenly started. Water dripped from the eaves, forming a barrier of rain. Xiao Wenwen leaned half against the bed, holding an apple in one hand and a wolf-shaped toy in the other, feeling very relaxed. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that made Xiao Wenwen jump. She looked closely and saw a package on the ground that hadn't been opened yet. It was starting to leak soup.
Wow, what is this?
Why are you peeing on it? Xiao Wenwen quickly jumped up from the bed and pulled the other packages aside. But she was a little too slow. One stack of foreign books was clearly damp on the outside, but luckily the pages inside were unaffected. What is this? She hurriedly found scissors and cut the thin rope tying the burlap sack. In just a moment, everything inside the sack was soaked. Oh no, my spicy sauce. Oh no, my new clothes. Oh no, my dear mother-in-law, another day of loving you with tears. Inside the sack was bright red, spicy love surrounding Xiao Wenwen.
Ashu.
Achoo. The smell made her sneeze repeatedly. Tears in her eyes, she hurriedly cleaned up the spreading chili sauce from the sack. The clothes her mother-in-law sent looked like spicy girl outfits now. The shoes from her mother-in-law also became spicy-flavored shoes. Even the mountain products she received earlier tasted a bit of spice, giving her a taste of a spicy life. Clothes and shoes can still be worn after washing, Mountain goods can be soaked and cooked, but unfortunately, this large jar of chili sauce exploded. But how could this happen? It was fine before. Xiao Wanwan fiddled with it for a long time. Even after carrying the trouble outside, she couldn't figure out why the glass jar, which shouldn't have broken without being knocked, suddenly exploded. Maybe it was bumped during transport and developed a spring rain drizzled down. The air was cold and damp. Xiao Wanwan, not one to neglect herself, took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot and prepared them. She then brought out the black and white TV she bought yesterday, plugged it in, adjusted the antenna, and watched the black and white picture. It had a nostalgic feel, like watching an old movie. Just after finishing the meal and opening the window to let the smell out, the emergency assembly siren from the military district sounded. Men returning home hurriedly put on raincoats and rushed over. Just as Xiao Wanwan was about to close the window, the woman from the house next door suddenly came over with her child in the pouring rain. The child curled up inside her mother's raincoat. Xiao Wanwan remembered this woman. Yuan Fongfong had mentioned her before. She seemed to be a health worker in the team, and her husband was also a soldier, possibly a company commander. But she wondered why she suddenly came over now. "Comrade Xiao, can you come out for a moment?" Li Yunqing hesitated for a long time before gathering her courage to call out. "Coming just a moment." Xiao Wanwan got off the Kong, holding an umbrella, and went straight to the door, opening it. She stepped aside and said, "Sister-in-law, come inside and talk." "The child can't get wet." Li Yunqing thanked her quickly and hurriedly carried her child inside. Xiao Wanwan also saw that the little girl in Li Yunqing's arms was fair and quiet, with bright, lively eyes that looked very adorable. She took a new towel from the cabinet and handed it to Li Yunqing, saying, "Sister-in-law, wipe the child. If she catches a cold, she might get sick. You came to see me now. Are you asking me to take care of the child? I, Li Wenqing, am a mother and a proud soldier. I must fulfill my duty. Little duo, may I ask you to take care of her for a while? It won't be long. If you don't agree, I will ask someone else." Li Wenqing felt very conflicted. She usually didn't get close to the young wife in the courtyard and didn't bother anyone. Today was different. Old Lin was not at home, and the military camp was urgently calling everyone. There was really no one to take care of the child temporarily. Moreover, her mother-in-law had gone back to her hometown a few days ago because she was upset about her not wanting more children. Now, she really didn't know who to ask. "Okay," Xiao Wanwan replied cheerfully, reaching out to touch the child's little head. She was very cute. "Xiao comrade, are you saying you agree?" Li Wenqing initially thought she had heard wrong. She didn't expect Xiao Wanwan to agree so straightforwardly. "Yes, no problem. Sister-in-law, you can go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Xiao Duo," Xiao Wanwan added to reassure Li Wenqing. "I was once like Xiao Duo. We are both military families from a young age. So don't worry. Xiao Duo is safer with me than anywhere else." With Xiao Wanwan's promise, Li Wenqing felt much more at ease. She untied the grain bag from her waist and took a change of clothes, then gratefully thanked Xiao Wanwan. After giving Xiao Duo a deep kiss on her cheek, she resolutely ran into the heavy rain, head held high, heading toward the distance. Xiao Wanwan held Xiao Duo in one arm and a rain umbrella in the other, standing at the door watching Li Wenqing leave until she could no longer see her military green figure. She closed the door, locked it, then carried Xiao Duo back inside and placed her on the Kong bed. "Baby, do you know your full name?" Xiao Wanwan poured a glass of malted milk and handed it to Xiao Duo. The sweet, fragrant malted milk was irresistible to any child. Xiao Duo held the glass, looked at it for a while, then carefully took a sip. The sweet taste made her smile happily. Her soft, childish voice said, "Hello, Auntie. My name is Lin Duo. I am 4 years old. I belong to the little monkey zodiac. Dad often says I am very naughty. Auntie, can I pet your dog?" Little Duo's small, chubby hand pointed at the lazy wolf lying on the bed. Xiao Wanwan looked over and happily agreed. Of course, little Duo is so cute. Even the big dog likes her. She then turned to warn Yuan Lai. "Silly wolf, watched the child carefully. If little Doer falls, I'll take all your bones to feed the wild wolves in the back mountain. After threatening Yuan Lai with her little fists, Xiao Wanwan gently looked at little Doer and said softly, "Good girl. Shall we finish our milk and then go play with the big dog?" Seeing little Doer nod, Xiao Wanwan picked up a nearby towel and gently dried her wet hair. All afternoon, Yuan Lai went from being cautious to feeling completely hopeless. He lay flat on the bed, not moving at all, while little Doer happily touched him all over. Until night fell, Xiao Wanwan was lighting a fire in the main room when suddenly, inside the house, little Doer's loud crying broke out. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Silly wolf, did you bully little Doer?" Xiao Wanwan picked up the crying little Doer from the bed and gently scolded her by tapping her on the wolf's head. But little Doer didn't stop crying. Instead, she cried even harder. She lay on the bed, acting as a tool for the wolf for quite a while. Yuan Lai turned over, rubbing his head against little Doer's small hand. Yuan Lai thought, "You little kid, why are you still crying? You pulled my fur, and I haven't even yelled yet. Why are you crying?" Xiao Wanwan patted the wolf's head softly and asked, "What's wrong with little Doer? Did the big dog scare you? Should I hit him?" Woo 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 woo. Yuan Lai was completely wronged. The whole wolf looked depressed. Forget it. That's enough. He had given up resisting. The whole wolf drooped his tail and lay down beside the two elders. Woo 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 woo. Little Doer tightly clutched Xiao Wanwan's clothes, sniffling and looking at the dark sky outside, calling out intermittently, "Mom.
Mom. Mom. Mom."
Little Doer misses Mom, right? Auntie's little treasure, it's dark now. Do you want to find Mom to sleep? But Mom has gone to become a hero. Sweetheart, let's wait a little longer. Once Mom finishes being a hero, she will come back to hug little Duo, okay? Zhou Wanwan finally understood that little Duo's calmness during the day wasn't just because she was with wolves. It was also because she still felt uneasy and scared deep inside. These hidden feelings burst out when night fell. The natural fear of a young child, combined with the worry of missing Mom, all came out at once. No matter how Zhou Wanwan tried to comfort her, little Duo kept sniffling and crying. Her tears falling made her look very sad and pitiful. One hand held little Duo, hugging her close to her neck. The other hand prepared a cup of malted milk, setting it on the small table to cool. Zhou Wanwan then went to the big pot and took out a soft, fragrant steamed egg cake. She drizzled a few drops of sesame oil and sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. "Come, little baby. Can we wait a little longer to find Mom? Look, Auntie made you a delicious egg cake. Let's eat it all up. When Mom comes back, little Duo will have enough strength to hug her, right?" Finally, she managed to get little Duo to eat dinner. Although her mood was still upset, after filling her stomach, she could sit up on her own again. "Okay, dear. Wait 5 more minutes. I'll finish eating and come to you," Zhou Wanwan said, ignoring the pleading look in her eyes, and focused on her meal. After all, she didn't have wolf fur or pointed ears to pet little Duo with. 5 minutes later, after finishing her meal, Zhou Wanwan turned around. Little Duo was already leaning on her belly and sleeping. Tears still sparkled on her long eyelashes, and tear tracks marked her small, wet face. She looked both adorable and sad. "Hush. You're not allowed to move." Zhou Wanwan quickly grabbed a warm towel, gently wiped little Duo's tear-streaked face, and then carefully tucked her into a warm bed. Once little Duo was settled, she looked up with eyes glowing with a faint green light, full of longing. Zhou Wanwan hurriedly placed a piece of meat bone and a white chicken in the original food bowl. The next day, Zhou Wanwan cooked a small pot of rice porridge, boiled 2 eggs, and made a simple egg pancake. After feeding little Duo, Zhou Wanwan opened the window, sat by it reading a translation book, and gave little Duo some blank paper and a pencil. The young girl carried a quiet and gentle presence. The two got along very well. Early in the morning, she had gone somewhere unknown. Xiao Wanwan saw the wolf fur near the wall and guessed that the wolf had gone to the back mountain to hide. "Wanwan, are you at home? Come and open the door quickly." At noon, Yuan Fongfong came with a mesh bag to knock on the door. Xiao Wanwan took little Duo to open it. Sister Fong Fong, why do you have time to come? Did you just finish work? Xiao Wanwan opened the door and let Yuan Fong Fong in. Yes, I just finished work. I thought I'd come see you. Is this little duo from Wenqing's family? Why are you taking care of her? Yuan Fong Fong saw a local farmer selling melons on her way home and bought some because they looked good. It's little duo. Sister Li left her here yesterday. I haven't taken care of a child before, so I was a bit overwhelmed, Xiao Wanwan said, playing with little duo's hair. She had been tugged at by her little braids that morning. You're brave, but children aren't easy to take care of. Come here, duo, into Annie's arms. Yuan Fong Fong gently took little duo from Xiao Wanwan and handed her a melon. Let's wash two and try them. They're just village melons, but they look good. It made me think of you. By the way, I didn't see that handsome wolf from before. I even brought dried meat for him. Yuan Fong Fong looked around but didn't see the imposing, handsome wolf. Oh, he ran away after little duo played with him. He jumped over the wall early this morning and hasn't come back yet. I guess he went to the back mountain to catch wild chickens, Xiao Wanwan said, placing the mesh bag on the Kong and taking out 2 melons. She washed them in the main room while boiling some rice. Sister, why don't you eat here this noon? The teacher isn't home, and eating alone isn't tasty. You can watch the kids while I make some salted pork. My mother-in-law sent it over a few days ago. It's my first time making it, so it might not taste good. Please don't mind. Xiao Wanwan split a melon in half, gave one half to little duo and ate the other half herself. She placed the clean melon in Yuan Fong Fong's hand and arranged the lunch for today. That's good. I was thinking of coming here to eat anyway. I don't know how to cook, so I just wanted to enjoy your cooking, Yuan Fong Fong said, hesitating whether to go to the cafeteria for food. Now she could just enjoy a meal made by Xiao Wanwan. At noon, Xiao Wanwan cooked spicy salted pork, stir-fried vegetables, and sweetened tomatoes. She also specially made a steamed egg with minced meat for little duo. Yuan Fong Fong brought a very sweet local melon, which she sliced into a small plate and served at the table. After eating, Yuan Fong Fong played with little duo for a while before leaving for work. In the afternoon, the gloomy sky finally cleared, and Li Wenqing's figure appeared at Xiao Wanwan's door. Little duo, who was playing on the windowsill, saw Li Wenqing and excitedly shouted as she ran outside without even putting on her shoes. Xiao Wanwan quickly grabbed her shoes and ran after her. When she saw Li Wenqing pick up little duo and the mother and daughter hugging and kissing, she wiped her nose and turned back inside to pack little duo's things. The pencils, white paper, the grains Li Wenqing brought, and the jar of malted milk powder she had opened for little duo were all packed back into the bag Li Wenqing had brought. After saying goodbye to the mother and daughter, Xiao Wanwan carried a basket and headed to the back mountain. After yesterday's heavy rain, the mushrooms and wild vegetables were at their freshest, especially the clusters of pale white mushrooms growing around the rotten tree roots. They tasted wonderful. Passing by the gossip spot at the fork in the road, Xiao Wanwan once again became the topic of conversation. She didn't mind. She felt that besides Yuan Fong Fong and Granny Han, who had proper values, most others in the family compound had some issues. But no one is perfect. She herself had many small flaws. She didn't expect others to be perfect, but she could control whether she wanted to associate with them. For 3 days straight, Xiao Wanwan stayed indoors, tending her vegetable garden, translating books, and occasionally sitting in the yard to enjoy the sun. It had been almost a week, and there was no news from Ding Yanfeng. Xiao Wanwan felt empty inside and locked the front door after storing her belongings in the space. She spent half an hour walking to the guard post, then 10 minutes to successfully catch a large truck heading to the city to deliver supplies. Wife, why don't you sit in the front passenger seat? I'll sit inside the truck. 2 transport soldiers saw Xiao Wanwan heading toward the back of the truck and quickly offered to help. No need. I'm just a hitchhiker. It's enough that I get a ride in the truck, Xiao Wanwan said casually, not avoiding them. She kicked her right foot onto the panel and easily climbed inside. The back of the truck was empty, and Xiao Wanwan sat down casually on the floor. All right, just make sure to find a convenient bus stop for me to get off. Don't forget about me, Jiang Wanwan reminded, causing the 2 young soldiers to blush. Seeing her like this, They no longer persuaded her and simply returned to the driver's seat to start the vehicle. An hour later, after getting off the military vehicle, Jang Won-won expressed her thanks, found the nearest bus stop, and waited for a bus to the city center. When she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance, Jang Won-won went inside to buy 2 sets of clothes, 2 cans of milk powder, and some snacks from Beijing. Carrying her things, she went to send a package to Lu Tsuehua, addressed to Ding Hai, and also sent a letter to Hu Xiaomei. As for Su Malia, who had mentioned in her last letter that she might return home or join the army, her address was still uncertain, and Jang Won-won didn't know how to contact her. She also took some translated manuscripts to the bookstore, confident that soon she would receive a generous payment. After leaving the post office, she headed straight to the state-run restaurant. She bought all kinds of meat and vegetables and secretly took 2 bottles of Maodai from her space into her bag. Humming a little tune, Jang Won-won walked toward her home. Passing by the scrap yard at the street corner, she saw old Jean, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. "Grandpa, I'm back for dinner. I brought good wine for you." Jang Won-won cheerfully opened the door and went inside, making old Jean smile happily. "Girl, why didn't you say you were coming back? Come on, let's go home. Your dad has been talking about you for a long time." Old Jean locked the door and helped Jang Won-won walk toward their house. Just as they reached the door, they saw Zhang Lisan working in the vegetable garden. Although he only had 1 arm, it didn't affect his work at all.
Dad.
"I'm back." Jang Won-won shouted loudly at the door. Zhang Lisan, who was facing away from the door, stiffened suddenly, then hurriedly dropped his and turned around happily to look at the door. Seeing his daughter really back and smiling at him from the doorway, Zhang Lisan was initially stunned, but soon a big smile appeared on his face. He quickly said, "Daughter, you're back. Come in quickly and let me have a good look. Have you lost weight?" Jang Won-won helped old Jean into the house, teasingly said, "Not at all. I think I've gained quite a bit." "Dad, are you weeding the garden? I'll help." Zhou Lisan frowned. Could it be that the brat Ding Yanfeng bullied his daughter? Zhou Won-won helped old Jean sit properly, then took some things out of her bag and explained, "He went on a mission and has been gone for a week. I was bored, so I came home." "What's wrong? If you don't bring your son-in-law back, can I not come in? This is my home, my whole life. I want to come back whenever I want. Do I need your approval, Dad? And you too, Grandpa Jean." Zhou Lisan laughed loudly and agreed, "Yes, yes, come back whenever you want. Dad and Grandpa Jean are waiting for you at home. Yes, my granddaughter wants to come back, and Grandpa has a little gift for you." Jean Babwa stood up and went to the small house, then handed Zhou Won-won a box. Zhou Won-won put down her lunchbox, carefully wiped her hands, and took the box with both hands, asking eagerly, "Grandpa, is this your dowry for me? Is it a bit late to give it now?"
Wow.
"Grandpa, this is really a treasure." Zhou Won-won was surprised to see a ring with an emerald. She remembered that Grandpa Jean wasn't usually such a flashy old man. "Go on, you naughty girl.
It was meant for you."
"I forgot, because you suddenly brought your son-in-law home last time. Anyway, it's yours now. Keep it safe," Jean Babwa said. The ring was a gift from his comrade before he died, and he had treasured it ever since. This was probably the most valuable thing he could give as a dowry, a kind of inheritance. "All right, you can't take it back now." "I won't give it up," Zhou Won-won exaggerated as she put it into her bag. Just as they were about to eat, Zhou Lisan suddenly remembered something he received a few days ago. He quickly went to the bed, reached under it and took out a package, then closed the open door. "Daughter, this package is from your maternal grandmother in Gangcheng. I heard you got married, and she was very excited," Zhou Lisan said. The package was full of fashionable clothes and jewelry from Gangcheng. There was also a letter with an address. It said that her grandmother buried her dowry in the yard and told her to dig it up when she had time. Feeling like she was back home shopping, Zhou Won-won suddenly felt that her family was quite impressive. Who would have thought her dad kept in touch with her maternal grandmother in Gangcheng all along? "Dad, I feel like I won't work hard in this life. It seems I can live well just relying on my family's support. Do you think I should just lie down and relax? If I get tired, no one will spend money on me." While Xiao Wenwen was making a fuss, the front door suddenly was knocked on. "Open the door?" Why is it closed in the daytime? Old Xiao, are you home? There's no lock, right? Dad, who is it? Xiao Wanwan quickly packed her belongings and tried to find out about her dad. From the tone of the visitor, he seemed familiar with her dad, but she had never heard that voice before. You're an uncle, and you've never been here before. That's normal. Wanwan, you stay and eat with Grandpa first. I'll go out and say a few words and come back. Xiao Lisan thought to himself that this was not good. Why did this person come today? Xiao Lisan's sudden hesitation made Wanwan suspicious. She calmly responded, Okay, Dad. I see there's a lot of food. Maybe you should let the uncle come in and eat. You two can talk inside. I'll go get some bowls and chopsticks. No need. Dad will be back soon. You and Grandpa eat first. Xiao Lisan didn't give Wanwan a chance to speak and hurriedly opened the door and went out, making sure to close the main hall door again. This strange behavior made Jean Baogua look puzzled. Although he was confused, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Raising his glass, he said to Wanwan, Granddaughter, come here.
Pour some wine for Grandpa.
I want to taste the wine you bought. Is it better than what your dad bought? Oh, coming, Grandpa. Wanwan seemed to not care much and didn't notice Xiao Lisan's unusual behavior. She poured wine for Grandpa with both hands and even helped him put some meat and vegetables into his bowl. She herself picked up a steamed bun and happily started eating. Unknowingly, she had already sent her consciousness outward, secretly listening to all the conversations between Xiao Lisan and the so-called unfamiliar uncle. Xiao Lisan pushed the visitor outside and lowered his voice nervously, saying, Why are you here at this time? Wanwan is back home. While speaking, he kept looking back, afraid that Wanwan would come out. What? I didn't know Wanwan was back. Isn't she supposed to be in the military? But what's going on? Did she suffer some grievance? Sun Jinggan looked worried, and his tone was so anxious that he forgot to lower his voice. Xiao Lisan quickly explained, Speak softly. The girl is fine. She just misses home.
What do you want from me today?
To keep it short, if it goes on, Wanwan might start to suspect. It's nothing much. I'd just suggest you install a phone at home. If you can't, I can send someone to do it. Recently, the situation in Beijing is chaotic, and that guy is worried about Wanwan's safety. He asked me to pass on a message. Tell you not to leave the military camp unless necessary. The supply store there has everything. If you really want fresh things, you can send them to her. Wanwan's safety isn't guaranteed, and I can't rest easy. You know that, Sun Jinggan said helplessly. He's been using this transmitter for over 20 years. He's a big shot in the military district, yet he doesn't even dare to enter the house. Xiao Lisan frowned. He doesn't go out much now and isn't fully aware of the current situation. Since Wanwan's safety is involved, he can't be careless. He nodded seriously. Don't worry. I will personally take her back today. Rest assured, I treat her like my own daughter. Her safety is my top concern. All right, you should go now. If you stay too long, Wanwan might start to suspect. After seeing Sun Jinggan off, Xiao Lisan hurriedly left. Wanwan showed no sign of anything unusual. She was still laughing and chatting with Jean Baogua during dinner. When she saw Xiao Lisan return, she quickly called him sweetly to eat. In truth, Wanwan's heart was already stormy. What does this mean? Does it mean Xiao Lisan isn't her biological father? And she's just a girl with a complicated background? Wanwan felt like she uncovered the truth. This also explains the mysterious packages she received twice. Those receipts all came from the military district, indirectly suggesting her real parents are also in the military, possibly researching something extraordinary. So, she was entrusted to the trustworthy Xiao Lisan and his wife to raise when she was just a baby? What a classic plot. Wanwan even praised herself. She hoped she wasn't wrong. Xiao Lisan pondered for a long time, but didn't know how to start. Saying he would send Wanwan back seemed to imply that this home couldn't hold her. Originally, Wanwan wanted to stay a few more days at home. Seeing Xiao Lisan's conflicted expression, she sighed helplessly and pretended not to notice anything. Carrying her bag on her back and holding her grandmother's belongings, she kindly said, Dad, Grandpa, Wanwan is going back now. I'll come to see you again in a few days. Going back. Already? 1-1, you're carrying so much stuff, it's tiring. Let me take you home. What do you think? Chow Lee-sin responded quickly, seamlessly continuing the conversation without giving her a chance to speak. 1-1 smiled mysteriously, her bright eyes blinking playfully, and nodded. Of course. Dad, do you and Grandpa want to stay at my house for a few days? The house is quite spacious. No need. I'm used to living here. Besides, I have to go to work. You should stay at home, 1-1. Lee-sin, why don't you stay for a few days? Jean Baogwa quickly waved his hand. He had lived in this area for decades and didn't want to die away from home. Chow Lee-sin thought about the things hidden at home. Given the current situation, if he wasn't there and someone found out, it wouldn't be good. He quickly said, I won't stay either. I'll stay with your grandpa at home. As for you, young daughter-in-law, you should stay in the military camp. Don't go out too much. There are many bad people outside, you know. 1-1 smiled sweetly and playfully, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, I understand. I'm grown up now and know how to take care of myself. I'll listen to you. I'll stay in the military camp and not go anywhere. Until Chow Lee-sin saw her off at the camp gate, he still felt uneasy and kept reminding her. Only after 1-1 repeatedly assured him did he leave reluctantly. If possible, he wouldn't want his daughter to live in the military camp, but he knew very well that if something really happened, with just his gun, he wouldn't be safe inside the camp. The sentries on duty saw Chow Lee-sin approaching and all saluted him in unison. It was a sign of respect for the regiment leader and admiration for the hero. When 1-1 returned, many onlookers gathered at the neighbor's door, eager to gossip, as if they were about to start munching sunflower seeds. Seeing 1-1 back, they couldn't wait to share the latest news with her. Little Chow is back? You probably don't know yet, 1-1. Such a familiar opening. I just got back, of course I don't know yet.
Yo Van.
I just got back, but I don't know what's going on. Why is everyone gathered at Commissar Zhao's house? Auntie, you're usually good at gathering information. Can you tell me? Since Zhou 1-1 asked politely, the aunt's face lit up with a smile. She pulled Zhou 1-1 aside mysteriously and said, Li Taohua, she lost her baby. I heard it was almost born and it was a boy. Such a tragedy. The aunt patted her thigh sadly, then whispered even more mysteriously, guess how her baby was lost? Zhou 1-1 nodded politely, pretending to wait for an explanation. Oh, Zhao Wenhua forcefully caused the miscarriage. When Li Taohua was taken to the hospital, the baby had already come out. It was shocking. Zhao Wenhua is quite harsh. She paused, then added secretly, it's just because he lost face. How could he be so cruel? But don't tell anyone, okay? I only tell you because we're friends. I keep everything else to myself. Alright, I understand, Auntie. I won't tell anyone. Zhou 1-1 promised, then went back inside to put some things away. She also took the chance to relax and enjoy herself after eating and drinking. When she came out again, she saw the aunt talking to a young woman who had just finished work. They were chatting animatedly, as if they had seen everything firsthand. Zhou 1-1 was speechless. She quickly locked the door, grabbed a piece of fashionable checkered cloth from Port City, and went to find Yuan Fongfong. Sister-in-law? What are you doing? Zhou 1-1 saw Yuan Fongfong squatting in the yard, digging a hole for some rose bushes she had found somewhere. Hey, 1-1 is here. Oh, my handsome wolf, I saw you. Wait a moment, I'll get you some dried meat. Sit tight, 1-1. Yuan Fongfong saw her eyes light up and hurried to wash her hands and go inside. In this moment, the wolf series was even more obvious. Zhou 1-1 loosened the rope she was holding. She didn't mind leaning comfortably on Yuan Fongfong's woven rocking chair. It was really cozy. Come quickly. My handsome wolf, I bought this just for you. Come eat. Yuan Fongfong came out holding a handful of dried meat. Finally getting her wish, she looked satisfied and squinted happily. Oh, I really like you so much. Come here, give me a hug. I'll give you all the dried meat. It turns out she was quite respectful. After being kicked by Chow 1-1, she willingly took a step forward, only to be embraced by Yuan Fongfong around her neck. Actually, if it weren't for the dried meat, I wouldn't have given in when you kicked me, Mom. I have dignity too, and won't fear dark forces. Howl. Xiao Wanwan, keep shouting, I don't understand you anyway. Right now, you're just a tool wolf. Lie down properly. Sister-in-law, I brought you a piece of checkered cloth. Do you like it? I think it matches your skin tone. Xiao Wanwan spread out the cloth for Yuan Fongfong to see. It's about the right size to make a jacket and pants. Really beautiful. I like it very much. I'll make clothes with it tomorrow. Wanwan, you're so thoughtful. Don't go home tonight. I have some good things in the kitchen, gifts from others. You can help prepare them. Yuan Fongfong took it happily. If someone else gave her something, she might be polite or refuse. Her husband is a respected teacher, and he often gives her things for favors. But Xiao Wanwan is different. She's straightforward, honest, and doesn't expect anything in return when giving gifts. All right, I'll see what's tasty. Xiao Wanwan rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. Yuan Fongfong's kitchen is separate, much more comfortable than cooking in the main hall. When Ding Yangfeng comes back, she plans to have someone build a proper kitchen and also set up the promised cool shelter. Sister-in-law, I'm so lucky. Do we have any tomatoes at home? Xiao Wanwan was surprised. The good thing Yuan Fongfong mentioned turned out to be a large piece of beef brisket, about 3 jin around
5 Kilogramm.
Now, even buying pork requires queuing, and it's not always available. Beef is even harder to find. It must have been a gift from someone Yuan Fongfong knows. Xiao Wanwan understood immediately, but didn't ask. She took the tomatoes from Yuan Fongfong and started cutting the meat. Sister-in-law, how about we cook tomato beef stew tonight?
Let's also steam some plain rice.
What do you think? Xiao Wanwan asked politely, respecting the host's kitchen. Sounds good. I also have some sweet potatoes. Let's add a plate of those, Yuan Fongfong said, not knowing where she found a coarse tooth comb. She sat on the ground to brush the dog. The happy wolf, originally reluctant, wagged its tail happily and closed its eyes, feeling very comfortable. After dinner, Xiao Wanwan returned home. The neighbors who had gathered at the gate of the neighboring yard had already dispersed. Standing in her own yard, she could still faintly hear Li Taohua crying and Zhao Wenhua shouting insults from next door. This man is really not a good person. He may have skills, but his character is seriously flawed. Back inside, she took out paper and pen and wrote a report. Xiao Wanwan did not exaggerate the facts. She simply wrote down everything she had seen and heard over the past few days. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Wanwan went out to fetch water to water her small vegetable garden. She hadn't checked on it yesterday, and today she saw the seedlings looking a bit wilted, so she realized she hadn't watered them yesterday. Since crossing over, Xiao Wanwan's outfit has been quite consistent: a white shirt or a floral blouse, paired with black pants, and always wearing a pair of cloth shoes with thick soles. There are quite a few people who look a bit taller than her. Lu Xiaohong and Lu Xiaolan, sisters, were wearing floral dresses and small leather shoes. They carried water buckets and shoulder poles, and it seemed deliberate. They stood right behind Xiao Wanwan. Some people, they don't look good and don't know how to dress up. Over time, men get tired of them. As women, we should speak gently, have a good personality, and dress nicely. Men will find us more attractive that way. Little sister, you agree, right? Lu Xiaohong said loudly, with a hint of meaning. Lu Xiaolan rarely spoke but said, yes, sister. Just like you and brother-in-law. It's so good. Brother-in-law adores you every day. Really adores you. He doesn't blink when buying you a pair of cheap shoes that cost only a few dozen yuan. Men only truly like a woman when they're willing to spend money on her. Once the novelty wears off, it's over. If a man doesn't spend money on a woman, it's just a passing fancy. Xiao Wanwan stood in front of the two sisters as if she hadn't heard the barking of a dog. What they were saying was about some people.
But she was not one of those people.
She was Xiao Wanwan, and if she had the ability, she could stand right in front of them and speak her mind. Little Xiao, what are they doing? The older woman in front of Xiao Wanwan hesitated and asked. Oh, they're talking about some people. I guess it's about the two sisters liking someone's married man. In broad daylight, they don't even try to hide it. I feel embarrassed for them. As women, We should keep some dignity. The older woman never expected that Xiao Wanwan would say such things. She was so shocked her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Are the two sisters behind her thinking the same thing? Living this long, she really has seen everything.
Huh.
Haha. Well, little Xiao, what you just said. You really said that. The older woman simply couldn't continue. She was about to cry, especially with the two sisters behind Xiao Wanwan, who looked like fierce demons, staring at her. She hurriedly changed the subject, feeling like she hadn't checked the lunar calendar for water fetching today. Just because she didn't dare speak up didn't mean she wasn't curious. Her ears were almost turned back, worried about missing a word. If she went home and learned to behave differently, she would be at a big loss. Xiao Wanwan, who are you talking about? How can you speak like that? Lu Xiaohong was pushed by her sister and immediately retorted loudly.
Her sister was right.
If Xiao Wanwan hadn't suddenly appeared and blocked the way, the one marrying Director Ding would have been Xiaolan. Then she would be the director's sister, and her own man would surely be taken care of. Maybe after Yan Feng left, her own man would become the leader of the sharp-edged group. That Xiao Wanwan doesn't look good, has a bad temper, and is aggressive. She only has a father who is a former group leader, otherwise she's nothing. Huh? I was just talking about some people. Weren't you also talking about some people just now? Whoever fits the description is the one I mean, Xiao Wanwan sneered at the two sisters. Who knows if they really have brains? They dress flamboyantly and act even more boldly. The man is just a battalion commander, yet he dares to show off in front of her, the wife of the group leader. Who gave them the courage?
You.
You stole Xiaolan's man, and you're still so proud of yourself. If anyone's shameless, it's you. Lu Xiaohong was furious. Xiao Wanwan was truly not a good person and didn't deserve Director Ding. Oh, sister. Why did you just say that out loud? Oh. Lu Xiaolan suddenly pulled out a handkerchief, covering her eyes as if she was truly wronged, as if she had suffered a great injustice. The two sisters back and forth made it seem like they genuinely believed that Yan Feng had talked to Lu Xiaolan and that Xiao Wanwan had stolen her man. The older sister-in-law and her group had already stopped fetching water and gathered around, clearly watching closely, including Xiao Wanwan. Oh? Are you saying Ding, Yan Feng really talked to Lu Xiaolan? But I heard that it was your sister, who kept pestering my man and even cried after being scolded in front of everyone? And who told you that I suddenly got together with Ding Yan Feng? We were already engaged last fall back home. My parents-in-law supported us, and during the time Ding Yan Feng was away, they took good care of me. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know, I'm not only Qiao Lisan's daughter, but I'm also a talented young person sent to the countryside. Coincidentally, I was at Ding Yanfeng's village, where his father, my current father-in-law, is the village head. So, tell me, Lu Xiaolan, when did you meet Ding Yanfeng? Xiao Wanwan spoke so clearly, and her timeline was even earlier than Lu Xiaolan's by quite a bit. In fact, they had already been together before Ding Yanfeng was transferred to be a team leader. Xiao said it seems to be true. Last time, when team leader Ding publicly refused Lu Xiaolan, I was there. At that time, he said he already had someone. Xiao's words are probably correct. It looks like Lu Xiaolan is just in love with him secretly. Yes, I saw that too. After Lu Xiaolan went home that day, she cried for a long time. The next day, her eyes were swollen. But these two sisters just now don't seem to be telling the truth. Weren't they saying that team leader Ding was dating Lu Xiaolan? Everyone was talking among themselves. Xiao Wanwan chuckled disdainfully and said, You two sisters are so sure of yourselves, but no one knows that Ding Yanfeng is dating Lu Xiaolan. He's the team leader, and his partner is your sister, Lu Xiaohong. With your personality, the whole family compound would probably know by now. If you really have proof, why not show it? A token of love or a witness, anything. Oh, and you could wait for Ding Yanfeng to come back and confront him face to face. As long as you don't run away, that is. After all, he's usually serious and stern outside of me. Hey, why don't we go find Sister Fong Fong from the teacher's family? She must know the truth. What do you think? Do you dare to come with me? Faced with Xiao Wanwan's aggressive attitude, The two sisters suddenly became flustered. Lu Xiaolan's face turned red, feeling that this was probably the most embarrassing moment of her life. She hurriedly grabbed Lu Xiaohong's skirt, hoping Lu Xiaohong would stand up for her. However, after pulling for a while, Lu Xiaohong didn't say a word to refute. Lu Xiaolan made a quick decision, placing her hand on her forehead and shouting, "Oh, I feel dizzy." With her eyes tightly closed, she leaned back, but unexpectedly, the person behind her didn't help her up. Instead, they moved aside to avoid her fall. She fell hard and hurt herself, but she didn't dare to cry out. She clenched her teeth and endured the pain silently. "What's wrong? Xiaolan, are you dizzy?" "Xiaolan." Lu Xiaohong knew this was probably a trick by her sister. After calling out to her, she turned her attention to Qiao Wanwan. It's you who made my sister faint. You have to take responsibility." Lu Xiaohong pointed at Qiao Wanwan and shouted angrily. But surprisingly, the panic she expected didn't show on Qiao Wanwan's face. She looked as if nothing had happened. "Oh, you say I caused it? Did I push her? Or scold her? Or hit her? You can't just accuse me without proof. In fact, you all seem suspicious. According to your logic, if your grain bag is spilled, should I be blamed for chatting with you?" Qiao Wanwan didn't tolerate this. When someone doesn't get disciplined, they always cause trouble. It was really annoying. If these people didn't settle this, how could she relax? I just remembered. My mom once told me that if someone faints, you should press their middle point, preferably until it bleeds. Don't worry about scars. Saving lives is the most important. Is there an older woman nearby who can help? Just press under the nose, preferably with long nails. Qiao Wanwan wasn't going to let Lu Xiaolan fool her easily. As she spoke, a sturdy older woman stepped forward, raising her thick, dark hand, with nails that hadn't been trimmed for a month, covered in dirt. "Little Qiao, look. Does my hand look strong? I have a lot of strength. When I was in the countryside, I was the top in the rice planting team. It must be done, but you are kind-hearted, Annie. Hurry and pinch. Remember to use strength." Qiao Wanwan watched the scene unfold, enjoying the chaos. Lu Xiaolan had only two choices: either endure quietly and let Annie pinch until she bled, or publicly expose her as pretending.
Okay.
"Is that all right? Little Qiao, are you confident?" Auntie had already crouched beside Lu Xiaolan and asked another passerby. "Of course. My mom is a doctor. She taught me before," Qiao Wanwan confidently assured everyone. This reminded people that Captain Qiao's wife was indeed a great military doctor. Although she had passed away, her words were trustworthy. The hesitant auntie now looked full of confidence, reaching out her dark hand and pressing it under Lu Xiaolan's nose. Lu Xiaohong nearby screamed anxiously, "No.
No."
Qiao Wanwan's words can't be trusted. She just wants to hurt my sister. Don't pinch. That's not right, Xiaohong. Saving people is the most important. You're the older sister. Why are you stopping us from helping?" Han Dajie, who arrived late, quickly pulled her friends, each grabbing an arm, to hold back the shouting Lu Xiaohong. Han Dajie's sudden appearance and direct intervention surprised Qiao Wanwan. Her eyes sparkled brightly, understanding Han Dajie's look instantly. "Haha, this Annie Han is so cute." Lu Xiaolan, lying on the ground, was so frightened she clenched her fists tightly. Her mind was a mess. Lu Xiaohong, so foolish. She could have just gone home after falling, but instead, she provoked Qiao Wanwan. Qiao Wanwan's heart was truly dark. If she really pinched until she bled and left scars, who would dare to marry her in the future? Stop pinching.
I'm awake.
Don't pinch me. Lu Xiaolan, after that Annie pressed hard, jumped in pain. Her mind was full of worries about her face being ruined. That was her only good feature. In the future, she wanted to rely on her face to find a powerful, wealthy husband and live a comfortable life. Life in the countryside was too hard, endless chores, and not enough food. If Lu Xiaohong, who was unlucky but married a battalion commander, hadn't married well, she wouldn't have seen the outside world. "What are you doing? My face is also something you can pinch? If you damage it, can you take responsibility?" Lu Xiaolan nervously kept touching the painful spot under her nose, relieved that she hadn't found any blood. A kind-hearted lady was shouted at by Lu Xiaolan and felt confused. She immediately retorted without hesitation. Your face, is not as important as my hand.
Bah.
You don't know how to be grateful. You should just lie on the ground and die. She was always dressed brightly, but had no man around. Who is she dressing up for?
Who are you trying to?
Little walking with that sway, almost shaking you off. What kind of thing are you? In the past, if you behaved like this, you would be taken inside the building or thrown into a pig cage.
Bah. Bah bah.
With someone like you, trying to flirt with Captain Ding? You should look at yourself and see what kind of person you are. She kindly saved a treacherous person, but with someone like you, who would dare to marry you. You're a complete waste, Bah. The lady kept scolding, making Lu Xiaolan blush with shame. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she stood there trembling, feeling very wronged. She looked quite pitiful, but unfortunately, she chose the wrong target. Everyone present was a woman, mothers-in-law, wives, and they all saw through her little tricks clearly. Her words of contempt caused a big ripple, like waves crashing on Lu Xiaolan. What's going on? Why is there so much noise? Ding Yanfeng came over, following the sound, just in time to hear the lady scolding. His face darkened severely. Were these people taking advantage of his absence to bully his wife? Wanwan? Come here. Ding Yanfeng's tone was as if he was about to kill someone. Xiao, Wanwan felt a strong murderous aura from him.
Ah.
Coming, Xiao Wanwan suddenly felt her posture straighten even more. After Ding Yanfeng learned what had happened from the loud-mouthed ladies and asked Xiao Wanwan, a cold chill reached its peak. He directly confronted the two dreaming sisters. Did I not make myself clear last time? I have a wife. Are you blind? If your eyes are just for venting, then pluck them out early to avoid polluting the air. Ding Yanfeng confidently raised Xiao Wanwan's hand, holding her fingers tightly, as if declaring ownership loudly. All of you, open your eyes wide and see clearly. My wife is Xiao Wanwan. In this life and the next, she can only be her. If you want to daydream, go home and do it. But in your dreams, you are not allowed to have me. Otherwise, I will deal with your man directly. Lu Xiaohong, if you can't control your sister, send her back to her hometown early. The family courtyard isn't for outsiders to live in. All right, everyone, go do what you need to do. If you're bored, go dig up the wasteland behind the courtyard. Maybe you can grow some food. Honestly, you're just wasting time. When Ding Yanfeng said this, Lu Xiaohong and her sister hurriedly ran away. The women who had come to watch also left quietly. The wasteland behind the family courtyard was full of weeds and stones. Even underground was all stones. If anyone tried to dig there, they would peel their skin. After everyone left, Ding Yanfeng took the water bucket from Xiao Wanwan and went straight to the water well, filling 2 buckets of water to bring back. Xiao Wanwan followed behind him, watching as the man who had just returned from work first watered the vegetable garden, then filled the water jar, and finally filled the water bucket to place beside the water tank. Only then could he rest. He washed his hands and face, packed his things, soaked his dirty clothes, and then sat next to Xiao Wanwan, who was sitting cross-legged and eating an apple. He said affectionately, "Wife, you've worked hard." "Oh, not hard at all, not hard." Xiao Wanwan wiped the apple juice from her mouth and quietly lowered her legs, which were stretched out to the sky. She glanced nervously at the house filled with delicious food. Ding Yanfeng gently held her small hand and pointed at 2 withered-looking plants at the door, saying, "Wife, the grapevines are back. Tomorrow, we'll set up the trellis. Look around and tell me if there's anything you'd like to improve. Let's do it together tomorrow." Already so fast? No, everything is good as it is. Xiao Wanwan replied thoughtfully, not asking to build the kitchen. Building materials are precious, and if Ding Yanfeng built a shed and an additional room, he might be criticized behind his back. The bright moonlight shone wisely into the dim room. After half a month, Ding Yanfeng finally embraced his fragrant wife. The moonlight twinkled like stars. A figure moved up and down, until dawn broke. Between clouds and rain, A young couple embraced, their eyes tired but happy. I can only write it like this, but it's approved. You know how hard it is for me. Driving is really difficult and I'm not allowed to drive. Jo Wanwan's whole body ached, like after being run over by a big truck. It felt like her limbs no longer belonged to her. Ugh, that man. Jo Wanwan smiled bitterly and cursed softly. She endured her discomfort, drank a cup of fruit tea brewed with spiritual spring water, and only got up when she felt a little better. Last night, Ding Yanfeng said someone would come today to set up a tent. As her sister-in-law, she had to go quickly to the supply and marketing cooperative. Even though everything was available in her space, going out to buy things would avoid suspicion. Before leaving, under a resentful little look, she generously left 2 lamb chops for the original owner. As she pushed the cart out and just locked the door, she met Li Taohua's resentful eyes. Li Taohua looked gloomy, standing in the shadow of the doorway, staring straight at her. So creepy.
Wow.
Are you crazy? Jo Wanwan was startled by Li Taohua's sudden appearance. Seeing that Li Taohua didn't say anything, she thought the person might be possessed. She quickly patted the report letter in her pocket. She rode her bike straight to the military office. Ding Yanfeng was back, and Li Changlong was probably there. She decided to report openly with her real name. No fear of being ignored. Report to the commander. I am here to make a real name report. Jo Wanwan stood confidently in Li Changlong's office. As soon as she said that, Li Changlong's previously kind smile froze on his face.
What? What?
You say you're here for what? Li Changlong thought he must have heard wrong, since he'd never encountered such a situation before. Report to the commander. I am the military member Jo Wanwan. I am here to report Zhao Wenhua for moral corruption, poor character, domestic violence, and causing his wife to have a miscarriage. Someone like him, with no morals and no conscience, is not suitable to be the political commissar of the Blade team. That's just my personal observation. Please organize a serious investigation. When Xiao Wanwan spoke, Li Changlong also paid more attention. He directly opened the report letter Xiao Wanwan handed in. The content was very detailed, with each word carefully chosen, without exaggeration. All right, I have received your report. Now, Comrade Xiao Wanwan, are there any other issues to report? Li Changlong asked very formally. Xiao Wanwan's serious demeanor faded, and she put on a smile. Report, Commander. Please, tomorrow, you and your family are invited to join my barbecue feast. You must come. Goodbye, Commander. She opened the door, closed it smoothly, and finished her actions in one go. Li Changlong chuckled and shook his head, then picked up the phone and dialed out. This girl was starting to act a bit like her father, much more fun than Xiao Lisan. After leaving the military office, Xiao Wanwan finally arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. In front of the meat stall, only a piece of rear ham and a few large bones remained. She was late. It was all because of Li Taohua. What was she so scared about early in the morning? It made Xiao Wanwan react so strongly. Comrade, please help me pack these large bones and also the ham piece, she said, handing over the money. After paying, Xiao Wanwan quickly bought a lot of vegetables and eggs. Luckily, these were not as scarce as pork. Comrade, 2 cans of meat, 2 cans of fruit, and 2 packs of soda, she ordered. Thinking that the soldiers helping her were all young men, she decided not to buy any alcohol. If they finished drinking and had to gather urgently again, it could cause trouble. At home, Xiao Wanwan ignored Li Taohua standing guard at her door. She unlocked and opened the door, then went inside. She prepared a big basin of flour, kneaded it well, and left it to naturally ferment in the sun. Worried about missing dinner, she secretly added a bag of yeast powder and covered the basin with a clean cotton blanket. She sat in the yard with a basin of water, washing the large bones and ham she bought, right under Li Taohua's watchful eyes. She wanted this woman, who couldn't get any meat, to watch her do it, ha! After eating and drinking enough, Li Taohua even lay at the door, licking her fur and the bloodstains around her mouth little by little. It turned out, woof.
Woof.
Sorry, the meat was eaten by the wolf. There's nothing left but scraps. Sorry about that. After washing the meat, Xiao Wanwan began cleaning her mother-in-law's pickled vegetables. She glanced at the silly wolf at the door, feeling it wasn't worth bothering about. There was only one large iron pot in the main room. Xiao Wanwan decided to first cook the hearty dish of pickled vegetables with big bones, so it would be ready to reheat in the afternoon. After putting the big bones and pickled vegetables into the pot, she started marinating the tendon meat. She blanched the meat, seasoned it with various spices, then tied it with rough string. Once it absorbed the flavors, she planned to stew it later. When ready, she would slice it and serve it. It might not have the bold flavor of beef, but it would still be tasty in its own way. Xiao Wanwan worked busily for a long time. Li Taohua stood silently at the door, watching her for a long while. When the military horn sounded, Li Taohua seemed to wake up and quietly went home to cook. Annoyed, the woman returned home and wagged her tail to find Xiao Wanwan. She kept circling her legs, rubbing her wolf head against her. After Ding Yangfeng came home, he saw how well-prepared Xiao Wanwan was.
He was surprised.
He quickly rolled up his military uniform sleeves, grabbed an axe, and went to chop firewood in the yard. "Sweetheart, just make a little, we're all men. As long as we're full, that's enough," Ding Yangfeng said with a big grin, sounding proud. "Okay, then I'll steam a pot of buns and pick out 2 pieces of pickled vegetables. That should be enough for you all," Xiao Wanwan replied, giving him a sharp look. She wondered if he should close his big mouth before speaking, but she was secretly pleased. He chuckled happily, still smiling foolishly. Having a wife was really great. A warm home with wife and children, now only missing the kids. She thought she must hurry and bring the children back this year. Her parents would be so happy, and her wife wouldn't run away anymore. Ha ha ha. "Husband, shall we make noodles for lunch? Just a simple meal, then we can have a nice dinner tonight. Is that okay?" Xiao Wanwan asked, holding a bunch of dried noodles and 2 eggs at the door, seeking Ding Yangfeng's opinion. "Sure, whatever is simple. Just don't overexert yourself, wife." "Wait a moment, I'll finish chopping this wood, then I'll cook," he said, speeding up his work. "No need, don't rush. Be careful not to hurt your hands," Xiao Wanwan said, transferring the pickled vegetables and big bones from the pot into a basin. She added a little broth and some pickled vegetables, then poured in 2 bowls of hot water. Once it boiled, she added the noodles and 2 plain eggs. "Husband, dinner is ready. What kind of thing did you make for me? Is this for people to eat? I worked all morning. After raising you, a useless person who can't even protect a child, you come back and make this? Is this a steamed bun? It could be used as a brick to build a house."
Bah.
"Go away." Holding a bowl of noodles, Xiao Wanwan leaned against the doorframe silently. She added a big bone to Ding Yangfeng's bowl. "Here, eat. I worked all morning, so this is all I can give you." Xiao Wanwan deliberately shouted loudly over the wall. "It's just a bowl of sour vegetable and big bone broth noodles. There's a lot of meat, so just make do. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. Just get by with this lunch."
Bang, bang, bang.
"Look at what they made for lunch. You useless person. What are you good for?" Zhao Wenhua was smashing things at home, cursing nonstop. Li Taohua shrank into the corner, not daring to make a sound. Her once beautiful clothes had turned into rough cloth, and she didn't dare to wear her leather shoes anymore. She was afraid Zhao Wenhua would see and get angry, hitting her even harder. Suddenly, there was a louder commotion next door, and Zhao Wenhua's curses could be heard clearly. Ding Yangfeng shook his head, smiled as he washed his hands, and took the bowl of noodles his wife had specially added ingredients to. He exaggeratedly said loudly toward the courtyard wall, "Smells so good. My wife's braised meat is melting in my mouth. The flavor is amazing. This smells so nice. What should we cook tonight?" Xiao Wanwan smiled knowingly. This man really suited her taste. She responded, "Nothing special, just some home-cooked dishes like braised pork, for happiness meatballs, stir-fried vegetables, and winter melon lamb soup. Simple home food. Just enough to eat. You've lost a lot of weight, so you need to eat well." They each picked up a small stool and sat under the eaves, listening to the loud quarrel next door while eating their delicious food. It turned out that after lying at the door and confirming the stranger at the neighbor's door had gone far away, the little dog wagged its tail and came to find Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan didn't hesitate. She threw the large leftover bone she had prepared earlier to the dog. The silly wolf leapt up, caught the big bone midair, and happily carried it to a shady spot to gnaw on. As the performance ended and everyone left, the couple looked at each other and smiled. After eating, they quietly embraced and took a peaceful nap together. Around 3 o'clock, Ding Yanfeng arrived with a group of soldiers carrying various supplies. Xiao Wanwan had already prepared the meat sauce and was steaming buns. She quickly wiped her hands and came out to greet them. Still familiar faces. "Hello, everyone," Xiao Wanwan cheerfully greeted, especially happy to see Li Taohua at the door with some bruises on her face. She smiled even more. "Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law." The soldiers from the 3rd Squad cheered loudly, showing the strong spirit of their team. "Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again. Sorry for the trouble. Tonight, everyone will eat at home, and there will be plenty." Xiao Wanwan responded happily, with the smell of meat filling the yard. The young soldiers, full of energy, rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Ding Yanfeng watched Xiao Wanwan go inside to serve the food and joined in the work, lifting wood, pounding steaks. All easy for him. In less than 2 hours, they not only built a shelter but also divided half to make a firewood shed and set up a separate stove. Ding Yanfeng took a brand new iron pot from the west room, placed it directly, smeared it with yellow mud, and after drying, it was ready to use. "All done. We've been busy all afternoon. Wash your hands and eat. 2 people can carry the table and move the chairs. We'll eat outside," Xiao Wanwan directed. She hurried to serve the hot pickled cabbage and pork bones. The pork was cooked just right, sliced into 2 large plates and served with garlic sauce. Canned food was opened and placed on plates and big bowls. Since there were many people, Xiao Wanwan also prepared over a dozen eggs, stir-fried 2 more plates of vegetables, and mixed a large bowl of cucumber salad. 2 pots of plain steamed buns were prepared and placed in baskets. After bringing everything out, the table was full. There were many people and not enough chairs, but no one minded. They gathered around the table, standing and eating. Xiao Wanwan and Ding Yanfeng also stood with the soldiers, eating together. "Oh no, I bought soda, but forgot to bring it. I'll get it right away." Xiao Wanwan put down her bun, hurried back inside, and brought out 2 packs of soda, 16 bottles in total. There was more than enough, with some left over. "Wow, we still have soda to drink. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, squad leader. Working with our squad leader is really impressive." The 3rd squad leader was very happy. They built a small shelter that not only had meat, vegetables, eggs, and canned bread, but now they could also enjoy soda. If they went back and showed off to the 4th squad brothers, wouldn't they be so angry they might run 5 kilometers? After eating, the soldiers took the initiative to clean up and finish the chores. Xiao Wanwan acted as the boss, happily inspecting the new shelter and pots they had set up. Oh, and the wolf cub still hadn't been fed. Inside the cool shelter, Xiao Wanwan faced a pair of sad green eyes. During the meal, she felt something was missing but couldn't remember what it was. While Ding Yanfeng wasn't paying attention, she threw a lively wild chicken back to him. "We used to be proud too." Before the wild chicken could flap around, he bit its neck and broke it. "Wife, what are we eating tonight? I looked in the kitchen, and there's nothing left."
Or,
"Where did this wild chicken come from?" Ding Yanfeng held the old rice bowl, surprised and speechless. His face showed confusion, hesitation, and couldn't understand. Finally, he looked to Xiao Wanwan for help, hoping for a reasonable explanation. "Oh, maybe we caught it ourselves from the back mountain. By the way, look at the shelter. Does it have a leak? Is that a hole?" Xiao Wanwan casually made up an excuse, then exaggeratedly pointed at the intact roof, trying to show him a hole. Is that so?" Ding Yanfeng sensed that Xiao Wanwan was joking. He was sure that his wolf hadn't even left the door all afternoon. Half the time it was lying at the door watching neighbor Li's wife, and the other half, it was guarding inside the shelter. Ding Yanfeng couldn't figure it out, but He believed his wife had her reasons. Maybe the wolf was just being independent. The shelter was built, matching the vegetable garden perfectly. Ding Yangfeng also made a wooden frame, planting grapevines he bought in the garden. When the branches grew thick, the vines would climb along the frame and cover the walkway. Captain Ding, the commander wants to see you. He's calling you to go to the headquarters immediately. When Xiao Wenwen heard the messenger at the door, she couldn't hide her smile. I don't know what's wrong. Maybe spring fatigue or autumn laziness. These days, she feels lazy and doesn't want to move. She hurriedly drank a glass of fresh milk from the space, paired with 2 boiled eggs to fill her stomach. Then, she sat in the pavilion, holding a book, enjoying the gentle breeze of nature. Zhou Wenwen was so absorbed in her reading that she didn't notice the sun in the sky gradually reaching its highest point. Suddenly, a bugle sounded, pulling her out of her trance. Huh? It's noon already. What's for lunch? Zhou Wenwen stood up to stretch, feeling stiff in her neck and arms. Before she could decide what to do, Ding Yanfeng had already come into the courtyard carrying a tray of food from the cafeteria. Captain Ding, are you going to get lunch? She asked.
Yes.
Have you finished cooking, ma'am? He replied. Captain Ding is back. Did you go to get lunch? She asked again.
Yes.
I haven't eaten yet either, he said. They kept talking like this until Ding Yanfeng reached his home. Mrs. Zhang, who was leaning against her doorframe next door, was cracking sunflower seeds. When she saw Ding Yanfeng returning with food and saw Zhou Wenwen stretching lazily in the yard, her eyes changed multiple times. Captain Ding is back. Your wife is just sunbathing in the yard. She hasn't even left the door all morning, Mrs. Zhang said with disdain. She had seen lazy people before, but never someone who slept until late morning every day. A couple of days ago, she still knew that her daughter-in-law cooked lunch, but today, she was surprised again. Ding Yanfeng came back with food. What's the point of marrying such a lazy wife? Really? My wife is very obedient. Ma'am, you should stay here. I need to go back quickly, or the food will get cold, Ding Yanfeng said happily as he carried the food home. Behind him, Mrs. Zhang, still cracking sunflower seeds, opened her mouth wide. Is Captain Ding a bit slow? Such a lazy wife in their village, no one would dare to marry her. Until her son, Wang, the company commander, came home. Seeing his mother standing there dazed, he called out, and Mrs. Zhang snapped out of her daze. She pulled her son inside the house, looking annoyed. Son, do you think this new company commander is a bit not quite right? Mrs. Zhang asked secretly, pointing at her head. She felt that Captain Ding might not be very smart. With him in charge, could her son have a future? Mrs. Zhang looked worried. Mom, what are you talking about? You should go cook now. I'm starving, her son replied. Captain Wang doesn't know which rumor his mother has been spreading today, or where she heard those unfounded stories again. As for his mother, who is always talking about others and gossiping, Captain Wang has no good way to handle her. He can only gently remind her. Mom, please don't be like in the village, where you say anything you hear. Your son just became a company commander, and I don't want to go back to farming. If you want the whole village to laugh at us, keep talking. If you keep talking, you might not get a wife, and there won't be a son to carry on the family line. So, watch your words. When she heard this, Aunt Zhang panicked and quickly grabbed Captain Wang, promising, Son, I won't say anything anymore. I'll try not to wander around. We shouldn't say things in anger. The company commander is important. When I left the village head personally saw me off on the train. I must behave properly. And that wife of yours, I must marry her. I listen to you. If you don't have a son to carry on the family, your father might come out of his coffin and scold me. You must not say such things. Aunt Zhang hurried back to her yard and shut the door tightly. From now on, she dared not look into what was happening at the regiment commander's house. Meanwhile, Ding Yanfeng gently watched his wife, who looked lazy and relaxed. He placed the lunchbox on the table and naturally reached out to massage her shoulders. Are you tired? Ding Yanfeng noticed the foreign language book and the half-finished notes on the table. His wife was so diligent. How could Aunt Zhang say such things? Darling, You must not get too tired. Otherwise, we might stop working as translators. I can still support us with my salary. Ding Yanfeng continued to persuade her. He hated to see his wife work day and night, unable to sleep at night, and exhausted during the day. It hurt him to watch. Zhou Wanwan rolled her eyes at Ding Yanfeng, closed her book casually, and said, "It's okay. I still need to find something to do. Otherwise, I'd really be just a freeloader." She didn't say the other thing aloud. If he truly cared about her, he should let her go to sleep at night instead of causing trouble all night. Over time, even a body forged by spiritual springs would become exhausted. After dinner, Zhou Wanwan felt sleepy again. She lay in Ding Yanfeng's arms and fell asleep in less than 5 seconds. She was still sleeping when Ding Yanfeng went to work. At 3 p.m., Qiao Wanwan finally woke up. She looked up at the clock on the wall and was startled. She quickly took her basket and went out. She hurried toward the back mountain. On the way, she saw her sister-in-law and the older women, and she started talking to them. "Little Qiao, your clothes look nice." "Ma'am, how do you know I'm going to the back mountain?" "Qiao, sister-in-law, your family's dog is so fierce. How do you know I'm going to the back mountain?" "Oh, what a busy life." In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the neighborhood knew that Qiao Wanwan took her family's dog to the back mountain. No one knew exactly what she was doing, but she was definitely in a hurry. Qiao Wanwan let her dog run free and felt very tired herself. She leaned against a big tree and didn't feel like wandering around anymore. She relaxed her mind and looked around the back mountain. She saw a few sister-in-laws and older women collecting firewood and digging wild vegetables, all at a distance from her. Without hesitation, she controlled the wild chicken, rabbit, and dry wood on the ground, making them move toward her. After 10 minutes, 3 wild chickens with tied wings and feet, along with a bunch of rabbits, all obediently lay in her bamboo basket. She tied the firewood into 3 bundles and secured them with the rope she brought. After waiting a little longer, Qiao Wanwan had already enjoyed a piece of strawberry cake. The dog hadn't come back yet, and it was getting late. She used her mind to find the playful dog, which was teasing the rabbits. She controlled a stick and gently tapped the dog on its backside. Woof woof. Wah wah wah. The dog stopped chasing the rabbit and, instead, bit down and ran toward Qiao Wanwan. Qiao Wanwan thought, "Silly dog, if it doesn't listen, a little discipline is needed." She tied the 2 bundles of firewood together and placed them on the dog's back, so it could carry them down the mountain. She herself carried the bamboo basket, one hand holding the firewood and the other holding the dog. Qiao has returned. Wow, your wolf is really capable. Is he holding a rabbit in his mouth? Yes, he's capable. Annie, how did you know my basket is full of little rabbits? You're so clever.
Huh? Really?
All of them? Auntie's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean, all in the basket? Did Xiao just catch all the wild rabbits from the back mountain? Oh my, this wolf is really good at his job. When her son comes home, she plans to ask if he can bring back a rabbit for her to raise. This thing can catch rabbits. Even catching one a day means she can have fresh meat every day. But something's wrong. She kept causing trouble for several women. Qiao Wanwan was happily leading her home, proud of her success. Yesterday, she boldly invited all her classmates to eat meat. If she goes to buy more today, it would seem unreasonable. The family has money, but meat coupons are limited each month. Buying more would just reveal her secret to the wrong person. The rabbits caught from the back mountain are different. They're earned through skill. If you're jealous, go catch some yourself. Everyone relies on their own ability. Everyone knows she's eating meat caught from the back mountain tonight, and she's doing it openly and honestly. At home, she slaughtered chickens, drained the blood, and marinated the whole chickens. She killed 2 chickens in a row. The remaining wild chicken and the rabbit family are kept in the corner. Wild chicken in a bamboo basket, rabbits enclosed with sticks and tiles. When Ding Yanfeng returns, she plans to ask him to build a proper breeding pen, preferably with a roof to block the sun and rain. While no one is home, she takes several dried lotus leaves from her space, soaks them in warm water, and when they soften, she can wrap the wild chicken with them. Xiao Wanwan carries a shovel to dig the soil around the vegetable garden, carefully removing dirty leaves and dead branches. When Yuan Fongfong enters, she is covered in yellow mud, squatting on the ground, playing with mud like a child. Haha, Wanwan, what are you doing? Oh, why do you look like a little cat? Yuan Fongfong doesn't hold back, squatting in front of her without any pretense, staring at her dirty face and giggling. Sister-in-law, how can you laugh at me? I'm just trying to make something tasty for you. I'm upset now. Xiao Wanwan pretends to be angry, pouting her lips, and leans in close to Yuan Fongfong's fair face. Quickly, she wiped mud across Yuan Fongfong's clean cheek. Haha, sister-in-law, now you're a little flower cat too. Xiao Wanwan perfectly copied Yuan Fongfong's previous smile. You naughty little thing. Wait and see. I'll turn you into a big flower cat. Yuan Fongfong reached out to grab the mud and started to fight back. The two of them giggled and played, finally covering each other's lotus leaf wraps with mud. Hey? Still a bit short, not fully covered. Xiao Wanwan pointed at the mud chicken in front of her, looking puzzled. Oh, I see now, sister-in-law. Can I borrow some mud? She even scraped a layer of mud from Yuan Fongfong's cheek and smeared it onto the lotus leaf chicken. Ha ha ha, they both laughed loudly, their happy voices drifting far away. Li Changlong and Ding Yanfeng, who hadn't yet entered the street, heard them.
What are they doing now?
These two, whenever they're together, they just keep talking and talking, Li Changlong teased seriously. Ding Yanfeng nodded in agreement, walking towards his home with Li Changlong. The closer they got, the clearer the laughter from his wife became. When the two finally entered the house, they were stunned to see two women on the ground, throwing mud at each other. Cough, cough. Li Changlong suddenly felt something stuck in his throat and kept coughing. Fongfong was getting more outrageous, completely messing around. It was at Xiao Ding's house. Isn't that just making a joke of himself? Li Changlong awkwardly looked at Ding Yanfeng, expecting an embarrassing scene, but instead, he saw Ding Yanfeng quickly accept the situation after being shocked. He was more attracted by the rustling sound coming from the corner of the wall. Wife, where did you get that rabbit? Oh, and a wild chicken too? Should I build a proper pen for them? Ding Yanfeng asked loudly, deliberately acting normal for Li Changlong to see. If it were only his wife in the yard, he would laugh for 3 days straight. But with Fongfong there, no one dared to laugh openly in front of Li Changlong. Such loud questions were much more effective than Li Changlong's harsh coughs. The playful banter caught the attention of the two men returning home. Xiao Wanwan was very polite, with a face that said, "You first," and greeted, "Master, hello. Come in." Li Changlong didn't know how to respond to this, showing clear resistance on his face, especially when looking at his wife, with a look that was hard to describe. Ha ha, Laoli. What kind of expression is that? Yuan Fongfong playfully wanted to get some mud on Li Changlong, but Xiao Wanwan quickly grabbed her hands. Sister-in-law, we need to wash up quickly, or we'll be late for the beggar's chicken, Xiao Wanwan said, pulling Yuan Fongfong into the house to wash up. She also didn't forget to tell Ding Yanfeng to clean up the mess. Comrade Ding, please clean up and bury the beggar's chicken in the soil to cook. Commander, you can sit somewhere comfortable. Soon, I'll find you a neat and tidy sister-in-law. Xiao Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed. She had just played happily with Yuan Fongfong, and even got mud inside the shed. For a moment, she didn't know where to let Li Changlong sit. Xiao Wanwan drew the curtain, found her own clothes for Yuan Fongfong, and since they were both women, there was nothing to hide. They washed up and changed clothes together, and their sisterly bond seemed to grow stronger. They finished washing about half an hour later, both with muddy hair, so they washed their hair again, which took a little more time. Xiao Wanwan used a dry towel to squeeze her long hair until it was half dry, then casually tied it at the back of her head. Yuan Fongfong, with short hair, dried hers quickly and didn't bother about it anymore. The two women carried buckets of muddy water outside and poured it into the vegetable garden. When they came out, they saw that the messy yard they had made was now cleaned up, with all the mud washed away. The beggar's chicken was already in the earthen stove, with firewood crackling. Ding Yanfeng and Li Changlong rolled up their sleeves and were using broken bricks and tiles to build a pen. A wolf had been bringing bricks and stones inside, one after another. The busy wolf wagged its tail happily, looking very obedient. Even Li Changlong was starting to find this unusual wolf quite interesting. The rabbit pen in the corner is almost finished. The rabbit family is inside and can't jump out anymore. Soon, just adding a layer of rain cloth will be enough. The strong smell of wine makes me think of the wild wolf, who, after eating a wild rabbit, still licks his thick face and tricks a big chicken leg from Yuan Fangfang's hand. For people sit under the shed. Xiao Wanwan slices cucumbers again and takes out a bottle of Maodai. She and Yuan Fangfang each have a soda. When hosting a meal for elders, there must be wine on the table. Whether to drink or not is Li Changlong's own choice.
Wow, Maodai. This is good wine.
Xiao Ding, get a cup. Let's have a drink. Li Changlong sees a chance to drink openly and immediately opens the bottle. Yuan Fangfang glares at the old man but says nothing. She continues chatting with Xiao Wanwan, with a big handsome wolf lying at her feet. Today, she's in a good mood and doesn't argue with the old man. Bang. Li Taohua, are you doing this on purpose? You can't even make good millet porridge, and there are stones inside. Do you owe someone a beating? Huh. Suddenly, a loud shout from the neighboring yard breaks the peaceful atmosphere. Li Changlong stays seated, and Ding Yanfeng and Xiao Wanwan don't move either. Ding Yanfeng brings 2 enamel cups. He pours Maodai from the bottle on the table into Li Changlong's cup first, then into his own. Master, try this. It tastes like flour chicken. It smells really good. Ding Yanfeng puts a chicken leg into Li Changlong's bowl. He also adds a chicken wing to Xiao Wanwan's bowl, while he chews on a chicken neck, eating happily. Oh, I just remembered. There are fried peanuts in the house. I'll bring them out. They're perfect for drinking. Xiao Wanwan pretends to just remember and finds a plate of peanuts in the cabinet of the main room. Good, good. The taste is really great. Little Xiao's cooking is trustworthy. Li Changlong can tell that the couple is trying to make him happy. He happily picks up chopsticks and starts eating. Yuan Fangfang shows no concern from start to finish. She eats when she wants, teases the wolf when she wants. Anyway, she won't get beaten. If Li Taohua can't stand the beating, she has thousands of ways to leave Zhao Wenhua. Moreover, her own Lao Li is here. Someone should check on him. Some people dig their own graves, and no one can stop them.
Huh.
Wanwan, I just saw a big apple in your room. No way. Today I must have won too. Yuan Fangfang, acting a bit proud, crossed her arms. Seeing this, Xiao Wanwan went inside and took out 4 big apples. She and Yuan Fangfang each took one, and the remaining 2 were placed on the table. Old Li, why are Wanwan's apples still so crisp? They taste sweet too, Yuan Fangfang said, surprised as she took a bite. Usually, the apples sold at the supply store are a bit wilted and they don't taste this crunchy. This crunchiness is like when the apples are just ripe. Li Changlong picked up one, broke it in half with his hands, took a bite, and agreed. Little Xiao, do you still have many of these apples? Li Changlong thought about visiting an old leader in a few days. Since he's older and can't drink alcohol, these apples are perfect. Seeing old Li being considerate, Yuan Fangfang didn't say anything and happily bit into her big apple. Huh? I do have some. About a dozen. Is that enough? Xiao Wanwan thought it wouldn't hurt to give Li Changlong and Yuan Fangfang a little face. The couple often work well together. But she wasn't just talking to Li Changlong. She looked at Yuan Fangfang and reached out to tickle her waist. Fangfang, sis, when did you start thinking about my big apples? They playfully teased each other. The apples were for sharing, but it wasn't meant to be too formal, like wanting the leader to see how much she cared. Oh, my dear sister, stop tickling. I give up, isn't that enough? Yuan Fangfang laughed. Isn't it just perfect that we see each other? Next time, my sister will treat you to something delicious. Do you like pork belly? She said happily. Yuan Fangfang was very generous. She genuinely liked little Wanwan and wanted to strengthen her relationship with her own husband, Lao Li. Shouting was already excellent, so helping him a bit more wouldn't hurt, especially with the big handsome wolf around. If she brought him home and raised him for a month, he might even change his loyalty. As night fell, The dinner ended perfectly. Wan Wan, in front of Yuan Fong Fong, pulled out a big box from under the wardrobe and took out more than 10 bright red apples. When Li Changlong and Yuan Fong Fong returned home, they stopped at Zhao Wenhua's door, looked inside, sighed, and shook their heads as they walked away. Xiao Wenwan saw everything clearly. It seemed that in a few days, the neighbor next door would be moving out. This is really great. Hey, Xiao Qiao, why does it seem like Commander Li just came from your house? Aunt Zhang, who was across the street, waited until Li Changlong and Yuan Fong Fong walked away before daring to come out from her door. She quickly called out to stop Xiao Wenwan from closing her door. Yes, Aunt Zhang, have you eaten? It's already dark, and you're still not closing the door. I heard that lately, there are more snakes, bugs, and mice in the residential area. I wonder if they need to spray some medicine at the base of the walls. It's quite worrying. If someone gets bitten by a snake, it could be serious. Don't you think? Xiao Wenwan looked worried, staring at her own wall base, as if something was trying to pry into her house. Oh, really? Aunt Zhang was alarmed. If a snake got into her house, it would be dangerous. A bite could be deadly. She asked nervously, Xiao Qiao, do you have any of that medicine? The powder, huh? Medicine powder. I don't have any. Do you have some? Can I use a bit? Xiao Wenwan spread her hands and then closed the door to go home. That old lady loved to gossip. Who knows, she might end up eating her own gossip someday. By the way, Commander Wang looks quite upright and decent. Honey, let's go inside. It's cold outside and it's already dark, Ding Yangfeng said, surprisingly quick. Not only did he tidy up the mess, but he also finished a shower. He was shirtless, water droplets running down his strong chest and firm abs, then slipping into his waistband. Xiao Wenwan couldn't help but swallow nervously. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Quickly, she took a few steps. A refreshing feeling swept through her again. Xiao Wenwan struggled to open her sleepy eyes. Thud. Forget it, she gave up. Lazily lying in her bed, bathing in the noon sunlight through the bright window, she watched the man dressed in a neat military uniform walking with a steady, powerful stride into the house, carrying 3 lunch boxes. Ding Yangfeng pushed the door open in confusion. Seeing Xiao Wenwan still in bed, he was momentarily startled. He quickly reached out to check her forehead. Concerned, he asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hurry and get dressed. I'll take you to the hospital. Zhou Wenwan lowered the large hand resting on her forehead and coquettishly said, I'm fine. I just woke up and feel a little tired. I don't want to move. My dear husband, could you please help me get up and wash up? Ding Yanfeng was caught in her arms, blushing in the bright daylight, his ears turning red from embarrassment. After acting cute, Zhou Wanwan's weak body suddenly lifted into the air. Ding Yanfeng gently picked her up and carefully placed her on his lap, softly helping her put on her clothes. Then he settled her by the bed, took a basin and a toothbrush cup to fetch water outside, providing very attentive service. Zhou Wanwan enjoyed it very much. No matter how her appearance changes, her inner soul remains the same, still willing to be at her command. After washing up, Ding Yanfeng moved the small table over, laid out the return meal, and tried not to let Zhou Wanwan lift a finger. Hee. Husband, when I grow old and look really ugly, will you still take care of me like this? Zhou Wanwan bit the chopsticks and looked at him eagerly, waiting for his answer. Ding Yanfeng responded immediately without hesitation. Wife, you must believe that even when you're old, you'll still be the most beautiful old lady. Until the day I die, I won't let go of your hand. A sweet atmosphere spread through the house, filled with pink bubbles. After a nap, Ding Yanfeng went to work, while Zhou Wanwan sat at the big table in the porch with a foreign book and notebook she hadn't finished translating last time. She thought about the time. Her manuscript should have been received by the other side by now, and she would soon get her payment. She planned to ask the gatekeeper tomorrow. Suddenly, a basket of green grass appeared outside the closed gate, and a wolf-like eye looked at Zhou Wanwan with complex emotions. When did you run out? Why are you carrying a vegetable basket? Zhou Wanwan angrily opened the gate, pointing at the basket and questioning. The wolf, leisurely swinging its big tail, strolled to the rabbit pen, calmly placing the basket on the ground. It picked up a bunch of green onions and spat them out in front of the rabbits. It tilted its head, showing a crooked wolf face, inviting Joe Wanwan to come and look. It was surprising. Who would have thought? A wolf, one day, would be responsible for feeding rabbits? Is this something a wolf should do? Suspecting that Langsheng was there, she went back to the bottom of the basket and found half a cob of corn, which she didn't know where it came from, then pushed it under the bamboo cage that was trapping the wild chicken. Xiao Wanwan felt embarrassed. She had long forgotten about the wild rabbits and chickens at home. Proudly, she hugged the wolf's head and praised, "You're truly a wolf I raised. You even activated your breeding instincts. Well done. From now on, I'll leave these tasks to you. If you're bored, go to the back mountain and catch a few more. Just be careful not to hurt them. We'll raise them and then we can eat fresh meat openly. You're really amazing. I'm such a good girl for raising a wolf. Oh, I'm so proud." Excited, Xiao Wanwan praised the wolf and then pointed at the bag of cornmeal in the main room, giving it a task. "The corn outside is hard to find. We used to have enough food at home, so we didn't have to work so hard. Just feed the animals, and when Ding Yanfeng comes back, we'll build a chicken shed. I think near the toilet is good, cement ground, easy to clean." Howl.
Howl.
Whoa. The wolf kept howling and wagging its tail desperately, showing resistance. It was like, no. When did I have to do this?
I don't want to.
If I want food, I can just go to the back mountain and catch it myself. Oh, wolf. You bite so fast. Mom, have you ever seen a wolf that spends all day pulling grass in the back mountain? This isn't right. I don't accept this task. Seeing the wolf wagging its tail and shaking its head, Xiao Wanwan's eyes filled with tears. She was so excited and touched that she praised again. "You're really my good boy. Why is our wolf so sensible?"
It's settled then.
We'll see about the wolf, rabbit, and chicken. Oh, and the wild chicken, that makes 4.
Ha ha ha.
Satisfied and happy, Xiao Wanwan took out 2 lamb chops and placed them in front of the wolf. Such a good wolf deserved a nice reward. Her mood was so good, she couldn't hide it. She swung her legs and sat at the table, her translation speed improving a lot. Even though the wolf was lying in front of the grain bag with lamb chops, it didn't seem as tasty anymore. The whole wolf, Langsheng, looked sad. A loud howl echoed, as if the wolf was happily howling. Its sharp teeth tore at the sheep ribs like blades.
Ese silly wolf? No, smart wolf.
Don't make noise. Don't think that just because you try to help the family, I won't scold you. Can't you tell the difference between big and small? Xiao Wanwan stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at the wolf. Just then, she heard a scratching sound from the corner of the wall, like someone was digging at the wall inside the house.
Ugh.
Howl. The wolf suddenly crouched down and made a threatening move, its sharp eyes focused on the corner. Xiao Wanwan also became alert because of the sudden reaction. She quickly guessed that the sound was coming from the yard of Li Taohua's house, as both families shared a wall. Sure enough, she saw someone crouched in the corner, using an iron rod to pick at the bricks. The area being scratched was quite large, about the size of 2 fists. From her yard, it looked normal, with only a thin layer of remaining bricks. Li Taohua was working faster and looked more and more frantic until she seemed almost crazy. Xiao Wanwan sneered, her eyes cold. She grabbed the wolf's head and lowered her voice, whispering in its ear. The obedient wolf then quickly ran out of the yard on all 4s. Li Taohua, in her frantic state, didn't notice when she passed the fence gate not far behind her. After running out, Xiao Wanwan didn't watch Li Taohua's progress. Instead, she hurried back inside and collected all the items that shouldn't be there, even those originally stored in the wardrobe, and put them into her space. She took out a small iron box from her space, which held the bankbook given to her by Ding Yanfeng and some household receipts. After checking the east room, Xiao Wanwan went to the west room, where miscellaneous items were stored. She placed the addressed package openly on the table. She also arranged all the books sent from the bookstore and newspaper office, along with several remittance slips and letters, all carefully placed inside a cookie box hidden among some packages. Even the fashionable fabrics and trinkets her maternal grandmother gave her last time, Xiao Wanwan stored all of them away. After finishing, she sat in the yard holding a porcelain cup of spiritual spring water. She leisurely sipped it, feeling strangely tired. It must be Ding Yanfeng causing this. He's been causing trouble every day. Otherwise, with her strength and energy, she wouldn't be so exhausted just from tidying up these things. Her awareness reached out again. Next door, Li Taohua, squatting in the corner, was sparking with her iron pestle, swinging it as if in a trance. Yuan Fongfong, hurriedly pulled over by the handsome wolf, entered the house puzzled, laughing and asking, Wanwan, why did you call me over with a handsome wolf? Did you find something delicious again? Xiao Wanwan raised a finger, gently pressed it to her lips, and quietly pointed toward the corner to warn Yuan Fongfong about the situation. Then she deliberately spoke loudly enough for Li Taohua to hear. Yes, Fongfong, I just got some beef. Come over and try it. She also pointed at the wall in the corner, cautiously pulling Yuan Fongfong closer to listen. Crackling sounds came clearly. Yuan Fongfong listened carefully, surprised, pointing at the wall and gesturing to Xiao Wanwan, asking what was going on. After pulling her away from the corner, Xiao Wanwan exaggeratedly said, Oh, sister-in-law, come inside with me. I made 2 new dresses. Do you want to see if they look good? Yuan Fongfong understood immediately. Xiao Wanwan had never worn dresses before. It was a secret signal. Okay, let's go inside and take a look. I love seeing you young folks dressed up beautifully. Yuan Fongfong even leaned forward and loudly spoke toward the corner. But they didn't really go inside. They quietly lowered their voices, tiptoed to Li Taohua's door, and peeked inside. Yuan Fongfong was so frightened she covered her mouth. Was that Li Taohua? In just half a month, she looked unrecognizable, like a ghost or a monster. She was acting crazy, swinging her iron pestle wildly, muttering nonstop, but no one could understand what she was saying. Xiao Wanwan shrugged, raised the wooden stick she had already in her hand, and carefully pushed open the unlocked gate of Li Taohua's house. Actually, the gate was locked, but before Yuan Fongfong arrived, Xiao Wanwan had already opened it. We're just waiting for Yuan Fongfong to arrive. With a witness present, using a club suddenly seems justified and reasonable. Xiao Wanwan took one step, then another, then a third, gradually moving closer to Li Taohua. Yuan Fongfong covered her mouth, her heart pounding. Li Taohua was so wild. She must not hurt Wanwan. It's all because she rushed here without thinking. She should have called Old Li first, at least to have 2 guards come along. The wooden stick she was holding in the air suddenly turned toward Li Taohua's back neck and struck.
Clack.
Ding dong. Li Taohua closed her eyes and fainted immediately. The iron pestle in her hand fell to the ground with a clear sound. Yuan Fongfong, frightened, hurried into the room, covering her mouth. She grabbed some rope from the shed and walked over. Wanwan, tie her up. Who knows what she might do when she wakes up? I've seen people like her before. Something's wrong with her. She's crazy. Yuan Fongfong pointed at Li Taohua's head and explained to Xiao Wanwan. Li Taohua must have been shocked. Her mind isn't right now. It probably has a lot to do with losing her child. Honestly, Zhao Wenhua is to blame. If he hadn't been so nasty, Li Taohua wouldn't be like this now. As women, how can we bear losing a child? That's a mother's life. Her life is gone, and then she's blamed by her man. No wonder she's crazy. But her madness is strange. Why was she digging into someone else's relationship? Why not dig all the way through? Why leave just a thin layer? Xiao Wanwan took the other end of the rope and quickly tied Li Taohua up tightly. She even tied her feet, just like how they a pig for slaughter during the New Year, only missing a stick in the middle. Once she was, Yuan Fongfong pulled Xiao Wanwan outside and warned her, My dear, Wanwan, just watch her from the door. Don't go inside again. If she gets angry, she might bite you. Stay here and watch her. I'll go find Old Li. As she hurried to leave, Xiao Wanwan quickly grabbed Yuan Fongfong and, pretending to be scared, said, Sister-in-law, ride my bike. It's faster. I'm scared here too. Hurry back. Okay, you stay outside and watch her. No going inside. Yuan Fongfong pushed the bicycle at Xiao Wanwan's house. Just about to leave, she still felt uneasy and knocked on the neighbor's door. Xiao Wanwan tried hard to hide her smile, which was about to appear. The neighbor, Aunt Zhang, was watching from the door across the street. She had noticed earlier that someone was peeking from inside the door, but didn't come out. Probably, she heard Yuan Fongfong talking about Li Taohua being crazy. Hiding behind the door, Aunt Zhang didn't dare to come out until Yuan Fongfong knocked on her door. Aunt Zhang awkwardly stepped out of the shadows behind the door. Madam, what can I do for you? Yuan Fongfong was startled by her sudden appearance and frowned. Auntie, please watch over little Qiao for a while. Just keep an eye on Li Taohua. I'll be back soon, all right?
All right.
I understand, Aunt Zhang said, quickly locking her door and hanging the lock on Li Taohua's door. She kept the key tightly in her hand. Okay, little Qiao, let's stay far away. She definitely can't come out, Aunt Zhang said, pulling Xiao Wanwan into her house. They watched Li Taohua through 2 fences. Yuan Fongfong went to call someone, feeling reassured. Xiao Wanwan silently gave Aunt Zhang a thumbs up. Auntie, you're the best. As they say, experience makes a difference. Aunt Zhang was wise and right. It was really very true. Of course, I, Aunt Zhang, have seen a lot in my life. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Little Qiao, you still have a lot to learn. Just now, how dare you go into that yard? Luckily, Li Taohua was possessed and didn't see you. If she had, she might have hurt you. What would you do then? You're so young. If you got hurt, your face or your stomach, your whole life could be ruined. You can't be so impulsive anymore. Aunt Zhang thought about it and felt scared. She thought, Xiao Wanwan looked smart, but why did she act so foolish now? Li Taohua was holding a big iron rod. How could Xiao Wanwan dare to go in? She was crazy, and it didn't matter who was inside. Yes, Auntie, you're right. I understand, Xiao Wanwan replied, nodding. She thought to herself, if I weren't missing a witness to prove Li Taohua was truly crazy, I wouldn't bother with all this fuss and hitting with a stick. I wouldn't even need to hold the stick myself. People would do it for me. When Ding Yanfeng was pulled back, he saw his wife at the house of Captain Wang diagonally across the street, and she seemed to get along well with Aunt Zhang. He quietly put his gun back on his waist and asked strangely, What's going on? I thought you went to the regiment headquarters to find me. I was worried something happened to you. Yes, something happened. Sister-in-law Li from next door seems to have lost her mind. Xiao Wanwan pointed across the street. Ding Yanfeng turned and saw Li Taohua, who was, and lying on the ground. He asked in surprise, What's happening? Why is she? Did she hurt anyone? Wife? Are you hurt? Ding Yanfeng opened the door of Aunt Zhang's house, pulled Xiao Wanwan over, and looked her over carefully, worried she might be hurt. He was too concerned and didn't care about the situation. He started to touch her without thinking. Xiao Wanwan quickly grabbed his big hand to stop him. No, Li Taohua didn't have time to go crazy before I hit her with a club. We tied her up together with Sister Fongfong. We used pig-catching shackles, so even if she wakes up, she can't break free. Sister Fongfong went to call the commander. Things seemed to have gotten a bit serious. Xiao Wanwan looked troubled and said the situation was getting worse, but inside she was thinking, it's not enough yet. When Li Changlong comes and Li Taohua has a public meltdown again, that would be even better. Ding Yanfeng sighed in relief. As long as his wife was safe, he was fine. When Yuan Fongfong arrived at the military office, Li Changlong heard her explanation and combined it with the previous noise he heard from Zhao Wenhua cursing loudly. He was furious immediately. The decision to punish Zhao Wenhua was about to be approved, but now it seemed trouble had arisen again. He immediately sent someone to find Zhao Wenhua. Li Changlong then took his guards and followed Yuan Fongfong to the family compound. He, as a division commander, was handling this kind of situation for the first time. A good person, the political commissar's wife, was being driven crazy right in the military district compound? It was absurd, utterly ridiculous. Yuan Fongfong was anxious all the way back. When she hurried home and saw Ding Yanfeng had also returned, protecting Xiao Wanwan, she finally felt relieved. She was worried that Wanwan, this fierce girl, might confront Li Taohua directly. If she bit her, who knew how many germs she might get?
Pant. Pant.
What's the situation? Has Li Taohua woken up? Yuan Fongfong pushed her bicycle inside and hurriedly asked. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Captain Ding, Zhao Wenhua is the political officer in your unit, holding the same rank as you. How dare you come to my house when old Zhao isn't home and tie me up? This is a crime. I will go to the military headquarters to report you. Stay away from me. Stay far away.
Help.
Someone help me.
Help.
Li Taohua, frightened, turned and shouted outside the door, but suddenly she saw Li Longchong, Yuan Fongfong, and Xiao Wanwan standing at her door. Why are they all here? Help. Commander, help. Captain Ding is harming people. You must defend me. Li Taohua, overwhelmed and instinctive, shouted for help. Li Longchong, who holds the highest rank among those present, knew who to ask for help. He took 2 steps forward, frowned for a moment, and asked Yuan Fongfong with suspicion, Madam, she doesn't seem to be mentally ill. Maybe she fainted and was briefly conscious afterward. I saw her go crazy myself. She was in that corner, holding an iron rod from the ground, digging wildly. You can check for yourself. Yuan Fongfong pointed to the corner. Li Longchong went over, picked up the iron rod, and compared it to the round hole in the wall, which was only supported by a thin layer of brick. Li Taohua, explain why you are digging this hole. Commander. Commander. Report to the commander. Zhao Wenhua has come to report. Zhao Wenhua, who arrived late and out of breath, stood at his own door and saluted Li Longchong with a perfect military salute. Li Longchong didn't even glance at him. He used the iron rod to break through the thin brick wall that Li Taohua had dug. Looking through the hole, he saw a wolf's head. It turned out that when it saw Li Longchong, it wagged its tail and went back to feeding rabbits. These animals never stop talking. It's a pity that this wolf has already been pulled out of the grass twice. Howl howl, Li Longchong's anger, which had been building, paused when he saw the wolf from Qiao Wanwan's house feeding rabbits. It was stuck in his chest, unable to move. Who keeps a good wolf and feeds it rabbits? Qiao Wanwan's house?
Well,
it doesn't seem entirely unacceptable. Li Changlong's eyes kept changing until Li Taohua behind him saw Zhao Wenhua return and started shouting again. Only then did Li Changlong snap back to himself. When Li Taohua saw Zhao Wenhua, she closed her mouth and began shouting. Wenhua, please save me. Untie me. I feel so uncomfortable. Zhao Wenhua had already seen Li Taohua on the ground, but since the teacher was here, he didn't dare move. Li Taohua, being reckless and foolish, didn't know how to behave properly when causing trouble. It's just a simple tie-up. Why is she shouting so loudly? It's embarrassing. Li Changlong ignored Zhao Wenhua and asked again. Li Taohua, explain yourself. Why did you break into Captain Ding's house? Is she crazy? But Li Changlong believed that even a mad person, if focused on one thing, must have a purpose. Li Taohua's eyes flickered with fear. Seeing that Li Changlong had already broken the wall corner, she hesitated and couldn't speak. She looked at Zhao Wenhua with hope, but he glared back fiercely. Since she couldn't rely on her man, and with the teacher here today, Li Taohua angrily looked outside at Jiang Wanwan, who was standing happily with the teacher's wife. It's all this woman's fault that her life is so hard. If life is hard, then everyone should just die together. I want to report her. Li Taohua suddenly raised her head, pointed at Jiang Wanwan and shouted, I want to report Jiang Wanwan. She lives luxuriously and eats meat every day. With Captain Ding's ration, how could she eat big fish and meat every day? I even saw her wolf carrying a bone and gnawing on it. Others are starving, but she feeds meat to her wolf? If this behavior happened in our hometown, she would be criticized. Teacher, you can't just protect her because she's the captain's wife. Ding Yangfeng saw Li Taohua was about to report his wife. His eyebrows furrowed immediately. Before anyone could act, Ding Yangfeng stepped forward and stood beside Jiang Wanwan, showing support. Seeing his intention, Jiang Wanwan reached out and patted Ding Yangfeng's hand, then suddenly smiled.
Ha ha ha.
This is so funny. Li Taohua, you just wanted meat from me and I didn't give it to you? Why are you reporting me in front of the teacher? Why do you have such a strong desire for revenge? First, she mocked Li Taohua with a sneer, then cast a teasing look at Zhao Wenhua standing in front of her. Finally, Xiao Wenwan stepped forward 2 steps and explained to Li Changlong, "Report, Commander, I deny all accusations against Li Taohua. I did eat meat, but the meat I bought was all paid for with meat coupons saved up by Ding Yanfeng, which were within his quota. Moreover, the last time I bought meat was to reward the soldiers who helped build the shed for my family. I bought quite a lot and used up all the meat coupons. Later, the meat I ate was caught from the back mountain. You've seen it too, Commander. My family used to bring back meat from the back mountain, and we still have a few live animals at home. How could I be considered extravagant? Also, Li Taohua said I fed bones to the original animals, but I strongly disagree. It was my family's hunting that provided the meat. They worked hard to catch it. Can't we eat meat just because we hunt ourselves? If Li Taohua is jealous, she can go catch animals from the back mountain herself. There are plenty there. Just yesterday, the eldest son of Sister Fang's family caught a rabbit. He's only 12 years old and already understands that hard work brings rewards. So, Li Taohua, as an adult, why are you always waiting to take advantage of your neighbors? If you can't get it, you go report it? And as for Commissar Zhao, he gets a good amount of meat coupons every month. How come he's struggling to eat meat and is always jealous of others' land? Li Taohua, let me give you some advice. This envy is a sickness. You need to get it treated. This speech not only clearly explained the source of the meat but also mocked Li Taohua's character, revealing the fact that Zhao Wenhua was reluctant to let his wife eat meat. Zhao Wenhua had been silent all along. Deep down, he agreed with Li Taohua's accusations. Why should Ding Yanfeng's family eat meat every day when they earned roughly the same salary? When Xiao Wenwan started to criticize him, Zhao Wenhua couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't want to be dragged down. He quickly explained, "Comrade Xiao Qiao, your words are not right. Living frugally is a noble virtue. Why does it become a reason for mockery when it comes from you? You have a problem in your thinking. Is this how Captain Ding usually teaches you at home?" Zhao Wenhua spoke so seriously that Xiao Wenwan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Oops.
Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Keep going and praise how simple life is, so simple that your wife has to borrow things from neighbors to get by. From rice, flour, and cooking oil to needles and thread, everything is borrowed. As a grown man, you can't even support your family. How can you be proud of preaching and teaching others? Do you know why your wife keeps staring at me? It's just because my life is better than hers. I have cured meat hanging on my stove, and I didn't give it to her for nothing. Li Taohua, I will tell you once more, right here in front of the teachers and so many people, my family's meat is not for you to eat. Not at all. Li Taohua's face twisted with anger. She kept struggling, trying to reach out and slap Xiao Wanwan's face, shouting loudly and crying. Zhao Wenhua didn't expect Xiao Wanwan to scold him publicly and to bring up Li Taohua borrowing things. His face turned red like a freshly cut pig's liver. But he couldn't argue against what Xiao Wanwan said. After thinking for a while, he finally came up with an idea. He pointed at Xiao Wanwan and shouted excitedly, "Checker. Teacher, I believe Xiao Wanwan's family has more than they should. She recently spent a lot of money, even bought a TV last time." "That's a TV. Where did the money for the TV come from?" "She has problems. Definitely has problems. Teacher, I want to investigate Ding Yanfeng's family. I suspect that as a squad leader, Ding Yanfeng is taking advantage and occupying resources that don't belong to him." Zhao Wenhua's accusations pointed directly at Ding Yanfeng. Today, he realized that the teacher would likely discipline him, so he decided to drag Ding Yanfeng into trouble. Everyone else was watching more and more. As the squad leader, Li Changlong couldn't fully support Ding Yanfeng after Zhao Wenhua's accusations. "Teacher," Xiao Wenwan stepped forward at the right moment and raised her own suspicion. "Since Commissar Zhao suspects my family, I also have a suspicion. I believe that Commissar Zhao's wife, Li Taohua, dug that big hole in the corner to harm me. Please, teacher, search Zhao Commissar's house and Li Taohua herself. I suspect she's hiding something shameful. Isn't it just about searching their homes? Xiao Wanwan was confident and had expected this. As for Li Taohua, she harbored harmful intentions but lacked the courage to act. She only hid some castor bean powder on herself. When Xiao Wanwan saw it, she thought it was poison and felt a small thrill of excitement. I think Xiao Qiao is right. Old Li, since there are doubts, let's search everyone openly to find out the truth with evidence. Yuan Fongfong saw Xiao Wanwan's confident look and added fuel to the fire. Ding Yanfeng remained calm on the outside, but was confused inside. Their home had many good things stored, like several cans of plum preserves and packages brought back by his wife from the West Room. Many fresh items that shouldn't be seen by others. He couldn't understand why his wife was so confident. All right, fair treatment. Let's call the security team from the military headquarters to come and search. No damage allowed, Li Changlong ordered. One guard, responsible for watching Li Taohua, ran out immediately. Soon, a squad of soldiers from the security team arrived. Li Changlong explained the situation, emphasizing that nothing should be broken during the search. The soldiers split into groups of 4 and began searching. Li Taohua was still tightly bound with rope. The only difference was that she was no longer lying on the ground but on a piece of wood they found. Yuan Fongfong, along with a few older women, held a curtain and searched her. They quickly found a packet of powder hidden in her belt. This is castor bean powder. In our village, some pigs can't defecate, and barefoot doctors feed them this. I recognize it, one of the older women said bravely, even daring to taste a bit. Xiao Wanwan admired this brave woman. Yuan Fongfong was startled. This woman was really bold. What if it was poison? She quickly rewrapped the open paper packet. If this woman had swallowed the powder, all evidence would be gone. Li Changlong snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Wenhua. You explain. Why does your wife have castor bean powder? This. Zhao Wenhua glared fiercely at Li Taohua. This woman was truly causing trouble. After holding back for a while, he found a reason. Commander, this castor bean powder is for Li Taohua's own use. It's definitely not poison. She hasn't been able to go to the bathroom these days, and she bought it for herself. Xiao Wenwan couldn't help but hide behind Ding Yangfeng when she saw everyone looking at her. She covered her mouth and dared not laugh out loud. In such a serious setting, she really shouldn't have laughed. But her sense of humor was low, and she just couldn't hold it in. Ding Yangfeng stood in front of Xiao Wanwan with a serious face, his posture even straighter. Zhao Wenhua, is that a nose or a mouth under your nose? Can you really believe that when you say it, Li Changlong truly saw what it meant to cause trouble without reason? Angrily, Li Changlong didn't want to see this person at all. When he saw the guard squad leader coming out of Ding Yangfeng's house, looking hesitant to speak, Li Changlong said sternly, "Spit it out." Reporting to the commander, "We found many foreign language books at Captain Ding's house. We don't know if they comply with the rules," the small squad leader from the guard company honestly reported. Xiao Wanwan quickly raised her hand. Reporting to the commander, "The foreign books were sent to me by the newspaper agency for translation. I have a translation certificate with receipts, and the post office also reported it. The translation certificate should be in the pile of books in the West Room. There are also letters exchanged with the newspaper and bookstore, probably stored in a cookie box." "Oh? I didn't expect you, little Xiao, to be a translator." "I must see for myself," Li Changlong said, leading the guard squad leader to the pile of books. They indeed found the cookie box Xiao Wanwan mentioned. Inside, there was not only the translation certificate and correspondence but also remittance slips, clearly showing when she worked as a translator and the period of remittance. Li Changlong took the cookie box and went to the East Room. He then took another box from a soldier, which contained a few military notes, a passbook with Ding Yangfeng's name, and some money notes, totaling only about 100 yuan. The passbook showed over 2,000 yuan. Considering Ding Yangfeng's past positions and income, this amount was within a reasonable range. Other than that, there was only the well-lit cured meat and ribs hanging openly on the hall stove, which had been there since his last visit. It was clear that these items came from a legitimate source, and their origins were probably not suspicious. Li Changlong was satisfied as he returned to Zhao Wenhua's yard with the two metal boxes. Passing by the rabbit pen, he saw the original person dozing off and nodded with satisfaction. This young Ding had found a good wife. Even the trained wolf was quite intelligent. These soldiers were all strangers, yet he didn't bark once. When Li Changlong returned, another team of soldiers searching Zhao Wenhua's house also came out, holding a small box of biscuits. However, the money inside was very little, less than 30 yuan. Zhao Wenhua, your income isn't low. Why doesn't your family even have a bank book? Li Changlong asked, confused. Zhao Wenhua's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, Commander, my family has many expenses. I send all the money back to my hometown. That's a perfect excuse. The commander can't accuse him of filial piety, right? Zhao Wenhua felt proud of his cleverness.
Ha.
Sending money home? Nonsense. Zhao Wenhua, I never saw a penny of your money when I was in your hometown.
Who did you send it to?
To your mother. Li Taohua had been for a long time. She saw this man repeatedly asking for help, but he ignored her. Her emotions were at their breaking point. Without holding back, she lashed out at Zhao Wenhua. Zhao Wenhua, I was really blind to marry you. I haven't had a good day since. Your mother hit me back home. Now that I've come here, you start hitting me again. Your whole family is rotten to the core. And you, as a political officer, what are you teaching others? How to hit your wife. It's all your fault. All because of you. Since you came, I've changed like this, and my child is gone. He's a boy, a real boy. It's all gone, ha ha, everything is gone.
Death.
All of you go and be with my son.
Godi. Di.
Li Taohua kept shouting, die, like she had lost her mind, acting just like a crazy person. Everyone else was silent. Zhao Wenhua suddenly seemed to grasp a lifeline and shouted, crazy. She's crazy. Li Taohua has lost her mind. We can't believe what she says. Master, I really sent the money home. Li Changlong ignored Zhao Wenhua and instead told everyone about the things found in Ding Yangfeng's house. He explained that Ding Yangfeng's income and expenses were normal and there was nothing suspicious. Regarding Zhao Wenhua, Li Changlong ordered the guards to take him away for investigation. Li Taohua was temporarily taken to the military hospital for treatment. The chaos was over. Ding Yangfeng fixed the broken wall corner himself with bricks and mud, sealing it temporarily. Wife, don't we still have canned food in the cabinet? Ding Yangfeng asked anxiously after closing the door and entering the house. Oh, I put it away. By the way, let's eat at the cafeteria at noon. You go and get some food now. Actually, you can go now. I'm really hungry, Qiao Wenwan replied casually. She felt it wasn't the right time to tell Ding Yangfeng the truth. Okay, I'll go now. Ding Yangfeng understood that Qiao Wenwan didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask further. After all, his wife was only trying to help him. After Ding Yangfeng left, Qiao Wenwan lay on the calm, a traditional bed, wanting to rest for a while. Suddenly, a wolf with a big tail jumped up, sniffed around for a while, then curled up beside her stomach. Qiao Wenwan didn't care and hugged the wolf's head, feeling comfortable. She closed her eyes, not feeling sleepy, and started tidying up the space. Suddenly, her stomach churned. Ugh. Ugh. Qiao Wenwan ignored everything else. She hurried to the bathroom in the space, clutching the toilet and vomiting for a long time. Her stomach hadn't fully digested her breakfast, and she vomited out the sour water and everything else inside. After flushing, Qiao Wenwan touched her lower belly with suspicion.
Could it be?
Could it really be? She had never been pregnant during her missions in the other world, not even the last time, when she never had a child before she died. How could this happen? With a thought, a pregnancy test stick floated from the shelf of medicinal supplies in the space and headed toward the bathroom where Qiao Wenwan was. She stared intently at the two bright red lines on the test stick. She frowned, pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and finally looked into her original fierce wolf-like eyes with confusion. Am I pregnant? Woo-woo. Woo-woo. It turned out that her wolf companion, wagging its big tail, rubbed its head against her lower belly. When Ding Yanfeng came back with food, Qiao Wenwan had already accepted the idea of being pregnant. She was now unsure how to tell Ding Yanfeng. Would it be too sudden to just say it outright? Or should she go to the hospital for a checkup first and wait for the results? After eating, Ding Yanfeng covered the rabbit pen with a layer of rain cloth, fixed it with wooden sticks, and also cleaned the area.
Wife.
Are you raising this wild chicken or planning to eat it? Ding Yanfeng moved the wild chicken from the bamboo basket to another spot and cleaned up the chicken droppings. He also brought a basin of water to rinse the ground, reducing the smell. Xiao Wanwan sat under the shade, feeling sleepy, and answered with half-closed eyes. I think we can make a rocking chair, like the one Sister Fong Fong has at her house. Okay, I'll find a carpenter in the village ahead to make one when I have time. Do you want anything else, wife? Ding Yanfeng looked at her peaceful sleeping face, gently picked her up, and carefully laid her on the Kong bed, covering her with a quilt. When she woke up, it was already past 3 p.m. The wolves at home had been fed twice with rabbits. They also brought back 2 wild chickens. One had already been killed by them, and the other was left in the yard, waiting for Xiao Wanwan to wake up.
Wow.
Is this the wild chicken you gave me? Xiao Wanwan happily picked up the chicken and turned to go inside to heat some water. The wolf, rubbing against her thigh, proudly nodded. Xiao Wanwan sat by the fire pit, holding the wolf's head, feeling sleepy and dazed, as if she hadn't fully woken up. The next day, after Ding Yanfeng left, Xiao Wanwan forced herself to get up, put on her army green backpack, and rode her bicycle straight to the military hospital. Although it is called a military hospital, it is not actually located within the military district. Instead, it is in a nearby town not too far from the district. Comrade, hello. I would like to check if I am pregnant, Xiao Wanwan politely told the doctor. Half an hour later, holding a test result sheet, Xiao Wanwan carefully placed it into her bag. She decided to tell Ding Yanfeng the news soon. Since she was pregnant with his child, he should accept it. Feeling happy, Xiao Wanwan went shopping at the local supply store and then returned to the military district. As soon as she arrived at the guard post, she was stopped. Madam, here is your remittance slip, the guard said, handing her the paper with both hands. He looked at her with admiration, thinking, the wife of Commander Ding is truly impressive. Thank you, Xiao Wanwan replied, taking the slip. It was a remittance slip from the newspaper office for 300 yuan. She paused for a moment, then turned around and went to the nearby post office to withdraw some money. When she returned home, Ding Yanfeng was already back. What should we eat for lunch? Do you know what I am about to do?
Huh?
Why are you packing your things? Her cheerful voice suddenly turned into one of confusion. Xiao Wanwan put down her belongings, sat heavily on the Kong, a traditional bed, and rested her hand on her bag, looking troubled for a long time. Ding Yanfeng paused his packing, showing a difficult expression mixed with pain and guilt, and spoke carefully. Sorry, wife. I just received an urgent order from my superiors. I need to perform a secret mission, so I might be away for a while. Please take good care of yourself. I will try to come back as soon as possible. He couldn't reveal the details of the mission, but he didn't want Xiao Wanwan to worry. He broke the rules once, trusting that she understood the importance of secrecy and wouldn't tell anyone. Xiao Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then took her bag and casually threw it onto the Kong. She stood up and started rummaging through the boxes. I understand. Be careful. When are you leaving? She asked, holding 2 jars of beef sauce and stuffing them into Ding Yanfeng's backpack. She also held his big hand, reluctant to let go. Ding Yanfeng gently held her small hand, pulled her into his arms, and after a moment, softly said, I am about to leave soon. This time, I will take 2 companies of soldiers. Zhao, Wenhui has just been investigated. Everything in the regiment will be reported directly to the division commander. Wife, if you encounter any serious trouble, go to your elders or Sister Fong Fong. If you really don't want to be alone, you can stay at your father-in-law's house for a few days. When I return, I will come to pick you up. Please don't hurt yourself. Ding Yanfeng also doesn't want to leave. He just came back recently, but he is a soldier. Obeying orders and following commands are his duties. Protecting the country is his lifelong mission. Okay, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You also need to stay safe. Your safety is more important than anything else you know. Chow Wan took out several apples, 2 cans of meat, and from her newly carried cloth bag, she pulled out a bag of rice cakes, 10 baked buns, and a roasted chicken. Finally, Chow Wan solemnly handed Ding Yanfeng a bottle of pills and earnestly warned, "Keep this close to you. It's a life-saving medicine left by my mother. No matter what injury you have, as long as you are still breathing, taking this can keep you alive. Don't tell anyone about this. Keep it for yourself." Compared to the last time Ding Yanfeng went on a mission, Chow Wan felt very anxious. She knew she couldn't stop him, nor should she try. The only thing she could do was make sure everything was well arranged. In front of Chow Wan, Ding Yanfeng carefully kept the medicine close, then gave her a deep kiss. After a long while, he picked up his backpack and left without looking back. Chow Wan didn't chase after him. She just stood inside the house, watching through the glass as her man went off to defend the country and serve the people. She gently placed her hand on her belly and whispered, "Baby, we won't disturb Dad while he's on his mission. We can't let him be distracted. Let's wait patiently for him to come back. When he succeeds, we'll give him a big surprise, okay?" Meanwhile, in the family compound and the dormitory in the military area, many people were performing the same scene. They prepared to leave, walking confidently to the central training ground. They proudly boarded a military green truck, holding their rifles tightly, determined to go on their journey to the distant land. After Ding Yanfeng left, Chow Wan's life remained unchanged. She slept until late morning, watered the vegetables, enjoyed the midday sun, ate well, then took a nap. When she woke up, she sat under the shade and read translation books. Until sunset, she finished feeding the rabbits, locked the door with a small gap, drew the curtains, and then she and her dog went to rest in the space. The only change might be Zhang Daniu, who lives diagonally across. Maybe their friendship was helped because they once shared a fence gate. Zhang Daniu often comes to chat with Chow Wan, usually in the evening. After spending some time together, Zhang Daniu feels she never really knew Wan before. This young wife, besides loving to sleep in, has no other faults. Every afternoon, she translates strange books and earns quite a bit of money. I heard she received 300 yuan last time, which her son would take about half a year to earn. "Little Chow, your garden isn't doing well. You need to often, or the wild grass will take nutrients from the vegetables and they won't grow well," Zhang Dania scolds, but she's very diligent and immediately helps Wan tidy up the garden. Wan takes a sip of cold fruit juice, feeling her stomach burn a little less. "Grandma, you don't need to work so hard. I can do it myself later. Come sit and rest, have some sunflower seeds," Wan says, knowing well enough that Zhang Dania loves gossip and talking too much. But she also sees many good qualities in her, especially her son, Wang Yingzhang, who went with Ding Yanfeng this time. As a military family left behind, Wan can't reveal what tasks they're doing, but she can comfort Zhang Daniu in her own way, like sharing sunflower seeds and chatting about gossip. "Hey, Grandma, what happened to Li Taohua yesterday? I was sleepy then and didn't really listen," Wan asks on purpose to change the subject. Zhang Daniu worries about her son. When she's anxious, she likes to work. Once she finishes her chores, she comes over to help. No one can stop her.
Li Taohua?
I don't know if she's really crazy or pretending. Sometimes she acts normal and other times she yells loudly. I heard the military hospital put her in a separate ward, afraid she might hurt other patients. Talking about gossip, Zhang Daniu quickly gets into it. Soon she's talking about Li Dahu from the second row. The kid is really lively. Yesterday he was digging holes and burying soil, making his grandma so angry she almost cried.
Wow.
Grandma Zhang is here too? I wondered why I heard so much noise from Wan's place from far away. Yuan Fong, just off work, comes over carrying a melon she bought on the way. Is that Dr. Yuan? You all chat, I'm going home to cook, and Zhang grabbed her apron and left. She's lived almost a whole life, so she has some good judgment. After Aunt Zhang left, Yuan Fong finished washing her melon. She sat next to Xiao Wanwan and whispered mysteriously, "Guess what happened to Zhao Wenhua?" Xiao Wanwan paused with her sweet melon in her mouth. Has Sister Fong also learned this trick from the older women?
Huh?
What happened? I can't guess. Xiao Wanwan leaned in, a bit anxious to know. He went all out and was sent home. My old Li said Zhao Wenhua is actually bothering young girls, such a big flirt. And do you know what he's been doing with his money? Yuan Fongfong raised an eyebrow and lowered her voice. Xiao Wanwan shook her head. Who knows? It can't be for selfless giving. What did he do? Xiao Wanwan asked cooperatively, mainly because she also wanted to know. Yuan Fongfong swallowed her melon, looked around for a moment, then pulled Xiao Wanwan's ear close and whispered, "This guy is stingy. All these years' salary, except for giving gifts, he's saved everything himself. Not even Li Taohua, or his crippled mother from the countryside, spent a penny." Xiao Wanwan's eyes widened. Wow, even a little dragon might be using sneaky tactics? Zhao Wenhua is quite talented. No, is he a political officer or something? That's really talented. Yuan Fongfong nodded noncommittally. From top to bottom, Old Li checked everything. Besides 2 officers and a guard close to him, everyone else was sent back home. It's recorded in the files. This will be the end of it. It should be announced to the whole army in a couple of days. Xiao Wanwan nodded silently, thinking why they didn't just shut that part down. What about Li Taohua? I heard rumors she's gone crazy. Xiao Wanwan couldn't quite say how she felt about Li Taohua's situation. Maybe she used to find it funny, but now it's a bit sad. Yuan Fongfong nodded, her tone low. Sometimes she's crazy. Sometimes she's clear-headed. The military is considering her placement. With her current condition, staying in the hospital isn't very useful. As women, they tend to have more empathy. 2 women sat in silence for a long time, so long that a sweet melon was finished. Zhou Wanwan stood up and very seriously brought up a topic. Sister-in-law, do you want to eat mincemeat steamed eggs? Yuan Fongfong touched her cheek, hesitated for a moment, and then said, 3 eggs. Less than that isn't enough. Zhou Wanwan nodded, counting on her fingers. Then 6 eggs. I want to eat 3 too. Woof. Woof. The other, unwilling to be outdone, started howling. Zhou Wanwan looked over and saw it wagging its big tail and coming closer. Add 3 more. Zhou Wanwan took a basket of eggs from the cupboard, carefully picked out 9 eggs, no more, no less. She also pulled a basket hanging in the well, cut off a piece of lean meat, chopped it into mincemeat, and mixed it into the egg mixture. 3 bowls of minced meat steamed eggs, 2 women, 1 wolf. All ate until they were full. Before Yuan Fongfong left, she kept inviting the big wolf to come along, but the wolf, showing no interest, wagged its tail and mercilessly closed the gate, guarding its pet rabbit and squinting its eyes.
Ha ha ha.
Sister-in-law, take care on your way. Zhou Wanwan stood inside the gate, seeing Yuan Fongfong off. A peaceful week passed. Zhou Wanwan was so bored that she decided to leave her home and ride her bike away from the military area. She rode all the way to the town, found an inconspicuous spot to store her bike in a space, then looked for a bus to the city. Since it was still early, there weren't many people on the bus. Zhou Wanwan chose a front seat by the window. The weather was getting hotter, and with so many people on the bus, the smell of sweat was strong. Sitting near the window felt like sitting in a fermentation tank. Driver, how long until this bus departs? Zhou Wanwan asked after waiting a while. More people had gotten on, and the bus was almost full, but the driver hadn't started moving yet. Half an hour more. Just wait a little longer. If it gets too hot, open all the windows for ventilation. The driver laughed heartily. Got it, thank you, Zhou Wanwan replied politely. The driver's attitude was quite friendly. She quietly opened the window all the way. Luckily, she was sitting in a single seat, so she didn't have to squeeze with others. She took a military-style water bottle, poured herself a sip of cold, refreshing water, and felt ready to go another 20 minutes. Hey, young girl, may I talk to you? A tall, big-eyed woman just got on the bus, rolling her eyes as she approached Xiao Wanwan. This girl was dressed quietly and neatly, so she must be easy to talk to. The tall woman even placed her belongings next to Xiao Wanwan's seat. Hey, young girl, I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer me? The thin, middle-aged woman brushed dust off her pants and looked annoyed. She reached out to push Xiao Wanwan's shoulder. Xiao Wenwen turned slightly to avoid her. She asked loudly, "Ma'am, are you talking to me?" "Sorry, I haven't been a young girl for almost a year, so I didn't realize." "Hey, you little girl, you talk back so cheekily. Who would want to marry someone like you?" The woman, Wang Suifan, had never met such a rude young person before. She had no manners at all. Xiao Wenwen didn't let her get away with it.
She shot back, "You don't need to worry about me."
"I'm doing well, my in-laws are kind, my partner cares for me, and I have a good job. You should mind your own business. From your attitude, it's clear no one dares to come near your house." Wang Suifan's weakness was hit. She immediately shouted, "Help! Someone's bullying an old lady." "I'm too old and useless now." The bus was already crowded. Wang Suifan had heard everything she said earlier. Now she sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Few people came to her aid. No one paid her any attention. Wang Suifan wasn't embarrassed. She kept shouting loudly. Since the young girl wouldn't give her a seat, she was going to make a fuss. This girl was sharp-tongued and well-dressed, yet she spoke so boldly. How could she be so different from her usual quiet appearance? Xiao Wenwen watched the old lady go crazy. Since the bus wasn't moving yet, she decided to watch the show. The old woman had been shouting for 5 minutes and seemed unlikely to stop. She reached into her bag, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, and started eating with interest. "Ha, good for you, young girl. All right, that old lady, enough already. No one wants to hear you yell. This is so annoying. It's hot already, and now she's throwing a tantrum. Why are you shouting nonstop? Driver, you should make her get off. I'll pay you the fare I saved." Everyone on the bus shouted for the elderly lady to get off. The driver sitting at the front heard someone offering to pay her fare, so he stood up. "Hey, old lady, I've tolerated you for a long time. Last time, you caused trouble on the bus. If you cause trouble again, get off now. From now on, don't ride in my bus. Every time I see you, I'll ask you to leave. Do you hear me?" Unexpectedly, the cheerful driver was quite a strong man. He looked serious and stood there, which was a bit intimidating. Seeing no one was supporting her, and the driver was threatening her, Wang Suifan could only mumble and stand up. "I'm old and can't stand well. You're a young girl. Shouldn't you give your seat to someone who needs it more?" Wang Suifan learned this trick from a cultured older sister in the city. It usually worked. If pleading didn't work, she would reason with them, since her age was obvious. Now, the problem fell to Xiao Wenwen. "Oh, old lady, I see you're quite good at throwing a tantrum. How come you can't stand for a little while? Are you trying to bully a pregnant woman?" Xiao Wenwen pretended to be sad, gently touching her still flat belly, and tearfully said, "Oh, baby, your dad has gone to serve the country. He can't protect us, so we have to face being bullied. TSK. It's so unfair. Pregnant women still have to give up their seats? I've really seen it all now. Well, ma'am, why don't you sit here with me?" Xiao Wenwen said this, but she didn't really want to sit. She sat very firmly and steadily.
"What?"
"You're a military wife and pregnant." The driver closest to Wang Suifan immediately glared at her. "Go away.
"Get off now."
You're an old troublemaker. Are you going to bully a soldier's family too?" When the driver said this, everyone on the bus heard him clearly. Some younger guys nearby immediately stood up. A few of them helped Wang Suifan and pulled her off the bus. The driver followed behind, throwing her belongings outside. "You, old lady, are really blinded by greed. We're living a good life now, thanks to the soldiers. How can you stab us in the back? I tell you. From now on, if you ride in my bus, don't get on. Every time I see you, I'll ask you to leave. Try me if you don't believe it." The driver gave a stern warning, then without hesitation, closed the door and started the bus. Left behind, Wang Suifan sank to the ground, crying loudly. Oh no. You can't leave me here. I need to go to my daughter's house. I have to go. We're having a family dinner tonight. Wait for me." Wang Suifan clutched her 2 bundles and chased after the bus for a long time, but the bus didn't stop. Frustrated, she stood there with her hands on her hips, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenwen was treated very kindly by everyone on the bus. Nowadays, people greatly respect soldiers. They felt they were now in a safe place, supporting the pregnant family members of soldiers. Everyone's back straightened up. Even those who couldn't find seats and had to stand, when they heard the passengers chatting and sharing stories, they instinctively shifted their feet. They quietly moved a few steps aside, afraid of accidentally bumping into Xiao Wanwan. Before getting off, Xiao Wanwan paused to sincerely thank everyone. After everyone had left, she then headed down. Young military wife, our bus will return to the town at 4 p.m. Do you want to ride? The driver called out to Xiao Wanwan. She looked back, nodded, and asked, Yes, I do. Are you still waiting here? Yes, at 4 o'clock. Don't be late, but no rush. I'll save a seat for you. As he spoke, the driver threw a bag onto the seat Xiao Wanwan had just occupied. Thank you, sir. I'll buy you some cigarettes when I come back, Xiao Wanwan said gratefully, waving goodbye. After walking through 2 alleys, taking advantage of no one nearby, she quickly slipped into a space. This time, Xiao Wanwan wore a floral dress and small leather shoes. Her 2 braids were braided into a big braid, and she looked like she had transformed completely. Her nose widened, her eyes elongated, and her lips, once rosy, were made thin and sharp-looking. Her entire appearance changed dramatically. Even her figure was disguised. She added height with shoes and made her waist look fuller. From a distance, her silhouette still looked okay, but up close, her appearance was quite unrecognizable. She took out her bicycle and headed toward Lioli Factory Alley near the front gate street. Following the address her grandmother had left, Xiao Wanwan quickly found the place, number 17 Courtyard. It was a 3-entry, traditional courtyard house. The gate was wide open, and she could clearly see groups of residents sitting together, doing chores, picking vegetables, very lively and full of life. Miss, are you looking for someone? An older woman at the gate, seeing the young girl pushing a bicycle and looking into the yard, greeted her warmly. Yes, ma'am. I'm looking for the backyard. The backyard? Xiao Wanwan pretended to forget. The woman holding a bunch of scallions quickly responded, You're here to see Old Wang's family in the back, right? Sorry, Old Wang has gone out for a walk. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait inside. He should be back soon. Or you can sit here with me for a while. Everyone in our yard is very friendly. The woman smiled so much her eyes squinted. So this is the future daughter-in-law of Old Wang's family. She looks okay, and she even has a bicycle. That doesn't seem like a family struggling financially, as Old Wang's family claimed. Maybe I should go inside and wait a bit longer before chatting with her. Xiao Wanwan quickly played along, thinking no one was around to catch her. No one was there, which was perfect for her plan. She pushed her bicycle toward the backyard. When asked, she said she was visiting Old Wang's family in the back. Everyone responded warmly. After confirming no one was inside, Xiao Wanwan mentally focused on the entire yard. She controlled her thoughts to slowly lift several large boxes buried 1.5 meters underground in the deep corner of the west wall. As she moved the boxes, she filled the dirt around them into the bottom of each box. It took some effort. Using her mental strength, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The 5 large boxes finally surfaced and gently landed on the ground. Xiao Wanwan quickly retracted them into her space, not stopping for long. At the gate, the woman's husband, Old Wang, had already returned. Hearing that the future daughter-in-law was here, he was surprised but quickly walked toward the backyard. Xiao Wanwan controlled the loose soil around her to cover the fresh dirt that had been disturbed. Once everything was back to normal, she sprinkled a few green leaves and some dried branches to make it look natural. Hey, you're the girl that Xiangzi mentioned, right?
Come in and sit.
I'm his father. We really shouldn't have gone out for a walk. How did you get here so early? Old Wang hurriedly took out his keys and opened the main door. Today, for his grandson's lifelong happiness, he cleaned everything thoroughly, even wiping the window frames. His granddaughter-in-law probably won't mind now. Old Wang always had a smile on his face, but the girl in the yard didn't seem interested in coming inside. What's going on here? I understand now, it's because Xiangzi isn't here, and you're feeling shy. No problem. The 2 of us can sit in the yard. There's a table at home. Seeing the old man really about to go inside and bring out a table, Chow Won quickly came up with a new excuse. Sir, please don't trouble yourself. I think I knocked on the wrong door. I'm not here for a matchmaking visit. I'm from the town government, looking for a family of a martyr named Wang Lijian. Your family doesn't seem to be that one, right? Hearing this, the old man quickly waved his hand. No, that's not us. My son works at the steel factory doing well. Miss, you've knocked on the wrong door. Since you're here, why not have some water before you go? No need, sir. Sorry to bother you, Chow Won said quickly, pushing her bicycle away. Old Wang still saw her off and explained things to others she met, saving her quite a bit of trouble. After leaving the alley, Chow Won walked 3 more streets. Once she was sure no one was following or noticing anything unusual, she found a stone bench and sat down. She was really exhausted. After resting a bit, she rode her bike back to her own alley. Chow Lisin had told her not to leave the military camp to protect her safety. Of course, she was also worried about Chow Lisin's safety. Although Chow Lisin was now sure he wasn't the original owner's father, it didn't matter to Chow Won. Biological father, stepfather, or adoptive father. None of that mattered as long as he treated her well. Chow Lisin leaned back in a lounge chair, holding a fan and a teapot, looking quite comfortable. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which had been closed, and looked suspiciously outside the fence, observing repeatedly. Chow Lisin scanned outside the yard, watching the passers-by carefully but saw no abnormalities. Yet he felt like someone was watching him. It didn't seem dangerous, but it was really strange. Seeing how alert Chow Lisin was, Chow Won quickly rode away and disappeared around the corner of the street. Then she went to check on Grandpa Jean, who was dozing against a chair. Near her home, at a state-run restaurant, Chow Won ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles and 2 steamed buns. Exhausted physically and mentally, she ate quickly, finishing everything in minutes. Despite the watchful eyes around her, she sat calmly at a table to rest. After resting, Chow Won changed back into her usual appearance as the young master of the mine. She went to the steel factory to deliver some goods, including food and 5 pigs. Once the handover was complete, she returned to her normal self and hurried to the department store where the bus was stopping. The buses traveling between the town and the city were already waiting there. At 3:50, 10 minutes before the driver's scheduled departure at 4 o'clock, Chow Won took a pack of Big Brother cigarettes from her space and put it in her bag. She also carried a cloth bag filled with cotton. Then she slowly headed toward the bus. The driver, sitting by the roadside smoking, saw her arrive on time. He quickly put out a cigarette and laughed, saying, "Little military wife, you're quite punctual. Come on, get on the bus. Same seat as before." Chow Won nodded in thanks, took out a pack of Big Brother cigarettes from her bag, and threw it to the driver. She said, "Big Brother, take care. On behalf of my partner, thank you for taking care of his wife and the baby in her belly."
Thank you.
All right, I'll accept that. Thanks to the hero who defends the country, the driver said kindly, pretending to pack his cigarettes, then sat in the driver's seat. He had been smoking downstairs, just waiting for little military wife. Now that she was here, he felt at ease. When Chow Won returned to the military district, she arrived home and immediately sensed that the neighboring yard was empty, as if someone had moved in. The gate was open, and there was lively chatter inside. It turned out that the moment they smelled Chow Won's scent, someone from inside rushed out eagerly, circling the fence and sobbing softly. A big tail wagged like a fan. All right, I'm back," Chow Won said, unlocking the door with her key. She made sure to lock the main door behind her and warned, "Is someone living next door now? I heard children's voices. You're not allowed to sneak out. If you scare the children, it won't be good. Do you understand?" It turns out the wolf nodded its big head, with a long mouth, and snuggled into Chow Won's arms. The big head rubbed affectionately, and its paw gestured toward Chow Won's bag. Really a wolf's nose. "Here, I brought you some treats." Chow Won took out a small box of cake, hiding it from others, and offered 2 pieces to the wolf. After a tiring day, Chow Won quickly entered her space, took a refreshing warm shower, and used her mind to shake off the dirt from a few large boxes. When she opened them, she saw that they were full of her grandmother's precious belongings. Famous calligraphy and paintings, blue and white porcelain, Tang tricolor pottery, large yellow crocers. Clearly, these were the best items her grandmother kept for her dowry. When they fled, they couldn't take everything, so they buried these treasures in the yard. It shows how much her grandparents valued her as their daughter. She carefully stored the items away, then took out some cold noodles mixed with vegetables, a meat bun, a roasted donkey meat sandwich, and 10 lamb skewers. Recently, her appetite had increased so much that she never felt full. When thirsty, she drank a cup of fruit juice brewed with spiritual spring water from her space, with ice cubes, very refreshing. After eating and drinking enough, she took out 3 steaks and quickly stepped out of her space. She smelled the aroma and hurried into the yard. It turned out, woo-woo. Mom, why did you come out so slowly? I was so hungry. I almost had to eat Bunny. Chow Wan-wan was awakened by the noise from the neighbor's house. With a sleepy look, a messy hairdo, and holding her quilt, she had been zoning out for a long time. When she finished washing up and came out, her wolf-like dog jumped back over the wall, holding a wild chicken flapping its wings in its mouth. Early in the morning, you silly wolf, not sleeping at home but going to catch chickens? That's the morning chicken. Hardworking as it is, it probably never imagined ending up in your mouth. Chow Wan-wan held a glass of fresh milk, casually criticizing, then showing some disdain. Why did you bring back just one? What about the other chickens from the back mountain?
Just this one?
Can't you bring the whole family? It was then. Howl. Howl, is this wolf supposed to be alive? Sending such a heavy task so early in the morning?
Hee.
Chasing rabbits and chickens is such a fun life. After a simple breakfast, Chow Wan-wan sat bored under the awning, doing nothing, feeling relaxed with her mind empty. Hello? Comrade, I just moved in yesterday, right next door. Chow Wan-wan looked up and saw a young woman who looked even younger than her. She was dressed fashionably in a small dress and little shoes, holding a child under 2 years old, who was babbling and playing with her fingers. Hello, I noticed someone moved into the house next door yesterday.
It was too late to bother you then.
Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Chow Wan-wan was quite polite to this unfamiliar neighbor and decided to observe more later. No need. I'm a bit worried about your place, you know. My name is Zhou Huilan, which means kind and gentle. My husband is the newly transferred political officer, Wu Guangjin. I heard you're the wife of Commander Ding. Zhou Huilan seemed a bit reluctant to come inside. She looked down on the wife of the commander because she kept animals like wolves, rabbits, and chickens at home, which she found very smelly.
Huh?
Chow Wan-wan didn't expect to be disliked by this new young wife. Although she tried to hide it well, her eyes revealed her feelings. Just as Chow Wan-wan was about to get up to open the door, she sat back down again, smiling brightly and replying, Since Comrade Zhou doesn't want to come in, I won't insist. My husband is Ding Yanfeng. He's out on a mission. Is your husband, Commander Wu, busy with work? Is your child wetting his diaper? Really, go home and change him. Chow Wan-wan was straightforward in sending her guest away. She thought, does this person have a problem? She should have known we have wolves since she moved in yesterday. If she's afraid, why come knocking on the door? Is she just pretending to be brave? Another strange person, so annoying. First, Li Taohua leaves, now Zhou Huilan. She seemed more cunning than Li Taohua. Despite being openly rejected, she didn't show any anger on her face. Zhou Huilan awkwardly held the child who hadn't soiled his diaper. Her smile froze on her face, but she quickly masked it. Pretending to check the child's clothes, she looked shy and said to Chow Wan-wan, Sister-in-law, I need to go home and change the child's clothes.
Let's talk again next time.
Please come visit my house. Chow Wan-wan sat with her legs crossed, pretending to wave her hand dismissively, and replied, Oh, okay. Next time we have time to chat. You're such a kind person. After she left, Chow Wan-wan's expression immediately changed. Such fake politeness is really tiring. She went back inside to get the cotton fabric she had bought yesterday. Then, She looked for Madame Han's house. Madame Han, are you at home? Chow Won didn't go straight in but stood at the open door and called inside. Yes, who is it? Madame Han came out holding her little granddaughter and saw Chow Won standing at the door. It's little Chow. Come in quickly, sit inside, Madame Han said a bit shyly, inviting Chow Won into the house. Little Chow, don't mind us. Our house is crowded, especially with so many children. Things are a bit messy, and I haven't had time to tidy up. Come, sit on the Kong. It's freshly cleaned. Chow Won smiled warmly and nodded, pulling the flustered Madame Han to sit down. Then she said, Madam, I understand. Your house may be a bit messy because of the children, but I can see it's very clean. No dust at all. I know you're a very tidy person. Madame Han felt comforted. She had 2 grandsons and a granddaughter, and the house was always chaotic. Her granddaughter was less than a week old, so she couldn't find time to clean up every day. Her daughter-in-law was busy with work and had to nurse the baby at night. She couldn't say otherwise. Hey, Lil Chow, is there something you want to talk to me about? Madame Han noticed the cloth bag in Chow Won's hand. Yes, Chow Won replied. Seeing how chaotic her life was, she said, It's nothing. I just thought of your experience and wanted to ask if this fabric is good for making clothes for a baby. I don't know much about it. My dad brought it to me yesterday. She then pulled out a small piece of pure white cotton fabric and showed it to Madame Han. Good, this is good fabric. Making clothes for a baby? Little Chow, are you expecting a baby? Madame Han touched the fabric, then looked at Chow Won with joy. Chow Won nodded happily, gently placing her hand on her belly. She softly said, It's been over a month. I want to prepare everything I can early, since the months are small. I heard some women have very bad morning sickness and for several months. Today, I came to ask for some advice from you. Grandma Han put down her little granddaughter and carefully explained many important tips to Chow Won. Before leaving, Grandma Han also gave her several small clothing samples. All right, thank you, Grandma. I'll finish making them and then bring them back to you, said Chow Won, waving goodbye to Grandma Han as she took the old sample with her. At home, Chow Won was very excited. She cut out the fabric needed for the clothes based on Grandma Han's sample. About 3 sets should be enough. The door was locked, so Chow Won took out her electric sewing machine from the space and started sewing skillfully. She knew how to make clothes. Usually, she was a bit lazy, but in an ancient world, even wedding dresses had to be sewn by hand. Although she never got married there, she spent over 3 months embroidering her wedding dress. After sewing the small clothes and tiny pants, Chow Won also cut out many small diaper covers. When the clothes and diaper covers were hung outside to dry, it was like a message to all the neighbors passing by her door. Yuan Fong just finished work. When she reached the intersection, she heard the news and quickly turned her car around to head to Chow Won's house. Sure enough, she saw Chow Won tidying up the dried diaper covers. Won, are you pregnant? Yuan Fong looked surprised at Chow Won's flat belly. It was hard to tell from the outside. Yes, I'm pregnant. Sister-in-law, don't look at me like that. It's only been a little over a month, so you can't tell yet, said Chow Won as she poured water for Yuan Fong, then went to the bed to work. Glug, glug. Yuan Fong drank a glass of water, washed her hands outside, and then helped Chow Won fold the clothes. Only a little over a month. Why are you in such a hurry to make clothes and diaper covers? Others might not even have made so many things by the time they give birth, Yuan Fong said while helping. She also reached out to touch Chow Won's flat belly. Chow Won has no experience in this matter at all. She just wants to prevent everything, but she can't. If she really has severe morning sickness and can't eat, then she should have eaten all the good food for the next 2 months in advance. Otherwise, it would be a real loss. Yuan Fong thought for a long time after Chow Won asked, then said, Actually, it seems okay now. I can't really remember if I was going to.
Did you get checked?
Do you want to go with me tomorrow? I can see the gynecologist director and have a good look for you. I already checked. On the day Ding Yanfeng left, I went to the military hospital for a checkup. It was pretty good. Xiao Wanwan reached under her pillow and took out the previous checkup report to show Yuan Fongfong. Yuan Fongfong looked at it and saw the date was indeed that day. You didn't tell Xiao Ding you're pregnant, right? He told me a lot of things, but he didn't remind me that you're pregnant. So, are you intentionally hiding it from him? Yes. Xiao Wanwan nodded obediently, speaking softly. I didn't tell him not because I didn't want to, but because I was afraid he would get distracted if he knew. Sister-in-law, do you know? When he left this time, I was so anxious. I don't know why, but I just couldn't feel at ease. As she spoke, tears almost came to her eyes. Her mouth was pouting, her nose was sore, and her eyes were misty, making it hard to see clearly. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, Shouting will come back safely. You're such a silly girl. Yuan Fongfong put down the cloth in her hand and quickly went over to hug Xiao Wanwan to comfort her. Don't think too much. You're about to become a mother soon, so you need to be strong. Otherwise, the baby inside will also feel uncomfortable. Do you understand? Xiao Wanwan understood, but she couldn't help but lose control sometimes. It was definitely caused by hormonal imbalance due to pregnancy. Far away at a military research institute, Ding Yanfeng's heart was pounding inexplicably, and his hands and feet were cold. Quick! Get away! Little sister-in-law Qiao, are you going out? Qiao Wanwan was just pushing her bicycle out when Zhou Huilan rushed out from next door. This was already the third time this week. Zhou Huilan seemed to have nothing to do all day and kept blocking her. Time flew by. Ding Yanfeng had been gone for a month and a half. Xiao Wanwan's belly was slightly rounded. Just pushing the bike around to show off that I have a bicycle at home? Xiao Wanwan deliberately stayed at home to watch over the house, making sure the iron lock was secure before pushing her bike away. Hey, sister-in-law, where are you going? Is that the book you just finished translating tied to the back of your bike? Zhou Huilan hurriedly stopped Xiao Wanwan, trying to block her way. She had finally caught her heading to mail a manuscript. How could she just let her leave so easily? She heard Xiao Wanwan could earn quite a bit of money. Zhou Huilan quickly picked up her child, locked the door, and chased after her. She quickly grabbed the back of Xiao Wanwan's bike and smiled politely, saying, Sister-in-law, little Qiao, don't rush off. We've known each other for almost a month now. You say you're so bored going out alone. I could keep you company. Isn't that better? Oh? You're holding the child and walking with me? And you're coming along. Xiao Wanwan felt that Zhou Huilan's face was even thicker than before, and she was completely speechless. Xiao Wanwan stopped her steps and, without hesitation, argued openly in front of a few elderly women at the street corner. Listen, you'd better let go. I really can't believe this. Why aren't you riding your bike? Do I have to walk with you? Are you crazy? I'm going out for errands, and you're coming along with your child who's not even a year old. Zhou Huilan remained calm, even as several women looked her over. She kept smiling and explained, Sister-in-law, since Captain Ding isn't home and you're pregnant again, it's safer to have someone with you. Plus, our two families live next to each other, so it's natural to be closer. Stop. Xiao Wanwan quickly refused. No, don't. I can't handle you getting too close. After all, no neighbor in this compound has ever come over in the middle of the night to borrow a basin or anything. If you're really bored, go home and wash that basin full of that's been sitting for 2 days. It's so hot. It smells worse than my rabbit's pen. As soon as she said this, the onlookers, including the elderly women, stopped paying attention and stared at Zhou Huilan. Sister-in-law, why are you saying all this? My child has had diarrhea these past few days, so I haven't had time to clean. I've only been here a month, and this is the first time. Besides, I'm just trying to be kind by keeping you company. Why are you criticizing me now? Zhou Huilan quickly found an excuse for herself, thinking, Xiao Wanwan is really petty. She just borrowed 2 pieces of cloth, and now she's making a fuss about it. Besides, I don't think she even lent it to me. Xiao Wanwan pulled her bicycle back 2 steps, acting surprised, and asked, What? Your child has diarrhea? Hearing that Xiao Wanwan cared about the baby, Zhou Huilan's face lit up with joy. She quickly looked worried and said, Yes. It's been several days. I wonder if it's because of the water here. Do you have any ideas? Children can really bring women closer. Xiao Wanwan, being kind and gentle, responded well to the child's problem. Before Zhou Huilan could feel proud for long, she suddenly heard Xiao Wanwan shout angrily. Your child has diarrhea, and you're still going out? You're so mean. I told you I needed to leave to handle some important matters, and you still followed me? I see now. You're deliberately trying to cause trouble for me? You're so mean. Your child is sick, and you didn't take him to the hospital. Why are you asking us? Maybe some kind lady gave you a home remedy? If it doesn't work, are you planning to blame us? Xiao Wanwan was just talking about her own matters. The older women listened with some sympathy, but didn't react strongly, just muttering a few words. Then suddenly, their tone changed sharply, and they all jumped in.
What?
Wu Xingwei's wife. You're trying to cheat us. You're so mean. I almost told you about the home remedy just now. Luckily, Xiao Qiao stopped me. Otherwise, you'd be trying to cheat me too. What's going on? First, Li Taohua, who takes advantage of others, and now Zhou Huilan, who tries to cheat. And they all live in that house. Xiao Zhou, you're being too much. I have to tell you, this isn't right. How can you behave like this? If you keep acting like this, no one will want to associate with your family anymore. The older women kept talking, not giving Zhou Huilan a chance to speak. She was surrounded by 4 or 5 women, stuck in a difficult position, and her voice was drowned out. The enthusiasm of the older women was truly stirred up. Xiao Wanwan mounted the bicycle, pretending to be hesitant, and said, Dear ladies, I have something to do. I'll come back later to join you in criticizing Zhou Huilan. Please take care of yourselves and don't get too upset.
Ah.
Okay, little Qiao is so sensible. Maybe Captain Ding has taken a liking to her. Qiao, ride slowly. The road is bumpy, so don't rush. Exactly, Qiao, don't worry. We can handle things internally. Go ahead and do your work peacefully. The older women's warmth was something Xiao Wanwan had never experienced so fully before. She quickly thanked them, waved goodbye, and left the scene. Xiao Wanwan moved quickly. Meanwhile, Zhou Huilan, surrounded by the older women, was in a tough spot. She tried to speak but couldn't be heard over their chatter. Their words were so loud and nonstop that she couldn't get a word in. Old ladies. I'm not. Listen to me. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Zhou Huilan was stuck at the family compound, unable to explain herself. Xiao Wanwan rode her bike smoothly to the post office outside the military camp, where she sent out the translated manuscripts of 2 books and collected her last payment. Comrade, that's 475 yuan altogether. Please check carefully. The post office worker was very familiar with Xiao Wanwan now. She was the only one who came to pick up her money weekly. And all that money was earned from her own translations. She was a strong, independent military wife, and it was said she was the wife of the battalion commander. Yes, thank you, comrade. Next time, if there's a remittance slip, just leave it at the post office. No need to deliver it to me. I'll come regularly myself. After thanking the worker, Xiao Wanwan took a handful of candies from her bag, white rabbit milk candies, and placed them on the table. Comrade, here. Have some to lift your spirits. Thanks for your trouble. After leaving the post office, Xiao Wanwan asked around and arrived at the entrance of Lizzie village. Comrade, I'd like to ask if there's a carpenter with the surname Liu in this village. In the end, she added a reclining chair to her order. Xiao Wanwan paid a 5 yuan deposit, left the address of the military district, and agreed on an approximate delivery time. Then she left the village again. When she returned to the military district, she first went to the supply store in the camp and bought plenty of snacks, fresh vegetables, and eggs. As soon as she parked her bicycle at home, Zhou Huilan appeared at the gate again. Wanwan, you're back. Have you sent out the manuscript? Xiao Wanwan was really tired of this woman. The calculation in her eyes was almost obvious, yet she still pretended to be harmless. She had just argued with her not long ago. How could she show up again? It really felt like dealing with someone who just wouldn't go away. Why are you here again? What do you really want to ask? Just say it directly. I don't like playing games. Let's be straightforward. Xiao Wanwan was already thinking about how to get rid of her. The new political officer, Wu, seemed like a decent man. How could his taste in choosing a wife be so poor? Zhou Huilan smiled even more. forcing a friendly tone. Sister Chiao, don't look down on me. I did finish high school after all. Old Wu seems to earn a good salary, but he has to send money home every month. Quite a lot, actually. He still supports his younger siblings. I have a child and can't work right now. I heard you're doing translation work and earning well. I just wanted to ask if I could try it too. Zhou Huilan had already looked into it. Xiao Wenwan was only a high school graduate as well, so their education levels were about the same. If Xiao could do translation work, then she should be able to as well. Once she started earning, she planned to spend it all on clothes and good food. Not a single coin would go to Old Wu's family. Oh? You graduated from high school? I really couldn't tell, Xiao Wenwan said deliberately, looking her up and down with exaggerated surprise. Zhou Huilan's fake smile almost cracked. She cursed Xiao Wenwan silently but still forced herself to say, Sister Chiao, where do you get the books you translate? I'd like to give it a try too. Maybe I could help with the household expenses. If she had another way, she wouldn't have to put up with Xiao Wenwan's cold attitude. So, what if she could earn a bit of money? Did she really think she was that special? Zhou Huilan gritted her teeth inwardly, but kept smiling on the surface. Xiao Wenwan hung the cloth bag without eggs on the wolf head, letting the one she had taken into the house earlier. Then she looked at Zhou Huilan, who was standing guard at her door. Wanting to be a translator is a good thing. You can just contact the newspaper directly. Why are you looking for me? I'm not the head of the newspaper, Xiao Wenwan said with a smile, feeling confused about this woman. Why does she still look so submissive and patient, standing at her door and saying this and that? Of course, Zhou Huilan knew she could just contact the newspaper directly. The problem was she had never done translation work. She had indeed graduated from high school, but only knew a few English letters. She had to beg her homeroom teacher to teach her, so she had to ask again. Sister-in-law, it's like this. Can you give me a foreign language book? I want to try first. Xiao Wenwan placed the eggs on the table in the shed and turned to pull weeds in the small garden. Dame Zhang, who had been waiting across the way for a while, planned to go over after Zhou Huilan returned home. But when she saw Xiao Wenwan squatting in the garden pulling weeds, she quickly came out.
Ciao.
Get up quickly. You shouldn't be squatting. You'll hurt the baby in your belly. Go do something else. I'll take care of the work in the garden, Dame Zhang said as she walked in and pushed Xiao Wenwan aside, squatting down herself. Xiao Wenwan smiled helplessly. If this had happened 2 months ago, she would never have thought she could get along so well with this gossip-loving neighbor. Thank you, Dame. You're so kind. If anyone marries into your family in the future, they'll be lucky. I just bought some brown sugar today, so I'll make you a cup to lick your lips. Xiao Wenwan picked up the cloth bag with eggs and didn't even look at Zhou Huilan as she went into the house. Seeing Xiao Wenwan go inside, the wolf-eyed dog wagged its tail slowly toward the door, step by step. Its green eyes stared directly at Zhou Huilan, as if it was about to eat her prey. Frightened, Zhou Huilan screamed in fear, hugged her child, and hurriedly ran back home. The neighbor's door was slammed shut loudly. Xiao Wenwan, with her ears clear, came out with a cup of brown sugar water and handed it to Dame Zhang. Dame Zhang looked across the yard for a while before quietly telling Xiao Wenwan, that little Zhou is not an easy one. I can tell her intentions just by looking at her eyes. Xiao, don't be fooled. Understood, Auntie?
I'm alert.
This commissar, Wu, seems to be a pretty honest person. Why did he find such a wife? Xiao Wenwan held a piece of cut cloth, preparing to make tiny shoes for the baby inside her belly. Ding Yangfeng tore off his already blood-stained shirt and washed his hands with clean water to remove the dried blood. Fortunately, the person was saved. Captain Ding, are you ready? We're about to leave. The 2 engineers are already in the vehicle. Coming, Ding Yangfeng changed into fresh clothes and came out, reminding Liang, once we leave, you stay at the hospital. When Major Wang's condition improves, he should be transferred back to the unit quickly. Having family care helps his recovery. Yes, Commander. Liang now admired Ding Yangfeng wholeheartedly. If Ding Yangfeng hadn't pushed Major Wang away in time, Major Wang might have been more seriously injured, especially with that bullet aimed straight at his head. If he hadn't dodged, he could have died instantly. Go tell the disguised soldiers to be careful with their safety. Protect the two engineers, but also look after yourselves. Ding Yangfeng and his team had been ambushed 3 times along the way. Luckily, neither of the engineers was hurt, and the injured soldiers should rest where they are. Once Major Wang gets better, they can all return to the base together. As they got into one of the jeeps, Ding Yangfeng firmly nodded at the 2 engineers from the Military Industry Research Institute beside him. Before the convoy left the camp, Ding Yangfeng's hand was already gripping his pistol tightly. Xiao Wanwan received another mysterious package. The sentry, when off duty, specially brought it to her. Little comrade, come in and rest for a while. Thank you. You even helped me carry it in. What's your name? That's what I should do. Goodbye, sister-in-law. The young soldier left a quick remark and hurried away. Xiao Wanwan watched him with a smile. Such a simple, honest young soldier. So, he's gone to work. Xiao Wanwan noticed that this silly wolf had become lazier lately. Maybe the family compound was too comfortable with no enemies around, so he was just lounging around all day. Howl howl, the silly wolf, wagging his tail and looking a bit listless and worried, trotted over. He opened his mouth, dragging the package, and headed toward the inner room. Howl howl, back inside the house, Yuanlai was pacing nervously. His wolf eyes looked at Xiao Wanwan, and then outside, showing how conflicted he felt. Xiao Wanwan was unpacking a parcel. She thought Yuanlai wanted to go play in the back mountain, so she waved him off casually. Go ahead, go ahead. Remember to come back before dark. Having received permission, Yuanlai wagged his big tail and dashed out of the house. He leapt over the wall and quickly disappeared beyond the yard. Now only Xiao Wanwan was left at home. She relaxed and opened the package. Inside, there were 3 or 4 pieces of fine cotton cloth, some children's clothes, a brand new wool hat, many sanitary pads that could only be bought with foreign exchange coupons, 30 jin of grain tickets, 10 jin of stamps, 2 milk powder coupons, and 300 yuan. Xiao Wanwan looked out the window for a long time. She had received 3 mysterious packages in a row, all without a word, only items that perfectly matched her needs. She couldn't help but think that her life was being watched by someone. She guessed that the sender of these packages was probably her biological parents. But who was the person relaying her current situation to her biological parents in real time? She had never felt watched before. Who could it be? First, Qiao Lisin was declared a martyr, and she was sent to the countryside. Soon after, she received supplies. Then, at her wedding, there were clearly some dowry packages. Now, she was even pregnant and needed baby supplies, including milk powder coupons. She packed her things, turned on the black and white TV, and prepared herself a bowl of spicy and sour noodles with a meat bun. Sitting on the Kong bed, she ate happily. But where was that silly wolf? It still hadn't come back? Xiao Wanwan put down her pen and paper, her eyes anxiously watching the small yard gate. She waited long, but the wolf's head didn't appear. Instead, the moonlight arrived as scheduled. In the shaded yard, she tidied up everything, picked some leftover green vegetables, and fed the rabbits and wild chickens. She locked the big door, turned back into the house, and deliberately left a small gap in the main hall door. She wondered where that silly wolf had gone. Never mind, she left the door open just in case it came back in the middle of the night. If it howled loudly, it might scare the neighbors. As the moon set and frost covered the ground, the sun rose high in the sky. When Xiao Wanwan woke up, she was surprised by what she saw. The silly wolf hasn't come back all night? Has it become brave, daring not to return home? After breakfast, Xiao Wanwan carried a stick and some rope, heading toward the back mountain. She released her awareness to cover the first hill. Since she became pregnant, she felt less energetic than before. Now that she was over 2 months pregnant, she didn't dare to tire herself too much. Her awareness covered every inch of land on the hilltop, but she didn't find any sign of the silly wolf. As she moved into the mountain, she also sent her awareness to the second hill, including the valley between the 2 hills, but found nothing. Xiao Wanwan discovered a large patch of Polygonum multiflorum, some of which were quite old, probably over 100 years. Walking along the mountain trail, she collected firewood, wild grass, and nearby wild chickens and rabbits. She even found several red-breasted pheasants. Although she didn't find the silly wolf, she found a big area of Polygonum multiflorum. It took her an hour to reach the second hill, where she carefully planted a few hundred-year-old plants into her space. She leaned against a big tree to rest, clearly tired. She took out chocolate and milk tea from her space to recharge. Compared to the first hill, where many military wives often went to gather firewood and wild vegetables, the trees and bushes on the second hill were denser, and there were no clear paths. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Wenwen took her machete, clearing a path as she walked, while sending her awareness again to explore the third hill. 10 minutes later, she gritted her teeth and turned back. She shouldn't have worried about the silly wolf. There are no natural enemies for it in this forest. Silly wolf, you're really something. Growing up, you can find a mate on your own? Shameless. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, I shouldn't have looked. Ugh, you've stained my eyes. Xiao Wenwen felt she couldn't look directly at her wolf anymore. It had completely exceeded her expectations of its wolf life. Unknowingly, the wolf had grown up and could now be a proper male wolf. Hey, Ding Yanfeng, why haven't you come back yet? The wolves at home are all out, only rabbits and wild chickens remain. You should come back too. Talking to herself, she wandered near the foot of the mountain, finding a spot far from the main group gathering wild vegetables, then slipped into her space. After washing off the sweaty smell, I lay on the comfortable big bed, feeling tired and closing my eyes. When I woke up, it was already 3 p.m. I didn't rush out of the space, but first took care of my hungry stomach. I ate a meal with 2 types of meat and 1 vegetable, paired with a probiotic-rich sweet drink. After eating and drinking enough, I also ate half a watermelon. Feeling satisfied, I carried 2 bundles of firewood and slipped out of the space. I scanned my surroundings with my mind and saw a group of sisters about 10 meters away, chatting and collecting firewood. I deliberately took a detour, pretending I had just come down from the mountain and accidentally met them. Hello, sisters. Auntie? Are you here collecting firewood too? I lightly tapped the stick on my shoulder, which was tied with 2 bundles of thin firewood at both ends. Little Xiao, you're here collecting firewood too? I don't think I saw you go into the mountain, one of the sisters closest to me asked with some confusion. Oh, sisters, you came in the afternoon, right? I went up the mountain this morning. I was sleepy and fell asleep on a tree. When I woke up, it was this time. I won't chat anymore. I'm starving and need to go home and cook, I said, waving to them as I carefully carried the 2 bundles of firewood down the mountain. I deliberately carried firewood in front of them because I hadn't gone out to collect firewood for a long time, yet our house always had plenty of firewood. It was also a way to show I was making an effort, just in case someone asked later. I'd have witnesses and proof. Comrade? Who are you looking for? Comrade, who are you looking for? As I reached the fork in the road, I saw a female soldier in uniform standing at my house's door, with Shou Huilan holding a child beside her. Comrade? Who are you looking for? Ding Yangfeng? I took out my key, unlocked the door, went into the yard, and put down the firewood, while asking suspiciously. Honestly, I couldn't help but think that every time Ding Yangfeng wasn't home, some woman would appear. It was ridiculous. I also looked at Zhou Huilan, who was jumping around. She was so annoying, like a dog's bane. Are you Ding Tuanzhang's wife? Zhang Yunhui asked coldly, slightly raising her eyebrows. The wife of the big brother looked
Quite ordinary.
Yes, do you want to come in and sit for a while? I pointed to the cool shed in the yard. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll bother you. Indeed, she has been standing for quite a while, and with her injuries, Zhang Yunhui is really having a hard time.
Huh. Xiao Wenwen was surprised.
This female soldier seemed different. She even called herself sister-in-law directly. No need to bother me. You can sit first. Xiao Wenwen turned around and blocked the door, not allowing Zhou Huilan to follow inside. She glanced sideways at Zhou Huilan with a look of slight disdain and said, Aren't you worried that my place is messy? Why are you coming in? Zhou Huilan was stopped outside by Xiao Wenwen. She wasn't angry. She smiled and said, Sister-in-law Xiao, why are you still stopping me? We're neighbors after all. As the old saying goes, close neighbors are better than distant relatives, right? But the old saying also says, good neighbors are a treasure. Bad neighbors are a trouble. Sigh, they really trip you up. Chow Won didn't bother to show respect and directly closed the door, locking it from inside. She casually turned to leave, brushing her hands together with a look of disdain. She muttered as she walked away, "Oh, I really shouldn't have opened the door today. Why is luck so bad lately? Everything dares to come into my house. Don't they know they might not get out again?" Behind her, Zhou Huilan stomped her feet angrily and reluctantly went home. She had wanted to shout a few words, but her own child was uncooperative and had just wet her clothes, making her even more annoyed. "Wow, my child." Zhou Huilan was so angry she couldn't vent her frustration. She could only scold her uncooperative child, giving a sharp slap to the child's soft bottom. "Why did you now, not earlier or later? Just had to on my new clothes, huh? Are you trying to make everyone laugh at your mother?" Unruly kid. The child's intestines were still fragile, and after being slapped so hard, she was frightened and in pain. She couldn't hold it anymore and soiled herself. Things got even messier. She peed all over Zhou Huilan. The flowed out loudly and messily. Zhou Huilan screamed in disgust. When Xiao Wenwen came out with 2 glasses of sugar water, she just happened to hear Zhou Huilan's pitiful scream. After checking her surroundings, she stopped covering her mouth and burst out laughing uncontrollably. Zhang Yunhui didn't understand why Xiao Wenwen was laughing so hard. Was she laughing at the woman next door who was talking behind her back? The sound of her scream was really miserable. She wondered what had happened at home to make her cry out like that. Sister-in-law. Zhang Yunhui had been thirsty for a long time, waiting from 10 a.m. until now. She had already finished her water and hadn't even eaten lunch. "Hey." Qiao Wenwen looked down and saw the serious-looking female soldier who was swallowing nervously. She quickly handed over the porcelain cup in her hand. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Glug.
Glug.
Glug. She drank it all in one go, feeling revived. "Sister-in-law, my name is Zheng Yinhui. I came to visit relatives. Ding Yanfeng is my older brother. I am his sister, and also your sister-in-law. I hope you don't mind me coming without telling you first." "What? You say you're Ding Yanfeng's sister? I haven't heard that Ding family has a daughter." "Wait, aren't you surnamed Zheng?" Qiao Wenwen was confused. She simply couldn't understand. It would be easier if the soldier just said she was Ding Yanfeng's woman, which would make more sense. "Sister-in-law, it's like this. My brother brought me back from the battlefield. He saved my life. Since then, I've considered Ding Yanfeng as my real older brother. You married him, so that makes you my sister-in-law. What should we eat tonight?" Zheng Yunhui introduced a relationship with Ding Yanfeng very seriously, eager to solve her hunger, which was causing her to feel restless. She was fearless of anything. Carrying explosives didn't scare her. But she was very afraid of being hungry. When she was little, she was so hungry she couldn't eat enough, and that made her feel anxious inside.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
"Wait a moment, I'll go make some noodles quickly." Qiao Wenwen couldn't quite follow this girl's train of thought. One thing was certain. This girl was straightforward, honest, and didn't beat around the bush. She lit a fire in the house, boiled some water, then picked 2 tomatoes, washed and chopped them. She found a big bowl, cracked 6 eggs into it. She wasn't sure how much this girl could eat, so she made a little extra. It looked like they had been waiting at the door for a while, maybe even missed lunch. She boiled some noodles, rinsed them with cold water, then cooked a tomato and egg stir-fry. After cooking, she added the water from boiling the noodles to make a tomato and egg broth. When Xiao Wenwen brought out the noodles, she saw the young girl Zhang Yinhui holding 2 bunches of grass she had pulled from the garden, feeding the rabbits. "Hurry up, wash your hands and come eat. Can I call you Xiao Hui from now on?" Xiao Wenwen liked this girl. She was so diligent. "Yes, sister-in-law. Whatever you call me is fine." Zheng Yinhui quickly washed her hands, sat at the table, and looked at Xiao Wenwen with eager eyes. "What are you waiting for? Serve yourself and eat freely. Since you're at sister-in-law's house, of course, we care about you getting full." Qiao Wenwen picked up the chopsticks that were already on the table and handed them to the girl sitting opposite her. Zheng Yinhui, like a soldier grabbing a gun on the battlefield, raised her chopsticks and charged at a bowl of noodles. By the time Xiao Wanwan returned with garlic, the girl had already started showing off her second bowl. This scene was so familiar that Xiao Wanwan suddenly missed Su Malia. She remembered taking the train to the countryside, where Su Malia was also doing a live eating show. Come on, Xiao Hui, if you don't eat garlic with your noodles, the aroma is half as good. Next time, sister-in-law will make you some meat sauce. Xiao Wanwan peeled 2 garlic cloves and handed them over. Zheng Yinhui happily took them, her big eyes looking at Xiao Wanwan with anticipation, and she mumbled, "Is there meat sauce too? Can I have it tomorrow morning? Sister-in-law, you cook so well. I like you." Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wanwan thought to herself, this girl is so bold. Can she say everything so loudly? It could easily cause misunderstandings. Are you planning to stay here? Are you going to live here? Xiao Wanwan didn't expect this question about accommodation at all. She thought the girl would go back to stay at the military district's guest house. Isn't that usually the case?
Yes.
Of course, I'll stay at sister-in-law's house.
Oh.
I just remembered, my brother gave me a letter to pass on. I forgot about it. Oh no. Zheng Yunhui clapped her forehead. This girl, driven by her stomach, was so silly and kept messing up again. Hastily, she took the letter from her military bag, handed it to Xiao Wanwan with both hands, and apologized again. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I won't forget next time. Xiao Wanwan also reached out to take it, feeling that this girl was even more adorable. She smiled and said, Xiao Hui, when did you see Ding Yanfeng? Was he hurt? Zheng Yunhui waited until Xiao Wanwan took the envelope before she picked up her bowl and chopsticks again, quickly shoveling noodles into her mouth. Hearing the question, she hurriedly swallowed the noodles and replied obediently. Probably about 3 days ago. My older brother was leading a team resting at our military district, and we happened to meet. Coincidentally, I was on leave during that time, so my brother asked me to deliver the letter to sister-in-law. Don't worry, sister-in-law, my brother is in good health and definitely not hurt. I'm glad you're not hurt. Tomorrow, don't eat noodles. Sister-in-law will make you spicy rabbit dishes. You can handle spicy food, right? Xiao Wanwan unfolded the letter written by Ding Yanfeng and read it in front of Zheng Yinhui. The letter detailed Ding Yanfeng's longing for her and his thoughts about her. It briefly mentioned Zheng Yinhui, and at the end, it said the return date was uncertain, but should be soon. In summary, this person probably won't realize he's going to be a father until the baby has been in the belly for a few months. Yes, sister-in-law, can you make 2? I'll exchange them with meat coupons. Zheng Yinhui took out meat coupons, grain coupons, and money from her bag and handed them directly to Xiao Wanwan. You girl, you don't act or speak like someone your age. Xiao Wanwan returned the coupons and held Zheng Yinhui's hand. She said, You're not being polite to your sister-in-law. If you were, I could still give you a little more to eat. No, sister-in-law. I'm giving this to you because I like you, not because of my brother. Zheng Yinhui took out a gold ring from her pocket and offered it to Xiao Wanwan like a treasure. Xiao Wanwan had to admit that this girl had a simple taste. She liked shiny, gold objects. All right, sister-in-law won't be polite. I'll keep it for you. Later, it can be part of your dowry. Don't worry, I will buy enough for you, Xiao Wanwan said. She also thought that Ding Yanfeng wanted her to love this girl more because her background was difficult. If she disobeyed, she could just discipline her with a stick. After dinner, Zheng Yinhui volunteered to wash the dishes and pots, while also figuring out where the household items were placed. She helped tidy up the main room. She filled the big pot with water, sat by the stove, lit the fire, and called out to Xiao Wanwan in the yard, who was watering the vegetables. Sister-in-law, I've boiled some hot water. We can wash up later. Xiao Wanwan responded, thinking, Xiao Huier is really diligent. She looks like a squad leader with her shoulder insignia. So impressive. Just as the sun was waking up, Xiao Wanwan was awakened by a sha-sha sound nearby.
Xiao Yuer?
What are you doing? Xiao Wanwan rubbed her sleepy eyes and struggled to sit up. She saw Xiao Huier, dressed in disheveled clothes, awkwardly changing her wound dressing. Bright red blood stained the gauze covering the wound. Some of the blood looked purple and black, definitely not fresh. Oh my little Huir, why didn't you say anything when you got hurt? Put it down. The gauze is already dirty. I'll get you a new one and some medicine to apply. Jo Wonwon was truly impressed. Could this silly girl have waited for her all afternoon yesterday and helped her with chores, causing the wound to bleed again? She had endured all night without making a sound, showing great patience until this morning. Come on, take off your clothes. We're all women here. No need to be shy, Jo Wonwon said, pretending to take out gauze, Yunnan Baiyao, and medical disinfectant from the cabinet. While disinfecting Zheng Yunhui's wound, she was surprised to see that the girl had various injuries on her back, waist, and abdomen. There was a particularly shocking wound on her lower belly, sewn up with many stitches. How did this happen? Jo Wonwon gently dabbed alcohol on Zheng Yunhui's wounds with a cotton ball, while a wild thought raced through her mind. Did people in the 70s really have such advanced medical tools? And to have used them on soldiers? This was just too crazy. Zhang Yunhui knew which part Jo Wonwon was asking about. She grimaced and clenched her teeth, joking, I got cut by a troublemaker. She cut my stomach, and I cut her neck. Neither of us lost. Jo Wonwon was silent. This girl's way of thinking was definitely unique. After applying Yunnan Baiyao powder and wrapping the wound with fresh gauze, Jo Wonwon didn't feel like sleeping anymore. All right, be good and rest a little longer. Your sister-in-law will go catch a rabbit to help you recover, and I'll also make some chicken soup to nourish you. You've lost so much blood. You need to rest well. Jo Wonwon put on her shoes, grabbed her apron, something she didn't wear often, and was about to leave when she added, the rabbits and chickens are from the wolves that come down from the back mountain. Don't feel burdened. From now on, I'll be like your family. You also have a home. Ding Yangfeng's letter mentioned that her whole family, including the family dog, had died in the fire. Now Zheng Yunhui was an orphan, which was why Ding Yangfeng didn't refuse to become her older brother. Jo Wonwon deeply understood the loneliness of wandering alone in the world. She didn't want this girl to experience the rain she had once endured. Early in the morning, water was boiling and chickens and rabbits were being prepared. The smell drifted over the courtyard, especially from the neighbor's house, which soon caused a lot of noise. Zhang Yunhui lay on the Kong bed with her eyes tightly closed. She stayed like that for a long time until tears welled up at the corner of her eyes. Then she laughed happily, feeling relieved. Big Brother is really kind, and the wife he found is also very good. From now on, Zheng Yunhui can also say she has a family. The feeling of going home on her days off is truly wonderful. With her eyes still misty with tears, Zheng Yunhui looked through the glass window at the yard. She saw Qiao Wenwan skillfully killing a chicken and plucking its feathers. A strong sense of happiness filled her small heart, creating a little sky inside her. Sister-in-law, I'll help you. You said the chicken was caught by a wolf? Where is our wolf then? I haven't seen it, Zheng Yunhui asked curiously. Xiao Wenwan thought about the wolf that had run away at home. Well, she replied softly. Well, Xiao Wenwan said with a slight squint, tapping her thumb between her index and middle fingers. She spoke seriously. It's gone to find a partner. I did a little fortune-telling, and in 2.5 months, I'll become a grandmother. Does wolf grandma sound impressive? Impressive. Zheng Yunhui nodded her thumb and squatted down. She pulled out a small knife from her pocket, which flashed coldly, flickering once, then again. The rabbit's fur was completely removed, leaving behind a pink, hairless bunny in the basin. Sister-in-law, is that impressive? Zheng Yunhui put away the knife and raised an eyebrow at Qiao Wenwan, proud of herself. Qiao Wenwan, with her hand covered in chicken feathers, gave a thumbs up and praised. Very impressive. They both burst into laughter, not expecting Zheng Yunhui to be so quick to accept everything. Normally, if someone heard there was a wolf in the house, their first reaction would be fear, right? Thanks to Zheng Yunhui's help, the cooking was much faster. Qiao Wenwan added water, Zheng Yunhui added firewood. Qiao Wenwan lifted the pot, and Zheng Yunhui added salt. They got up at 6, started cooking at 8. Their efficiency was truly remarkable. That morning they had spicy rabbit, dry pot chicken, and 3 bowls of rice. This breakfast was the most hearty in the entire courtyard, without a doubt. After eating, Zhang Yunhui eagerly washed the dishes. Xiao Wanwan didn't really leave her to do everything alone. They finished cleaning up together, making it much quicker. While Xiao Wanwan went inside to get her bag, Zhang Yunhui fed the rabbits grass. The two sisters-in-law walked out hand in hand. Today was a pretty early visit. There was still some pork and bones on the meat counter. Comrade, 2.5 gin of pork belly, 3 gin of lard, and 3 large bones. Xiao Wanwan finished speaking, and Zhang Yunhui took out her meat coupons and money, waiting in front. Xiao Hui, you don't need to pay. I have some here. Xiao Wanwan quickly took out her meat coupons, but Zhang Yunhui gently stopped her. Sister-in-law, don't compete with me. Honestly, I've been alone for many years, living and eating in the military. I've saved a lot over the years. If I don't use them, they'll expire, Zhang Yunhui said sincerely, but Xiao Wanwan didn't believe her. Seeing how much she loved to eat, how could she still have coupons left? Maybe the coupons she's holding now were exchanged with comrades before her leave. Knowing the truth but not exposing it, Xiao Wanwan smiled and nodded, saying, I'll just borrow some from you. I won't compete with you here. Later, I'll buy other things and you can't stop me then. Zhang Yunhui nodded, secretly showing a little face to Xiao Wanwan, then suddenly turning cold with a pretty face, and asked the clerk, Comrade, how much are the coupons? With a textbook perfect change of expression, Xiao Wanwan tilted her head closer. She felt like this girl was having a brief mental split. Why does she have 2 faces? The 5 gin of meat coupons, 8 yuan. No coupons for the large bones, the clerk said as he skillfully split the large bones in half with an axe. After paying, Xiao Wanwan pulled Zhang Yunhui to the snack and candy counter. She bought small biscuits, fruit candies, rice cakes, and even found honey-sweetened snacks, decisively buying a gin. Comrade, do we have milk powder at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Xiao Wanwan asked the lady at the counter while taking out her snack coupons. No, milk powder is rare. If you want to buy some, you need to go to the biggest supply and marketing cooperative in the city, and you'll need milk powder coupons. We don't sell much here, so it's definitely not available, the lady said as she took the coupons, wrapped all the snacks in oil paper, and handed them to Xiao Wanwan. Okay, thank you. Before she could take them, Zhang Yunhui took the snacks herself. While they queued for grain, Zhang Yunhui asked Xiao Wanwan, Sister-in-law, I have milk powder coupons here. If you want to drink some, we can buy milk powder too, it's the same. Xiao Wanwan shook her head and gently held Zhang Yunhui's hand, placing it on her slightly rounded belly. She smiled happily and said, It's not that I drank it. I bought it for the little one inside. I'm worried I might not have enough milk after giving birth, so I bought a couple of cans to keep at home. She also knew that milk powder was hard to find. She had just asked casually, and by the way, her sister-in-law had a milk powder coupon. Zhang Yunhui could keep her coupon for herself. Girls must take good care of their health and not lose out on nutrition. Zhang Yunhui was surprised and touched, then placed her hand on Xiao Wanwan's belly, stiff and hesitant. Is there a baby inside?
Oh.
Sister-in-law, are you saying I'm going to be an aunt? She was so excited that she carefully protected Xiao Wanwan and worriedly said, Sister-in-law, please don't stand here in line. There are too many people. Don't squeeze your belly. Go rest over there. I'll stay here. She pushed Xiao Wanwan to a nearby counter while loudly calling out to the woman behind it, Ma'am, excuse me. My sister-in-law is pregnant. Could you lend us a stool to sit on for a while? Thank you so much. The counter was for daily necessities. It was quiet early in the morning, with only a few people buying thermoses. There was no one else around. The kind-hearted woman responded and brought out a chair from behind the counter. Here, sit here, young lady. And you, little one, are your sister-in-law, right? That's so nice of you. Sit and rest for a bit. Today is the day they distribute ration coupons, so there are many people buying grain. The woman warmly invited Xiao Wanwan to sit. Oh, I see. I really didn't know. No wonder there are more people buying grain than in front of the meat stall, Xiao Wanwan said, genuinely unaware of this. When Ding Yanfeng was at home, she didn't have to worry about it. Since he went on a mission, she hadn't bought any grain. The young wife just came to join the army, right? She doesn't even know the date for the ration coupons. In our military district, coupons are issued on the first day of each month. Military family members come straight from the logistics department to line up, the woman said kindly, leaning on the glass counter and chatting with Xiao Wanwan. Huh, Xiao Wanwan was confused. It seemed that Ding Yanfeng had come with her last time. The woman either wasn't there then or had forgotten her face over time. Ma'am, may I ask if military family members can go directly to the logistics department to collect the ration tickets? Isn't it usually the soldiers who should pick them up? Xiao Wanwan still remembered Li Taohua's situation. Ultimately, it was because the former political commissar was too stingy, not giving his wife any money from his salary. Yes, family members can also go to collect them. Just give the name and relationship, and that's enough. Otherwise, when soldiers are away for months, their family members left at home would have to go without support, the older woman said with a smile, looking at Xiao Wanwan. This young wife probably doesn't have much status at home, since she can't even handle the ration tickets. How could she have any big achievements? Xiao Wanwan was teased openly by the older woman, but she didn't get angry. She truly didn't know, and in fact, she learned something new. Ding Yanfeng had been gone for over a month. If she went to the logistics department to get the ration tickets, it might give others the impression that she was very wealthy and didn't care about Ding Yanfeng's salary. That wouldn't do. Even if she had money, she shouldn't show it off. Living quietly is the best way. When Zheng Yanhui bought 10 jin of white flour and returned, Xiao Wanwan pulled her straight to the logistics department of the military camp. There was still a long line, with soldiers and their family members waiting. Xiao Wanwan and Zheng Yanhui were at the end of the line. Zheng Yanhui's bright eyes kept turning around. The logistics department's efficiency was slow. How long would they have to wait with so many people? Her sister-in-law was pregnant, and that was tiring. There were no chairs or anything to sit on. Little sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll go find the logistics director and bring back a chair, Zheng Yanhui said, about to push open the closed office door of the director. But Xiao Wanwan quickly grabbed her. Don't Xiao Huir. It's okay, everyone is in line. We can't get special treatment. If you rush into the director's office to get a chair, he might come out and see us. That would look like we're trying to get special favors, which isn't good. It would also make your brother look bad. Xiao Wanwan deliberately lowered her voice to explain. She was afraid that behind the wall, the logistics director inside might hear her. If he came out and saw her rushing in, she might be forced to leave without proper permission. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wanwan and Zheng Yanhui had moved to the middle of the line. Behind them were more than 10 late-arriving family members, some holding small children. Oh my, everyone came so late. Why are there still so many people? That's right. We deliberately avoided the big crowd in the morning, but we still had to wait in line. Our luck isn't good. If I married a government official, someone would send money and tickets to our home. We wouldn't have to suffer like this. Yes. If I had bad luck, I would marry an official in my next life. I would hold my head high when I go out. After listening to those people talking openly, Zheng Yanhui asked Zhou Wanwan sincerely, Sister-in-law, why aren't you waiting for someone to bring money and tickets to your home? Why are you still in line? This silly girl. Zhou Wanwan gently tapped her and said with a smile, who would send them? I haven't seen anyone. Your brother has been gone for a month and a half. Why hasn't anyone told me that military family members can also pick up wages? If it weren't for that chatty old lady we met today, I would still be clueless, waiting foolishly for your brother to come home. Listening to those people chatting nonsense, if she really became a wife of an official, unless she deliberately ruined her future, none of them would be careless. They would all keep their reputation clean, afraid that any small mistake might be exaggerated by others. After waiting about 15 minutes, it was finally Zhou Wanwan's turn. Comrade, whose wages are you here to collect? Which unit? Do you know the number? The young clerk responsible for distributing the money and tickets glanced at Zhou Wanwan and asked routinely. I don't know the number. The Liren group. The young clerk pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and was about to speak when the person in front of her said again. Her name is Ding Yanfeng. She should be the leader of the Liren group. I am her wife, Zhou Wanwan. May I pick it up on her behalf? Zhou Wanwan's voice was soft, but the person behind her heard clearly, especially the few who had been gossiping earlier. They listened very carefully. When they looked up, their eyes changed. Two of them, who had been shameless earlier, now trembled with fear. They had just said that the group leader's wife probably didn't hear anything, right? The few of them silently looked at each other, too afraid to speak. The young clerk's anger suddenly disappeared. She quickly forced a smile and asked gently, "Sister-in-law, why didn't you come directly? Why did you wait so long in line? I'll help you count the money and tickets now. The leader's wages from last month haven't been collected yet. You can take it all back together." Hey, I don't have much to say. Honestly, I am a military family member living in the residential area, but some might see me as just a housewife busy with daily chores. I am no different from any other military family member here. Naturally, I should stand in line like everyone else. But I don't agree with what you just said, comrade. Ignoring the people is a sign of making mistakes. How could you think that way? Soldiers risk their lives and shed blood to bring peace to the people back home. Since I married a soldier, I should be more aware and respectful. I definitely shouldn't tarnish their reputation. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Please don't laugh at me for saying it. After speaking, Qiao Wanwan saw Zheng Yunhui's eyes sparkle with admiration, and she clapped enthusiastically. Clap, clap, clap. Wow, sister-in-law, you speak so well. Zheng Yunhui cheered, clapping excitedly. As the wife of the elder brother, her respect and understanding are impressive. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from everyone, including a few military family members behind Qiao Wanwan and office staff working nearby, all clapping continuously. Wow, as expected of Qiao's daughter, her awareness is so high. Suddenly, a slightly overweight man in a military uniform stepped out from the back of the line, clapping and praising as he approached. "Hello, Minister." The repeated greetings made Qiao Wanwan realize who he was. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, probably an uncle figure. "Hello, Minister. You're too kind. Do you know my father?" Qiao Wanwan asked politely, bringing up the topic. "Of course. I am a veteran under Qiao's command. You might not remember me, but I held you when you were a baby." Qiao Wanwan was unsure whether to laugh or smile. She froze awkwardly, unsure how to respond. "Is that so?" "I really don't remember," she said with an awkward smile. Then she heard the minister laugh heartily and continue. "Ha ha ha, of course you don't remember. You were only about 4 months old back then, so it's normal you don't recall me." Qiao Wanwan.
Ha ha.
"Well, if you have time, come visit my home. My father is at home now. Besides gardening, he likes chatting with old friends. Anyway, this is a special connection left by Qiao Lisan. I don't know how many uncles in this team have been close to her. In the end, whoever is a friend can handle it. It's always right to pass it to Qiao Lisan." "Really? That's great. Tomorrow is Sunday and I have a day off. I'll go see the old team leader." "Has the home address changed?" "No, it hasn't." Qiao Wanwan praises this uncle's efficiency. Can she honestly say that she was 80% polite just now? "Sister-in-law, this is Captain Ding's 2-month salary, 245 yuan, plus the receipts for the past 2 months. Please keep them." The young clerk respectfully hands Qiao Wanwan an envelope with money and receipts. So, sister-in-law has this kind of relationship with the director. Qiao Wanwan also sees a young soldier in uniform standing at her door, constantly looking toward the street. When he sees her, his eyes light up a bit. "No way." Qiao Wanwan is surprised as she looks at Zheng Yunhui and then at the young soldier. She thinks, could he be your long-lost brother? Zheng Yunhui is confused by Qiao Wanwan's strange look. Just as she is about to ask, she hears. The young soldier hurriedly says, "Hello, sister-in-law. There are 2 villagers at the door delivering furniture. Did you order them?" "Yes." Qiao Wanwan laughs and quickly responds, unable to hide her smile. She then thanks the young soldier. "Thank you for coming to call me. I'll go to the door now. Can you ask the villagers to help bring the furniture inside?" Seeing Qiao Wanwan's warm smile, the young soldier thinks, the sister-in-law from the Ding family is just as the rumors say. She speaks nicely and has a lovely smile. He quickly says, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to go. We brought the furniture from the villagers. You can see where to unload it and we'll help put it inside." The shy young soldier runs away. Xiao, Wanwan pulls Zheng Yinhui to open the big gate of her house. Both gates are wide open. Zheng Yinhui picks up a large broom by the wall and helps sweep the yard. Xiao Wanwan places all the newly bought things on the comm, a traditional bed, and deliberately puts a bag of candies on display. She also takes a small broom from the main room to sweep the floor inside. She didn't expect the villagers to deliver so quickly before the scheduled time. Then she quickly brews a pot of tea and carries it to the shaded area. Older sister-in-law, what furniture did you buy? Where are you putting everything? Tell me, so I won't come forward later and accidentally bump into something. Zheng Yinhui put down the broom and picked up the water bucket to water the flowers and plants near the fence in the vegetable garden. By the way, sister-in-law, does Big Brother know you're pregnant? Zheng Yinhui suddenly remembered that Ding Yanfeng seemed to have not mentioned anything about the pregnancy. Xiao Wanwan sat under the shade and spread her hands. I didn't tell him. When I just found out I was pregnant, he received a task and was about to leave. I was worried he might get distracted, so I didn't say anything. I've chosen a stroller for the baby. In the future, it will be easier to take care of the child. I don't rely on your brother much. He's busy defending the country. I'm content staying indoors, and that's fine too. She clapped her hands and got up. She walked into the vegetable garden and picked the already grown cucumbers from the bottom of the cucumber trellis. She filled a basin with water, washed the cucumbers, and placed them on the table. The freshly picked vegetables and fruits could be used to entertain the villagers and also look presentable. While talking, the little soldier arrived with 2 villagers, pushing a delivery cart into the yard. Xiao Wanwan went to greet him. Sir, sorry to keep you waiting at the door. I didn't expect your skills to be so amazing, but you finished 2 days early. Thank you for your effort. Come in and sit for a while, have some tea. No rush. It's no problem. I, an old man, arrived early and didn't wait long. Girl, don't worry about the tea. Come and see if you're satisfied with this baby stroller. I followed your drawing carefully and didn't dare slack off. The dark-skinned old man hurriedly pushed his son's car off the truck, deliberately placing the stroller on the ground for Xiao Wanwan to check. Zheng Yinhui saw Xiao Wanwan busy talking with the villagers and, very perceptively, brought 3 cups of tea, handing them out to the old man, his son, and the little soldier who was running around. Drink tea, she said expressionlessly as she handed the cups, then curiously stood beside Xiao Wanwan, watching the 4-wheeled stroller in her hand. The old man and his son, holding the tea handed by the serious soldier, hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to refuse. Xiao Wanwan pushed the stroller around the yard. It was a classic, all-wooden baby stroller. The only difference from others was that she had a clever design on the backrest, made by her master. They made a foldable, movable page that can lie flat for sleeping or stand up as a backrest, just like most baby strollers in later times. This is really well done. Grandpa, you even carved wood, and your craftsmanship is truly exquisite, said Xiao Wanwan, gently touching the smooth, polished surface with no splinters and the carved patterns. Dragon and phoenix bringing good fortune, that's a very nice meaning. Thank you, Grandpa, said Wanwan, generously praising others. Seeing Grandpa smile simply because of her praise, she continued to speak more kindly. Yes, it's really good. Grandpa's skills are impressive, said Zheng Yinhui, admiring talented people, even if they are just farmers. The wardrobe and the lounge chair were also very well made. The lounge chair had a solid wood base, with handles wrapped in bamboo threads, all polished smoothly. While talking, the little soldier, who was very observant, helped remove the wooden bench from the cart and asked, Sister-in-law, should we put the bench under the shed? Yes, under the shed. It's for everyone to sit on. Last time, when your squad leader soldiers ate, they had no seats, which made me feel uncomfortable, so now we have a bench. Even if another squad comes, sister-in-law welcomes them, Wanwan said, taking a washed cucumber and giving it to the little soldier. Don't just work, don't be picky. Sister-in-law has washed it, she added. The shy little soldier smiled awkwardly, took a big bite of the cucumber, and thought, why is this cucumber so sweet today? It's really delicious. The little soldier helped the 2 villagers move the wardrobe into the house and put it in place. Wanwan also handed him 2 handfuls of candies. After everything was unloaded, Wanwan happily paid Grandpa 8 yuan and gave him 2 more handfuls of fruit candies. Please don't refuse. You came all this way to bring this to me, and I'm already very grateful. Plus, everything you made is so fine, with sturdy materials, worthy of passing down through generations, Wanwan praised sincerely. The hand-carved dragon and phoenix relief work alone would be worth a lot in later times. Watching Wanwan see the 3 people off, Zheng Yinhui quietly followed, learning from her how to behave and interact. She felt that her sister-in-law had many qualities she didn't possess. When those 3 left, their smiles on their faces almost seemed glued to their faces. This smile, she only shows it after completing a big task and being praised by her superior. So, why are these people smiling? Is it because their sister-in-law praised them? Alright, Xiao Hui, let's cook some hand-pulled cold noodles later. I'll go prepare the dough, and you can roll the noodles and fry some mincemeat with sauce. We also have some Northeast-style soybean paste made by Grandma. Xiao Wanwan happily walks into the West Room. Soon, she comes out holding a jar filled with soybean paste, then goes to get some pork belly she bought today. She cuts a small piece, not too much, just enough so it doesn't overpower the flavor of the paste. Zheng Yinhui quietly boils water, waiting until Xiao Wanwan finishes preparing the dough to roll the noodles. She adds one more thing she can't understand. Sister-in-law, how do we eat the big bones? Are we making soup tonight? Later, I'll make soup for you. After that, I'll prepare some sauce to mix with it. You have many wounds, so no spicy food from now on. Just a little taste today, but you should avoid spicy food in the future. Xiao Wanwan knew in the morning that Xiao Hui had injuries, so she didn't want to give her spicy food. But seeing the child eager to eat, she let her have a small amount. All right, sister-in-law, I'll eat whatever you make. Zheng Yinhui obediently nods. When she sees Xiao Wanwan coming out with the rolling pin, she takes it herself. While Zheng Yinhui rolls the noodles, Xiao Wanwan plans to pick 2 tomatoes. As she steps outside, she notices Zhou Huilan sneaking in through the front gate. She bumps into Xiao Wanwan. Hunching over, Zhou Huilan pauses for a moment, then, with a cheeky smile, walks toward the small cart under the shade. She praises, "Sister-in-law, your little cart is really well made. Your child isn't born yet, but my kid can use it. When you have your baby, I'll send it over." Quick as a flash, Xiao Wanwan pulls the cart behind her, avoiding Zhou Huilan's outstretched hand. She lifts her foot and kicks Zhou Huilan on the thigh. Ouch! Zhou Huilan didn't expect Xiao Wanwan to kick her and didn't defend herself. She falls to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her. "Sister-in-law, how can you kick me?" Zhou Huilan yells loudly from the ground. Xiao Wanwan keeps a cold face, glaring at the shameless Zhou Huilan. She responds loudly, "I've wanted to kick you for a long time. I've always seen you holding the child, but had no chance. Today's the day. You bumped into me, and without a child as your shield, you're asking for it. If you provoke me once, I'll hit you once." Today, if Zhou Huilan came over holding the child, Xiao Wanwan really wouldn't be able to step down. Even though the child's mother isn't a good person, she can't let the child suffer. The idea is that as long as the child grows up without a reckless mother and doesn't turn out like Xiao Wanwan who is overweight and gets scolded, it will be fine. In the main room, Zheng Yinhui was rolling noodles. When she heard the noise, she grabbed her rolling pin and ran out. She saw Xiao Wanwan angrily confronting the woman next door, who is not a good person. Immediately, she stood in front of Xiao Wanwan, pointing her rolling pin at Zhou Huilan, who was trying to get up and fight back, and said sternly, "I advise you not to make a move. Otherwise, I might accidentally hurt you. Whether you can stand up again after that is another matter. You are helping the bad guys. How can you support Xiao Wanwan and bully others?" She hit a military family member. She's doing something wrong. Do you understand that? Zhou Huilan really didn't expect that just one day later, this female officer, who just arrived yesterday, would stand up to protect Xiao Wanwan. She thought she was crazy. Yesterday, she talked to her for a long time, but she just ignored her. During this noisy scene, Granny Zhang, holding a spatula, hurried to Xiao Wanwan's door and asked anxiously, "What's going on? Little Xiao? Did something happen?" Soon, several nearby families, who were about to eat, also came over. Some even carried their bowls of rice and stood at the door, looking into the yard. Xiao Wanwan spoke before Zhou Huilan could, saying, "Granny Zhang, neighbors, I'm really sorry to bother you during your meal."
Sorry about that.
It's just that Zhou Huilan is so hateful. While I was cooking, she sneaked in secretly trying to steal my things. When I found her, I kicked her out. She then falsely accused me. Please, judge for yourselves. I was protecting my belongings. Was I wrong? After she finished speaking, the women at the door couldn't stay calm anymore. They were all filled with righteous anger. What? Stealing in broad daylight? That's terrible. Such boldness. If she gets caught, she still dares to cause trouble. How can Wu Jingwei's wife steal things? Really? Does the wife of the political officer lack anything? Can she steal from others? Everyone was talking at once, even pointing at Zhou Huilan. Sitting on the ground, Zhou Huilan couldn't sit still anymore. All these people were saying bad things about her. Hurry and explain quickly. No, ladies, I didn't steal anything. My husband is a political officer. What can I buy? Why would I need to steal? It was all Xiao Wanwan's false accusations. I am innocent, but the fact remains that Xiao Wanwan kicked me. Look, the footprints are still on my thigh. I can't deny it. Zhou Huilan is playing the victim, and other women might waver, but Aunt Zhang doesn't tolerate that. Among the women in our village, there are 3 like Zhou Huilan. Xiao, tell us, what do you think Zhou Huilan was trying to steal from your house? We all saw it clearly. First, Aunt Han stepped in to clarify, then Aunt Zhang spoke up. Xiao Wanwan was so touched. When it comes to dealing with problems, you can always count on your aunt. All right, Aunt, Xiao Wanwan said, pulling her baby stroller and stepping forward. Everyone, please judge. Was Zhou Huilan sneaking around trying to steal my stroller? When I caught her, she tried to pretend it was a robbery. Do you all know what she said? She asked me to let her use the stroller I bought for my child first, and she would return it when my baby was born. Is that even reasonable? I paid for that stroller for my own child. Why should I give it to her child to use? After she finishes using it, I want it back. Her family isn't poor, right? She's the wife of a political officer. Is this her attitude? If she wanted a stroller, couldn't she buy her own? I had it made by a carpenter from the neighboring village, spending money on it. How can she come and try to take advantage? I really don't want to associate with such a person, always sneaking around, eyeing other people's things. I've heard of thieves for a day, but never of someone who guards against theft for 1,000 days. No. Today I will go and find that Wu political officer and ask him if he knows what his wife is doing outside. Xiao Wanwan deliberately shouted toward the neighboring yard. It was noon, and Zhou Huilan wasn't out with her child. Wu Guangjin was definitely at home. A grown man. How can he hide inside like a turtle? He's even a soldier. Despite Xiao Wanwan's shouting, Wu Guangjin didn't come out. She frowned. Her impression of this new political officer worsened. Why is it that the political officers in this group keep getting worse? When Aunt Zhang saw that the neighbor's political officer still hadn't come out, she immediately grabbed a familiar sister and went straight to knock on the neighbor's fence gate. Commander Wu, are you at home? Come out and explain. Your wife's way of handling things isn't right. Why isn't he coming out yet? He's not even as brave as that annoying Zhao Wenhua. At least Zhao Wenhua shows his face sometimes. As everyone was talking, Xiao Wenhua noticed that Zhou Huilan was surprisingly calm and not worried at all. This was strange. From her recent observations, Zhou Huilan was usually very afraid of Wu Guangjin. And as a mother, even if she was a bad person, she would protect her child. If the child was sleeping at home, wouldn't she be crying loudly?